There's only one Pat Lyons. I plant seeds in people's heads, and it can be an attack thing.
You have no more queens. I might get a deuce and win this thing. Deuce, Yahtzee.
They'll try to, I want to beat him, I want to beat the best player, and then I play pocket aces and disguise the hand, make it look like it's something else, and then they're losing to me, and then I just say, told you I was the best.
Shove up. They think they're going to have a better hand than the Lion.
I don't want to say the best in the entire world, but we'll see.
I know exactly what's going to happen on that table.
Oh. Well, earlier at this final table, we saw him behind the curtain when he predicted with 5 players left that he was going to win this tournament, win one maybe next week and the week after that, and who knows how many. The guy does not lack confidence. He called his shot that he's going to win it. Let's see if he can.
All right, quick fold by Pat, and now Zamani with the little suited connector. And he will just call it. Pesh now with an awful-looking 10-4.
Well, just going to take a free flop here.
Blinds are up to 1 and 200,000 with a 30,000 ante, and the flop is a 10-9-3.
Well, that's a nice flop for Pesh. Zamani checks, and Pesh is going to bet here. 225,000. Benjamin's going to play the 6-5 of spade. No hand, no draw at the moment. So he's obviously going to try to steal this pot later, maybe. Now queen comes off. Well, again, Zamani checks. And Pesh checks right behind him.
Down to the river we go. It's a jack.
Well, Zamani knows the only way he can win this pot is to bet at it.
Well, he is going to bet it, but not much.
Just 205,000 into a pot that's got 940,000 in it.
Yeah.
This is what we call the min bluff hand, Vince. You make a min bet for the bluff. I mean, it looks like you made a pair of jacks, maybe a pair of queens. You don't want to pay off a straight draw or a big bet, so you bet a minimum.
Oh, no.
Pesh has dropped the hand and thinking he made a smart drop. Little does he know.
Well, folks, we've seen it all at this final table tonight. There was the min bet bluff on the river by Zamani, worked to perfection.
And we move on. Pat Lyons this time with a king-3 of spades. And he'll make it 5:30 to go. Zamani with an ace-7, but no, he's going to muck that. And now Pesh with the little suited connector, 5-6 of diamonds.
Well, he's got the hand that just beat him, the 5-6 suited. He's going to make the call and look at a flop here. And the flop comes ace, queen, queen with 2 diamonds. So Pesh has flopped the flush draw and checks. Pat checks right behind him. Now the deuce of diamonds comes off. Pesh with the flush. Pat drawing dead. Pesh checks. Pat checks again. And now the queen comes off. So there's 3 queens out there, but Pesh out in front with the flush. And I think he'll get paid off perhaps if he bets here by the king high. And he's going to bet 625,000. Oh, those are $1 million plaques. He has bet $2 million. Pat Lyons has raised the pot here, representing a big full house or quads. Vince, we saw him outplay this guy a while back earlier at this final table when he got him off 3 4s on the river. Can he get him off a flush on the river?
What do you have?
Wow. What a play by Pat Lyons. Vince, I don't care if he wins the pot or loses it. You got to love this play if you're a poker player. What moves we're seeing at this final table tonight?
Ace queen?
Pesh. That flush shrinking up here. 1 3 of a kind's out there.
Well, Vince, he knows that the guy's either got to have an ace or a queen in his hand. You cannot make this play with any other hand.
Oh, wow. He's going to lay it down.
You think about calling with jack high?
Huh?
Did you have like jack high?
I had a flush.
Can't show a bluff.
Pretty fucked, huh?
Yeah. Whole hand with.
Now, Vince, Pesh has got completely outplayed the last 2 pots in a row, but you got to hand it to his opponents.
No bluff. I had to wait for the bet on the river.
You flop a full house?
I had ace king. Ace king.
He's doing some lying right there once again.
Well, that sucks.
When the WPT comes to town, it's party time. Over the last 15 years, the bike is unrecognizable from the time that we walked in. Over the years, that picture became a little tired, and so some of us really wanted to push to modernize the casino. We thought that the hotel and the venues that would go along with the hotel would really help us change our image. We've always had a good reputation, but we've been able to build on that reputation now. We're reaching farther around the world than we ever have. It's pretty exciting times around here.
Well, it's certainly exciting since they added a new hotel here at the Bicycle Casino. No question about that. Just a great place to stay and play poker.
Yeah, right off the 710 freeway, 10 minutes from downtown LA. It is a lot of fun, but right now we're down to three-handed action for the championship. Pat Lyons out in front with 11.2 million, but action's on Benjamin Zamani, a 7-3.
Vince, all 3 of these players have shown a lot of heart throughout this final table, and you're seeing more of it right here. Benjamin raising on the button with just a 7-3 offsuit.
And now Pesh de Silva with an ace-7 of spades. He's on the short stack at this moment.
I'm all in.
And he is going to push all in. Pat just hoping against hope. He has a big hand. He growls a little bit and folds.
Zamani out as well.
Yeah.
So nice all-in bet there by Pesh.
There's his fiancée in the stands, rooting him on all night long. And as we move on, right back to Pesh.
Went to the University of Houston, studied history and political science there, trying to make a little history on the World Poker Tour here tonight.
Yeah, he's got ace-deuce. He's got a raise to 405. The blinds are at 1 and 200 with a $30,000 ante. Pat folds. And Benjamin with a king-7 of spades. And he is going to shove all in.
All these guys showing so much heart. I mean, I don't know how you can call another 3.6 million with ace-deuce offsuit, and Pesh throws it away, but take your hat off to Benjamin Zamani for moving in there. Well done.
The season 15 Ublo WPT Player of the Year race is just out of the starting gate, but players are already off to the races. Season 15 WPT Choctaw champion James Mackey added to his point total this week by cashing here at the Legends of Poker, but he's looking up at the player he defeated in Oklahoma, Benjamin Zamani. With another deep run, Ben has jumped into the point lead, and just how big that lead will be depends on where he finishes tonight. We will keep you current on the standings all season long, but now let's get back to the action.
And once again, the antes are going up to 40,000. Blinds 120 and 240. We started out this tournament with 687 entries. We're down to these 3. And look at this. Pesh de Silva picks up a pair of jacks, perhaps at the perfect time. He's going to raise. Makes it 485. Now Pat Lyons right behind him with queen 10.
1085.
Uh-oh. And he's going to raise it to nearly 1.1 million with the queen 10 offsuit. But this play is not going to work.
All in.
Benjamin out. Pesh goes all in.
And a snap call by Pat Lyons with the queen 10 offsuit. I can't believe it.
I just made a move because I will get lucky now. I'll make a move, get lucky. Make a move, get lucky.
Well, he's confident he's going to get lucky, but
Queen dime, jack jack. Let the lion win this hand.
if Pesh wins this
Let
spot,
the
he'll once
lion
again
win this hand.
be the
Let
chip
the lion
leader
win
with
this
3
hand.
players left.
Let
Well
the
out in
lion
front
win this
now,
hand.
2 jacks against the Queen 10.
I got a bad beat, got to give a bad beat. Come on now. Beat. Queen of hearts.
Here's the flop. It's at 8-9 deuce.
Let's go. Any picture, any picture.
Well, Pesh
Get
no longer
excited.
wants to see a jack, that's for sure.
Any picture. Any picture for excitement. Any picture for the excitement. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby.
He's a
Come on,
rambling
baby.
man right now.
Paint
Pat Lyons in rare form, and he's an ace.
now.
Well, an ace comes off.
Now
We are
any
down
picture.
to the river.
Now
Pat
any
Lyons
picture.
needs a queen or a jack to win the
Now
pot.
any picture. Come on.
Otherwise,
Any
Pesh is
picture.
going to double
All the
up,
picture cards. All the picture cards.
take the chip lead 3-handed,
paint.
and Pat Lyons will be in 3rd
Any
chip
paint.
position.
Any paint. Any paint. All the paint cards. Any picture. Picasso. Picasso, baby. Picasso. Yes!
Wow! Unbelievable. He called it, Vince. Wow. What a horrible beat for Pesh de Silva right there on the river. Just incredible how many outdraws we've seen tonight at this final table.
I think it's all time on the World Poker Tour. The suckouts, we're seeing the pain in the room. Right now, Pesh has to say goodnight in 3rd place. Going to take home 198,000. Let's talk to Pesh.
Things got a little bit gambly. Like the last hand was a bit gambly, but it was headed that way anyways. I think I'm pretty happy with the way I played. But sometimes cards just don't go your way, you know?
With Pesh de Silva's elimination, we are down to the final 2 players here at the Legends of Poker. When we return, Pat Lyons and Ben Zamani go heads up for the WPT title. You don't want to miss it.
Are we ready to roll here?
Yeah, we were ready to shoot, but what the heck is Lynn doing? Where is she?
Just a sec. Yes! ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. We're getting ready for heads-up play between Pat Lyons and Benjamin Zamani here at the Legends of Poker. And on the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Ben, this is feeling like a regular thing meeting here.
Oh, yeah. It feels good to be back here.
This is your 3rd time to be heads up for a WPT title, an incredible achievement. Now, what's it going to take to improve the result tonight?
Well, I don't know. You just reminded me to put a lot of pressure on me to not do this again.
Sorry about
I
that.
don't know. My head's spinning.
Now, you're going heads up against Pat Lyons. What do you think about your opponent?
Well, he's world famous out here, so it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. I don't know.
Now, Pat, I believe you were the last player to enter this tournament. Are you going to be the last player standing?
That's, yeah, it's an old accounting term. Last in, last out. So, I'll win.
I love the confidence.
It's destiny.
So you've truly believed that this is destined, this title for you?
I love my opponent, Ben. Nothing, no disrespect, but it's the fact that I've wanted so bad to get a WPT title, and it's happening in an awesome-ass place, and it's called the Legends of Poker, and I'm a legend. And it's going to change. It's going to really, really change the game.
Yeah?
If I'm the one that has a picture on the wall. Of course. It'll make people go goofy. If I can win, anybody can win.
Who will write their name in the WPT history books and be remembered as a legend of poker? Play's about to start up, so I'll send it back to Mike and Vince for the call of the action.
Well, Pat Lyons, already a legend in his own mind, could become a Legends of Poker champion. As you can see, he's got about a 3-1 chip lead over Benjamin Zamani as we start heads-up play.
Yeah, Pat Lyons, quite a character. And what plays we've seen him make tonight, all kinds of big bluffs. Very, very tricky player, very talented, but so is Benjamin Zamani, of course. 3rd time at the final table, 3 times he's been playing for the championship. Heads up. Yet to win the title, and now it's on Ben, and he's just going to call with a 6-5. And Pat Lyons with Queen 8. What will he do with that?
And he's going to check. Just give us a flop.
All right, they keep it gentle on the first hand. The flop is a 7-6 deuce.
Well, good flop there for Zamani. He's taking the lead with 2 6s.
Pat Lyons is checked.
He knows Zamani's going to bet. You're not going to give your opponent a free card here.
That's 300,000.
Pat, it's okay to fold. You're allowed to give up some hands, you know.
He's playing with those plaques worth $1 million each. It's kind of scary, but finally he's going to fold the hand.
He does lay it down.
Yep. Give a few crackers to Ben Zamani.
Where are you going to play after this? Are you going to go to Borgata or no?
Yeah, Pat Lyons
Are you going?
always talking at the table. A few years ago at Bay 101, I saw him in the stands. I didn't know he was a player. He was just the loudest spectator I had ever seen, drinking and screaming, and now find out he's quite a player.
Well, the world will know he's a player if he wins this tournament, I can tell you. He is not afraid to brag on himself.
Go out there and try to.
And Pat this time has a king 9.
Just limping in on the button here with king 9 with a big chip lead. Very surprising. Zamani with the 6-3 of
Never been there
diamonds.
before.
Happy to get a free flop. And it comes king high, king 4 deuce. Pat with top pair, but as you can see, Benjamin with the gut shot straight draw, the backdoor flush draw. It's his turn to act, and he's going to lead right out and bet 300,000. But just like that, he's going to get raised. 750,000 now the bet.
Well, Benjamin not going to go away. He has made this call. Hoping to get lucky with the inside straight, not to be, as a 9 appears. Kings and 9s now for Pat Lyons.
Yes, I believe that was the perfect card for Pat Lyons' hand. There's no possible flush out there. Might be a possible straight, but kings and 9s, a very big hand right now.
Benjamin is checked, and Pat's going to put in a bet. Not going to play it slow. Looks like 1.2 million.
Well, Benjamin has not jettisoned his hand yet. Oh, boy. He decides to make a move here, Vince, which he's capable of doing,
Thumbs back. It's fine.
and move all in, but Pat looks too confident over there. I think he gives away the strength of his hand at times by flirting with the crowd. Will Zamani pick up on it? Yep, he's going to give it up. Well, Pat Lyons extends his chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, the man from San Francisco trying to take down his first WPT title and let the poker world know all about it.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Pat Lyons out in front with about 17 million, as you can see. Benjamin Zamani with about 3.7 million.
And Mike, the blinds are now 150 and 300 with a $50,000 ante. Here we go, Pat Lyons with an ace-9 of spades.
He just moves all in, Vince. I like that play. He's not going to throw it away if his opponent re-raises, so why make a cheap raise? Just move in, take it down.
Yeah, the blinds are so big at this point.
So Pat Lyons on a roll right now.
Nobody's ever done this before. It's a $5 million fan. I like that.
He's fanning himself, still having a great time. Ever so close to being our champion. Now this time, Ben Zamani with king 10 of clubs.
Vince, he's only got 11 big blinds, so I'll be shocked if he didn't ship it. Yep, he's moved it all in.
The Bay 101 hand, 38 suited.
And Pat Lyons goes out.
Now Pat Lyons, he has had 45 bottles of water this evening, a whole lot of good cards, and a lot of bluffs. Playing superbly. Can he close here? Down the stretch we go.
Right there. Ronnie, right there.
And Pat Lyons continuing his chit-chat to the rails, his buddies.
It's just amazing. He seems more interested in talking to the rail than he does playing heads up for this title.
He's ridiculous. All
This
in.
time ace-8. He's gone all in, and Zamani could call this, and he does call it.
Eight kicker. 8 kicker.
Ace deuce versus ace-8. Pat Lyons in a great place to knock out Zamani.
Well, there are a number of hands they could split the pot with. But Pat well out in front here with the ace-8 against the ace-deuce. If it holds, The man who calls himself a legend already will become the true Legends of Poker champion.
The crowd loving this. The crowd has been fed drinks all night for free by Pat Lyons.
It's far from over here.
Of course.
There's a lot of hands they can split. He's shaking hands with everybody like he's won it.
Clubs. All clubs. Ronnie. All clubs.
Benjamin just wants to hit a deuce here on the flop.
All clubs. All clubs.
Let's take a look. It is a 997.
Well, if a 7 would come off, they would split this pot. But 9 comes off and any big card comes off, they would split the pot. A lot of things can happen here. Benjamin needs a deuce to take the lead.
Can he get his deuce? No, it's a jack of hearts, not there.
All clubs. All clubs. All clubs.
Well, Benjamin needs a deuce to win the pot, but he can tie the pot if a 9, a 7, a jack, a queen, or a king comes off.
All clubs. Got this. All clubs. Yes!
Here we go. It's a 10 of spades. He's done it.
So that is going to do it. Another river card win for Pat Lyons, and he takes down the title. But Vince, let's give a salute to Benjamin Zamani. This is back-to-back runner-up finishes. 3 times in 10 months he's finished second on a World Poker Tour. You got to feel pain for the guy a little bit. He's still a bridesmaid, but nevertheless, what a performance this week. He's taken the lead in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. Made a lot of money. Good week for Ben, but still not a title. And now let's talk to the season 15 Legends of Poker champion from Hillsborough, California, Pat Lyons. Pat, the Lions roared tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a dream come true. We came down here, and I had one mission. I said, we're going to beat L.A. I'll do it.
Well, you played fantastic all week long, especially at this final table. In addition to over $600,000, you're also going to get an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. You also get a beautiful monster 24K set of headphones. In addition to that, a beautiful Hublot watch. One more time, let's hear it for the Legends of Poker champion, the world-famous Pat Lyons. Lynn, back to you.
What a night for Pat Lyons, the season 15 Legends of Poker champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We are back on the East Coast at the beautiful Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa here in Atlantic City. And 5 days ago, players put it all on the line with one goal in mind: to make a WPT final table.
Players, I'm Vince Van Patten. Without further ado, let's get started. Let's have some fun. Let's shuffle up and deal.
As players settled into their seats for the first of 2 starting days, the last player standing at the season 14 Borgata Poker Open, David Paredes, shared some insight into how he prepares for this event.
I've done this before. I've got second before. I've won it before. So I know I can get deep in this event. It's really a question of what did I do last time, what did I do right, just being confident heading in.
Poker pros and recreational players alike brought their game face, ready to fight for a title. But part-time poker player and businessman Jeff Gross enjoyed the respite playing in the Borgata Poker Open provided.
That's a good break from the day-to-day business operations and doing something different, having fun, meeting new people, a lot of great players to talk to and hang out with.
With the welcoming atmosphere, it is no surprise this is always one of the largest tournaments on the WPT schedule.
It's definitely a tough field. A lot of good players fly in. This tournament draws a lot of numbers. There's always fish in the field, so.
As the day progressed, many players hit the rail, but some took advantage of the unlimited re-entry at Borgata, like 2-time Borgata finalist Ray Khartoumi.
Day 1 here, I'm running really good. First bullet, second bullet, third bullet. So I don't know what happened. But normally, Borgata, final table, so why not? I guarantee you, if I bust, I'm not coming back till tomorrow. I'm trying to be a record here in Borgata. But it's all right, I'm making final table, don't worry about it.
While chips were flying wherever Ray was, not all tables were as active.
A lot of players are just kind of sitting around grinding. Not a lot of really big pots being played at my table, at least.
At the end of the day, 297 entries took a shot at advancing, with 152 surviving to return to play on day 2. At the top of the chip counts was two-time WPT finalist Fareed Jatton, who bagged over $206,000 for the day.
You gotta run pretty good to bag with 206.
It's day 1B of the Borgata. I've done pretty well so far this season. I won first event at Choctaw, and I cashed in the bike, so 2 for 2 so far, so that's good.
The second starting day featured a massive turnout and attracted players from all over the world, including recreational player Mark Batrawden.
I'm from just outside of London and it just seemed like a great thing to do. I met someone in Vegas who said, try the Borgata, it's a great tournament. This is my first really major event, so I'm really enjoying it.
Playing in a sea of poker players can be intimidating, but as Micah Raskin suggested, it was important to keep a narrow focus.
I'm really playing against the 9 players at my table, so I just concentrate on that, and if you amass chips, it gets easier and easier.
And past WPT World Champion Asher Kniff realised it's not so easy to win a second title.
Everyone's learning how to play, definitely, but the water's still pretty warm, so it should be fun.
Players who were not able to amass chips were still able to re-enter the field, something Ray Khartoumi continued to take advantage of.
I guarantee you this is a record breaker. Now I'm in for how many? 4, 5, 6. 6 bullet. You believe this? Yeah. And I'm not giving up because I just love doing it.
Late in the day, recent Legends of Poker champion Pat Lyons arrived, looking to continue his hot streak.
Winning the Legends of Poker, I consider myself a legend. I mean, why do you think there's 700 people showing up here? They already know I'm coming here. They know I'm going to maybe go to Jacksonville next. I run the game.
Day 1B finished with 704 entries, pushing the 2-day total to over 1,000. With registration open for the first few levels of Day 2, that number was certain to grow. Of the 400 survivors, Vasilius Roussafinas ended as chip leader with over 193,000.
This game is easy when you get the cards. Never mind, I play good. You get the cards, you look like a champ. You don't get the cards, you look like a dog.
Day 2 kicked off with the survivors of the 2 starting days taking their seats in the Borgata Event Centre. Some players, like poker pro Jamie Kerstetter, took advantage of the late registration to buy in for the first time.
This is bullet 1. Divine intervention prevented me from multi-bulleting this tournament. There was a flood in my town, Margate, so unless I was going to swim to Borgata, I had no chance of getting here yesterday.
While others, like WPT finalist Ray Khartoumi, were taking another shot.
Today's out of the day, so I'm getting back on track. But to the final.
At the completion of the 3rd level of the day, registration closed, much to the delight of some players, like Season 14 Borgata finalist Maurice Hawkins.
No more rebuys. I'm so excited because I'm only here for 1 bullet, and that's the way you do it.
Soon after, the official numbers were released. 1,179 entries smashed the $3 million guaranteed prize pool by over $700,000. 110 players would make the money, with first place taking home over $820,000. As the field began to shrink, several WPT champions hit the rail, including the most recent, Pat Lyons.
Great tournament. Wish I could buy back in.
And the defending Borgata Poker Open champ, David Paredes.
Not this year. Well.
Also hitting the rail was Ray Khartoumi and poker pro Cliff Josephie, who busted at the hands of the red-hot Taha Maroof. Play concluded for the day, and 3 players had separated themselves from the field, each with over 700,000 in chips. In third place was Fong VIP Win with 731,000.
It's a great day. I'm not complaining.
He trailed Poker Pro Ari Engel, who finished with 747,000.
All those things that you want to have happened. None of the unlucky things.
But at the top of the leaderboard was East Coast Poker Pro Taha Maroof, who pulled in nearly 800,000 in chips to lead the 159 remaining players into day 3.
So here we are at day 3 of WPT Borgata. We are approaching the money bubble, we're probably 50 or 60 places away. So the tension will be a little bit higher in the room. Play will probably be a little bit slower and a little bit tighter. But then once we burst that bubble, then it'll start picking up again.
One interesting table draw of the day saw 3 Martha's Vineyard natives, Jeremy Meacham, Jesse Sylvia, and Todd Rebello, all seated together, with Jeremy's brother Wade just 1 table away.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm from a little island of Massachusetts that has like 15,000 year-round residents, and 4 of us are still in the tournament.
So it is pretty interesting dynamic that you got 2 brothers and then Jesse Sylvia and myself all from the same community.
We're all just playing. No one's gonna take it easy on each other. It's gonna play poker.
You know, we get down to 30, 40 players and you're still there. I think any one of us has a shot.
2-time WPT champ Freddie Deeb showed off some of his old school magic.
Can I have a hot tea with honey and lemon, please? Hot tea with honey. Squeeze 2 lemons in there, please.
Accept that as a tell that you think you're going to be around.
Yeah, I am going to be around. You like that? Man, he folded so fast when I ordered the tea.
But other 2-time WPT champions were not as fortunate. Tommy Vides would be sent home short of cashing, and Aaron Mermelstein's pocket kings were cracked by Will Given's ace-3 offsuit.
Yo, ace-3, what ace-3 look like 2 aces 2?
Down to 111 players, the tournament entered hand-for-hand play. On the short stack, WPT finalist Eric Paniotu was all in with pocket jacks and called by Douglas Stewart, who held pocket queens.
Give the man a jack.
After an 8-high flop, Eric needed to catch one of the remaining jacks to stay alive. But a queen on the turn gave his opponent a set and knocked Eric out just short of cashing.
It's okay, it happens. Somebody has to go out.
With the rest of the room in the money, play loosened up and the bust-outs began to pile up. And getting coolered in a big pot stung even more for New Jersey Poker Pro Anna Antimoni.
Obviously, you get this deep, you're going for the final table, so disappointing.
Nice, Anna. Anna would have company on the rail, including Poker Pro's Marsha Wolak, Vinny Pahuja, and Season 13 Borgata Poker Open runner-up, Kane Callis.
I would have always preferred to make it deeper, but I'm happy to make it this far, and because I feel like I played very well, I am happy about it.
But some players were starting to gain momentum, including WPT champion Matt Waxman, who, after knocking out Frank Simone in 56th place, knocked out Poker Pro's Sam Taylor and Blair Hinkle in the same hand.
I get to knock out 2 of my best buds at the table at the same hand later on.
Also in stride were Day 1A chip leader Fareed Jatton and WSOP main event runner-up Jesse Sylvia.
I just absolutely love this tournament, and I just keep coming back.
More players would fall as play wound into the night, including Sunny Patel, WPT champion Elia Lesra, WPT finalist Daniel Buzgon, and Poker Pro Ari Engel.
It's a total blur. Crazy ride, ups and downs, can't win them all.
When the final 30 players bagged their chips, 4 players had cracked the 2 million chip mark, including Fareed Jatton, who finished third with over 2.1 million. But at the top of the leaderboard with nearly 2.8 million was Matt Waxman.
A lot of things went right today.
A long couple days in a row, but today's the biggest day of the tournament, I feel like. Get down to final 6. That's what it's all about.
With play moved to the high limit area of the Borgata Poker Room, Poker Pro Zach Gruneberg was ready for a fight.
We're in an arena. It's a battle royale to see who comes out on top.
Players wasted no time mixing it up, and the first hour of the day saw the eliminations of 6 players, including WPT champion Mike Vella in 25th place.
Nice to be able to go this deep. Nice to play with these guys. Nice to learn what it's about again. And when I retire, I'll play a lot.
After Mike's elimination, Matt Waxman was the last WPT champion in the field. Matt continued to chip up, along with Taha Maroof, who knocked out 2 players as the field continued to shrink. Not to be outdone, Colombian Farid Jattin knocked out 2 players in the same hand when his pocket aces held up against his opponent's hands. A tough loss that had Robert Castor on the wrong side of a pay jump, winning 20,000, and Tong Enzang winning 30,000.
Yeah, things are going my way. You know, I feel like I'm playing really good, and you know, cards are helping a little.
After losing a big pot to Simon Lamb, Matt Waxman was all in on the flop and called by Fong VIP win. Fong had Matt outkicked ace-jack to king-jack, but Matt could catch a king or a queen to take the lead. A 7 on the turn gave Matt some chop-outs, but a 9 on the river gave Fong the pot and eliminated Matt in 11th place.
Had a good start, got up to like 4.3 million, and then just kind of hit a wall.
Down to 10 players, the field combined to 1 table. All in. In the biggest hand of the tournament, Farid Jattin 6-bet all in with pocket aces. Call. And WPT finalist John Raciner called with pocket kings. After a safe board, an excited Farid Jattin celebrated with his rail and raked in the over 9 million chip pot. A few hands later, John was knocked out by Zach Gruneberg. He was followed by Fong VIP win in 8th place. Russian Alexei Vandashev then learned it was best not to mess with a man on a rush when his ace-queen was called by Farid Jattin with 8-6. Farid spiked an 8 on the river to eliminate the Russian in 7th place. The Colombian native would lead the way, holding almost half the chips in play heading into the televised final table, against 5 very tough players, all looking for their first WPT title. Now that the final table is set, we are just moments away from the start of the season 15 Borgata Poker Open final table. Stay with us. Preparations are now being made for the final table. Unfortunately, Mike Sexton was not able to be here tonight with us, but joining us is Tony Dunst alongside Vince Van Patten. Now, Tony, you've played at multiple WPT final tables in this very room. What do you think is going through the players' minds right now?
Well, Lynn, I think 5 of these guys are weighing the risk of trying to play big pots against the chip leader Farid versus the reward of moving up this pay ladder. Of course, they'd all like to get that top prize of $821,000, but second place is still nearly $500,000, and 6th place is $167K, so all of these guys guaranteed to go home with 6 figures.
A lot of crucial decisions at this final table. Vince, what do you make of Farid Jattin at his 3rd WPT final table tonight?
Farid Jattin, 3 times at a final table. He's only 27 years old. And tonight, he's the chip leader, but with 45% of all the chips at the final table. That is a massive chip lead, so he has a big edge here. Should be a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with Farid.
Well, I'm gonna keep doing what I've been doing, which is go with the flow, and I knew I'd be here again, so here we are. This time we'll make it happen.
So will the 3rd time be the charm for Farid, or will someone else snatch the title? Action is about to begin, so let's check the chip counts and head down to the table.
Well, here we go, Tony. Farid Jattin out in front with 15.7 million in chips. He is dominating the final table at this point. The antes are going to start at 10,000, blinds of 50 and 100. There you see first prize going to get 821,000.
Yeah, second prize just under $500,000, third taking home $300K, $250,000 for 4th, 200,000 for 5th, and 167,000 for our 6th place finisher.
Cards have been dealt. Action on Taha Maroof, a New Yorker out of Bangladesh originally, and he's going to fold into our chip leader Farid, and he's picked up a pair of ducks, pair of deuces.
And Farid is not a guy who looks for reasons to fold pre-flop. He's a guy who looks for reasons to raise pre-flop, and I can't imagine he will be folding any pairs while he still has a chip lead like this.
Well, he looks around the table, and he looks like he's going to push in a raise. Yes, total of 255. Now it's on to Jesse Sylvia. He goes out, Zach Grunenberg.
Zach was a guy that I battled in the online tournaments for many years during the glory years of online poker.
He goes out.
Chris Limo gonna fold.
So around to Simon.
Gonna fold.
Just like that, hand number one. Fareed gonna take the pot down.
Feel like we're gonna be saying that a lot, Vince.
And he seems very happy. He is 27 years old, out of Columbia, started playing poker in college. What a player. And he looks down at a Jack-8, and he'll muck that. Jesse going out as well, and now Zach Grunenberg, poker pro out of Pennsylvania.
On the cutoff here,
has raised to 250 to go.
Most players choose to raise any ace on the cutoff or on the button when the action is folded to them.
Chris Limo out, Simon Lamb also folding around to Taha. Looking down at a king 7, he's got some money in there.
Yeah, most people like to go to the flop out of the big blind for another 1.5 blinds with the offsuit king. Taha, gonna do that with king 7 here, and boom, 7-7-6 on the flop.
Beautiful, splashing around and catching in. Of course, he's gonna try to trap, he's checking.
Zach, he's gonna make a continuation bet here, hopes to just take down the pot on the flop. The question for Taha here is whether he should call or check raise on this flop.
Well, it's 275. He gives that look like, okay, I'll gamble. Yeah, right. 10 on the turn.
I'm not sure what I think of Taha electing to call this flop as opposed to check raise, because there are going to be a lot of hands that he wants to check raise on a board like that, so he should mix in his quality hands as well. Instead, you see the turn go check check, and of course Taha now going to lead out on the river with his trips, and I can't imagine that Zach is going to pay off. No, he's not. He folds before I can finish talking, and there we go.
And there the railbirds there for Taha Maroof. Loving this moment.
Advances up to second in our chip counts, but really, right now, it's one guy in first and 5 guys in second.
Winner's going to take home over $821,000 here tonight at Borgata. We are in Atlantic City. Fantastic resort here. So many great restaurants.
This is the mecca of poker on the East Coast, Vince.
Certainly is. All right, around to Jesse. Quickly folds. Zach getting out of the way. Into Chris Limo. He's a businessman that owns a limo service in New York. He goes out.
Now with Simon, very well-liked and respected poker player in the community.
You know, he's going to move to California, he says, to open a Thai ice cream shop. He is going to raise this, making 240 to go. Taha going out. Now Fareed takes a rest, and Simon Lamb taking that pot.
There's a shot of Simon's family along the rail, calling him by his online screen name, Shookum.
That's a fun nickname to have people yell from the crowd. Shookum.
Shookum. Hello, Schnookum.
Schnookum. That's just, only his girlfriend's allowed to yell that one. As long as it's not Schnooky.
Okay, Schnooky.
Well, the guys are jostling. They're all happy. No one's been eliminated.
So easy to be happy before anyone loses a relevant pot. About 5-10 minutes from now, when someone loses a big pot, it's just going to be a lot of stone face staring.
And we get a quick fold by Zach. Chris Limo, a New Yorker, married with 3 daughters, goes out as well. Simon taking a rest.
Now with Taha holding ace-jack on the button.
He's opening a restaurant in New York City. A lot of entrepreneurial guys here tonight.
What a bunch of legitimate businessmen we have at this final table.
Well, Taha's raised it. Now Jesse, the only competition, he's got a queen-jack, and he seems to like it. We'll make this call, and we're going to see a flop. And the flop is a good one for Taha. Ace, 10-6. Taha hitting aces.
Top pair for Taha. Gut shot, straight jaw for Jesse here. Some players fold these spots, some players call, some players check raise since they think their opponent is going to continuation bet very frequently here, but it looks like Jesse is going to opt to call.
Jesse came in second at the World Series event a few years back, and he made a fortune. He's made close to $6 million in total prize money in his career, and let's see if he catches. No, 8 of diamonds.
He doesn't catch, but he does improve because he now has outs to a 9 to make the nuts straight.
$480,000 into Jesse.
So a pretty well-sized bet from Taha here, and that kind of locks up Jesse because he actually has to pay too high a price to draw to his straight outs correctly. That's a disciplined fold from Jesse and a well-played hand, but Taha gonna take this one down.
So he learned how to play poker in college with his fraternity brothers. That happens a lot.
It does happen a lot.
You can find out if you're good. But most of all, you find out if you're bad.
Yeah.
'Cause if
Loser
you
has to
lose-
sleep on the couch.
Yeah. And if you lose in your fraternity, yeah, don't go to the poker, don't go to the WPT, because that's a bad sign.
Yeah, you can't beat a bunch of drunks who are doing keg stands upside down, and I do not think you should be bringing your game to the Borgata people.
So true.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT Game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker.
Where skill matters.
This is my first major event final table. I'm a bit nervous, but I think I'm ready.
I mostly want to do this, you know, for my family. Like, you know, they're the guys that really, really want to see me win, you know?
I would love to win a tournament. I've never won a live tournament, and that's a weird feeling.
Poker is everything to me. It pays my bills, it's my career. I'm very passionate about it.
I have so much love for the game, and I always watch all the events. One day I was like, you'll see me there, and it's a dream.
I really want to become a WPT champion, man. You don't get these opportunities very often. You got one shot, one opportunity. Like, you got to seize it. I'm going in, mindset ready to win.
Welcome back to Borgata. 6 players with a dream still very much alive to take down a title here tonight and take home the $821,000.
That's right, Vince. Right now, it is a dream for all 6 players because although we have some very capable, successful professionals around this table, what they all share in common is that none of them have won a major live poker tournament before.
Down to the money pit we go. Chris Limo, New Yorker that owns a limo company in New York City, has a pretty decent ace, 3 of diamonds. He's married with 3 daughters.
And Chris here with the suited ace, first to act. He's going to raise it up.
Yep, makes it 240 to go. Simon Lamb folds. And now Taha, with just 10-6, won't play that mess. Fareed, our chip leader, mucks his 3 deuce. Jesse with an awful 4 deuce. Can't play.
Now with Zach holding Jack 9 in the big blind. I would expect him to go to the flop here. Most players do. Oh, wow, he's just going to drop it. That's a little bit surprising.
Chris Limo going to drive away with that win, taking down his first pot at the final table tonight.
It's still early in the season, but the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race is well underway. Benjamin Zamani currently has a substantial lead thanks to his back-to-back runner-up finishes. Tonight's players will also earn coveted points towards achieving their ultimate goal, being named the Season 15 Hublot WPT Player of the Year. We will continue to update you on any movements on the leaderboard as the season progresses. Play is starting back up, so let's get back to the action with Vince and Tony.
That is a beautiful Hublot timepiece. Now, Tony, you're a champion on the WPT. Where's your watch?
Unfortunately, Vince, I won my event 1 season too early, so unless we can backdate our sponsorship with Hublot, I am currently watchless.
I missed it by that much.
Yeah. All right, Simon here first to act, gonna raise up King 8 suited. It's a little bit surprising. It's a little wider than most players raise here, but certainly nothing crazy. Taha right behind him, gonna make the call with pocket 7s.
Now Jesse, Sylvia going out. Zach not gonna play that. Limo takes a drive away, and we have 2-handed action. Taha versus Simon. 7s versus King 8 of hearts. Here's the flop.
And it is all 5s. So not a lot to go with on this flop for Simon, and he's just gonna check and probably give up here. I think he knows that if he were to bet, he's not gonna fold out any better hands. Obviously, no pairs will fold, an ace won't fold. So he's just gonna drop it.
When I'm playing well, everything, just if you feel like, you know, you're hitting every draw, every set, whatever it is, it's just like getting there and making the right bets to get your opponent to call, or making the right bets to get them to fold. That's when you know you're playing well. That's how I feel.
Tata on a little roll, huh?
He makes a great point. I think that when you steal pots, when you're earning pots, When you're betting with nothing, everything works, then all of a sudden, hands seem to come your way. It's just beautiful.
Sometimes it feels like you can just see through other people's cards, and even on the hands where you guess wrong, the deck's gonna bail you out anyway.
Farid Jattin out in front with close to 16 million here tonight. As we continue action on Taha, ace-6 in first position, won't play it.
Over to Farid now, and he's got the ace-king here.
Whoa. He's been very poised so far, very patient, and now he's got a big hand, looks around the table.
I find it a little odd that he does so much assessing of the stacks around the table before anything has changed in a meaningful way, but I guess there's nothing wrong with taking your time.
Well, he's raised, and now right behind him, Jesse.
Pocket fours.
All in.
He's going to push all in.
Yeah, Jesse here moving in with a pair because he believes that Farid opens a lot of hands pre-flop. He's just a little unlucky that this time he's run into a real one, but oh, he's run into 2 real hands because Simon Lamb in the big blind also has ace-king.
All in.
And he has pushed all in with his ace-king of hearts.
Farid now eyeing up this pot, thinking about what these guys could potentially have, whether he has the right odds to call here and go for the double KO.
Wow. He's gonna make this call. They turn up the cards.
Boom. Ace king, we have 4s.
Jesse Sylvia loving it.
Pretty sure Jesse had a heart attack when he had 2 players go all in behind him.
We've had the most silly, hands.
And then when their cards are revealed, it turns out that the 2 players against him have a combined 4 outs. So although Simon, of course, could potentially make a flush, and both these guys could make a straight, really, Jesse's in excellent shape here to triple up.
And here is the flop, and it's pretty good there for Jesse Sylvia's 10, 9, 8 appears. No help for the ace-kings.
Yeah, essentially a safe flop here. There is a backdoor flush draw for Simon. Both of them have the backdoor straight draw to Broadway. But really, this is a good flop for pocket fours.
Going to the turn, and it gets better and better. Deuce of clubs. Now, if Simon loses his hand, he will not be out, but he will be on the real abrupt short stack. So he needs a prayer here. Going to the river.
It's a 3. Jesse Sylvia is safe. Going to score a massive triple up here.
The lifeguard saves the day. What a hand for him. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more from the Borgata Poker Open on the World Poker Tour in just a moment. Wow. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The Borgata Poker Open continues, and what a hand we just saw.
Jesse Sylvia, the ex-lifeguard and runner-up in the World Series main event a few years ago, triples up in a dramatic hand with pocket fours versus ace-king and ace-king. Simon Lamb, unfortunately, left crippled after that hand, has just 5 blinds going forward, but could potentially run it up, so we'll see. Farid's once insurmountable chip lead starting to show some chinks in the armor.
Yeah, he's damaged a little bit there, but still has a massive chip lead. Blinds are 50 and 100. Let's go to the felt action on Farid. Folds his hand. Jesse Sylvia also going out.
There's sort of a weird dynamic at the table right now because Simon is so short. Everyone else should be very risk-averse until Simon either doubles up or is eliminated.
Zach is going to raise to 225. Limo goes out. Into Simon, who is on the short stack, and no, he won't play that.
Kind of a close spot for Simon there, but shows some discipline, drops the king-8, and now with ace-queen in the big blind, it's Taha Maroof.
Yeah, picks up a solid ace-queen. Will he repop?
I think that he should call here, because as I said before, if he were to re-raise, he creates the possibility of playing a really big pot against Zach, and that's not actually what he wants here, even though he has a strong hand.
Well, he has just called. And he should have raised because a 10-6-4 hits, and that gives 10s to Zach Grunenberg. Slops in, hitting his 10s. Taha will check.
Taha, one of those guys with the really firm, hard check on the table.
260.
And Zach now feeling much more confident, making the continuation bet of 260. And Taha will run away.
Zach Grunenberg gonna take down this pot.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on.
There's a quick pause in the action, so let's fill you in on some recent happenings on the World Poker Tour. WPT Deep Stacks took a trip to Southwest Florida and the Seminole Casino Hotel Immokalee, where local Nathan Papp won the title and nearly $70,000. And Tony, I hear that you were recently over in Europe.
That's right, Vince. I was there for the WPT National Ireland, held at INEC Killarney. Got to see some sights and play some poker, plus I cashed in the tournament. But the big winner was Richard Lawler, who took home 65,000 euros and the WPT National Trophy.
Sounds like a great time. Now, if you'd like to join us on the WPT, just head to WPT.com for a complete event schedule. Now let's get back down to the table here at Borgata. 6 players competing for first place prize of $821,000. You know, we started out this event with 1,179 total entries.
Year after year, event after event, we always get numbers at the Borgata.
Down to these 6. Action on Jesse Sylvia. And he looks at an ace-9. Folds that in first position. Zach just took the last hand, but he won't play. Chris Limo looking at a king-jack. Seems interested.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's curious about how much Simon is playing behind him. But I expect him to raise here.
He says he plans to use the money for his daughter's education. That is a nice thing. He is going to raise 235 total. Simon going out. Taha Maroof. The hideous 6-3. Can't play that mess.
Over to Fareed here in the big blind. He has 5-3 suited, and while that's not a very strong hand, I actually think he has a really good opportunity to re-raise pre-flop because Chris Limo is in 5th place, while Simon is a very short-stacked 6th place. However, Fareed elects to just call.
He's got 13 million in front. He deserves to slop around to see if he can catch, but he does not. King Jack 9. That gives 2 pair for Chris. Of course, Fareed not hitting anything checks.
Yeah, this flop is all Chris and 0 Fareed.
Unless Limo wants to play it slow, but he does not. He's going to push 330. Fareed goes out. So Chris Limo taking down that pot. He's got a lot of friends and family here. A tough back east player. This thing is up for grabs. 6 players going for the championship and $821,000.
We have to take a short break, but there is more action to come. Plus, the Royal Flush crew gets a taste of what's new here at Borgata.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
My name is Joe Muldoon, and I'm the executive chef here at the Marketplace Eatery in the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We are the premier gourmet retailer in Atlantic City. We have over 120 different types of cheeses, over 50 different types of meats, and then all of the jams, jellies, honeys, and mustards that you could ever want. We have a vast olive oil and balsamic vinegar selection. We also have an incredible dried pasta selection.
That's great news because I love pasta.
I had my staff here prepare several plates for you guys to sample.
Wow.
Incredible.
Delish.
Please join us again at the Marketplace Eatery at the Borgata. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Never gonna leave.
Well, you gotta love the new Marketplace here at Borgata. But you know what? They have a brand new pool. They have a beer garden. And also they have a new nightclub, Tony, called Premier, and it's incredible. So they've got it all going on at Borgata.
There's our chip counts for the moment. Free Jatton just under 13 million on the big stack. Jesse up to 7.6. Few of them tied for 3rd place right now. And of course, Simon Lamb, our short stack with just 4 big blinds.
Go to the table. It's on Zach.
Zach Grunberg, first to act, drops his Queen 6, now with Chris Limo.
He won't play. Simon now on the short stack. He has King 5, got 400,000 in front of him.
All in.
He's going to shove his 400,000 into the pot.
Can Simon and his 4 big blinds shook him? Let's see.
8-5 goes out.
Fareed out, now over to Jesse.
I wonder if I can fold anything.
Jesse here with almost any 2 cards is going to be calling considering the price.
Wow. How much is it? 400, I think.
4-5 offsuit is one of those hands that's going to be on the borderline here. That does not fare very well. Heads up, all in pre-flop.
Getting 3-1.
He's in second chip position with close to 8 million.
2-1, I mean. 33%.
Could even argue that it's in Jesse's best interest to allow Simon to stay alive so he can use his bigger stack to apply pressure on those medium stacks until Simon's fate has been decided.
Seems close. Sorry, man, I don't mean to make you sit there.
Well, if Simon saw Jesse's hand, he'd say, come on in. Or do you just take it now and be happy and move on? Well, that's what's going to happen.
It must have been real garbage.
It had to be real
It must have been real garbage.
I feel his pain, though. I've had spots like that. I'm just like...
I'll take the big one, boys.
You definitely probably weren't expecting a fold.
I think I just doubled up.
Simon Lamb, the entrepreneur, says he's going to California to open a Thai ice cream shop. I think that's a great idea.
Please.
What's the difference between regular ice cream and Thai ice cream? I know what a Thai iced tea is. That I can easily conceptualize. But Thai ice cream, I'm less certain.
I've had it, but I forgot what it tastes like. I know it's good, though. Does that make any sense?
It does, because if it was really bad, you would have remembered.
And now Taha Maroof with a king-9 of spades. Likes it. He'll raise to 205. Now Fareed Jattin with just 7 deuce looks like he's going to get tricky here.
Now, I mentioned when Fareed had that 5-3 suited earlier that it would be a good spot to apply some pressure on the medium stacks while Simon was still short. He's using the same idea here, but applying it with 7-2 offsuit.
Yeah, he's raised with that junk, and Jesse behind him with ace-10.
Jesse has kind of an interesting decision here, but the regular thing to do, the usual thing to do is just fold. And he does indeed drop his hand. Zach in the big blind with 8-2 offsuit quickly out. And back to Taha, and he's out real fast.
So with that power move, the Colombian, Fareed, extends the chip lead.
Yeah, Fareed building that buffer between himself and Jesse, but we'll have more right after this.
If only there was a place where over $1 million was awarded in cash and prizes every year.
There is Vince. Join ClubWPT.com for a chance to win a share of over $1 million in cash and prizes each year.
Sick of those other social poker sites where it's all in all the time? Well, it's time to switch to Play WPT. Head to playwpt.com on your laptop, phone, or tablet. Here, there, anywhere. There are games going around the clock. Where or when doesn't matter. It's your poker skills that matter, because at playwpt.com, the chips are hard to come by, so every hand counts. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Well, we are in Atlantic City at the beautiful Borgata. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst, and the chip leader is Fareed Jattin from Colombia. He's got 13.3 million in chips.
Behind him are 4 players within a few million of each other, and then Simon Lamb, the definitive short stack right now with just 600,000, looking for anything good to get his money in, but 4-2 offsuit, definitely not good enough.
Can't do it. Taha Maroof behind him with just a 7-3. He'll get out of the way, and now the chip leader, Fareed, with a queen-4.
As I mentioned, while Simon is this short, it's very easy for Fareed to apply a lot of pressure against everyone else on the table.
Well, he's made it 265 to go. Only one to beat now is Chris Limo. Owns a limo business. He has ace-7. He's from Bayside, New York. And he will stick around and make a call and see a flop.
Yeah, most players like to go to the flop with any ace out of the big blind, especially when you're facing a raise from somebody as active as Fareed, but Fareed does outflop the ace-high of Chris Limo here. He makes bottom pair of 4s.
Yeah, Jack 8-4 on the flop. Fareed looking good with a continuation bet. A mere 300,000. Chris Limo driving away. And Fareed casually taking that pot.
Pulled out a big hand there.
Farid is self-employed. He's from Colombia. He's 27 years old. He's ranked #1 in Colombia of the all-time money list in poker. How do you like that?
Well, I've never been to Colombia, so I don't know how I'd like it. But from what I hear, oh yeah.
Yeah, they say it's a beautiful country and nice people. And now Farid again putting pressure with a king-9, makes it 265 to go. Everyone folding like dominoes.
All in.
And now Simon picking up ace-5. He says all in. Instant call by Farid, of course.
These guys practically in a coin flip, but Simon with a small advantage here, trying to double up and get back into this final table. Farid trying to score the first knockout. We're going to a flop.
Flop is queen, jack, 4, 2 diamonds.
So a gut shot straight draw for Farid to go out with his outs to the king and 9. Simon's still in the lead here.
Simon, mainly a cash game player. Looking good here tonight, but on the ropes in front. 6 is going to help Simon.
So Simon, currently safe, going to the river, has 10 outs to fade. Farid looking for a king, 9, or 10.
Simon looking good. If this should hold up, he'll be right back in the action.
Jesse gets the first sweat. Let me go over there and give you a... I gotta read your face.
Let's take a look at the river. The river is...
River card is an 8 of clubs. That's a good one for Simon. He'll take it down with ace high. So we have 6 players going after the big title here tonight and 821,000.
Crowd is stoked.
That's all for now here in Atlantic City, so please join us next week for continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
In Atlantic City, just a few players remain in the journey to become the next WPT champion. Welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Year after year, the action at Borgata never disappoints, and tonight is no different. Standing by to call the action are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst, who is sitting in for Mike Sexton. Boys, what can we expect to see when play starts back up?
Wow, Lynn, I'll tell you something. 6 players, impeccable poker tonight. But the crazy thing is, Farid Jattin, he has played super aggressive. He's dipped a little bit in chips, but he's doing fine.
Yeah, Farid has definitely been the headline so far. He lost against Jesse Sylvia with ace-king to pocket 4s. He doubled up Simon Lamb, but he's won pretty much everything else. So mostly going his way, but gotta win those all-ins.
This thing is up for grabs, anyone's game. We'll see what happens.
Great stuff. Play is starting back up, so let's check the chip counts and get down to it.
Farid Jattin, 13 million.
Jesse Sylvia behind him at 7.4. Both Taha Maroof and Zach Grunenberg hanging around 5 million. Chris Limo has got 3.3, and Simon Lamb with 1.26 million.
The winner will take home 821,000 here tonight.
Plus a beautiful and well-manicured Hublot watch, which every WPT champion this season will take home.
Action on Farid. He has a ugly-looking 6 deuce of diamonds. Will he stay aggressive? It's gonna raise it. Make it 265 to go. Jesse Sylvia goes out. And now Zach Grunenberg, 26-year-old out of Pennsylvania with a king-queen.
Zach, one of our medium stacks, as I said earlier, not looking to unnecessarily play big pots with Farid, who could eliminate him, so he just calls with king-queen here. I like the play. Right behind him is Chris Limo with ace-8 of hearts.
How much is it? Owns a limo service in New York. Makes the call. And now Taha Maroof, the New Yorker, 32 years old. He has a pair of 10s.
Now, usually players would re-raise here in this position, but because Simon is so short, and because Farid could easily gamble with Taha if he were inclined, I'm not surprised to see him just call here.
Doesn't try the squeeze play, hopes to get lucky on the flop. Who will be the one? It's a king-queen 3. That gives 2 pair for Zach right off the bat.
And this flop is all Zach and none of anyone else.
So Taha and Fareed both checking, and now Zach with his 2 pair. Gonna stick out 650. Chris goes away. Taha saying, I should have raised before the flop. That's what happens if you don't stay aggressive. Zach Grudenberg gonna take this one. There's Zach's family and friends on the rail, enjoying the moment tonight.
Fiance as well, recently engaged Zach Grudenberg. Congratulations.
Started playing poker with friends. He won a lot of money, so he has no more friends. Jesse Sylvia, who came in second at the World Series a few years back to pick up a huge salary. He's got $6 million in total lifetime earnings. He's got ace-jack this time, and he will raise. 255 to go.
Now with Zach, holding queen 4 suited.
Zach content to fold. Limo drives away. Simon going out. Taha with a 7-6. He's got some money in there, but nope. Let's take a look at our chip leader. Fareed Jatna has picked up aces. How do you like that?
Man, he had to double check that one. Is this real? Fareed here in the big blind will look pretty strong if he re-raises, but I still think he should do it because he has such an active image and he's playing against the second chip stack here and would like to be able to take a lot of his stack if he has the opportunity. Jesse with ace-jack is kind of a tough decision here. He knows that Fareed is being very active, but he also knows that most 3-bets out of the big blinds come from strong hands.
These are the 2 chip leaders, and Jesse's gonna make a wise fold.
Fareed, the chip leader, has been at the final table at Regatta before, but came up a little short in 6th place.
It was kind of like a crazy hand. I got it in kings to queens to tens for a lot of chips, you know. And I ended up getting 3rd place in the hand.
Pain and torture at the Regatta.
Unbelievable.
I've learned to win like a champ and lose like a champ. But I'm still like that, you know, because there's too many whiners out there in poker. It hurts because you're playing for so much, but I mean, if you really look at the big picture, you got to learn how to take it, you know, appreciate it and try to get there again, which I'm here again. Like I said, I would be.
I like that attitude.
Yeah, I like the confidence. I like the acceptance of losing, which is a very important part of this game, Vince. Most nights it's just not going to fall your way.
6 players competing for this major championship. We got a couple folds into the short stack. Simon Lamb from Brooklyn, New York. He's an entrepreneur. He's going to move to California to open a Thai ice cream shop, and he's going to fold.
Yeah, a little bit close there with the king 7 holding 12 blinds, but Simon does fold. Now to Taha here with 5-4 offsuit on the button. I'm not sure what I think of raising this button here. Not only is his hand pretty weak, but he's raising into the only 2 players on the table with more chips than him, and he doesn't really want to play a big pot while Simon's so short. A little surprised to see Fareed just call pocket 8s out of the small blind. And Jesse here, no surprise to see him peel 10-9 offsuit in the big blind, so 3 ways to the flop.
And the flop is a 6-3-3, so 8's looking good, but open-ended straight draw for Taha, the raiser. And Fareed with the 8s, making a nice solid bet of 315. Jesse gets out of the way.
Taha with the open-ended here and getting about 4-1, so he's definitely not folding this flop.
Yeah, Taha will make the call. Open-ended, hoping to get lucky on the turn. Turn card, he does get lucky. Deuce of clubs, he's hit it straight.
That is the gin card, and it is really tough for Fareed to not believe he has the best hand here.
Yeah, overpair, he's making a bet, 595. And right now, show tune's going off in this man's head.
I think if I'm Taha, I would just call here and give Fareed a chance to make one more bet on the river.
He's making the call, hoping nothing crazy hits on the river. And it's a 7 of hearts, nothing special. Taha looking good, and Fareed About to be body bagged in this one. Wisely checks.
This is a pretty unlucky run out for Farid. The board hasn't given him any reason to think his 8s aren't good. If Taha has a 3, you know, it's kind of like good for you.
Oh, Taha's gonna bet 925.
Yeah, tough spot for Farid to get away.
Undroppable, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's gonna make the call, it's gonna hurt. Oh. Just bad luck there for Farid. Nicely hit by Taha.
And Taha takes down one of the largest pots of this final table.
And a standing ovation for Taha's friends. Now Farid down to 11 million. Taha at second chip position with 7.4 million.
And there we see the chips starting to even out around this final table, with the exception of Simon Lamb, who is patiently waiting for a quality hand to put his last 11, 12 blinds in the middle with.
Yeah, let's see if he does it this time. Let's take a peek at Simon Lamb's cards. The Ice Cream Man, nope. Not too special, 5 deuce. Gonna throw that away. And now Taha, who just hit beautifully on the turn with a big pot, won't play that. Farid. This time he's got a quality queen, jack of diamonds. He will raise to 200,000. Jesse goes out.
Suited Broadway. Always a must-play hand. Zach with pocket 7s in the big blind. I would expect him to just call here. And he does. So we'll go to this flop heads up.
7s versus queen, jack, and the flop is a queen. 3-7.
Wow.
3 of a kind for Zach, and Farid hitting top pair. Disaster in the works.
Top pair with the flush draw. This is a monster flop for Farid, and yet he is a massive underdog in the hand.
Zach wisely checks, trying to trap his opponent. Farid gonna make the bet, 185. Don't scare him off with just a call. Nicely done, Zach.
Yeah, I like the call here from Zach.
Deuce, perfect for Zach, no diamond. And he checks again, just gonna trap his man. Farid gonna bet again, 330.
I like the way he sized it here as well. I'm trying to keep a 7 in. Unfortunately, it's trip 7s for Zach. And he is about to raise it up here. Makes it 950,000 to go. And there is no chance that Farid can get it away. He can likely sense that he is behind at this juncture of the hand, but he has way too much of this board to be folding, so we are going to go to the river.
Zach in front at this moment.
Oh,
but it's a jack, give it 2 pair for Farid.
Most of the hands that Zach had that was beating Farid here were 2 pair. So Farid, of course, cannot fold this river, and unfortunately, it's just a cooler.
7s.
Zach with the set, top 2 pair for Farid.
So you have queen, jack?
Queen, jack.
Things are turning for the chip leader Farid. Well, he is imploding before our very eyes.
An hour ago, I thought Farid Jattin was going to run away with this final table. Now it's questionable whether he's even chip leader.
6 players left at Brigada. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
The Club Savers Guide program saves VIP members big money at places they already shop and visit. Save big, win big at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the beautiful Brigada in Atlantic City, where the antes are going up to 20,000. Blinds are 6120. New chip leader is Zach Grunenberg, 8.6 million. Farid Jattin with about 8 million. We go down to the felt. Action on Taha Maroof.
Yeah, the chips have really evened out around this table. We essentially have a 4-way tie for first place. Chris Limo sitting comfortable around 25 blinds, and Simon on the short stack with just under 10 big blinds.
And we got 3 quick folds in a row around to Zach, our new chip leader. And he's got an uneventful Jack 4. He also folds. Chris Limo, the limo guy from New York, with a King 5. Battle of the blinds.
This seems like a pretty clear all-in pre-flop in the small blind with the king facing the 10 big blind stack, who can't call you too light here, and I think this is a little bit of the inexperience of Chris Limo showing. Simon, of course, just checks 10-2 offsuit, and nobody flops anything on ace-jack-jack, but again, I think that Chris should probably just fire out here really small and expect to pick up the pot pretty often. A little too passive here.
Well, they go check, and once again, check, down to the river. Limo in front, and he hits his kings. And he will still check it.
I win. I got it.
And the short stack also checks. So Chris Limo saying, I win.
Trying to get a bet out of you.
Give me the chips. Chris is married with 3 daughters, owns a limo company in New York. Tough poker pro.
I win one hand, every one out. Can I get some love?
First final table on the World Poker Tour, his 3rd cash. Pretty impressive. As we move on, action on Fareed. And he's got a 10-8. He mucks.
Now with Jesse, he's got ace-6 suited. I'm going to come in for a raise here to 280,000. Zach right behind him with king-jack.
And they stare each other down. And Zach just gonna call it.
Chris is out, Simon out. Taha folding 7-deuce. So heads up to the flop, Jesse and Zach.
Ace-6 of clubs versus king-jack, and the flop is a king 9-3. King's there for Zach Grunenberg.
Pretty good flop for Zach here. Not too much for Jesse, although he does have a backdoor flush draw.
Well, Jesse has bet with just ace-high here. Call by Zach with the kings. Queen on the turn. Will the man from Vegas bet? Nope, checking it.
I expect Zach to bet here. There's a lot of pair and straight draw possibilities for Jesse. A little surprised to see him check behind here.
Queen on the river pairing the board.
Ace-high. King.
They go check.
Well, Zach's going to win the hand there, but I feel like he missed a bet somewhere, either on the turn or river. I would prefer to see it on the turn, and either way, he's not going to get any more chips out of Jesse's ace-high.
There in the audience is Zach's fiance and his mother.
Oh, Pat's in the house.
That's Vanessa Selps there to support her friend Jessie Sylvia.
Action's going to be on Jesse. Jessie Sylvia out. Now this time Zach getting 9, so his hands are really heating up.
Zach building a nice wall of chips here.
Makes it 250 to go. Chris and Simon fold. Taha wants no part of it. Only one to take down now would be Fareed. He's got queen 8.
And if I know Fareed, he will not be folding.
He's got to be a little punchy. Things have not gone his way tonight at the final table, but he's still playing well. It's just sometimes he just can't make it happen. Let's see if he can do it on this hand. The flop is a 7-3 deuce. Great flop for 9s.
The deck has been unkind to Fareed so far at this final table. Playing well, but getting flops and runouts that force him to pay off against better hands. Here, he's going to be able to avoid any further trouble as he has nothing on this 7-high board.
At a 325, Fareed has to fold the hand. Zach on a really good tear right now.
I'm in the zone right now, for sure. I'm just trying to stick to a routine, basic routine. Just keep it going, man. And I'm just like maintaining that mentality that like, it's not over yet. Anything can happen. One hand at a time. Let's do it.
It's okay to make some noise, team. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone's so shy around here. Even Limo's not talking much. Why you gotta pick on me, man? Because you're the friendliest guy.
That's a funny thing. When you start becoming the chip leader, you get very extroverted.
It's so easy to be confident when you've got a wall of chips in front of you.
He's got close to 10 million in chips. He has turned this thing around for Reed with about 7-7.
And Zach has done this steadily. There hasn't been any one huge pot that he won. Of course, hitting that set against the two pair of Fareed Jattin got him paid off on 3 streets. But he has not been all in pre-flop.
This time, Zach going to take a rest and go to the rail. And now Chris Limo with a 10-8 of clubs. He's going to take a stab with his mediocrity. Makes it 275 to go.
Mediocrity? I will not have you talk about 10-8 suited like that, Vince.
Simon goes away, Taha out, and now Fareed with just a 4-5. Fareed loves the action. We saw him win a big pot with 7 deuce early on, and now look at this. He is going to raise to 880 with just 5 high. And right behind him, Jesse has picked up a real hand, though.
I mentioned earlier that as long as Simon is really short, there's an opportunity for the medium stacks and bigger stacks to pick on somebody like Chris Limo. But unfortunately for Fareed, Jesse Sylvia wakes up with ace-king behind him and is about to put in the 4-bet. There it is, just under 2.4 million to go, and I can't imagine Fareed believes that Jesse would fold at this point. I mean, he's put in 40% of his stack here, and Fareed with just 5 high doesn't have much of a play. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I call.
Shoving here is beyond ridiculous.
Wow.
This,
We have ace-king.
Wow, Fareed didn't need to jeopardize another 5.5 million more. And right now, he's a pretty big dog.
Good for Jesse, yes, good for Jesse. Let's go, Jesse.
He's a big favorite to double up and become a massive chip leader here, and he finds the ace.
Some ace 10-3.
So a deuce would give Fareed Jattin a straight. Otherwise, he was in bad shape here against the ace-king of Jesse Sylvia.
Fareed needs to spike that deuce right now. Not to be as a queen hits on the turn.
We're going to the river. Jesse Sylvia, a huge favorite here to double up and cripple Fareed Jattin. He only needs to dodge a deuce. That is Fareed's only out going to this river.
The lifeguard with the save of his life, 1 card away from a massive pot. And it will hold up as a jack of spades hit Jesse Sylvia. Absolutely gonna cripple Fareed Jattin.
I can't believe what I just saw, Vince. That is one of the worst spew-offs I've witnessed in my time on the World Poker Tour.
Stay with us, we're coming back with more. 6 players remain here on the World Poker Tour. Wow. Welcome back to Borgata. Here in Atlantic City, this is the Borgata Poker Open, and right now, Jesse Sylvia, the chip leader with 13.2 million.
Vince, I can't believe what I just saw with that 5-4 versus ace-king hand, but one guy who can absolutely believe it is Jesse Sylvia.
Big chip leader now at this point. Onto this hand, quick fold by Mr. Limo, and now Simon Lamb, who's on the short stack, finally picks up a strong hand, ace-king.
All in?
And he's gonna shove all in.
Natural to just move all in pre-flop here, and it's such a short stack. This hand plays itself.
Big 70.
Taha can't play. Couple folds behind him. Jesse can't call. And Zach can't call. So everyone going out, and finally, Simon Lamb taking down a little pot. He's gotta like that.
Now, when you're that short, every pot feels like a huge victory.
Just like the old days, getting my big blind taken by Shookum.
I love poker. Poker was my first passion, but I've always wanted to do something outside of poker, you know? My parents were both entrepreneurs. All my uncles and aunts all own their own business, so I was always raised in a family where everyone was really all about business. So I'm starting an ice cream shop. It's a Thai-inspired ice cream shop. We pour a batter that we make onto a cold plate and it instantly freezes. And we roll it up into circular rolls. The product's gonna be amazing. The presentation's gonna be amazing. The taste is gonna be immaculate. Wow. This will be the best ice cream you'll ever have in SoCal. Rolling deep.
Now, Simon Lamb isn't the only legitimate businessman around this table. Chris Limo owns and operates a limousine company called Excel Limos in New York City. And Taha Maroof is about to open a restaurant called Fat Monk, also in New York City.
A lot of very talented guys at this table. Let's go back down to it. Action on Taha. He releases that hand. Fareed, everything has gone the wrong way for him tonight. He goes out. Our chip leader, Jesse, going away as well. And now Zach with a 10-8 of diamonds.
You know how I feel about 10-8 suited, Vince?
No. How do you feel? You love it.
Love it.
You love it.
Love it.
It's your favorite hand?
One of the first episodes of the WPT I ever watched. Gus Hansen called an all-in from Antonio holding 10-8 suited against Antonio's pocket sevens. Antonio looks at him and just goes, I don't get it.
Strange things happen at the tables. And right now, Zach has raised to 240. Chris is going to stick around. Chris has ace-jack.
That's a little surprising that Chris didn't just go all-in pre-flop.
Simon mucks his 4-3.
Check blind. Fair enough.
Chris is going to check blind, and he hits the aces as an ace-7-7 appear.
Great flop for Chris Limo here. I would expect Zach to bet once and then shut down if he doesn't turn a 9 for the open-ended straight draw.
Will make the continuation bet of 240, and the Limo is gassing up. He'll rope-a-dope him and make the call, just the call, going to the turn. And the turn is irrelevant. Deuce of clubs.
Not much there to inspire Zach Grunberg.
Check, check. River card 5 of hearts. Chris Limo from Bayside, 33 years old. Family man. Gotta like his hand. Gotta put in a 640 bet. Zach has nothing, so he goes away. And there is Chris Limo's friends and family out there. He's got to be feeling good. There is Chris's wife. Jesse Sylvia, 13.4. Limo has about 3.3. Zach with 9.2. And Fareed Jatton is the story of the night. He's practically the short stack at this point, and now he's got a pair of 8s.
And only about 10 blinds here for Fareed, so I would just expect him to shove pre-flop.
He's going to push it all in.
There he goes.
Jesse has a queen 4. Can't play that hand. And Zach has picked up the pair of aces.
How much is it?
At the right time.
Zach going to play a little bit coy here in case anyone behind him finds a quality hand.
I call.
Yeah, does a whining call. Try to induce a couple guys on his left, perhaps.
I guess I call.
Peel it, peel it.
Chris Limo rubs Zach for luck, but he doesn't know yet that
I don't need to look at the second one.
the only lucky way to play this hand is to find junk and fold pre-flop.
Yeah, they all go out and they're going to show their hands. Oh, Fareed can't believe it. Up against the aces.
Good luck, Fareed.
He's in shock. I mean, he started out as such a big chip leader at the final table, and now he's down to this pair of 8s.
I don't know what to say, Vince. I mean, I've never seen a final table meltdown quite like this. Let's go to the flop.
Oh, boy.
Man.
Ace, king, queen.
Technically, Fareed could go perfect with running 8s, or he could go jack 10 for a chop, but he's essentially finished.
It's not over yet.
It is, honey. Sit down, Fareed. Oh. Yeah.
Fareed getting up. He is devastated, but there's still a long shot.
Turn is an 8. So Fareed with one out going to the river. If Fareed can find the case 8 in the deck and hit running perfect, he will double up and stay alive. Otherwise, he will be our 6th place finisher. Vince, I might piss myself if an 8 comes on the river.
I don't know about, want to see that, but I understand. Going to the river. Can Fareed hit the miracle of the year? Let's take a look. No, it's a 4 hearts.
Well, Vince, a shock ending that no one expected from our once insurmountable chip leader, Fareed Jatton, goes from 15 million to out in 6th place.
That is right. There is nothing safe in poker, especially here at the Borgata Poker Open. Fareed out, gonna take home 167,000. Let's talk to the victim. Come on over.
Wow, despite coming in with such a huge lead, it was just not in the cards this evening for Fareed Jattin, who is out in 6th place. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from Borgata.
That was a sick all-in, 4-5, right?
He's not scared to put his money in.
I wonder what the odds would have been for him to come 6th.
He's a great player, though.
For sure, yeah.
Well, we have a great one going here at the Borgata Poker Open tonight.
Yeah, you're right on, Vince. It's been a wild one. Fareed Jattin came into this final table with 45% of the chips in play. Unfortunately for Fareed, the cards just did not fall his way tonight, and rather than pumping the brakes, he continued to fire at pots until he just spun out of control and busted in 6th place.
Yeah, this might be the biggest lead we have ever seen blown on the World Poker Tour, but Fareed has some very good company. Season 3, Scotty Wynn squandered his huge chip lead and had to settle for a 5th place finish. Even the great Gus Hansen ran into trouble in pursuit of his 4th title after coming into the final table as the big stack at the WPT Spanish Championship.
I was looking for more than 5th, and there's definitely going in as a chip leader.
But Tony, no list of breakdowns would be complete without the poker brat himself, Mr. Phil Hellmuth.
We're playing so crazy.
The man had a meltdown back in Season 8 at the Bay 101. Never gets old.
Well, that was some great poker history, Vince, but Fareed's meltdown tonight might be not the greatest meltdown I've ever seen at a WPT final table, but the greatest meltdown I've ever seen at any final table. I mean, you just don't see that happen very often.
Scary game. Jesse Sylvia, 13.4 million. Let's go to the table. Action on Zach, who has picked up a nice ace-queen. Blinds are 61-20.
Zach, of course, going to raise this up. He will make it 260,000.
The man from Bayside, New York, is going to fold. Simon out. Taha with the Woolworths hand, 5 and 10. Goes away. Now Jesse has picked up a seductive little 6-7 of hearts.
Certainly not going to fold that type of hand in the big blind, so we will go to a flop between our 2 big stacks.
And the flop is a Queen Jack 7. Jesse checking it. Zach catching queens there. Top pair, ace kicker. He's going to bet it, 325.
Jesse did catch a little piece here, but that's not a very good texture for his hand, and I'm not really sure how he's going to respond to this bet.
Jesse too smart. Folds the hand.
Nice disciplined fold from Jesse there, despite making a pair.
And Zach has just been picking up pots. Has a great heater going on. Everything going right for him so far. Right back to it. Chris Limo now with a very strong ace-king.
$240.
He'll move it up to 240 to go. Simon out.
Gonna make the min raise here. Chris is in an interesting position right now because there are 3 players with a whole bunch of chips. He's in 4th place right now with about 25 to 30 blinds, and then Simon is really short stacked. So Chris is in a position where he should really minimize any big gambles or big risks that he would take, but this hand, there's no risk at all.
Oh, no fight at all. Shows the ace-king.
The limo. Limo riding in. If I knew that.
Mr. Limo doing well right now.
Chris, he's an interesting player. Super emotional. When he loses, starts screaming, cursing, yelling. I think when he sits down at the table, the way he talks and acts, he comes off as like a very recreational player.
If you ask anyone in New York and you say that Chris is playing the game, a cash game, they would all line up just to play with Chris.
He doesn't like to fold. So if you get a good hand against him, he'll pay you off. And I think he can get really frustrated really quick. He's definitely a ticking time bomb.
If you ask anyone from New York, they can be like, this guy's the craziest player. Because of my reputation, I've changed my game completely. I start out the tournaments, early levels, I'm always aggressive, super aggressive. When the blinds go up a little higher, I pull back. And these people still have the image of me, that super aggressive, crazy player that loves to, bluff and do whatever the case is. But later on during the tournament, I'm gonna overbet the pot, and they're gonna still pay me off.
That's how you play poker, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
He's shown amazing restraint, so he does have these guys confused, I think.
If anything, my only criticism of Chris Limo's playing style tonight is he's been a little too tight in some spots where he should apply pressure, like that blind versus blind confrontation he had against Simon Lamb.
You were trying to steal him over there? I was gonna snap your head off.
I'm not.
When I had ace king, trying to come over the top.
I had a pretty good hand, man.
Yes, so did I.
You know I wouldn't steal from you, Chris.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
A lot of chit-chat at the table, and we move on. A quick fold, and now Jesse Sylvia with a nice mid-pair of sevens. Blinds are 60-120. He is going to make it 280 to go. Zach gets out of the way, and now we look at Chris Limo's hand. He's got ace-5.
Well, we haven't seen him get creative pre-flop so far, but he hasn't folded yet. And he's reaching for raising chips, huh?
Gonna try to make a move with the ace-5. He's gonna move it up to 655 to go.
Chris's image is right for this play, but his execution is wrong. He's attacking the biggest stacked player on the table at a moment when Simon is on the brink of elimination, and re-raised the size that Jesse will never fold to. Plus, Jesse has the set now, so that's even worse.
680.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
He's just got 2 flat tires in that limo.
I didn't like it before, and I like it even less now.
Well, let's see what Jesse's going to do with this, whether you pop now or just call. Water flop for him, just calling. Going to try to trap Mr. Limo.
Like the call there from Jesse. Uh-oh. The 3 gives him some outs to a deuce to make a wheel.
All in.
Call. A quick call!
Oh, no. Vince, this is just a disaster.
I need a deuce or a 6.
Yeah, he's got some outs going to the river, but he should never be in this hand while Simon is so short.
The limo about to fly off a cliff. He needs a miracle. He needs a 2 or a 6.
Deuce 6. One time, baby. Limo time.
Down to the river we go.
That's 5 done. Deuce 6.
River card is a 9, not gonna work out.
Jesse Sylvia makes a full house on the river and scores his second elimination in this final table, knocking out Chris Limo in 5th place.
Chris Limo will pick up 207,000, and then also with that, let's go talk to him.
My goal was just get here. I got here. You know, I was short stacked the entire tournament pretty much. If it was meant to be, I would hit the deuce and a 6. It wasn't meant to be. It is what it is, you know? No regrets. Well, I'll be back.
With Chris Limo's 5th place finish, we're getting closer to naming the season 15 Borgata Poker Open champion. Stick around.
Get that camera.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker.
Where skill matters.
When you win a Club WPT VIP package worth thousands of dollars, you're in for a good time.
Well, good doesn't exactly describe the time had by Club WPT qualifier Edward Gordon.
The experience has been fantastic. I met a few poker players. Asher Kniff was directly across from me. I watched him on TV. It was enjoyable to play with a professional.
He did great. He looks like he's bagging like 80 or 90,000. He was the best player at the table all day.
I played with Olivier.
It was a lot of fun. He actually doubled through me once, which was not fun. WPT qualifiers in general are just like, have just a great attitude and really bring a great dynamic to the tables when they play.
It's a great opportunity for everybody. A lot of people that I've told that I play online are now got a big interest in joining the Club WPT.
Thanks to Club WPT, Edward went from watching the pros on TV to playing them live. Visit clubwpt.com and get in the game.
The only place that I play in the East Coast is Borgata. All my friends and family are here. There's nothing bad to say about the Borgata. Everything is just perfect. It's definitely my favorite casino.
Love the Borgata. It's just a really nice place. It feels like home, man. It feels like home.
Borgata is my home. Love being here. I enjoy staying here. The rooms are clean, comfortable. The restaurants, everything is just great about the Borgata. The staff, the dealers, they're all great.
It seems like people almost go out of their way to help me out. Whenever I leave the Borgata, I have like happy feelings about it.
Wow, that is so true. It's a happy place. Absolutely beautiful here at Borgata. But right now, 4 players are going after this title. Jesse Sylvia out front with 16.6 million in chips as we go back down to the felt.
Jesse out in front, but the happiest man at this final table right now is Simon Lamb. I'm sure he expected to be out in 6th place. Instead, he's locked up $250,000 for 4th place and is now free rolling for much, much more.
One of these players will take home $821,000 for the first place prize. Action on Jesse with King 10. He'll make it 280 to go. Zach and Simon out, and now Taha in the big blind with just a 9-10.
Yeah, I expect Taha to go to a flop here.
And he will speculate with a call. King 10 versus 9-10. And the flop is a Queen 10-6.
Now both players make second pair here. And both players check the flop, so we go to a turn, which is a 9.
Oh boy, good for Taha. Make it 2 pair. And a bet of 285 coming at Jesse.
Now Jesse can still improve and win this hand with a king, jack, or queen.
Going to the river, and it is a queen. Out-rivered Taha. And Taha is coming out with a bet.
Yeah, essentially a blocking value bet. He thinks this 10 is probably good. If Jesse checked back the flop, he likely doesn't have a queen.
Call. 10. I have the best 10.
You certainly do, Jesse.
Technically, that's the second best 10, but I'm nitpicking here.
Taha angrily mucks that hand, saying you sucked out on me. I don't like that. Jesse taking that pot. Taha absolutely seething.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
We're back at Borgata in Atlantic City as 4 players compete.
There we have our updated chip counts. Jesse Sylvia approaching 18 million. Zach at 10 million. Taha Maroof a little under 6. And Simon Lamb, our short stack, at 650,000.
Yeah, the blinds are 61-20, getting very expensive. Let's go to the table. Action on Zach.
This would be a really sick run out if he goes 8-8.
Fold by him, and now Simon says all in with an ace-6.
Absolutely.
On the short stack. Let's see if he gets action or not. Taha with a 9-10 has to fold.
Jesse getting a very good price here in the big blind.
Let's take a look at Jesse's cards.
Ooh.
This is outrageous. What is it, 6 something?
630.
Oh, that's over 5. Okay. That's an easier decision.
Come on.
He's gonna fold. Simon's gonna pick it up with ace high. Seems very happy to take that one down.
He's just picking on the big blind of the guy who doesn't know math, dude. He's like, he folded to a 4 big blind jam. Let's do this.
This is awesome, dude. I've never seen such a survivor.
Fighting, boys. Just doubled up.
Name of the game. Name of the game.
Every pot is massive at this stage. I mean, he just increased his stack by 50%. Has increased his payout by at least 83,000 here tonight just by folding from 6th to 4th. Now he has Jack-6 suited first to act. What's he want to do?
All in.
He wants to go all in.
He's gonna push and hope. Taha first to compete with. He's got Queen 10.
He's going out. Jesse is out. Over to Zach. Ooh, he's got a decision.
870. Oh, this one's a close one.
This could be the guy that takes you down.
Well, I guess no gamble, no future.
Going to showdown here. He's gonna have to suck out if he wants to stay alive.
No gamble, no future. You're King Jack.
Good luck, man.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
No one means it.
Not at all.
6-6.
Here we go. Can Simon get lucky on this flop and hit a 6? No, 10-7-3 on the flop. Simon in trouble. Zach looking good. Here we go to the turn. 3 going to pair the board. Simon needs a 6. That's going to do it. That's the only card for Simon.
Come on, 6 ball. 6 so hard.
He's one of the 3 6s or his night is over.
Here's the river.
There's a king. Zach Grunberg is going to eliminate Simon Lamb in 4th place. Did a fantastic job of surviving on the short stack and moving up 2 pay places. Going to collect $250,970 for his efforts.
Yeah, pretty good for Simon Lamb. Great guy. He hung on as long as he could. Let's go talk to him.
Yeah, I think I played perfect. I really couldn't find anything else that I could do. I got cooler pretty early, ace king of hearts to pocket 4s. I don't think I could have done anything else differently. I got 2 pay jumps with 10 big blinds. What more can I ask for?
Look, you're down to 4 blinds with 6 players left, and you end up finishing 4th? That's a good ladder.
That is true.
Well, it's time for us to say goodnight from Atlantic City. Please join us next time for the dramatic conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Taha, we've made it this far, buddy.
Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We're coming to you from Atlantic City with the conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The road to a title here at the Borgata Poker Open has been a wild ride. And standing by to provide their insight are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst, who is standing in tonight for Mike Sexton. Guys, what is your take on the remaining players?
Well, Lynn, a lot of great players at this table, and the former lifeguard, Jesse Sylvia, he's the chip leader. Everything's going his way.
Yeah, but right on his heels is Zach Grunberg, who is a legend in the online tournament scene for a lot of years and is trying to get his first major live title here tonight. And of course, you still got to deal with Taha Maroof, who is a regular up in the New York City cash game scene. He mostly plays Omaha, but a sharp hold'em player too.
Yeah, Lynn, great contest. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, guys. The players are ready to go to battle for the WPT title, so let's get down to the table.
The blinds are 75, 150. Jesse Sylvia from Las Vegas, 18.4 million. Winner's going to take home $821,000 here tonight at Borgata.
Some big pay jumps.
And they'll also receive the beautiful Hublot watch. Action on the button. That's Zach with an ace-7. Zach is from Bollesburg, Pennsylvania, and he is going to raise to $300,000. Taha Maroof, 32, goes out. Now Jesse with an attractive queen jack of spades. Gotta like that.
Always love a suited Broadway hand.
Calls, and we're going to see the flop. Flop is a 6-4-3. There's 2 clubs.
So a gut shot straight draw and 2 overcards for Zach here. A little bit surprised that he's checking there.
They go check, check. And a deuce of clubs on the turn. And Jesse's going to come out with a bet. 275. Try to take control of this pot. And Zach has to muck. So Jesse Sylvia from Las Vegas, 30 years old. He's never won a tournament, but he came in second at the World Series main event a few years back. He has close to $6 million in total lifetime earnings in the poker world. That's a lot of money. Action's on Jesse. He won a satellite to get into this tournament for only $700, and he is running it up here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a big parlay for Jesse Sylvia no matter what happens.
Jesse with queen 6 has raised it.
I like this call out of Zach.
Taha going out. And here's the flop. Flop is a king 4-3, so Zach hitting 4s.
Good flop for Zach here. Kind of surprised that Jesse didn't follow through with the bet. It's a pretty uncoordinated board, and he can turn some straight draw outs.
10 on the turn. He's going to get busy with a bet, 375. He's a former lifeguard. That is Jesse, and he's going to swim away. And Zach Runeberg, there's his family, his mother.
I love you, sweetie. My first time here seeing you.
In terms of life adversity, there's been a lot. I had a really bad drug problem multiple years ago. I've been 3 years sober almost now. I shouldn't even really be here. I was like pretty close to dead. But thankfully, I ended up going to rehab and I got my life together. And ever since then, I've had pretty good poker success and just overall life happiness. It's been a long time coming for me. It's been like a tough couple of years. So I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
You know, I first met Zach when he was 18 at the Aussie Millions several years ago, and I remember back then thinking that he was a really nice, extroverted guy and a hell of a player. It's very admirable of him to speak openly about some of the problems he encountered during his time, despite the fact that he was having success on the felt.
I've never seen him play in person. I would love to, yes. I mean, this is big for me. Very big.
No pressure at all, man.
His mother bragging. She's got to be so excited to see her son going after huge money here tonight. Zach Runeberg.
Clearly his #1 fan in the stands tonight.
Everything's going Zach's way at this point. Really nice. And Zach looks down at a pair of fours. He will come with a raise, 350 total. Taha Maroof, whoa, big hand, ace, king. He has a degree in psychology, and he's gonna re-raise. He's figured it out, makes it 925 total. Jesse gets out of the way.
I would rather shove with Zach's hand than call. Small pocket pairs don't play great post-flop in 3-bet pots, but we're going to a flop, and it's a pretty good one for Zach's pocket fours.
Taha hit nothing. He's gonna pretend like he did.
This is an uncoordinated flop, so I like that Taha is firing out here, and that he's made a very small bet, as that will get Zach to fold plenty of the hands in his range that get to the flop.
Well, he gets the call. Turn card is an ace. Taha hits the aces.
That puts a flush draw on the board as well. Ooh, do not like that check at all out of Taha. I mean, his opponent can have pairs, his opponent can have an ace, can have draws. Well,
let's see what happens.
Ooh, oh man, and Zach has made a straight on the river, and this is gonna cost Taha some money.
Well, now Taha's doing everything backwards. Now he's gonna bet 925. Zach hitting the holy card right there, making his straight.
How much do you have left?
Asking in a discouraged way.
It's 2.7.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Obvious tell.
Zach rechecking his cards, something he does surprisingly often for a professional.
Mike Sexton hates that. Unless you're a top 30 player in the world, then he accepts it. Some players do it. Reverse psychology.
I'm all in.
I think that's what he had in mind, and there goes the shove. Wow. Putting the pressure on Taha for all his money.
Zach has the best hand here, and he's shoving for value. But watching stuff like this makes me think what a great spot it is to bluff these kind of situations.
Zach, I also think, is very solid. He's raising with premiums. He's not mixing it up. He's not re-raising, 3-betting, 4-betting out of position. Most of the hands that he showed down were good hands.
He makes a great lay down right there.
He does. He gets away on the river, but he could have avoided that entire situation by betting the turn.
Well, Zach didn't catch the spider in the web, but still a pretty good pot for him.
Hoping to take the rest of Taha's chips there by shoving the river for value, but Taha does get away, manages to fold an ace.
Great lay down. And now Taha crippled here. He's got about 2.7 total at this point. Action's on him, and what? He's got the ladies.
Oh man, what a squeeze. I was on the edge of my seat.
Just had to know, is there another queen back there?
Well, he's raised to 375. Jesse out, and now Zach is going to look down at an ace-8.
This is interesting, Vince. Taha's playing under 20 big blinds here, and in a three-handed match, ace-8's a strong hand against 20 blinds. I'm not sure what Zach will do.
I'm all in.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, and the insta call.
Yeah, I know what Taha will do.
Taha, a nice favorite here to double up. Get back into solid contention. He's got the queens, the ladies.
Need an ace.
Zach, he's got his mother and fiance on the rail, rooting him on.
All right, let's go to the flop.
flop brings us.
Oh, there's an ace on the door! Ace 10-3. And all of a sudden, Taha is drawing thin for his tournament life.
Oh, he gets up from the table, sickened by that flop.
Mom loves it.
It's a devastating first 3 cards. Taha picking the vomit off his shirt.
The turn is
10 on the turn. Not to help Taha. Oh no, he's taking the microphones off.
He's like, I'm not gonna need this anymore.
You got 2 queens left in the deck to help poor Taha. Otherwise, he's out in 3rd place.
Oh, it's a king. It is a face card, but not the queen that Taha needs. And just like that, we are down to 2, Vince, between Jesse Sylvia and Zach Grunberg.
Yes, Taha Maroof gonna go out, gonna take home 300,000. A good sport, a great player. Let's talk to him.
I expected nothing really. I was super happy to actually be here and be the final 6. So, and they're all good players. Nobody was weak, and I felt like I was a dog. So I'm very happy with my result.
Stay tuned for more from Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open on the World Poker Tour.
All right, Mom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we get a break?
Yeah, I need another day though.
Stop playing nonsense on those other social poker sites and start putting your skills to the test at playwpt.com. The chips don't come easy, so your opponent will think twice before going all in with a 7 deuce.
Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Heads-up action between Jesse Sylvia and Zach Grunberg is about to begin here at Borgata. And on the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Are you more focused now than you've ever been before?
I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly. I'd like to think so, but who knows? We'll see how the heads-up goes.
All right, well, you've got even stacks. How are you feeling about this heads-up battle?
I'm excited. Let's just say that. That's all I got.
All right, well, good luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Now, you haven't won a major tournament before. How much does this mean to you right now?
It means a lot. At some point, you know, you reach a level of success where the win means more than the money. And I know it sounds like cliche to say that, but I think I've gotten to that point where I really want the win.
We are very close to crowning the next Borgata Poker Open champion. Heads Up play is about to start up, so I'll send it back to Vince and Tony for the call of the game.
Well, thank you, Lynn. There is the Champions Cup. The champ will have his name inscribed on that beautiful trophy.
Now going into heads-up play, Jesse Sylvia with the chip lead at 20.4 million, Zach Grunberg at 14.7 million.
Let's go down to it with the button. Zach has a Queen Jack. And he will raise it up to 350 total. Jesse with a seductive 6-7 of diamonds. Love that hand. Gonna call.
Gotta love those suited connectors, and especially when they flop a straight. Wow.
Jesse flopping the nuts, checks it, try to trap. Can he get Zach to make the continuation bet? No. He's gonna check it. A 9 on the turn, Jesse still with the nuts. Oh, he's gotta be so thrilled to have this hand. And he's saying, I'm gonna put some chips out there and hope I get a raise. 450. Zach is gonna escape. Lays it down, beautifully done. Jesse not getting what he wants out of it.
Zach didn't lose 1 penny unnecessarily in that pot. Blinds going up. We're playing 100,000, 200,000 with a 25K ante.
Zach this time with a Jack 7.
Zach will lead off at our new blinds with a button limp.
Jesse not gonna raise with Ace 3.
Okay, so a little small ball going on in our heads-up match.
Flop was an 8-5 deuce.
Little something for everyone here. A gut shot for Jesse, some backdoor outs for Zach.
They both check, and there is a 4. Gives a straight there again for Jesse. The Joker.
Yeah, awesome card for Jesse. Very surprised to see him check this time. I mean, if Zach didn't bet that flop, I'm not sure why you'd expect him to bet this turn.
10 on the river. Zach getting nothing. Jesse hitting 2 straights in a row, but he'd like to get some value for his straights. Gonna check.
Whoa, another one? Whoa.
Wants Zach to steal it. Doesn't bite.
Check.
Whoa.
Straight.
The wheel.
Yeah, my reaction exactly, Zach.
Go, Jesse.
Jesse could not get his victim to bet. Well done, Zach.
I top set.
Nice. I mean, I get the turn check back, but the river check back's really world class. What poker means to me has like changed over the years. When I first saw it, it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, and I wanted to be a poker player, and I wanted to travel like some sort of circuit. As I got out of college and I started playing, it became something that I was doing to make money, but I think that it's given me things in other ways than financially. I've met so many people that I love and I have a great time with through poker. You interact with all types of people, like of all walks of life, and you become more open to different lifestyles or viewpoints from people. I owe poker a lot for that. I wouldn't have as outgoing a personality if I wasn't playing poker in casinos a lot. That's like a really important thing to me, that I get to be that kind of person.
Well, it's nice to hear. You know, he grew up in Martha's Vineyard, and he was a former lifeguard, and now makes a lot of money in the poker world, and right now he's out in front with 20 million. Ready to take down a title worth $821,000 to the winner. Looks down at his hand, he's got a 7-5.
He's gonna raise to 400,000.
Zach has got to be feeling so good to escape these huge hands and not have gotten out of control. He calls us with a queen 7.
Oh, geez. Jesse flops another straight.
Impossible.
And this time, Zach catches a little piece. He's got 2 overcards and a gut shot straight draw. And those are the kind of hands that people like to check raise flops with when your hand isn't that good or good enough to call with, but you do have some outs, so you turn it into a bluff and raise.
It can be, because Jesse's bet 325. Oh, Zach just gonna call it.
So we'll go to a turn.
Oh, if we have a straight. I already know. Yeah, 5-7.
Turn is a 3. It pairs the board. So Zach gonna check. Not impressed with his hand. And Jesse, 925.
Hoping that Zach somehow has a 3 here. No more chips in this pot. Zach going out.
Very clever. Zach just doesn't give anything away. Jesse Sylvia is the chip leader out in front. Two-handed battle continues. You know, ClubWPT.com VIP members not only enjoy unlimited poker, but they also get access to hours of great content, including past episodes of WPT.
Take your game to the next level. Watch and play at ClubWPT.com.
I'm Brittany Bell, and we're here at the brand new Beer Garden, where everyone's having a great time. It's located next door to the pool and features a full-service bar serving more than 15 domestic and craft beers with delicious bar snacks. Food and drinks aren't the only thing this place has to offer. There are a variety of games for the guests to play, while listening to some outstanding live music. The Beer Garden is a fantastic, relaxed atmosphere where everyone has a great time.
You know, Tony, I've never been to a beer garden I didn't like.
You and me both, Vince. Can't go wrong with the beer garden.
No, we had ping pong. We had so much fun. It's all here at Brigada. And right now, we're deep into the heads-up battle. Jesse out with 22 million. Action's on him. He's got a 10-4. It's Jesse Sylvia. Blinds a 1 and 2. He makes it 4. And Zach Grunenberg with a 5-6 of diamonds makes the insta call. Let's take a look.
And it is king, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop, so pretty good texture for Zach here, and nothing much for Jesse, but this is the kind of texture that players almost always continuation bet with their garbage hands.
Well, Zach with the 4 flush has checked. Jesse's gonna make a bet.
And Zach is aware of the fact that players almost always bet this flop with their garbage hands, so you see him cutting out raising chips there, and I really like this because even if Jesse is aware of the fact that Zach is probably raising on a draw, there's not very much he can do about this if he doesn't happen to have a pair.
He has raised total 950, putting it back in Jesse's face. Not much you can do with that hand. And you gotta lay it down. Jesse does so. Zach gonna take this one.
Thanks.
All right, Zach.
There's Zach's mom, just enjoying her evening. You can't blame her watching her son. She's gotta be so proud as he stacks up those chips. What do you think there's extra pressure on him, Tony? What do you think?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I've never had my mom come and watch a live poker tournament. I wouldn't know if I would feel increased pressure or decreased just because it's good to have her in the crowd or something. Not really sure how I would respond to that.
Well, it's working for him so far. So now he's got a pair of 10s, and the blinds are 125, 250, and he is going to make it a quick 600,000. And Jesse looks down at a strong ace queen. 2 quality hands in a heads-up battle.
Jesse reaching for raising chips here. How big does he want to go? Jesse will 3-bet here. He wants to make it 1,875,000. Zach has some options here. He can shove, he can call, he could make a small re-raise and try and induce Jesse to shove on him. I'm not really sure what he wants to do, but it looks like a call.
How much do you have behind, Zach?
I started with like 13 million maybe.
The flop brings up.
Ace queen versus 10s. This could do it, potentially. Here we go with the first 3. And, oh man, queen, jack, jack. Great for Jesse, hitting top pair with ace kicker. Oh, wow. Just out-flopping poor Zach.
He's cutting out chips to make a bet. I like that Jesse sized it under his pre-flop re-raise amount. He made it about 1.9 pre-flop, and here he's betting 1.3.
Zach is not done yet. He's going to make the stubborn call.
Zach knows that if Jesse was bluffing pre-flop, he'd follow through.
Man.
Oh, wow.
He got lucky. Hits a 10! Like he knew it was coming. He hits the 10. He's filled up. Oh, wow, what a nice check by Jesse.
And Jesse is not loving that card.
Grunenberg hitting lightning there. Oh, and he's going to stick out a big bet. 2.1 million.
Well, there's a shot of Vanessa Selps on Jesse's rail, hanging out with her wife Miranda and his girlfriend Ashley. Quite a rail he has going on tonight.
He is going to gamble.
Jesse's certainly not going to fold here. His real decision will be on the river, especially when it's an inconsequential brick like the 3 of hearts.
Jesse's going to check. Hope this guy just slows down. We know better.
10.5 million in the pot and a little under 8 in Zach's stack, so how much does he want to bet here?
I'm all in.
He wants to bet all of it.
Going for it all.
All right, and so now Jesse's job is to think about Zach's range of hands and which of them would play this way by calling the flop, betting the turn, and shoving the river. And the issue he's having right now is it's very difficult to find many bluffs that Zach could have.
Just so hard for you to be bluffing.
And it's even harder to find a hand that's worse than Jesse's that could be shoving for value. I don't think Zach's gonna go all in on this river with king queen, and pretty much everything else he could have beats what Jesse has, even though for a moment it seemed like he had a really strong hand.
How much is it exactly? I almost just folded a turn. I probably should have. you possibly be bluffing with?
And there you have it. What could you possibly be bluffing with? And that is the conundrum of Jesse's hand.
You could like call with ace-7 of clubs or something. That seems ridiculous.
Well, Jesse just scratching his head. What a torture chamber. Just aggravating. You're invested so deeply. Oh, you'll love yourself in the morning if you could lay this down.
Nice hand, Zach.
He's gonna do it.
Nice lay down by Jesse there.
And Mom is excited. She's spilling drinks all over the place. I want what she's having.
Would have been a sweet spot to show a bluff.
You know I got it, kid. Come on.
Whoa! Zach's mother!
What are the chip counts now?
And now Zach is the new chip leader with 18 million. Jesse, close behind with 17 million. And the blinds are up to 150 and 3 with a $50,000 ante. Zach this time with a Jack-10. What a dramatic last hand. Just incredible. Great play tonight.
Yeah, excellent play by both these guys throughout the final table.
Well, there's been a raise by Zach with the Jack-10. Jesse with Jack-Deuce of Hearts gonna re-raise.
Yeah, I like this re-raise from Jesse. He has an okay hand, but not one that flops really well out of the big blind, so he's turning it into a bluff, hoping that Zach will just go away, but instead, Zach gonna make this call with Jack-10 in position.
The battle continues, Jack-10 versus Jack-Deuce.
And our flop is King 8-5, 2 spades and a heart, and I am surprised that Jesse checked here. That's a board that most players follow through with after they 3-bet pre, and he's got a backdoor flush draw, which he does pick up with the Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Yeah, Jesse delighted to see his hand coming together now with the 4 flush, and he can confidently bet over 2 million. Try to push Zach around. Zach has an open-ended straight draw. And the online great makes this call.
Jesse looking for a heart, Zach looking for an ace or a 9.
River card.
Oh, wow.
Can you believe this, Tony? 9 of hearts!
Everybody got what they wanted.
Except for Zach, who thinks he got what he wanted, but we know otherwise. Huge hand for Jesse. Got his flush.
And Zach even has the 10 of hearts as a blocker here. Makes it a little less likely that Jesse has a flush, but he's loving where he's at right now.
Let's watch the destruction unfold.
At this point, you can't really get away if you're Zach. It's just a matter of how much are you gonna lose.
Oh boy, he's putting out some big ammo. 5.3 million.
I call.
And a quick call.
Yeah.
Disappointment for Zach.
What'd you have? Jack's hand. Oh, what?
Even Jesse's shocked by that. He's like, what?
Wow. Wow.
Oh, Jesse feigning disappointment for his friend. We know better.
Super unlucky, man.
Pain and disappointment and delight.
Our Club WPT qualifier, John Packard, won his seat to this event by playing online.
That's right. John's victory on ClubWPT.com meant he earned a $5,000 package that included his buy-in, travel costs, hotel stay, and the VIP treatment.
You really can win with the Club WPT. I've won 2 packages so far this season. The way it's set up to where you earn points to then earn your way to tournaments like this or cash prizes, I like to just log in and play, and I look forward to winning another event and attending another event like this one here.
Who will be our next Club WPT VIP? It could be you, but only if you sign up at ClubWPT.com, where you never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, we are back to heads-up action here at the Borgata Vince. Jesse Sylvia, after that last big pot, way out in front with 26.4 million. Zach Grunenberg by no means out of this, has 8.8 million, good for about 30 blinds.
And action's going to Jesse Sylvia, who got in this tournament by putting up $700 in a satellite. He won his way in here. Now he has a chance of taking home $821,000 for a first place finish. Will he do it? He's got King 5. Jesse came in second place at the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. He's never won a tournament. And he will raise to $600,000. Zach Grunenberg picking up the best hand you could possibly get before the flop. That's a pair of aces.
Now he's just thinking, please have something good, please have something good, please have something good.
Taking his time. The poise of a poker player. Staying stoic. The poker face. Trying to conceal the excitement he has. Here comes out the raising chips. Total of 1.9 million. Jesse with no hand escapes the big pain.
Nice hand.
Zach was the leading online player in the world a few years back. Everybody feared and respected him. Now he's playing live. And we move on. Jesse this time with an awful looking 10-4. But that's not going to slow him down.
No, that's not going to slow him down. Jesse has not seen a hand on the button he didn't want to raise yet, and Zach here finds a big pair in back-to-back hands, pocket kings here. Yet again, just hoping that Jesse has something.
Yeah, Jesse's raised to 700. Now, will Zach slow it down this time? Just call in fear that he could blow out his opponent? That's not going to slow him down. He's going to make it 1.9, take his chances. But we know Jesse has...
He has nothing.
Nothing, a silly little 410. Jesse's staring him down. Oh, boy.
Now, 2 quick wins for Zach Grunenberg with quality hands.
And all those wins, sometimes you have aces and kings, you pick up some money, but it's not the win you want. Greed is big in poker. Zach's got to be feeling that.
There you see our current chip counts. Jesse Sylvia, 26.3 million. Zach Grunenberg, 8.9 million. Down but not out. Still hanging around 30 blinds.
He's pretty good, though.
Looks at his cards. This time an 8-9.
He's like, aren't I supposed to have queens?
He's going to make it 700 to go. Jesse this time with an ace-deuce of diamonds. Not going to raise.
Yeah, just going to call here and go to the flop. Suited aces play very well post-flop.
On the flop's an ace, queen, jack. Great for Jesse. Hits aces. He's going to check.
Zach reaching for chips. Doesn't really have much on this board beyond a gut shot to a 10. Just hoping that Jesse didn't connect in a meaningful way.
He would be wrong with that assumption. Nevertheless, he bets 800. Quick call by Jesse. Zach's going to hate that. Going to the turn. It is not a 10. It's a 6. So no help for Zach. Jesse's going to check. Check, check. Down to the river we go.
Deuce, 2 pair for Jesse.
And Jesse is going to bet. Oh, man.
Zach sitting on 9 high over there. Can't imagine that he will be putting more chips into this pot.
And Zach put in a little performance before he folds.
Nice hand, buddy.
Jesse Sylvia with a chance of a lifetime to become a WPT champion. Can he do it? We'll be right back for more. Welcome back to Borgata in beautiful Atlantic City. We're here for the heads-up battle. Jesse Sylvia, so close to taking down this title with 28 million. Zach Grunenberg with 7 million. Blinds of 150 and 300. Let's go to the green. Action on Zach. From Bollesburg, Pennsylvania, only 26 years old. A great online player, trying to battle back He is going to raise with his ace-7 to 700,000.
Jesse gonna make the call here with 6-5 offsuit in the big blind, so let's go to this flop.
Yeah, Jesse's splashing around. Can he get lucky? And the flop is a 10-8-5, so Jesse gets a piece of that with the fives.
Jesse in the lead. Some backdoor draws to diamonds into straights for Zach here. He's gonna check behind.
King on the turn.
That's not the card that Jesse wanted to see. I'm not sure what Zach's gonna do here, but it looks like he intends to bluff.
Jesse's checked, and Zach kind of taking a shot at it. 750. A lot of cards out there that Jesse could be behind with, but that's not going to stop him. Guy has a good feel for the table tonight. He's making a good call.
Jesse here makes the call with 4th pair, and we go to the river, which is a black 6.
2 pair for Jesse. Nothing for Zach, but he doesn't fall in the trap. He checks. Jesse turns up the 2 pair. Zach foiled again.
And Jesse gonna further build his chip lead.
Did I just get there?
Nah, you good.
Well, what's interesting, Tony, is that Jesse Sylvia here actually has an opportunity in making some WPT history tonight. In 15 seasons on the World Poker Tour, we've only seen 5 players who ever started on the short stack go on to win the title. It was Jared Mahoney. He did it last season in Montreal. Ravi Raghavan and Alex Gomez made their comebacks at Bellagio. Tommy Vettis overcame the odds on his way to winning his 2nd WPT title. And of course, who could forget the first player to achieve this? Well, it was the incomparable Phil Locke.
Yeah, but do you really want to be on a list with Phil Locke? Of course you do, and Jesse now has a 10-1 lead, so I think his chances are pretty good tonight.
Yes, they are. Okay, right now the price of poker is going up. The blinds are now a whopping 200,000 and 400,000.
I think this might be the hand.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. But I have a feeling this is gonna be the one.
You predicted things well so far.
2 wonderful players battling it out.
Pocket jacks here for Jesse
Whoa.
Sylvia.
Yeah, big hand for Jesse.
All in.
Gonna shove.
So far my prediction is pretty on point. Let's see if I can pull one. Okay, we're looking decent. Come on, man. Nice hand.
Yo.
No way, dude. You were probably so pumped after my prediction. Nice hand.
Well, Jesse does give him a free show, but every blind is precious when you're down to 10 in Zach Grunenberg's case. He's gonna need some help and needs it fast.
Jesse Sylvia battled 1,179 entries to get to this position.
All in.
So close to putting his name on the cup. He's gonna shove with just a 6-7.
His opponent sitting on just 8 blinds.
Oh, this one's right on the line. Let's see this.
Jesse gonna be moving in pre-flop with a huge percentage of hands, and that's why you see Zach thinking about this with Queen 8.
I think this is gonna have to be the one.
And it is gonna be the one. He's making the good call.
Out in front with a pair of overcards against Jesse's 7-6.
Sweat it together. Let's do it. Good luck, kid.
5-4-3.
Mike, come on, at least make it a little sweaty.
I'm sorry.
Like, come on, 8. How about 8-5 deuce?
Okay, I'll take it. 8-5
Okay,
deuce.
okay, that's a swat.
We get an open
That
ender.
gives him a pair.
Yeah, he told me I was being unreasonable, and I agree with him.
You guys are such a wonderful rail.
Yeah, right.
Them too. We have
I know.
amazing
We
rails.
had great rails.
2 friends competing for the championship, and here is the flop. Oh, it's a Queen 4-3. Great for Zach.
Top pair for Zach Grunberg, but a gut shot straight draw to the nuts for Jesse Sylvia. He's looking for a 5. 7 or 6 would also give him some outs, but a 5 will end the tournament.
5 of hearts.
Wow. Going to the turn. Zach, a big favorite, though. Turn card is a 9.
So a 5 and only a 5 will end this tournament. Otherwise, Zach Grunenberg will double up, and our heads up will continue.
Jesse needs to hit lightning on this card. Can he do it? Nope. It's a 4.
Hey. Nice hand.
Thanks, man.
There's the board. Zach's going to take this one and double up. This is not over. What great action we're seeing. Fine play.
Sorry, Mike. Dinner's gonna have to wait a little bit, bud.
God damn.
821,000 going to the champ. Who's it going to be? We're coming back with more action in just a moment from Brigada here on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
We are very close to crowning the next Borgata Poker Open champion, so I'll send it back to Vince and Tony for the call of the game.
We're watching a great heads-up battle.
Yes, we are, Vince. Jesse Sylvia sitting on 29 million. Zach Grunberg at 5.8 million, working with just around 15 big blinds.
Blinds are 2 and 400. Jesse looks down at an attractive king 10 of hearts.
How does he want to play this year? He's definitely going to raise, but how much?
All in.
That much.
Yeah, he's going to be a bully. He's going to shove. Let's take a peek at Zach's cards. Just a miserable 5-4.
Can't call. Jesse continues to pummel his short-stacked opponent.
Jesse Sylvia, the man that got in it through a satellite, only paid $700, a bargain, on the verge of the title. But right now, with the button, Zach has a queen 8.
I'm all in.
And he's going to shove all in.
Zach here sitting on 13 blinds, rips it in with queen 8. Jesse can't find the call with 10-4 suited. Gonna let Zach walk away with this one. And the audience is shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Jesse up to close to 30 million. Zach with about 6. Blinds 2 and 400.
Well, he might be short here, Vince, but remember, things can change very quickly in heads-up hold'em. If Zach were to win 2 all-ins, he would have the chip lead.
All in.
Jesse's going to shove with just a jack 4 of hearts and hope that Zach has no calling hand, but it's an ace deuce.
Ooh.
I call.
Zach does have a calling hand. He's going to make this call and get his money in good here, but he's not that big of a favorite.
Sweat again, boy. What?
Oh, that might have been. Oh, that's late or not.
I don't know if ace deuce was the light call, but.
No, that's definitely correct, I think. Mine might be a little hairy.
I love the uncertainty that both of them have about this hand. They're, well, did I play it right? I don't know. Did you play it right? I don't know.
Here we go with the flop. Jack 9-8.
That's a sweat.
Jesse hitting jacks, but a 4 flush for Zach.
That's a fun one. That is a fun flop.
Yeah, something for everyone here. Zach has outs to the club or ace. You could also go runner-runner for a straight that would split this pot.
Here comes the turn.
Queen of spades on the turn. So Zach picks up an out to a 10 for a chop.
Some outs.
Any club or ace gets him the win. Otherwise, Jesse Sylvia is going to be our champion.
A former lifeguard in a great place to take down this title. Can he do it? Will he do it?
Here comes the river.
It's a king of diamonds. Jesse's going to do it. He's our champion.
There's so much fun playing with you. Oh my God.
Well, a couple of great guys in the poker community hit a big score tonight. That is the biggest score of Zach Grunenberg's career.
You won a tournament.
No, it's
And the first major title for Jesse Sylvia. Let's hear from our runner-up, Zach.
I just wanted to make one of these TV final tables. Getting second's fine. I wanted to go heads up with Jesse. Coming into the day, Fareed had the runaway. I couldn't be any happier. Like, obviously, I want to win. I'm a competitor, but like, at the end of the day, when I go home and I lay down, I'll be feeling pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to the new Brigada Poker Open champion, Jesse Sylvia! Jesse, how are you feeling right now, buddy?
Oh my God, I'm just in complete shock. I don't know, I couldn't have even dreamed of, like, in my dreams, I win the tournament and it just, like, it didn't happen like that. It just happened so quickly and everything just, like, fell into place and I got lucky where I needed to and it was just amazing.
A lot of adversity. You came in actually as the shortest stack of the table. Did you ever believe you could overcome all the odds?
Yeah, I mean, it was weird because I had like a plan coming in, and just none of the spots for that plan really came up, but it just all came together, and it was crazy.
Well, Jesse, you have won $821,000. You also will get your name inscribed on the Champions Cup. You'll get the beautiful Hublot watch. You'll get the monster headphones. Do you like headphones?
I like headphones.
He likes headphones. He's going to get it all. Lynn, back to you.
Congratulations once again to Jesse Sylvia, the season 15 Borgata Poker Open champion. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Can I lift him up on my shoulders now? Is that allowed?
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're coming to you tonight from Jacksonville, Florida, where for the past few seasons, Best Bet Jacksonville has earned its reputation as one of the best poker rooms in the world. Earlier this week, locals and pros alike turned out on the hunt for bounties and to become the next name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. Allow me to welcome you to the Best Bet Casino in Jacksonville, Florida for the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. The players behind me are designated bounties. Anyone that knocks one of these players out will receive $2,500 in cash. Players, we also wish you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, shovel up and deal.
Players were hopeful as cards hit the air and action got underway. Two-time WPT champion and bounty Darren Elias took note of the atmosphere in the room.
Last night there was crazy satellites, the place was buzzing, there were a lot of people here playing cash games, so I think people are excited.
Also feeling the excitement was WPT finalist Ryan D'Angelo.
Nothing lights my fire like a 5K WPT buy-in. I'm very excited. Ready to bring the A game, get in there, battle it up. We're rebuy, right? I think we get one rebuy, so gonna be even a little bit more saucy than usual.
Another familiar face in the room, looking to repeat his final table run from last season, was the man they call the Duck Man, Marvin Carlins.
I was kind of hoping to be a bounty, but I figure I don't need any more attention. I have enough trouble winning without anybody looking after me.
Known for his defensive prowess on the gridiron, three-time Super Bowl champ and first-time bounty, Richard Seymour was ready to make some adjustments to go deep in the tournament.
I think the saying goes, sometimes it's the pots that you stay away from that's your biggest winner sometimes. So it's defense, but you know, I think if you want to win at this game, you have to be aggressive and put some points up on the scoreboard. And so it's a good balance.
The first bounty of the day was claimed when WPT champion Seth Davies captured the bounty of poker pro Sean Winter.
Good. Nice to get half your buy-in back already.
WPT Festival of Poker free roll winner Stephen Waugh was having a good day. Not only was his $5,000 entry covered by winning the free roll, but he also picked up a bounty after knocking out season 13 Best Bet champion Ryan Van Sanford.
All right, first bounty ever.
Season 14 Best Bet Bounty Scramble third place finisher Stan Jablonski picked up $2,500.
Thank you, sir. You got it. Appreciate it.
After knocking out WPT champion Noah Schwartz.
I'm gonna just buy back in and win. I mean, I won 4 years ago, so I'm overdue. I need to win again. Like, what the hell's going on?
Following Noah back to the cage was fellow bounty Richard Seymour, whose King-Queen lost to the ace-jack of South Florida player Paul Balzano, who was happy to collect the NFL Stars bounty. Also hitting the rail was the defending champion Tyler Patterson, who couldn't hit the right side of a coin flip.
Back-to-back would be pretty awesome. I mean, got a long way to go starting over again tomorrow, but yeah, of course it's in my head. I want to do it.
Play ended with 59 surviving to play on day 2. Bounties Noah Schwartz and Richard Seymour fared well on their second bullets, but at the top of the leaderboard was Prince Gaspard, who also earned a $5,000 bonus that was awarded to the chip leader from each starting flight.
At the end, I should have 400, but I'll take 250. Played great all day. I wouldn't do anything different.
The second starting day kicked off with a new field of players and a fresh batch of bounties, who, when eliminated, came with a $2,500 reward, including poker pro Jessica Dawley.
Yeah, so I decided to play 1B instead of playing 1A because it's a Saturday, so I figured there'd be a lot more recreational players out today.
First-time bounty, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage was playing in his first WPT buy-in event. And in another first, he was the first bounty to get eliminated on day 1B when he lost full house over full house to Jinghao Zhu.
I'm not good enough to fold that hand, that's for sure. Unfortunately for me, I'm not going to re-enter, but obviously coming down here to Jacksonville, a lot of things to do outside the poker room as well. Great poker action in here, so, you know, maybe I'll go play some cash games.
While Matt decided to enjoy an early day off, other eliminated players like world champ Ryan Reese and WPT champion Jonathan Jaffe headed directly to the cage to re-enter.
I lost. I got beat. I'm gonna go try again.
Trying to keep a low profile, bounty Vince Van Patten went for a new approach at the table.
Oh, the bandana, yes. All right, I'm gonna try it. You realize if I actually collect in cash in this tournament, that's my stable for the rest of my life.
After Vince's table broke, his partner Mike Sexton gave him some advice on the new look.
Put your bandana on, I know you're bluffing, you're a robber.
Have a hole here.
It's a tell that you're bluffing.
Oh, God.
And it looked like the bandana era was short-lived for Vince Van Patten, who lost his bounty to local player James Joyner.
Favorite going in. It just didn't work out. I was, you know, feel good about my play. So it happens. And great tournament. Bounty goes out again. What are you gonna do? I'll be back.
With registration closed, the tournament staff released the official numbers. 379 entries smashed the $1 million guarantee to create a prize pool of nearly $1.8 million. 48 players would make it to the money, with first place taking home over $350,000. As play was winding down for the day, there was a close battle for the $5,000 chip leader bonus. Local player Jermaine Gerlin and defending champion Tyler Patterson tried their best. But it was Chris Limo, fresh off his Borgata Poker Open final table, who captured the lead with $220,000.
After dinner, I went on a crazy rush. From 30K to 220.
At the start of another beautiful day in Jacksonville, the surviving day one players took to the felt in the Best Bet poker room.
I'm excited to be back here after last year. Looking forward to today.
We're coming back with 141 players, pays 48 spots, and I think we'll hit the money probably about 5 or 6 o'clock tonight.
Allison was one of the 20 bounties still remaining in the field, a number that began to dwindle as several hit the rail, including season 15 WPT Amsterdam champion Angelko Andrejevic, a WPT champion who won his title here in Jacksonville, Sean Kunix, and poker pro Lonnie Harwood, who lost to fellow bounty Garrett Greer. Off to a strong start on day 2 was Jake Schwartz, who made the final table at this tournament last season.
Just a typical day at the office. I've had a lot of bounties at my table all day. I make them short, so I've been able to nicely chip up and get something going.
But it was another opponent who Jake had his eyes on.
It takes a lot to not say anything to Bill Jennings, even though we're at the same table. I try to be a good sport. And it's tough, but I do it. How much did you start the hand with approximately?
2.5.
He angled me at 5 diamond. Granted, part of it was my fault. That was like 3.5. All right, I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Ask for a count then.
Stack your chips like a normal human being.
Well, that's why I stacked them that way, so you'd make a bad decision.
Hopefully I stack them today. That would be nice little justice.
Jake got his chance when he busted Bill later in the day.
Justice was served.
The field continued to shrink as the players inched closer to the money.
The bubble's going to be approaching, so when that does, assuming I still have a good stack, I'll look to take advantage and chip up. But aside from that, just play poker and hopefully it continues to go the way it is.
And after a tough day on the felt, Mike Sexton was sent packing by Florida pro TK Miles.
Good luck, everyone. Tough table, but they're all tough now, probably. You got to beat the best to be the champ, and unfortunately, it just wasn't my day, but it's a great event, loved it, loved the bounty concept, even though I didn't collect any, but it's a great tournament, and I look forward to coming back.
Down to 49 players, the room entered hand-for-hand play. WPT finalist and bounty Matt Stout shoved all in with ace king of diamonds and was called by Pete Theodosian holding pocket queens. Matt would need to improve or be eliminated. Pete was still in the lead after 2 tens came on the flop. The queen of diamonds on the turn gave Pete a full house.
I have an out. Calm down. You want a cookie or a medal?
But Matt still had hope should the jack of diamonds come on the river for a royal flush. A 6 of clubs ended the hand.
Damn it! I was hoping you would take the cookie.
And sent Matt home just short of cashing.
This is a great room, though. It's a really fun event, even when you stone and bobble it on a huge coin flip. They're not talking to me when they say that they're all in the money. That's directed at the other 48 who I was recently playing poker with.
With the rest of the room in the money, play loosened up as players built up their stacks while others hit the rail. The fallen included several more bounties who saw their tournament end. Poker pro Ankush Mandavia collected 3-time WPT champion Anthony Zeno's bounty. And Seth Davies collected his second bounty of the tournament when he knocked out WPT champion Olivier Bousquet. Then, Day 1-8 chip leader Prince Gaspard had kicker problems versus Noah Schwartz and saw his event come to an end. When play concluded for the day, just 25 players remained. 2-time WPT champion Marvin Rettenmeyer was in second on the leaderboard with 862,000 in chips. But at the top of the chart was the former champion of this event, Noah Schwartz, with just shy of 1 million in chips.
Heavy, very.
I won this tournament 4 years ago and I finished with like 20 million, so I'm on the way. On the way to greatness.
As the 25 remaining players unbagged their chips in the Best Bet poker room, there was tension in the air and a sense of unfinished business.
Now it feels good to go deep, but the mission's not over yet, so still a long way to go.
Matt Savage checked in with the current chip leader and previous winner of this event, Noah Schwartz.
So you had a pretty good day yesterday?
Yeah, overall, it was a nice day. I woke up, I'm alive. Life is good.
What is it about poker in Florida that makes you play better?
I like the challenge. I like representing my home state. So when I come to Florida, I just feel this extra burden. I'm like, I need to keep the money, the trophy, everything in Florida. And I just play these guys, and they just know. They just know that I'm a beast.
You're going into the last playdown day as a chip leader.
Yeah.
Does that change your play at all?
No, I'm just sort of going to analyze things as they come. I've been in a situation 4 years ago here. I was chip leader also going into day 3. Just figure it out. I've been here before, luckily, so I'm familiar with the territory. And, hopefully things fall my way. And if they do, I'll hopefully be in a good position to win this thing.
With play underway, everyone got in on the action. The first 6 eliminations were by 6 different players. First, Tyler Patterson knocked out fellow bounty Garrett Greer.
There's a lot of good players left. There's still, what, 2 players that have won it before in the field and recognized more than half the field. A lot of good players, a lot of great guys still left. It's going to be entertaining.
Soon after, Corey Kilpatrick claimed the bounty of Byron Carverman. And then a third bounty in a row was eliminated when Ankush Mandavia busted 2-time WPT champion Marvin Rettenmeyer in 18th place.
Standard cooler, gave it to my buddy Ankush. We'll survive, a little sad.
Tyler Patterson, the last bounty standing, received a bottle of champagne and a trophy for his feat, an honour he's held 2 years in a row. After coming into the day as one of the chip leaders, poker pro Sam Panzica continued to build momentum, doubling through Corey Kilpatrick and knocking out WPT champion Seth Davies to send his chip stack north of $2 million. Local player and paediatrician James Joyner got all his chips in when he called Jake Schwartz's all-in bet. But James's pocket queens were second best to Jake's kings. No help on the board sent Dr. Joyner home in 13th place.
This was probably the best tournament I've played so far just because I learned so much more about the game. Got great advice from great people to improve my game, so very grateful on how things went.
After a couple more eliminations, the remaining players combined to 1 table. Then it was Sam Panzica's turn to live up to his nickname, Best in the Biz. First, knocking out Harvey Van Deven in 10th place. And then, Sam ended Jake Schwartz's chance at a second Jacksonville televised final table.
It's cool to final table the same event back-to-back years, but obviously it sucks going out in 9th. I'm not gonna be thrilled about it, but I don't know, always next year.
Down to 8 players, action slowed as 4 hours went by without an elimination. Georgia native Dickie Malone knew how important it was to keep mentally sharp while playing long hours.
Just try to focus, just try to keep focused, not make mistakes, because one little mistake, and you put these hours in, cost you the tournament.
The stalemate ended when Sam Panzica eliminated Corey Kilpatrick in 8th place. Soon after, Dickie Malone was all in with King 3 offsuit and called by Noah Schwartz, who held pocket 10s. Dickie had 1 foot out the door, but a king on the flop gave him a pair of kings, and he held on to double up.
I felt all the love. You know what I'm saying?
That's what you were feeling?
Yeah, I felt the love.
Dickie didn't let his second chance go to waste as he began to build up his stack.
Let's do it.
Soon after, he called the all-in bet of TK Miles. Dickie had the best hand heading to the flop with pocket 9s to TK's ace-jack offsuit. An ace on the flop gave TK a pair of aces, leaving Dickie in bad shape. No help on the turn got Dickie to retake his seat, ready to pay out TK. But a 9 on the river gave the stunned Dickie a full house and eliminated TK in 7th place.
That's how it goes.
And with that, the final 6 were set. Sam Panzica and Dickie Malone are neck and neck for the chip lead at a tough final table that features 2 players that know what it takes to win in Jacksonville.
I'm trying to do something no one's ever done, so I have a lot at stake for myself, plus, you know, WPT final table and everything else that comes along with it, the allure. So, you know, this is obviously a big moment for me.
No player has won the same WPT event twice, and tonight, 2 players have a chance at doing just that. Before play gets underway, let me turn to my colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, what are our chances to see history made tonight?
Well, Lynn, the 2 guys you're talking about, Tyler Patterson and Noah Schwartz, are two of the most respected and well-liked guys on tour, and they got plenty of poker pedigree. Tyler is the defending champion of this event. Noah won this tournament a few years ago, and as you said, if either of them win tonight, some poker history will be made, because in the history of the WPT, no player has ever won the same event twice. But it's not going to be easy for them, because this is a tough final table, and they're sitting in 4th and 5th chip position.
Well, Mike, the chip leader, Sam Panzica, he's only 24 years old, has the most chips at the table. He's from Michigan, and he's had big results in the poker world, very tough. A co-leader is a non-professional player, Dickie Malone. He's from Macon, Georgia, a former firefighter. Got this tournament through a $550 satellite. So the dream very much alive for him. This is going to be great.
It sure will. Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, Executive Tour Director Matt Savage grabbed a quick word with the reigning champion, Tyler Patterson.
Tyler, why is it so hard to knock you out of this event? I don't know. The first day it wasn't. You know, I busted actually. They got my bounty already. I had to re-enter, but yeah, I don't know. Last year and this year, it's been good. You have a chance to make history tonight. What would it mean to defend your title? It'd mean a lot to me. Just to be a part of something no one else has done would be pretty great.
So will we see history made tonight at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble? Action begins right after this.
I'm the chip leader going to the final table. Can't really complain too much.
Anything can happen. I feel comfortable where I'm at. If I can just guard my chips, take care of them, put them in at the right time, I think I'll be all right.
I just started transitioning more into live poker, and I've seen pretty good results. A WPT win would be huge.
Poker is the ultimate competition, and that's what fuels me and keeps me going. Looking forward to taking home the trophy.
I hear there's no one ever done back-to-back on the World Poker Tour, so I'd love to be the first one.
When I went to bed last night and I thought of the opportunity to win an event for the second time, obviously I would be rewriting poker history.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Sam Panzica out in front with nearly $3 million in chips. Right on his heels, however, the lone non-professional at the table, Dickie Malone.
That's right, and the winner will take home $354,000 here tonight. And of course, he'll get that beautiful Hublot watch as well. Andes are going to start at $5,000. Blinds at $25.50. Here we go. Ankush Mandavia, quick fold by him, and now a WPT champion, Noah Schwartz, looks down at 8-7. And it's suited, but he quickly folds it.
Over to Sam Panzica. He's out. Dickie Malone on the button. King, queen. A lot of chips. Certainly going to raise in this spot. And he does so. Makes it $150,000 to go.
Into Paul Bolzano. He's a poker pro, and he has picked up a pair of kings.
Yeah, they call him the hit man. Not because he's a contract man, but because he used to be a good baseball player, Vince.
So I hear he lives in Sunrise, Florida, and he's got a big hand right now. He's deciding what to do with it. Do you raise or just call?
Well, I think you have to 3-bet here, Vince, and I say that because if you just call, it gives a big price for the guy in the big blind to call. Now you have to be 2 players instead of 1 with the kings. You always like to narrow down the field when you have big pairs to where you're playing heads up.
There's the raise.
Fired up right away.
He makes it $380 total. Tyler goes out.
Now back around to Dickie. Tough decision now. You just wouldn't assume that somebody's going to try to make a move on the first hand at the final table. So you definitely put him on a hand, but Dickie's here to gamble. He is going to play the hand, makes the call.
We're going to see the first flop.
Now Jack 6-4 with 2 spades. So certainly you're going to make a continuation bet with that flop. You got to love it with 2 kings.
Mike, he has cashed in 26 tournaments this year. He is on some rush, and he makes the continuation bet of $300,000.
I think Dickie would just abandon ship now. Now he does have a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but
now he got in this tournament through a $500 satellite. So
wow.
He's going to make this call.
Vince, he is gambling here. He's going to have to hit 2 runners in a row to win this pot. Well, there's the first runner. He now has an open-end straight draw, but it's liable to get him in a lot more trouble.
Action back on Paul. Hitman looks over at his victim.
Call in.
Call in.
And wow, he's going to push it all in.
Nearly 1.2 million, Vince.
And Dickie Malone, the firefighter, he says, how much you got there? What's it going to cost me?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what it's going to cost you. You were just about chip leader coming to this final table, but if you make this call and lose this pot, Dickie Malone, you will be in last chip position. Just can't imagine you can call this trying to hit an open-end straight draw.
That would be a definite wild call.
I think the proper play is to lay it down.
A call.
He's going to make this call.
Wow. Getting just over 2-to-1 odds on his money. He is gambling, must catch an ace or a 9 to win the pot.
Paul Bolzano will become a massive chip leader if he wins this.
You know, you got to love the action. You're scared you get outdrawn, but you have to love the action here.
Has Dickie messed up? He needs to get lucky.
The Hitman, Paul. You got a nickname?
Yeah, sure. One of many.
A 9! Wow! Look at that! Dickie gambled. The retired fighter hosed him down there, man, on the river. Wow!
Like he knew it was coming. Unreal river card. Paul Bolzano, the hitman, has to hit the road. He's going to take home $64,000. Everyone's in shock. Let's go talk to the hitman.
A shocking start to the day, first hand and you're out. You said that Dickie was a bit of a wild card. Did he live up to that reputation?
Certainly did today. I didn't understand the hand on many levels. I don't know how he called the flop, the turn, but it worked out for him.
You've been on an incredible run this year, a lot of cashes. Are you satisfied with the way you're playing?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the way I'm playing. Had a great tournament. You know, it's sad that it has to end like that, but such is poker.
Well, congratulations on your deep run.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Wow, Paul Bolzano is the first to hit the rail in the first hand of the night. We'll be right back with more action from the Best Bet Bounty Scramble.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. One familiar face that I was delighted to see here in Jacksonville was Club WPT qualifier Andy Whetstone. Andy won his way into a WPT tournament back in season 9, and he made the final table there. Now he's won his second VIP package, making him one of the most successful Club WPT members of all time.
So in 2011, the Hollywood Poker Open, I actually made the final table. It was one of those surreal moments where like coming out there and pumping your fist, and with all the lights on and the set, it is just a magical moment.
Andy Whetstone, good to see you again.
This time, had just as much fun, and it's so cool when you get to play with the pros. I had Darren across from me, Jonathan to my left, and Mohsen to my right. I held my own for a while at a really tough table. You're thinking that this site is one of those sites where you can win $5 or $10. I'm telling you, you can win a heck of a lot more. You can do it. I've done it twice, and I'm hoping for a third shot at it.
Andy is a two-time winner, determined to go for number 3. And if you're sitting there thinking, hey, that should be me, visit clubwpt.com and sign up today.
Well, the crowd's still stunned the way Paul Bolzano just went out of this tournament. Dickie Malone hit runner to knock him out in 6th place. Tough beat for Paul, but Dickie Malone, as you can see, the big chip leader right now.
5 players remain. Let's go to the felt. Noah Schwartz, a WPT champion, quickly folds. And now Sam Panzica with a pair of 3s.
Just limps in, trying to see a cheap flop with the small pair. Dickie Malone, who just hit lightning in the last hand to bust somebody, looks down at ace high here, on the button, in position with the chip lead.
150.
He is going to raise it to 150. You would think an ace high is good when the guy limps in front of you.
Tyler Ankush going out, so back on Sam, no re-raise. Sticking around with a little pair of 3s, hoping to get lucky.
And flop comes ace, king, queen. Good flop for Dickie as he flops top pair.
Just a nightmare for Sam. He checks it.
Well, it's probably going to go check, bet, fold here, but let's see.
Yeah, Dickie Malone from Macon, Georgia. Makes a quick bet. Sam quickly folds.
2 for 2.
If you can't beat them, join them.
There you go, Dickie Malone. Running good.
Yeah, picks up the first couple hands at this final table to extend his chip lead.
There's his wife and daughter.
Yeah, his wife Joy, daughter Taylor, in the house rooting their man on. So far, so good for the former fireman.
Sam Panzica now, who's born in Michigan, living in Fort Lauderdale. Quick fold by him.
Well, Dickie Malone looks down at Queen Jack. Can't imagine he's not going to play this hand either.
Yeah, things going right for him.
I mean, with his chip count, winning the first few hands, certainly you're going to raise with this hand, I would think. And he does so, makes it 125,000 to go.
Yep, and they're starting to fold behind him. Well, when you hit a straight like that, when you're not really supposed to on the river and break a player, then all of a sudden cards seem to come to you. You can't believe it. Everything's going right, and that's what's happening to Dickie Malone at this point.
Yep, there's the hat trick. 3 in a row for Dickie Malone.
I like to try to be the very best at whatever I'm doing. I play a lot of home game poker, and that's where I get a lot of experience. Yes, sir. And reading. I enjoy the reading. I don't have to force myself to do it. Anytime I get any spare time, just read and study. It's going pretty good now. I think my studying is paying off a lot. I see myself in situations that I recall of what I've read on and studied on. Let's do it. And I put it to use, and it just falls in place like a puzzle.
The retired fighter hosed him down there, Vince.
Oh, boy. Wonder where he read about that, hitting that straight on the river against all odds.
Well, he had my book in front of him, Life's a Gamble. It's not a how-to poker book, but certainly he took a gamble on hand number 1 and it paid off for him.
Oh, and your book is fantastic. What great stories. You got to get it, folks. Believe me, Life's a Gamble by Mike Sexton. You got to be proud of that.
Well, Vince, I am. It's a good book, but we've got a good story here going on right now. I can tell you that. The lone non-professional at the table, the big chip leader with 5 left.
We got a bunch of folds into this hand, and now Sam Panzica with a Jack-6 of hearts just calling. Dickie with a nothing 6-5. What you gonna do?
Well, most players would just knock the table here, be happy to see a flop, but when you're on a roll like this guy, why not shoot it up when your opponent's limping in? That's what he's doing.
Yeah, Dickie Malone reads a lot of Jonathan Little's books. He's a great professional poker player. That's Jonathan Little. Got this tournament through a $550 satellite. Things working out well. He's raised. He got called. Let's go to the flop. And the flop is a 7-6-3.
Well, both players have flopped a pair of 6s. Sam has him out kicked. Dickie has a straight draw to go with his, so we're going to see a little action here, I think.
Yes, Sam is checked into Dickie.
Dickie bets 125,000.
Now, Sam Panzica, who's out in front, is going to stick around, make the call. 10 on the turn. Doesn't change much. Yeah, Sam checks and Dickie now.
See if he'll fire again.
Dickie's going to bite. He's going to bet 200.
Well, 200 to a pot that has about 600,000 in it, so Sam is going to make the call.
Yeah, good call. Down to the river we go. Let's see what happens. 7 pairs the board.
Well, as the cards lie, Sam has him beat right now because he has him out kicked. They both have 7s and 6s.
Yeah, it's been checked to Dickie. Do you plunge away? Try to scare your guy out? No, he's just going to give it up.
Yeah, I think you just
check.
Yeah, he's got a hand. You can check it down. He's just going to lose the pot to a little better hand. So Sam Panzica stopping the streak of Dickie Malone.
Yeah, finally, Dickie Malone, the firefighter, cooling off there just a bit. Sam taking the pot. 5 players going after the championship here at Best Bet. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Making this first final table, my goals are really high. I'm really shooting for the stars. I didn't pick up any cards. I picked a good spot. I was expecting a little bit more from myself, but what can you do? I have made a WPT final table. Now I think it's going to help me improve as far as this final table goes. So I'm going to use it to my advantage. All in. A little disappointing, you know? Thought I'd win it, but next time. Third time's going to be the lucky time, you know? That's what they say. So I think I'm ready to win.
Well, no way to sugarcoat it. I played really bad. I'm disappointed in my play.
You're a hell of a player, man.
First time I won, it was my 4th WPT final table, so I felt a lot of pressure. Because like opportunity knocks and it knocks, and if you don't open the door eventually, the door's gonna be locked. I have to come here, A game, completely focused, just dominate. Today is a very big day for me. I'm gonna go there and play my game, and hopefully things fall into place.
Well, Noah Schwartz looking to take down his 2nd WPT title in Jacksonville here tonight. Noah also won an Alpha 8 tournament in the World Poker Tour $100,000 buy-in tournament. He's the only player who's won a WPT title and an Alpha 8 title.
All right, onto this hand. A couple folds around to Sam Panzica. He's got ace 8, and he will make it 100,000 to go. Dickey going out. And Tyler Patterson,
the defending champion of this event. I think he's going to make the call here.
Yep, in the big blind. Ace 8 versus 9, 8. And the flop is a beautiful ace 7 deuce for Sam. Hits his aces. Tyler's going to check. They both check.
Now 6 comes off. Could get Tyler in a little trouble. He now has an open-end straight draw, but he's going to check. Just can't imagine Sam will check again. Nope, reaching for betting chips.
Yeah, very meek 100,000 though.
Yeah, I don't see Tyler throwing this away for 100,000.
No.
He's got some implied odds here in case he can make this straight.
Hoping against hope. Will it happen? No. Jack of clubs. He checks again.
Well, he was just waving the flag here, Vince. Just not going to lose any more money in this pot, so whether Sam bets or not, he's going to win this pot.
Yeah, for Sam, is it a value bet? Or you just check it down? No. Looks like he's getting chips out.
It's just not the kind of board you're going to check raise with, so Tyler goes out. Sam Panzica taking down the pot.
Sam is a tough young professional player. He's made close to $1.5 million in total poker earnings. He's only 24 years old.
Yeah, the youngest player at this table. But he's a closer, Vince. This guy knows how to win. He's got 7 wins in his poker career. He's playing well and doing well at this stage of his career.
He's in second chip position here tonight. He quickly folds the next hand, and now Dickie Malone with a pair of 5s.
Yeah, the former firefighter has the speed limit hand. As we know, fire trucks don't always go by the speed limit, so he's going to kick this up a notch.
I like that. All right, Tyler going out behind him. Ankush Mandavia, great player, but can't pick up cards tonight, folds. Only one to beat is Noah Schwartz, the former baseball star, and he goes out.
Well, the southpaw pitches him in, and Dickie Malone takes down another pot.
So everything going right for Dickie Malone from Macon, Georgia. The non-professional at the table has a chance to become a WPT champion here at the Best Bet Jacksonville on the World Poker Tour. You know, ClubWPT.com VIP members not only enjoy unlimited poker, but they also get access to hours of great content, including past episodes of WPT.
Take your game to the next level. Watch and play at ClubWPT.com.
I am in the private room right now at Best Bet, and we're going to have a little sit and go. Now, the people that are playing in this won their way through Twitch, the Best Bet radio show, and of course Facebook. And they got some legendary players playing here as well. So a lot at stake. We're about to get started. Let's do it.
Come on, Benny, you got to do it to them.
The tournament's a lot of fun. They're playing for a seat into a $550 mega into the $5,000 main event. Plus, there's a $50 bounty on everybody's head.
Winner, thank you. Chicken dinner. Am I chip leader? It's shocking.
Well, Vince is a celebrity player, so he can't win the satellite seat. He can win 100 in cash if he wins this tournament. Benny, yeah! My man Benny takes the tournament down. Brandon, however, wins the seat.
Went from the short stack to the big stack. It happens. Once in a while, it happens. At Best Bet in Jacksonville, come on out. I'm the winner tonight. Who knew?
Hey, Benny, so proud of you for taking down all those locals in that little tournament. Well done, my friend. But Dickie Malone is doing it right now. 4.8 million, as you can see, the chip leader with 5 left.
Yep. Had a lot of coffee during that tournament.
I wonder what else you had.
All right, we have 5 players competing for this. Let's go to the felt. The quick fold by Dickie Malone. Tyler also folding. And Kush Mandavia with a nothing hand. He goes away. Into Noah Schwartz, who looks down at a queen 9.
He's in this small blind here. He's on the short stack, though, so he's just going to limp in instead of raise. Now Sam gets to see a free flop if he wants to, but he may take the bull by the horns and raise here. He's taking this long. He is going to raise. Forget the free flop. He just thinks Noah's just not that strong. He's going to try to take the pot away from him. And Noah gives it up. So well done there by Sam Panzica.
Sam just realizing Noah is vulnerable. He's on a short stack. He didn't raise, just calls, so punish the man. And we move on. Blinds are 25 and 50 with a $5,000 ante. Here at Best Bet, bounty scramble. Actions on Tyler, quick fold by him. And Kush Mandavia. No way. And now Noah with a king-queen.
All in.
Oh, he's going to push it all in. He gets ace-high to go out, but look at this. Dickie Malone has picked up a beautiful ace-king of hearts. Big slick.
Going to be tough luck here for Noah. Really up against it here, as you can see.
Well, his money should already be in, I would think. It should be an insta-call.
Vince, this guy's the chip leader. How have you not snap-called this?
Well, sometimes it's so exciting you get this kind of hand.
You're just going to make sure he's got it.
Yeah, you just milk it like a Holstein. But this is starting to turn into a slow roll.
I'm not good enough to lay this down, Noah.
You're darn right, mister.
call.
Okay, finally does it. And Noah's going to hate it when he sees it.
Can't imagine you'd even think about laying that down.
No.
He does make the call, and you see the sad look on Noah's face right there, knowing he is up against it here.
Yeah, Dickie Malone, gotta love this. He is out in front.
Noah is looking for some lucky ladies to pop up there somewhere.
Ay. Fuck, that ran so here, bro. So crazy. Guess I should just raise, bro.
All right, let's see a flop.
And the flop is a 5-5-6. No good for Noah.
King 3 to bust though. Maybe I can get lucky one time.
Noah Schwartz up against it right now, big time.
Going to the turn. Noah squirming in his seat. And the turn is no luck for Noah. Deuce of spades.
Well, with one card to go, Noah must catch a queen to stay alive. Otherwise, he'll be our 5th place finisher.
We have a card.
Needs some luck here. Needs a queen. Doesn't happen.
That was fast.
Yeah. That's going to do it for the likable Noah Schwartz. Couldn't win this tournament for a second time tonight, Vince, but I can assure you he'll be back to try again next year.
Well, he's a great guy, fantastic player. He is out in 5th place, going to take home $77,000. Disappointing for Noah. Let's go see what he has to say.
It's another great showing.
How you
Thanks,
feeling
guys.
about the performance tonight?
You know, it's not supposed to be in this spot. I mean, it's obviously overly disappointing. Came into the spot. I had the guy busted yesterday. He had King 3, and now he's just. Some things are destiny, and this guy's just running like, you know. You can give him the deuce 9. He can't lose. It's just
He's kind of running over the table out there. Why do you think that is?
I mean, you saw the hand he played. Obviously, it was just absurd. I don't even want to get into it. He's good luck to him. Yeah.
You're not satisfied unless you win, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously. I mean, how you get here and you knock on the door, and then you know. I mean, my play, I probably could raise fold. It was probably a better play. I probably shouldn't have shoved in, but he has to pick up a big hand. I mean, it's hard to get a good hand in this game, and he got a good hand. And now I'm gonna go collect my peanuts and go back to Miami, I guess.
All right, you're a legend in the game.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, legend in my own mind.
It's the end of the line for Noah Schwartz, who is out in 5th place. And that hand marks the end of tonight's coverage from Jacksonville and the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
A bounty of cash and prizes has all eyes on Jacksonville. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. Tonight, Best Bet plays host to an incredible final table. And to get us up to speed on the remaining players, I turn to my honourable colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Len, been an incredible final table so far, no doubt about that. The lone non-pro at the table, Dickie Malone, has taken it to him since this final table started. Dickie's a former firefighter, and right now, Vince, it looks like to me that Dickie's on the fire truck, and the rest of them are the little dogs chasing the fire truck. Can they catch him?
He is impressive, a non-professional player, but it's not going to be easy. Sam Pansica, the 24-year-old, a great player, as well as Ankush Mandavia, and then Tyler Patterson going after history on the World Poker Tour to take down the same title twice. Never happened before. This is going to be great.
Thanks, guys. And with a WPT title on the line, we're in for quite the battle tonight. So let's get back to the game.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Dickie Malone out in front with nearly 5.7 million in chips. Sam Pansica in 2nd place. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over $354,000.
Yeah, plus they get the beautiful Hublot watch. Gorgeous timepiece. And he's a 5,000, blinds 25.50. Here we go. Sam Pansica with a very strong ace-jack right out of the gate.
Sam, the youngest player at the table at 24 from Fort Lauderdale.
Needed 100,000 to go, and Dickie Malone behind him with queen-jack. Dickie is from Macon, Georgia, retired firefighter.
Yeah, the lone non-professional at the table, but he's up against 3 tough pros here. I can tell you that.
And he's going to make this call. Now it's into Ankush Mandavia, and he's got Jack 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, Ankush been playing poker for 10 years. Went to University of Georgia, majored in economics.
He will call this.
With the 4 players left, 3 playing this pot. Ace, ace, king. Nice flop there for Sam. Ankush quickly checks, and Sam checks. Let's see if that trap is going to work here. Dickie does have a straight draw. He's thinking they both checked, and he is reaching for chips. Just falling right into the web of Sam Pansica.
Yeah. There you go. 150 bet into Ankush. Ankush with nothing.
Well, but you can tell he's suspicious of the former firefighter. But doesn't make any moves, opts to fold, but here's a guy that's not folding, Sam Pansica.
Setting his man up. Okie dokie call.
Does not raise here.
Mm-hmm. String him along. Turn card 9 of clubs.
Well, Sam checks again. See if Dickie falls into any more traps. They can catch a 10 and win the pot, but that's the only card he can catch to win it with. But he does check here.
Yeah, he wises up, and the river card, nothing, 6 of clubs.
Well, I don't think Sam would bet here, hoping his opponent's got a king and will pay him off.
Sam lives in Fort Lauderdale. Made close to 1.5 million in earnings. A tough young player, and he's going to put in the value bet of 375. Dickie Malone has to quickly eject, and Sam's going to take down this pot.
So Sam closing the gap on our chip leader now. We've got 2 guys, Sam and Dickie, with pretty good chips, and 2 other guys, Tyler and Ankush, on short stacks.
And there's our Royal Flush crew, Andrea, Brendan, and Tuba on the rail. And now we go back to the felt. It's on Dickie.
And he's got a nothing hand, Queen 5, lays it down. Tyler Patterson out as well, so the battle of the blinds here. Ankush picking up ace high in the small blind on the short stack, just moves in and quickly takes down the pot. Ankush, 29 years old, out of Houston, Texas. been a poker pro for 10 years.
Started playing poker online while in college.
And Ankush plays poker all over the world. He's not afraid to travel to Europe and play the toughest over there.
He's finally starting to heat up a little bit. He's got a pair of jacks.
Yep, got the 2 fish hooks and's going fishing, but nobody's biting.
Not yet. Dickey out, Tyler out. And that's going to do it. He's going to take this one down. Sometimes you don't like that when you have a quality hand, but beggars can't be choosers.
I've been playing poker for about 10 years. I started when I was at the University of Georgia. I had some other friends that were playing online poker, and they were very good at the time. From there, I just started to pick it up and kind of get into it. For live poker, it took a pretty long adjustment period. There's a lot of things that are just so much different than online and different situations, and I think it takes a while to get used to it. It took me a little bit longer than some other people, but I think I have the hang of it now.
So I would say he's got the hang of it, that's for sure. He's only in his 20s, yet has $3 million in career earnings so far. Going to add to that total tonight, just a matter of how much.
Dickey Malone still out in front, the non-professional from Macon, Georgia. Will he be able to close? We will see. A couple folds around to Tyler.
So again, the battle of the blinds. This time Tyler has the ace high. Up against the other short stack at the table.
All in.
Well, he's going to push all in with his ace-9.
He says if you can beat this, good luck to you.
2 short stacks. Now Ankush with a king-8.
Well, it's one of those borderlines. Do you call here or not? I think it's just a touch under what you want. You want at least a king-10 probably to make the call on this spot.
Crazier things have happened.
Just don't see him putting in 900,000 here, where he's virtually going to be out in 4th place if he loses the pot here with just a king-8, but
Ankush gonna make the good lay down. Tyler Patterson picking that one up. There's Carolyn Wilson. That is Tyler's girlfriend in the stands.
On the board.
Real close. Real close.
Did you have him covered for the bounty?
Oh, and that's the next.
Yeah, that's a big consideration.
Right there.
you know the bounty aspect of that. For those that don't know, there are designated top players that are designated as bounties in this tournament. If you knock one of them out, you get $2,500 in cash right off the top. Now, early in the tournament, it's very exciting and fun because $2,500 is half your entry fee into this tournament. Later, obviously, when they're playing for $350,000, you know, the bounty, like on Tyler, doesn't mean much right now. But early in the tournament, it does create a buzz and excitement.
Sure does.
Well, Ankush has knocked out 2 bounties in this tournament and 2 extremely good players, Anthony Zeno and Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer. Both those guys won back-to-back events on the World Poker Tour.
All right, back down to the money pit. Dickey now picking up an ace-9 of clubs. Getting out the raising chips. Makes it 100,000 to go.
Yeah, just a min-raise, but does raise it.
Tyler goes out, Ankush goes out. Only one to beat is Sam, who's in the big blind.
Well, he's going to defend with the 10-8. So here's the flop. Well, King, Jack 3, 2 hearts, no help to either player. Sam quickly checks, and no continuation bet by Dickey. He also checks. Now a 6 of hearts comes off. Well, Sam does have a flush draw because he has the 8 of hearts, but only has 10 high. Because his opponent checked on the flop, he's going to take a stab at it here. And notice he just bets 80,000, 245,000 in the pot. It's not a big bet, but yet it may get the job done. As Dickey doesn't have a heart in his hand, has no pair. And he does give it up. So well done by Sam Panzica there. Convinced there's a case that if you make a continuation bet on the flop, you probably win that pot instead of losing.
Yeah. Nice bet by Sam, the 80,000. Sometimes you think the guys didn't bet too much. He probably wants me in. And we move on. Couple folds.
Now Dickey has Jack 10 and a small blind. He's just going to limp in and call, and Tyler also happy to see a flop here. So both players with the same hand.
The flop is at ace, king 4. Well, Dickey quickly checks.
Well, Tyler's going to bet the gut shot straight draw. But he is going to get called here. Not going to like that. Now a 6 comes off. Now Dickie checks again, and Tyler checks right behind him. Oh, and now the queen comes off. Both players have the very best hand possible, the nuts. Vince, it doesn't matter how long it takes, but for sure, all the chips are going on here.
Oh, they've got to both be so excited at this moment.
Whoever bets is going to get raised and re-raised and re-raised until they're all in.
Going to be beautiful.
Just no matter how much time it takes.
This is a wonderful tell. He's looking at the board saying, it's just an acting job, basically. He's just thinking, should I make this call? He's just trying to trick his opponent.
No, there's no call going to be made. This is going to be a raise for sure. Just a matter of how much. And then whatever it is, it's going to get re-raised for sure.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself here. We know what's going to happen. I just want to see it go slow.
All right.
Okay, there's the raise.
Well, you're going to get your wish here, Vince.
He can't.
Oh, boy.
This is beautiful.
The deep side.
Yeah.
You know, oh, no. You raised me in this spot. Oh, the crink neck. Oh, man. Now, folks, this is a good learning lesson for you to look for tells. When players have the nuts, see how they act, how they react. And now the old question, how many chips have you got?
Oh, no more than that. Sorry.
Oh, Vince. They are playing the fiddle to capacity here.
480.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Show tunes going off in their heads right now. They just keep your poker face.
Gotta have a fiddle in the band. We got one here.
All in.
Call.
All in and called.
So excited.
They're both saying, you got to be kidding me. I made the nuts. I don't even win the pot.
Oh, wow. Both of them disappointed and happy at the same time. That's the way it happens.
You're not happy if you make the nuts and split the pot.
Don't you wish you could have that last 5 minutes of your life back?
No, it was fun.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Hi, we're here at Best Bet Jacksonville, and we've been having so much fun all week.
That's right, and now we're getting ready to play some new exciting poker games.
The games were introduced last year, and they were so popular, Best Bet tripled the number of tables.
Let's win some money.
Hey, everybody. All right.
What do squirrels eat?
Eat nuts.
That's right, baby.
Nuts. Just win-win-win here at Best Bet.
Yeah, it's great action. We did have a good time. And right now you can see Dickie Malone having a great time because he has $5.3 million in chips. Sam Panzica in second chip position with $4.1 million. Dickie Malone, the non-professional at the table. Upset in the making. He's the chip leader. As we go down to the felt, he folds his hand. Tyler has raised to $100,000 with the king deuce.
Well, let's see what Ankush is going to do with the ace high. Now, him and Tyler have about the same amount of chips. I don't see you just calling here. I think you either need to raise with his ace-7 or throw it away because of your chip count.
What will Ankush do?
All in.
Wow.
Well, there's your answer. All in.
Good instincts. Apparently, Sam gets out of the way, and Tyler, no, he won't play that king deuce.
Nice play by Ankush there, no doubt about it. Gives you a glimpse of why this guy's won $3 million in lifetime earnings, and he's still in his 20s. He can play.
He's also a very successful high roller player. That means he puts up $100,000 per tournament.
Plays all over the world, in the high roller events and other tournaments as well. So the guy mixes it up with the best of them, no doubt about it.
And we move on. Tyler quickly folding this one, and now Ankush also going out around to Sam, who has a pretty decent king-queen.
He's in the small blind. Be shocked if he wouldn't raise it here, and indeed he does raise it to 150.
This is Sam's fourth WPT cash, his first WPT final table. Dickie Malone, the firefighter.
He's got position on the guy. I'd call here with the king-10. He's doing the same thing.
King-queen versus king-10.
Well, flop comes 8-8 deuce. 2 diamonds. See if Sam will make a continuation bet here. Nope, he's going to check it. Dickey checks right behind him. Now a 3 comes off. But again, it goes check, check. Both players think the king high might be good. That's why they're checking it down.
King high. King high.
8 on the river.
I'm glad king didn't hit.
Well, the king queen is going to win this pot. Dickey outkicked there, so a little check fest, but the best hand takes it down. Pays to have a kicker.
I see it. Thanks. I'm glad the king didn't hit.
Sam lives in Fort Lauderdale, known online as Best in the Biz.
Well, he'll be the best in the biz tonight if he can take this WPT title, that's for sure.
The thing I enjoy about poker is competitive aspect and being able to make money by not having to work. There wasn't really another career I was thinking about. I guess I always wanted to kind of be a stock trader. It just seemed cool and they make a lot of money. It seemed fun. It's definitely a pretty tough final table, but kind of like my seat. Got a position on Tyler and Kush. Winning a WPT title would definitely be pretty cool.
Well, a 24-year-old to take down a WPT title, that would be cool for sure.
Yeah, Sam is living the dream. Second chip position right now. Our non-professional Dickie Malone is out in front, though, with 5.2 as we move on. Action on Ankush.
He's going to give it up.
Here he is, Sam, with a nothing hand. Also gives it up.
And again, it's a battle of the blinds. Dickie here going to limp in with the queen high. And Tyler with the king 8 of clubs can take a free flop, or
all in.
He can raise. Indeed, he's doing it. He's moving all in. Just assumes Dickie would have raised had he had an ace in his hand, so he thinks king high is the best hand, which it is.
I've been waiting for that bounty.
820.
Dickie Malone, don't do it.
Fold.
He makes a quick fold now. Looked like he was going to do it. Didn't do it. Nicely played by Dickie, getting out of the way.
Scared me.
And Tyler saying, you scared me. We'll see about that.
Pretty impressive. A guy makes back-to-back final tables in consecutive events 2 years in a row. He won last year. Could he possibly win again, Tyler Patterson? It would be incredible. When I won my bracelet at the World Series of Poker the following year, when I was going across the street to the horseshoe, I bumped into Stu Unger. He turns to me and he says, Sexton, he said, anybody can win a poker tournament. Defending, that's where it's at. It gave me goosebumps to even know that I'd won the year before, and it really pumped me up for that tournament. And I made it to the final table and took a bad beat with 6 to go to get knocked out, but had a shot to go back-to-back myself, just like Tyler does. But I'll never forget those words. Anybody can win a poker tournament. Defending is where it's at.
Oh, that is so true, Mike. And as you know, over the years, we have had a few champions take a shot at winning back-to-back. After winning the first ever WPT at the 5 Diamond, remember Gus Hansen had a chance to defend the title the following season, but he did come up short, finishing in 3rd place. Then, in season 6, 1 year after he won the World Poker Finals, Dinad Medic returned to the final table with a shot at repeating, but he also could not cross the finish line. And in season 10, Antonio Esfandiari tried to pull the rabbit out of the hat for a 2nd year in a row, but abracadabra, he hit the rail in 6th place. Well, we'll have to see if Tyler Patterson can do it tonight. He's got a shot. Stay with us here on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
You know, Mike, one of the things that is really good here at Best Bet Jacksonville, believe it or not, is the sushi. It is delicious. It is beautifully prepared. I mean, these chefs are very, very skilled.
And whether you're making a rainbow roll or building your bankroll, it's important to be in a place where skill matters. And when you're playing social poker, that place is Play WPT. For social gaming on the go, get online at playwpt.com. Use your tablet, mobile device, or laptop to play here, there, or anywhere. PlayWPT.com is worldwide. The in-game currency is limited, creating a more competitive, authentic poker experience.
Enjoy nonstop action around the globe and around the clock at playwpt.com, where skill matters.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Dickie Malone and Sam Panzica with good chips. Ankush and Tyler with short stacks. And when you're short stacked, you're sort of handcuffed. You know, you just don't have enough chips where you can make a lot of moves at pots. You almost have to pick up hands to play.
Well, Sam has picked up a nice ace-jack of hearts, makes it 100,000 to go. Let's see if he gets action. Couple folds behind him. No, he cannot get action. And Kush giving the chips over to Sam.
Well, both blinds were the two short stacks at the table. So even if you think a guy's making a move on you, you just don't have enough chips to 3-bet when you're short stacked. You can't make moves. You virtually have to pick up hands to play. Those guys aren't doing it. Sam takes down the pot.
And we have a total prize pool here this week of $1.7 million. And these guys are going for a big share of it tonight as we move through a couple folds.
All in.
And now Kush gonna go all in with ace-4.
Yeah, picks up ace high in the small blind, says if you can beat this, good luck to you. Most of the time they can't. Sam can't, he throws it away. Nice bet by Kush.
Kush grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, lives in Houston, Texas now. He's 29 years old. What a poker career he's had. Also Tyler Patterson, of course. He'd do anything for back-to-back titles. As he looks down at a nothing hand, folds it. Now Kush with a pair of threes. He's just gonna call with the button.
He's got one of the short stacks, just wants to see flops, hopes to hit a 3 on the flop, otherwise just get rid of the hand.
He's letting in a lot of action. Ace-4, king, queen, pair of threes, here we go.
Neither guy are 3-betting with those two hands, pretty surprising. And comes queen, jack, 6, all hearts.
Yeah, Sam getting queens there.
Yeah, he's got top pair, so he's gonna lead out and bet. Dickey hits no part of that flop, so he'll be going out. But Kush does have a heart, but it's just a baby one. Throws the hand away. So Sam Panzica creeping up on the chip leader, Dickie Malone.
Well, while we take a quick break in the action here in Jacksonville, let's tell the audience how busy the World Poker Tour has been with events going on around the globe.
Well, here in the States, WPT Deep Stacks held tournaments in Arizona at the Casino del Sol Resort and in Iowa at the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort.
And it was off the 3 different continents for the WPT National Series. In Europe, events were held in Valkenburg, Netherlands at the Holland Casino, San Remo, Italy at Casino San Remo, and Brussels, Belgium at the Grand Casino Brussels. Then we went to Asia, and the WPT National Korea was held at the Paradise Casino and Jeju Grand.
There were also 2 tournaments in Africa. First in Morocco at the Casino de Marrakesh, and then in South Africa at the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino.
But that's not all. At Maryland Live, a new name was added to the WPT Champions Cup when Zachary Smiley emerged victorious, taking home over $350,000.
Congratulations to all the winners, and head to WPT.com to find a complete tournament schedule so you can join us at a future event. Okay, action's back underway here at Best Bet. Let's get back to the table.
Dickie Malone, the non-professional from Macon, Georgia, is the chip leader, former firefighter. He's got 5.1 million in chips.
He made a big draw out on the first hand of this final table to take the chip lead and hasn't relinquished it. Let's see if he can hold on.
All right, this time, Sam with king 3 makes it 100,000 to go. Dickie goes out, and Tyler Patterson with king queen.
Well, he throws out the bounty badge, meaning he's all in.
And it will work. Tyler Patterson going after back-to-back championships. Unprecedented here on the World Poker Tour. We'll see if he does it.
WPT Foundation continues to work to raise awareness and funds for worthwhile causes. One such cause, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, holds a special place in my heart. And recently we partnered with them for the All In for Kids charity poker tournament. Take a look.
There's nothing more extraordinary than taking care of the kids in our world. The fact that the World Poker Tour Foundation has now a long-running connection with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is extraordinary from all sides.
Oh, don't do the really shady. Deal with us.
Yeah, I'll be emceeing tonight. It's pretty cool that we can take poker and turn the tables and kind of raise a fortune for charities, and it feels pretty good.
The vibe is fun. I would say everyone's here to just have a good time and get along. It hasn't felt like anyone's feeling the pressure of playing to win for real, which is really nice. That's what you get with a charity tournament, I feel like.
The Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is one of the premier hospitals in the world for children. Anything I can do to support that cause is something that I'm proud to do, not just as a person, but as a new father.
I have twin boys that are 25, and my son had an episode years ago when he was 12 years old, which brought me to CHOP. It's just fitting that I'm here. I think that people in my position and most of the people in this room tonight, they're very fortunate. So why not reach out to other people and try and help other people?
When you're dealing with something that is rare and life-threatening, you want to go to the best possible place. My son wouldn't be here without CHOP. We look at him every day as our little miracle kid. The doctors, they hate championing themselves. So if they're not going to do it, I feel like, it's our job to do that.
The Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is the first children's hospital in the nation. We were founded 161 years ago, and having a hospital that's dedicated to children makes all the difference in the world. This year we're going to be dedicating the money to research and innovation in our cardiac center for children who come from all 50 states and around the world.
The World Poker Tour began with an incredibly big hope, and the dream was that we were not just going to transform poker into a televised mainstream sports sensation, but maybe we would take the democracy of poker, get a chance to package that up and change the world a little bit. That's what the World Poker Tour Foundation has been able to tap into, and the dream is we can do it over and over and over again for years to come.
Well, it's so great the WPT Foundation goes in with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's just a great event every year in New York City.
That is right, Mike. And of course, they raise a lot of money for that great charity.
Well, these guys playing for a lot of money tonight. Over $354,000 to the winner. Right now, the non-pro at the table, Dickie Malone, our chip leader, with over $5 million in chips.
Yep. He's 56 years old, out of Georgia. And he's playing impressive poker here tonight. But right now, Sam Panzica in second chip position. Makes it 150 with a queen 8. Can he push everyone out of this hand? And Kush now with a queen 4.
Well, he has Georgia ties as well. He went to the University of Georgia. It's just the kind of hand that's just tough to play here, Vince, when you're short stacked. Handcuffed, as we call it. Even if you think your opponent's making a move, you just don't have enough chips to 3-bet and play like you might want to. That's the penalty of being short stacked, and Sam understands that perfectly right now, taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, Sam, what a player. Started playing in high school at little $5 games, has progressed, and at 24 years old, one of the top players in the world, 4 WPT cashes, first WPT final table, and a big shot of winning here tonight. And we move on, Dickie with a quick fold, Tyler with a quick out.
So the battle of the blinds here. What do you do now if you're in, Kush? Jack 7. You want to see a flop, but if you just limp in, the guy might raise you, then you got to throw it away. But Ankush does make the call.
And Sam is not going to punish him with a raise with a Jack 10, so he's got position on him. We move on, and he hits a 10, so 10-7-6 on the flop. 10s for Sam, and 7s for Ankush. Ankush is bet out, 60,000.
Well, you got to bet middle pair in this spot. And Sam, surprised he doesn't raise here.
I am too.
Just makes the call. Now a 4 comes off, so another possible straight the other direction. Oh, Ankush thinks the 2 7s is good, so he's going to bet him here. 125,000. Now the question is Sam going to just call or raise? I don't think there's any chance he's going to throw it away, top pair. And he just calls.
Yeah, he does. He's in front, going to the river.
But the 8 of diamonds comes off.
That's a dangerous card.
And what's funny about this hand, Ankush bet on the flop and the turn, thinking he had the best hand. It almost looks like he's rethinking that right now.
Well,
and if that's the case, will he make a bet here?
Well, there's diamonds out there, there's straights all over the place, so Sam's hand is shrinking up.
450.
Ankush sensing that, gonna take a shot.
Unbelievable bet here by Ankush.
It's like the worst river in the deck.
I'm telling you, folks, he bet for value on the flop and the turn, and now I believe he thinks he's beat and feels like the only way he can win the pot is to bet at it, and that's exactly the scenario.
Yeah, but Sam hasn't folded. He could make this call. It would be an excellent call. Very tough to make, though.
You can't beat anything but a bluff.
But the problem was he didn't raise after the flop. He should have. He has to lay it down. Beautifully played by Ankush.
Well, it sure was. It's amazing how well he figured that hand out and put his opponent on a 10.
Yeah, that's the smile of a man that just bluffed.
Well, there's a hand Sam's going to kick himself for later for not raising on the flop.
Yeah.
And taking control of the hand.
Absolutely. As we move on, Dickie Malone still out in front with $5 million. Quick fold by Tyler Patterson. Ankush going out as well.
So battle of the blinds here. Sam with 7-4 diamonds. Just limps in, and no raise by the pair of deuces from Dickie.
Yeah, Dickie shifts gears. He's playing very conservative at this point, and the flop is a Jack 9-6.
Well, no help for either player. Again, it goes check, check. And now a 4 comes off. Now Sam has the best hand with 2 4s. And that's because his opponent didn't bet on the flop. Didn't raise him pre-flop. You're not putting him on a pair. So he's going to bet the 2 4s for value here.
Yeah, 65,000.
Well, Dickie going to make the call.
Yeah, he's stubborn.
Well, it's not deuces wild. And unfortunately for him, he needs a deuce to win the pot. Now an 8 comes off, but makes a lot of straight possibilities, so I doubt either player are going to be happy to see that card. And it's going to go check, check.
6.
And Sam turns up 2 4s.
Said you got a 6.
Oh, I thought you said he tabled a 6. I tabled my hand. He tabled it.
Yeah, Sam turned his hand face up, lucky for him.
I'm sorry, I said you got a 6.
I thought it was a 6.
No.
Dickie was asking him if he had a 6, but Sam thought he said, I have a 6, where he would lose the
What
pot.
kind of angle you're out there? I promise you that.
Go ahead, I flipped.
You'd already flipped them over.
But because he turned his cards face up, he wins the pot.
After the break, Tony Dunst has a prescription for tough beats and sore losers. It's coming up in the Raw Deal. Always ready to give his uncensored take on poker is Tony Dunst, who's about to break it all down in tonight's Raw Deal.
Many amateur poker players never consider turning a pair into a bluff. But with experience comes an improved ability to hand read. And sometimes you sense that your pair is so unlikely to win at showdown that bluffing is the only way to take the pot. So was it that line of thinking that led Ankush Mandavia to turn his pair into a bluff? Let's break it down. This hand features some serious pro-on-pro violence, and opens with Ankush limping the small blind with Jack 7, and Sam Panzika checking the big blind with Jack 10. Both players flop a pair, leading Ankush to make a half-pot bet that's going for value. You might be surprised to see Ankush bet again on the turn. The river is where things get weird. As I mentioned, Ankush was betting for value on the previous 2 streets. However, when the 8 of diamonds lands on the river, Ankush is aware that his 1 pair is unlikely to be good, and that every obvious draw has been filled with that card. So now we see him fire out for full pot, a bet that's designed to fold out a 10 or a better 7.
It's like the worst river in the deck.
Sam realizes that card is terrible for him and lays down Jack 10. Now, the result of this hand makes Ankush look like a soul-reading wizard, but it's worth questioning if this is truly a good bluff. Sam can easily have 2 pair, a straight, or a flush, and if he won't fold 2 pair on this river, then I think Ankush is bluffing too frequently. It's one of those results-oriented situations where, for today, Ankush is a genius.
Well, he certainly played that pot like a genius, in my mind, no doubt about it. But right now, Dickie Malone is the genius of the four left with the chip lead of 4.9 million. Sam Panzica also with 4.2 million. 2 big stacks, 2 little stacks.
Yeah, short-handed poker. Different game. Ankush, an expert at it. All right, we have a couple folds. Around to our non-professional player, our chip leader, Dickie Malone, with just a Jack-7, just going to call.
Just limps in. Tyler will never stand for that.
All in.
And he does go all in, and unless the guy's completely slow playing, you know your ace high is the best hand, so you just move in automatically like Tyler did and take down the pot. Well done.
Tyler is 33 years old. He's the last bounty standing.
For the second year in a row.
Started out as a poker dealer. Meanwhile, the blinds are going up to 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante, and it's actions on Sam. He's got King Jack. He moves it up to 125 to go.
Well, Dickie Malone has 2 8s. I think with the chip lead, it's a great opportunity to 3-bet here with the 2 8s. Let's see what he does.
Caps the cards and just calls.
By just calling, you allow the blinds to come in the pot at a pretty cheap price. And you see Ankush is doing just that. That's why I think you need to 3-bet with the 2 8s in that spot, find out where you're at, shut out the blinds, play from there, in position.
The flop comes up an ace, jack 5, so Sam hitting jacks there.
Yeah, Sam now has the best hand. Ankush with the wheel draw, as you can see. Needs a deuce for a straight, but he is checked. And Sam with the middle pair top kicker is going to bet 125,000. It looks like the 2 snowmen melted. Indeed they did. Dickie Malone out. Now what's Ankush going to do? Remember, he's short stacked. He does have a gut shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Are you going to call with just a wheel draw here and 4 high? Well, no, you're not. You're going to raise 325,000. Now, if you're sitting in Sam's seat, you're saying, wow, this guy is raising me on a short stack. He must have something. But if you don't believe he's got an ace where he moved all in before the flop, then you call him here just like Sam did.
Yeah. Beautifully evaluated by Sam. He makes this call. We're going to the turn. But look at this. This is going to help Ankush extremely with a 6 of diamonds, now a 4 flush and straights.
Well, Vince, maybe Ankush was going to give the pot up if he got called by that raise there. But now,
all in.
With a drawing hand like he's got, a semi-bluff bet as we call it, the open-end straight and the flush draw, he just moves all in, and he takes it down. Once again, Ankush Mandavia outplaying Sam Panzica to win the pot.
Ankush loving it, smiling to his rail. He is robbing these guys as 4 players remain here at the Best Bet Jacksonville. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
We are back at Best Bet Jacksonville. 4 players remain in this classic battle. Winner's going to take home a whopping $354,000.
Yeah, Tyler Patterson trying to win this event 2 consecutive years, but right now he's sitting in 4th chip position, as you can see. The lone non-pro at the table, Dickie Malone, still our chip leader. Action's on Tyler. Wow, I was a little surprised he wouldn't have shoved there with ace high with his chip stack, but opted to lay it down.
Right behind him, Ankush Mandavia with a pair of 3s, though. Let's see if he gets aggressive with it.
Nope, he just calls on the button. He wants to keep the pot small. If somebody raises, he's going to call and see a flop, but if he gets 3-bet, he commits a lot of money to the hand, so he limped in.
Panzica with just a 10-6 gets to stick around.
Dickie Malone, who could well raise with this hand, ace-4 clubs, opts to see a free flop too, so 3-way action. And the flop is 7-6-6. Great flop there for Sam. He's flopped 3 6s and checks. Dickie has none of that, of course.
He's checking as well.
Well, Vince Ankush is going to bet here. I feel that he should bet here because they both check. They probably don't have pairs, so why not bet my 2 pair?
115, and that's a dream come true if you're Sam. You sit around there with 10-6, you flop 3 of a kind, and you got a guy betting into you. Life is good.
Well, the question is, do you raise here or do you just call to slow play him?
Oh, just going to rope the dope.
He's going to rope the dope, but once he gets called, Ankush is probably going to shut it down from here. Now a queen comes off. And Sam checks again. Now Ankush knows he could have a straight or a flush draw. And now the river, the king of hearts, that neither player are really happy to see. Fearful their opponent might have a flush, but Sam now going to bet the 3 6s here. It's like 190,000 is the bet. Now Ankush has to put the pieces of the puzzle together here. Let's see if he can figure this out. He's in a tough spot. You just don't think a guy would bet 2 pair in this spot. So he's either got at least 3 6s or a flush, or nothing.
He's got a heck of a sweatshirt, though. Very flexible. Keeps the neck and chin warm.
Oh, boy. Right now, he just wants to pull it over his head and hide. Doesn't know what to do.
190.
This would be what we call a hero call here if he makes it, but it's not going to work out for him.
Oh!
He knows all he can beat is a straight draw, but he does make the call because it makes sense that Sam could have had a straight draw there.
Yeah, well, the problem was that Ankush did not raise before the flop with the 3. Got a guy to stick around with 10-6, and it backfired. Sam Panzica, he is looking good right now. Line still 30 and 60,000. Quick fold by Ankush.
Well, Sam on the button now with the 9-7 offsuit, but everything seemingly going his way right now, so why not raise it up here in this spot?
Look, 10-6 worked out for him. Why not play 9-7?
It's 125,000. Dickey goes out around to Tyler Patterson. Will he defend? Remember, he's the short stack in the tournament.
Got under $1 million. He's only got about 900,000 left, so.
Yeah, he makes the call. So we're going to see a flop. Well, flop is queen 10 deuce. Tyler with the best hand with second pair checks it. Let's see if Sam makes a continuation bet. Looks like he has to with that hand, but he doesn't. He checks. Now a queen comes off. Now it is 3 diamonds. I'm a little surprised Tyler checked there.
Me too.
I would have bet that hand in that spot. You're not going to put your opponent on a queen or even a diamond draw, or you bet the flop. And now Sam's reaching for chips. He's going to bet 110,000, but I don't believe that Tyler's going to go anywhere here. You're just not going to put your opponent on a queen when you check the flop. And Tyler does make the call. So we are going to the river. And an ace comes off. So Tyler checks again. Now Sam knows the only way he can win this pot is to bet at it.
Tyler hoping against hope if his man checks it. Possibly win, but what great players do when they don't have it, they try to take it away with nothing, and that's exactly what Sam's doing.
Well, Vince, I don't think you're going to put him on a queen. I don't think you're going to put him on diamonds. I don't think you're going to put him on king jack, because he would have bet the flop with the king jack as well. It's just a matter if he paired the ace or he didn't.
Problem for Tyler, of course, he's got about 800,000 left only, and 215.
Well, let's see if Tyler can sort this out. He makes the call. He chips up pretty nicely. He knows if he calls and loses, he'll be down to virtually not many chips. He does throw it away.
Wow.
I think when Tyler looks at this hand, Vince, he's going to say, you know, I should have bet out on the turn myself. I should have taken control of the hand, and then I couldn't have got bluffed out of it.
Well, with that pot, Sam Panzica is now the new chip leader. 4 players remain. What a battle we're seeing.
It's time to say goodnight from Best Bet and Jacksonville. Be sure to tune in next time when a new champion will be crowned. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight we're coming to you from Jacksonville, Florida with continuing coverage of the season of 15 Best Bet Bounty Scramble. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Standing by to call the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, it's been a terrific final table. I'm wowed by the performance this week of Tyler Patterson. He's the defending champion in this event. He's the lone bounty remaining in this tournament, and yet he's still here with 4 players remaining. But even with his great performance, the total buzz at this final table is about the lone non-professional at the table, Dickie Malone.
Dickie Malone, he's the former firefighter. He is taking the water there, and he's spraying these guys down. He is good for Macon, Georgia, but it's not going to be easy for Dickie because Sam Panzica, 24-year-old, he's tough. Ankush Pandavia, we know how great he is. And then, of course, Tyler as well. So good horse race. Down the stretch we go.
Thanks, guys. Play's about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Sam Panzica out in front with 4.7 million. Dickie Malone, the lone non-pro at the table, right on his heels with 4.6 million.
Yeah, the winner's going to take home $354,000 tonight and also receive the beautiful Hublot watch. What a timepiece that is. Get their name inscribed on the Champions Cup here on the WPT. Let's go to the felt. The antes are 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60.
Action on Dickie Malone. He folds.
Yeah, Tyler Patterson, who took down this title last year. He's going to push all in with the king high.
He's going for it right here.
And he'll take the pot down.
Queen no slider.
Tyler Patterson from Scottsdale, Arizona. Been a pro for 11 years.
33% to call.
Has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Won this tournament a year ago. Going for his second WPT title in the same event. Never been done before.
Started out as a poker dealer, and now they deal to him. Made a lot of money in the game. Well, he folds, and now Ankush Mandavia with a very strong ace-queen and the button.
Well, he's going to raise it. 130,000 to go. And Sam Panzica could well 3-bet here and get himself in big trouble with the ace-jack of spade. But he just calls, Vince.
Yeah.
Does not re-raise here. That allows Dickie in the big blind to come in if he wants, but he opts not to. So as the cards lie, Ankush has him dominated. And the flop comes ace-3-4, all clubs.
Wow, both hitting aces, and we have a kicker problem there for Sam.
Well, Ankush also has the best draw. He's got the flush draw. So Ankush with the best hand and the best draw.
Continues for 150.
And Sam obviously going to at least call. He does call, does not raise here. Ankush looks back at his hand. Now, you'd think he looked back to see if he had a club in his hand, which he does. Now the board pairs threes. Well, again, Sam checks. And Ankush just does not want to be check raised in this situation, so he checks also. The 9 of spade comes off. Will Sam bet now? Probably thinks he's got the best hand. I would think it with ace-jack. He's going to check. And now Ankush has to think he has the best hand with ace-queen. He knows Sam is going to re-raise before the flop if he had ace-king. And there's a chance he could have a flush or a full house, but you have to think ace-queen is good after they both checked on the turn.
Yeah, well, Ankush is going to stick in a bet of 400,000.
Yep.
Get a little more value out of this hand.
Well, Vince, I don't know how Sam's going to get away from this hand the way it was played.
I think you're right.
Well, because Ankush checked on the turn.
There's the call.
Use queen.
God.
Sam calls.
The queen is going to play in this hand. Ace is up with a queen kicker. Ankush taking down that pot.
Yep. Ankush Mandavia, 29 years old, lives in Houston, Texas. Very experienced, close to $3 million in lifetime poker earnings.
It's a live tournament earnings. I'm sure he's made a lot more online as well, but his biggest cash was $787,000. Finished third in a big high roller to get that money, but he has done well in his young career.
Well, he has folded this hand, and Sam would have dropped an ace-deuce of clubs. Kind of surprising. Dickie with an awful 9-6.
In the small blind. And he's going to call. He's going to open himself up to get this pot taken away from him, and that's what's going to happen here.
All in.
And Tyler is going all in. You're just not going to put your opponent on an ace when they limp in the small blind. If they're trapping you, they just got you. but he's not trapping. Well, Tyler throws out the bounty.
It's 770.
That's an extra $2,500 in cash for any one of these guys at the table that can win it and knock Tyler out of this tournament. So the question is, does Dickie want to gamble here with a 9-6 offsuit? Going to cost him another $710,000 to do so. And I don't think you want to put your money in with the 9-6 here. You don't want to double up a Tyler Patterson with this garbage hand. There it is. So Tyler Patterson with the all-in bet taking it down, brings back his bounty badge, trying to collect it for the second year in a row. That's astonishing to me.
I don't think people play against me differently because I won last year. You know, everyone was talking to me about it, and I got a lot of recognition.
Let's hear it for our champion, Tyler Patterson.
Tyler's good. He's tough. Puts you in some interesting spots for sure.
I think he's a good player from what I've experienced with him.
Tyler Patterson, I watched him last year on television. I respect his play, but if I have something I need to get in there with, we'll do it, you know, we'll play.
Well, there you go. So Tyler Patterson, not only a really good player, Vince, one of the most well-liked guys out here on tour, and for good reason. He really is a super nice guy.
4 players battling for the championship here at Best Bet Jacksonville. A great poker stop. And we move on now. Dickie Malone with this huge ace-queen of spades.
Well, he will definitely be playing this hand as the chip leader.
Dickie owns a small construction business, used to be a firefighter, 56 years old, out of Macon, Georgia. He's got everything going for him here tonight.
He also got in this tournament on a $550 satellite, Vince. So what a parlay he's making wherever he finishes. And there's the raise, $155,000. Oh, just the hand Tyler's been waiting for. A big duke where he can get all his chips in.
2 kings, what a time to get him.
$155,000.
All in.
All in. And Kush with the 10s behind him.
Wow.
And Kush picking up 10s, 3 big hands here.
He knows Tyler's going to have a wider range than 2 kings to move all in here. By far, would do it with 2 5s, 2 8s, ace 9 perhaps.
All in.
And Ankush is going all in as well.
Oh, the sunglasses are coming off.
And now we're back to Dickie Malone with the ace-queen of spade. Now, Vince, you have to know Ankush, at least Ankush, has a very big hand here, or he wouldn't get involved. He doesn't have to get involved. He would just let Tyler and Dickie fight it out if he had a marginal hand. So he must have a big hand here. Dickie should know that, and also know that Tyler could perhaps have a big hand, which indeed he does.
Yeah, I think this is very droppable. You don't need to get involved at this point.
Now, Vince, he knows if he calls and loses this pot, he'll still have over $2 million in chips and still be in the race. But if he calls and wins the pot, he'll be the big chip leader playing heads up for the title. So do you want to gamble here? Vince, one of these players could easily have ace-king. I just don't see how you'd want to play ace-queen in this spot. You wouldn't want to play it. It's just a matter if you want to gamble or not.
There's another side of it that says maybe he just knows his best chance is to gamble against these kind of players.
No, because it's suited, it might influence him, Vince.
Oh boy, he's made the call.
He does make the call. Wow. Well, Tyler Patterson's not going to be happy to see it because he'd rather play the kings against the 2 10s. But he's got the best hand, got a chance to triple up here and be well on the road to defend his title. If he gets outdrawn by either one of these guys, he's out.
What a dramatic hand. It is up for grabs.
A little kiss for Carolyn. She was good luck for him last year, been good luck so far this year. Let's see what happens here with the 2 kings of Tyler.
Can the fireman slide down the pole successfully?
Dickie Malone saying, please give me an ace just once in my life. I won't ever ask for it again. He could knock 2 players out, have the big chip lead, playing heads up for the title. Where's an ace when you need one?
Looks like a bunch of little ones.
No, 8-4 deuce.
Well, so far so good for the two pros.
I'll take a turn heart for the sweat.
Yeah, spade sweat.
No.
Come on, spade. Spade sweat.
Great.
Spade.
Going to the turn, Dickie Malone wanted to find that ace. He got
An
it!
ace! Wow! Can you believe it?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Give me that back.
Oh, yeah.
All right, God. Man, I enjoy
It ain't
it.
over yet. There's still another
Come on, I
card.
got it. Oh, I thought that was a river card.
Wow!
Sorry, I thought it was a river card. Yeah.
If the hand finishes this way, Tyler will finish in 4th place because Ankush had him more chips when the pot started.
There's the river.
It's a 5. Lady Luck shining again on Dickie Malone. That's going to do it for the defending champion, Tyler Patterson, and the tough pro, Ankush Mandavia.
Tyler's going to take home $100,000, and Kush $152,000, respectively.
I mean, I was shooting pretty good.
Heartbreak for Tyler Patterson there, Vince. If he triples up here, he's got a great shot to defend his title. Who knows what would have happened? But that's poker. Give Dickie Malone credit. He knew he had chips to gamble enough to make the call. He still had a couple million if he lost it. He decided to go for it, and what timing for him. It paid off in spades.
Gentlemen, is anybody going to stop Dickie?
I'm not sure about that. Maybe Sam can do it, but we certainly couldn't.
Well, he's busted all 4 players so far. Tyler, you came in tonight with only victory in your mind. How disappointed are you? Yeah, it's a big letdown. Got in a good spot. You know, full of a lot of hands to get there. But yeah, Dickie's unstoppable right now. I mean, maybe Sam can do it. Like
We'll see.
He's a good kid.
10% chance.
All right, here we go.
Wow, that is something you don't see often, a double elimination. We are down to the final 2 players here at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. When we return, Dickie Malone and Sam Panzico go heads up for the WPT title. You don't want to miss it.
Vance, people ask all the time, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Mike, with $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month, the answer is yes.
Find out for yourself. Sign up at clubwpt.com.
We're getting ready for heads-up play between Dickie Malone and Sam Panzico here at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. And on the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Sam, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. Your heads up.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
Did you think coming into this tournament that you would end up sitting here heads up for the title?
No, I did not.
No?
I was hoping, but
You gotta love sitting back at a final table and seeing a double elimination.
yeah, it was really nice.
Now, what's your verdict on Dickie? What's it gonna take to stop him?
Gonna have to pick up some hands. He's playing good, hitting some hands.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Dickie, how would you say things are playing out for you tonight?
It's working out pretty good. I'm glad, and glad it is. When they put it in like that, and I sat there and thought about the situation, and I knew it was going to continue to happen over and over again, and I thought that was the best time for me to do what I could do. So I did it, you know, and it worked out good for me. I got lucky.
Now, do you think that you were underestimated coming into this final table?
I don't really know. I may have been. I was the only, they said I was the only amateur out here, so, you know, all of them were pros. Right in here, you know, it could be some, you know, luck involved, you know.
Yeah. Well, and skill, and you've certainly got it. So congratulations on getting this far.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So who will be the last player standing in Jacksonville? Play is about to start up, so I'll send it back to Mike and Vince for the call of the action.
Well, as you can see by the chip count, Dickie Malone with about 7.4 million, Sam Panzico with about 4 million in chips. So Dickie not quite a 2-to-1 chip lead over his opponent, but I'm sure he's very happy to be where he's at right now. He's knocked out all 4 players at this final table. Can he get one more notch on his belt?
All right, action on Sam. He's got a little 4-3, and he is called with it. And Dickie with an ace-4. But
doesn't raise, Vince. Very surprised by that.
That is surprising. Wow, ace-10-3. Aces for Malone. Checks again.
Well, Sam's got bottom pair, and he's going to bet. Hoping his opponent has no pair and will go away. But there's no way Dickie's throwing away 2 aces. Makes the call. And a jack comes off. So So Dickie out in front with the ace high and the key card, the ace of diamonds, but checks. And Sam also checks. Now the board pairs jacks.
Ace.
That's good.
It goes check, check. Dickie gonna win the pot with aces up. So he extends his chip lead.
Dickie Malone loving it. There's his wife, Joy, and his daughter, Taylor, in the audience. They've got to be thrilled by this. From Macon, Georgia, 56 years old. He was a firefighter for around 20 years and now playing poker as a hobby, but leading right now in the heads-up battle. This time he picks up a Jack-8.
Well, I'm just going to call on the button with it. Sam, I'm sure happy to play small ball with this guy. Just calls to look at a flop. Sam would rather play post flop. And now the flop comes Jack 8-3. What a flop for Dickie. He's got top two pair. Sam with middle pair has checked. And Dickie slow playing the top two pair. Now a 3 comes off. Well, Vince Sam is going to bet this, thinking 2-8s are the best hand for sure right now.
Yep, Dickie Malone has set up his victim very well. He's going to get him to bet 90,000.
Action on Dickie. See what he's going to do with top two pair now.
This is Dickie Malone's first WPT cash. And of course, first final table. He'd like to trade in that watch he has on right now to a nice Hublot watch. I guarantee it.
Well, he's going to raise it
Yep.
to 225,000. Now, Vince, if you're sitting in Sam's seat, you're saying, what is going on here? How could that 3 of spade possibly help this guy unless he's got a pair of 3s in the hole? If the guy checked on the flop, he didn't raise before the flop, so it just doesn't pass the smell test. I don't blame Sam for calling. As we see, he's drawing completely dead here, but little does he know it. Now a king comes off. Now Sam is going to check. And you know Dickie is going to bet, just a matter of how much.
Tell you something, he has a good poker face, though. Doesn't give too much away. Can't really tell by his expressions.
Well, he's bet 325,000, and this puts a lot of pressure on Sam. Sam is just figuring out what's going on. The guy didn't raise before the flop. He didn't bet on the flop. Now all of a sudden he raised me on the turn. He's going to bet the river. I mean, it looks like the guy made 3 3s or has nothing. At least that's what I would think. Well, Sam is going to call him. Can't blame him for that, but Jackson 8s are going to take this pot down, so the heater continues for Dickie Malone. He extends his chip lead.
Boy, what an upset in the making. The senior at the table giving some lessons to the junior. Very impressive.
Hi, I'm here with Joy Malone and Taylor, and we are watching the final table. How excited are you to be here?
Oh, it's beyond words. Words just can't describe how excited we are. We've got family at home, friends in all states rooting for Dickie. We're just so excited that he's come this far.
Well, I know that he plays this as a hobby. It's not his profession, but he does take it serious, right?
He does call it his second job.
Okay. So he does play at home. He plays in home games and things like that,
He does play
right?
at home right regular.
Okay.
So he's gotten in a lot of practice, and I feel like all that practice is finally paying off.
Is he nervous?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He doesn't look nervous to me.
Yeah, he looks like a pro. He's eliminated all 4 players. I mean, that has to be exciting. You guys are sitting here watching. What do you think?
It's crazy. Honestly, I didn't think he'd make it this far, but I'm so proud he did.
Yeah.
Proud daughter.
All right, what are we going to do with the money?
Oh my goodness, we've been talking about home renovation, so I'm hoping that's the next step.
Well, that looks likely.
Yes.
All right, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, they can do a lot of renovating whether he comes in first or second, so good for him.
Well, of course he's not nervous. The man was a former firefighter. He ran into burning buildings. Little card game's not going to make him nervous.
Get a good point there.
All right, back to the action.
Well, Sam has raised it on the button with the highway patrol hand, the 10-4. Dickie with Jack 10 in the big blind. He's going to call, and we're going to see a flop here.
Blinds are up to 40 and 80,000 with this hand. $10,000 ante.
Oh, flop is 8-8-4. Great flop for Sam. He now has the best hand with 8s and 4s. Dickie checks. Action on Sam. Wow, I cannot believe he checked this, Vince. How do you check this? With 2 overcards, you give your opponent a free card, and he hits it on the turn. He has jacks up and has the best hand right now. I am shocked Sam checked that flop. I just can't believe it, Vince. At worst, your opponent's got 2 overcards. Why would you give him a free draw at it after you raise pre-flop and hit this flop, which is almost a perfect flop for your hand?
Well, Dickie out in front now. Bets 100,000 with the jacks. Sam not liking this at all. You wouldn't think, but wow, he's going to raise it. 250 to go, total.
Just going to test the water, see if his opponent's making a move. If he makes the call here, you'll know he's got something, and there is the call.
Well, but Dickie in the back of his mind is saying, this guy have an 8? It's possible.
Obviously, you think the guy slow played 3/8, but now Dickie has the top 2 pair, jacks and 10s. But still, you have to think your opponent's got 3/8 if he raised you on the turn. So I can't imagine you could lead out and bet in this situation. But I'm not Dickie Malone. He is going to lead out and bet here. 400,000. Now Sam trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. He knows he raised him on the turn, the guy called, and now the guy's let out on the river. So honestly, you have to think there's no way, even though you improved your hand to 10s up, that it can be good. Your opponent has got at least jacks up, maybe 3/8.
He's going to lay it down.
Vince, he's got nobody to blame but himself for losing that pot by not betting on the flop. How you raise a pre-flop with a 10-4 and hit that flop and don't bet is a mystery to me.
The young poker pro gets burned by the fireman.
No good bad beat story would be complete without our very own Tony Dunst telling it like it is. And he's here now with the raw deal.
Usually, our WPT final tables include a blend of casual and professional players. But tonight, the lone recreational player at the table single-handedly busted 4 of the professionals, and now faces off for the title against the last pro standing. So how did the wild card, Dickie Malone, reach this point, and what should he do now? Let's break it down. Dickie's first knockout came against Paul Balzano, who fast-played pocket kings but still got cracked by king-queen. As for Dickie's decisions in this hand, his pre-flop call is close, his flop call is optimistic, and his turn call is just lighting money on fire. But the river rewards his faith, and then there were 5. Next, Dickie is holding ace-king suited and facing a shove from Noah Schwartz for 17 big blinds. Dickie comes to the right conclusion here, but you can sense from his uncertainty that he's not fully comfortable in these situations.
I'm not good enough to lay this down, Noah. I call.
Still, his hand holds up against king-queen, bringing us to 4 players. Lastly, Dickie scores the rare double KO against Tyler Patterson and Ankush Mandavia. This time, Dickie has ace-queen suited and a chance to close the action. But the decision to call or not is complicated. And although he happens to be behind here, I like that Dickie makes the call. And I love that he unintentionally needles Tyler by celebrating before it's over.
Let's go. Give me that back.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
yeah.
God. Hey, I enjoy
It ain't over yet. We're still on.
Come on, I got it. Oh, I thought that was a river card.
As I've said before on The Raw Deal, if you reach a final table but feel like you're outmatched by the competition, then your best strategy is to get the money in pre-flop. Dickie has done a great job of that so far tonight, and hopefully he continues that trend heads up. If not, I think an experienced pro like Sam Panzica will aim to keep the pot small and bleed Dickie gradually. Think of it like a boxing match. Sam's gonna work the jab, while Dickie's best chance is landing a haymaker.
Well, that is good strategy there. If you think your opponent might be better than you, your best chance to win is to play big pots, get it over quick, because the longer you stretch it out, the better chance the better player has to win.
Well, the haymaker has 9.3 million. He's way out in front. Blinds are 75, 150 with a $25,000 ante. Sam with a pair of 10s.
Well, you can only jab so much when you're short stack bets compared to the other guy. But this time, Sam has got a hand. 2 10s. Dickie could well raise with ace-6 suited, but opts to call. So we're going to have a flop here.
Yep, ace-6 versus a pair of 10s.
Well, flop comes 10-8-5 with 2 spades. The best hand possible for Sam. The top set, 30 miles, Flint to Saginaw. Dickie is checked.
What a flop for Sam. He can't believe it. Hitting the 3 10s, putting out a bet of 250.
Well, an easy getaway for Dickie here in my mind. Doesn't have any spades in his hand.
Not so fast. He's going to make this call.
A little surprised by that. And now an ace comes off. Wow, this could get Dickie in big trouble here. Vinci's drawn completely dead. Doesn't matter what comes off next. Dickie Malone is going to lose this pot, and just a matter how much money he's going to lose along with it. Well, $375,000 is the bet.
Sam bets $375,000.
Well, Vince, if you call with ace-6 on the flop and hit an ace, you're not going anywhere, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
It does make the call.
River card.
Well, jack of diamonds, so possible straight, possible flush out there now. Dickie checks his 2 aces, but Sam is not going to check 3 10s.
He's only got about $1 million left.
All in.
There you go.
If he made a hand to beat this, Vince, good luck to him.
I'll call.
Well, Dickie has made the call with 2 aces. Not going to like it. Sam Panzica doubles up with 3 10s. But Vince, Dickie put in $1.4 million more than I believe he should have on that pot. I think it's an easy getaway on the flop.
Yeah, but he plays that way. He plays unorthodox. He sticks around.
Really does.
Little did he know what he was up against.
Man, do you think the guy's going to bluff his last money off in this spot playing heads up against you?
No.
I don't think so.
But once you hit that ace, you start to think this is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Overrate your hand. But and Sam needed that turnaround. He gets it right there. Now we move on. Dickie Malone this time with the king, queen of clubs.
Well, certainly a beautiful hand playing heads up poker. Dickie going to raise it to $300,000.
Sam looks down at a very attractive ace-jack of spades.
When we saw him have this hand before earlier at this final table, it was raised up front. He didn't 3-bet it. He's not doing it here either. He makes the call.
2 quality hands, and the flop is a jack. 5-3. Jack's there for Sam.
Beautiful flop for Sam right there. He's going to check. Dickie with 2 clubs in his hand, probably going to make a continuation bet, which you can't blame him for. And indeed he is. $200,000. Now, Vince, I think if you're Sam, you have to check raise in this spot. In case your opponent's got ace-4 or king-queen suited like he does have. You just don't want to give him a free card by calling here where you could get beat. He could even have 2 6s, 2 7s, where he could make 3 of a kind, but Sam does raise it here, 550. I like this raise. Dickie goes out, and Sam creeping up on the chip leader.
And Sam has made close to 1.5 in lifetime tournament earnings. Says he's a big fan of the Detroit Tigers and the University of Michigan.
Oh, boy. Well, I'm a Buckeye, so you know what that means. Just to show you, Sam wants to play small ball. He limps in on the button playing heads up with an ace high. So it shows you he wants to play post-flop as much as possible in this heads-up battle, thinking he can outplay his opponent.
Oh, the flop is a king 10-7. 7s for Sam.
Well, he checks bottom pair. Now a 3 comes off.
Gives Dickie a pair of 3s.
Well, Vince, you might think 2 3s are good here after your opponent checks the flop. I'd probably bet here in this spot, too.
150.
Well, Sam's going to make the call here. So that's got to concern Dickie somewhat. Now a 4 comes off. Well, Dickie checks. Now, I would think he would just check it down here with 2 7s in case your opponent's got a pair of kings or a pair of 10s.
Nope, he wants more.
Must put him on a pair of 3s. He's got the value bet in at $225,000. But Dickie lays down the 2 3s.
Things start to turn the other way. The youngster coming back. And we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Well, poker can be a whirlwind of ups and downs, as you know, but one player who was riding high during this tournament was Club WPT qualifier Ryan Bradfield.
I'm Ryan. I'm from Oceanside, California. I love riding waves. It's kind of like my meditation. It also helps me, I think, play better poker. When I get out of the water, my mind is clearer, and I just feel a little bit more at peace. I was at the table with Ryan, who had previously won this tournament. I got to sit across from a World Poker Tour champion. From my living room to that, I'm blessed. I like playing on Club WPT because of the freedom. I can play when I want without a lot of risk or a lot of money. It's for anyone that has any interest or enjoys playing poker.
Find out how you can play for a seat at a live WPT main tour event. Join clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, we are back, and what a horse race we're seeing. Dickie Malone with 5.8, Sam Panzica with 5.5.
Yeah, quite a battle right now. It's going to be fun to see how it comes out. Let's get back to the table.
And Sam.
Well, now he's raising on the button here with the 10-8. He was limping in before he got a hold of some chips on every pot. Now he's going to start making the min raise and see what happens here. Well, Dickie with the suited connector is going to make the call. We're going to have a flop. Now flop queen, jack, deuce, 2 diamonds. No help for either player. Does give Sam a gut shot straight draw. Dickie checks. Well, Sam going to make a continuation bet of 400,000. Unless Dickie thinks he's making a complete move where he's going to raise him here, he's not going to continue. He gives it up. So Sam Panzica is starting to get a little more aggressive now that he's got chips, Vince. And with that hand, he takes the chip lead in this heads-up battle for the first time tonight.
How much? How much are they?
By the way, the blind's up to 125, 250. And action's on Dickie. He's got a pair of 5s here.
Second time he's had him at this final table. The speed limit hand for the firefighter. And he's going to raise the pot to 625,000. Sam Panzica with the ace-3 offsuit. First time he's had the chip lead tonight.
All in.
Wow, he's going all in. Vince, a great opportunity for Dickie here. I think you have to gamble with 2 5s here. You know you might be in a race, but it could be the best chance for you to win this tournament, but he gives it up. Well, Vince, I'm just surprised Dickie wouldn't have gone for it there. We saw him gamble early the first hand at this final table where he had 2 runners to win the pot, and then he gambled a really big pot against Tyler Nankush with the ace-queen. He spiked an ace on the turn to win that pot to knock those guys out, yet here he was essentially with an opportunity to virtually win the tournament, and he opted to fold him.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious, Mike, that he's inexperienced in heads-up poker. We move on. The flop is a king 5-3, so kings for Sam.
Yep, top pair for Sam, middle pair for Dickie. Sam is checked, and Dickie is going to bet middle pair, which you certainly can't blame him for. And Sam is going to make the call with the 2 kings.
Yep. Roping him in.
Well, a 7 comes off. So this gives Sam top pair and a good shot straight draw now. But it goes check, check. Now the board pair 7s. Sam has got to think kings up are the best hand now. I think you absolutely almost put your opponent on a smaller pair than that. He bets 450,000, quickly called by Dickie, and kings up. Gonna win this pot. So Sam Panzica extending his chip lead.
And things have turned around in a big way for Sam. Way out in front, the 24-year-old with a chance to take down his first WPT title. We are coming back with more action from Best Bet in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
It feels great to be playing on the World Poker Tour in the main event. I come down here to Best Bet 10, 12 times a year, and I like the way they run things here, and I like to give them a big shout out for the staff. They work really hard here in putting these satellite tournaments on.
We draw cards 18, and then 10. Dealers shuffle the deal.
It's for people, the working man, to be able to win, to get in a tournament like this, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be sitting here talking with you right now. I'm real satisfied with Best Bet down in Jacksonville.
Well, Vince, we agree with him there. Best Bet does it right. They run great tournaments, a lot of satellites for players, give them an opportunity to play in these WPT events. Just come check out Best Bet if you love to play poker.
That's right. Great food here as well. And I'll tell you what I like. They have pari-mutuel betting. You gotta love it.
Well, right now, Sam Panzica trying to get all the chips. He's got about 8.7 million compared to 2.6 million for Dickey.
All right, we have an unraised pot. 4-3 versus 9-4. Let's go.
Yeah, flop comes king 6-5. So Dickey with the open-end straight draw, but Sam with zippity doodah is going to lead out in bet to try to steal the pot, 250,000. But that is not going to work because of the drawing hand that Dickey has.
Yeah, Dickey would love to get lucky here, but not to be on the turn. 10 of clubs.
Well, Sam is going to shut it down here. Goes check, check. Sam with the best hand with 9-high right now, but no longer as the 7 comes off, giving Dickey a straight. Well, Sam is just waving the flag. He's not going to lose any more money with this pot. He took one stab at it. That's going to do it.
Oh, yeah, but Dickey with big dreams here. Catching the straight, hoping to get a good payoff.
All in.
And he's going to bet all in to a man that has nothing, and he releases it.
Oh, Dickey picking up a little pot there, but you're happy to get him when you don't have many chips.
Dickey got in this tournament through a $550 satellite. He is running it up to big-time money here tonight.
The season 15 Ublo WPT Player of the Year race is well underway, and we've already seen some intense competition. WPT Canadian Spring Championship winner Seth Davies picked up some points with his 16th place finish here at Best Bet, moving him into a tie for 5th on the leaderboard. But everyone is chasing Benjamin Zamani, who, with his 3rd final table of the season at Maryland Live, has taken a huge lead with 2,500 points. Will anyone be able to catch Ben? We'll keep you current on the standings all season long. But now, let's get back to the action.
Well, so far, what a year Ben Zamani's having. 2 runner-up finishes in the first 2 events, and then at the final table again at Maryland Live. Just incredible. Let's see if he can keep it up or if somebody can come back and catch him.
Dickey Malone looks down at an awful 3-deuce with the button.
Well, this is the worst hand you can have playing heads-up poker. A 3-deuce offsuit. Worse than the 7-deuce.
Sam with a little pair of deuces here. And he just says, all in. You want to play, you got to put it all in. And, of course, Dickey smiles because you can't call that.
Could beat that.
Could you?
Sam looking good now, striding strong. We started out this event with 379 players. We have a total prize pool of close to 1.8 million. And it's coming down to these 2 guys. One's 56 years old, 124.
Both going for their first WPT title.
All in.
Wow. Dickey gonna stab it and all in. 10-8, that's all he's got.
Well, there you go.
And let's see if Sam has a calling hand. Doesn't appear it, just an awful 9-deuce.
Well, maybe Dickey realizing small ball's not working for him. Let's play some big ball and see what happens. He moves in, picks up the pot.
I think the best hand when you've shoved has been 10-deuce.
The fireman trying to get hot. The heads-up battle will continue. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
We are back in Jacksonville for the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. Sam Panzica out in front with 8.5 million in chips.
Yeah, nice chip lead over Dickey Malone, who's got about 2.7 million in chips. So a complete reversal of fortune in this heads-up battle. Let's see if it continues.
All in.
56-year-old Dickey going all in.
I don't blame him for going all in here. His opponent can beat that hand. Good luck to him. He can't. Dickey taking down the blinds and antes.
Yep, got in this tournament through his satellite, owns a small construction business, but right now, he would like to be a WPT champion. Needs a big turnaround. Just a few hands back, Sam was spiraling out of control.
All in.
Now look at this, on this hand, Queen Jack, he's gonna put all the pressure on Dickey, and Dickey's got ace deuce.
Yeah, he's got a good chance here, Vince. If he gambles it, wow, throws an ace high away. With his chip stack, you wonder about that, but he just thought at best he'd be a 3-2 favorite. That's at best case scenario. Could be a lot worse off than that, so we just opted to throw it away and move on.
All in.
Now Sam has pushed all in with the king high, and Dickie with an ace-3 this time. And this time he's going to do the right thing, make the call.
Well, Dickie out in front here with ace high. If the ace high holds up, we'll be pretty close in chip count once again in this heads-up battle.
There's Dickie's family, his wife and daughter in the stands. Drove down from Macon, Georgia to watch this man win, and he has to start with winning this hand.
Who y'all pulling for? I got you, bro. I know.
All right, let's see the flop. Let's go.
With the flops at 8-7-5.
Wow.
Well, Sam's got a straight draw, along with the king and the 9. But Dickie out in front right now. As you can see, he's over a 3-2 favorite to win the pot from here. But no longer.
Yeah. Sam hits the 9 for a pair of 9s. So now he is 1 card away from the championship.
Yeah, give us a good sweat. Get us an ace on the river.
What a card on the turn for Sam, the young 24-year-old out of Michigan, with a shot to take the title down right now with 1 card to come.
Dickie looking for an ace to win, a 6 to tie. Nothing else will do for him.
You all right over there? Huh?
Sam Panzica with a chance to become a champion. He's done it!
And it's a king. Kings and 9s are going to win the pot for Sam Panzica. Once again, youth prevailing on the World Poker Tour.
Oh, man, what adversity we saw tonight. Sam's going to take the title down. He came back. He was the long shot.
Eventually, you got to take your hat off to Dickie Malone. Played a great event all week. Played a great final table. Just wasn't quite meant to be for him tonight. But still, you get in the tournament for $500. You cash out nearly $250,000. You got to say, pretty good week.
My Dickie Malone, ex-fireman. What a character. What a great guy. What a player. Let's go talk to him.
Dickie, an amazing final table, an amazing heads-up battle. Did you ever think you'd make it this far?
Not really. Not really, but it's been a tough road. I made it, and I mean, I'm happy with everything. You know, it could have been just a little bit better, but I'm happy.
Well, you busted 4 players at the final table. That's quite an accomplishment. What do you plan on doing with the money?
I'll probably use it to get in other tournaments and do some fixing up of the home.
Okay, that's what your wife said, so you better do that.
Yeah, she wants me to. That's probably where it's going to.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You got
it was good.
Okay, let's talk to the best bet bounty scramble champion from Saline, Michigan, Sam Panzica. Yeah. Sam, congratulations on your performance tonight. Vince and I thought you played like a total pro, never lost your composure, even when you got way behind playing the heads-up battle. You got to feel great about how you played this tournament.
Feels pretty good. Feels like a dream. I'm sure it'll hit me in a couple days.
Well, you should be very proud of this performance. You won your first WPT title in addition to getting over $354,000. You're also going to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. You also get a beautiful 24K set of Monster headphones and a beautiful Hublot watch to commemorate your victory. Once again, congratulations, Sam, on winning the Best Bet Bounty Scramble.
Thanks.
Lynn, back to you.
What a night for Sam Panzica, the season 15 Best Bet Bounty Scramble champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're thrilled to return to Canada's Playground Poker Club, where in past seasons we've seen great players fight to the finish and add their name to the Champions Cup. For the past 6 days, the tournament floor has been filled with contenders from all over the globe, eager to make their mark on the poker scene.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
WPT Montreal is always a favourite tour stop, attracting heavy hitters and hopefuls in full force.
It's my first time to Montreal. Everybody always talks about what a great stop it is. The casino's great. It's a cool spot.
It's the only event on tour that we have that big belt, like a championship prize fight. It'd be nice to get that, but a little better to get the money.
Montreal native and WPT Champions Club member Eric Afriat wanted to keep the belt in Canada.
I just feel that something magic is in the air and things are going to happen.
With the option to enter or re-enter on any of the 3 starting days, players could adjust their game accordingly.
If you've got that one bullet, you need to be careful with that one bullet, but if you're willing to get in there and gamble a little bit, that means you can re-enter the next day if you get knocked out.
As the day went on, new faces joined the action, and even more hit the rail. As play was coming to an end, Jeff Gross, who made a deep run here in season 11, was feeling good.
Yeah, we're off to a great start, and it's an amazing city here in Montreal, so it's nice to have a few days off if you can.
Jeff was one of the 47 players who would survive and move on to day 2. Leading the way was WPT champ Eric Afriat, who not only found magic in the air, he was the only player to bag over 200,000 in chips. But no matter how many chips they were bagging, they were all excited for
2 days off in Montreal.
On day 1B, the Playground Poker Club filled up with new arrivals, including last year's runner-up Daryl Fish.
Obviously looking for my first WPT title still would be really sweet.
Plus, a number of busted day 1A players taking another shot. WPT champ Will Fiala brought his poker-loving pal, NFL champ Richard Seymour, to one of his favourite stops. But like many others, Will's mind was on the belt.
I was the guy that pushed him into picking that as their trophy, so I really am emotional about that belt.
Season 12 WPT Montreal champ Derek Rosenbarger, back for the first time since his victory, already has a belt.
I wear it every day, actually. No, I'm joking.
And was working his way towards a second. Around the room, everyone was making moves, trying to grow their stacks. And anyone hitting the rail would have one last chance on day 1C. Of the day's 213 entries, 88 players survived. And smooth runs sent a few to the top of the leaderboard.
Just made so many hands, it's pretty ridiculous. I just cruised my way through.
Plenty of fresh faces joined the field on the 3rd and final starting day. Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger would love to add the belt to his collection.
I try not to look at it because when you want something too bad, you don't play your best, but that is a very cool belt.
With so much at stake, before long the Day 1C field surpassed 200 entries and was still climbing. Armand King, better known as the Oyster King, is a playground mainstay.
I don't have to win to play. I play because I love playing.
Even with the tables packed, it was easy to spot all the Canadians giving it their best shot.
I can tell whether they're a Canadian person or not just because, I don't know if you've seen South Park, but you can see there's actually like a line between their heads.
When registration drew to a close, 300 new entries were added, bringing the total to 648 entries. 81 players would share in a prize pool topping 2 million Canadian dollars, with the champion claiming over 400,000. As a full moon rose over Playground Poker Club, some players saw their time here come to a bitter end, and the remaining short stacks were hoping for a lucky break. As the clock ticked down and the day came to an end, 139 players were still in the hunt for the WPT Montreal title, including many who have had their share of success on the WPT stage. But it was Daniel Maor who found himself on the top of the leaderboard, and he knew there was still more work to do.
4 more days to play, and it's going to be a long, grueling road ahead.
It was a beautiful day in Montreal, and all the Day 1 survivors returned to start Day 2 with a long battle for the belt ahead.
I'm pumped. I have a good feeling about this tournament, so we'll see.
In a three-handed pot, Mike Sexton was all in for his tournament life, holding nines, but was in bad shape against Jake Schwartz's aces and David Kwong's suited ace-king.
9 ball in the corner pocket.
9 of hearts.
After a flop with 2 diamonds, Sexton's fate was all but sealed.
9 of hearts. One outer.
Who called it? Who called the heart?
But the 9 of hearts on the river was the one outer Mike needed.
Still alive.
Still alive and kicking.
Might be an omen here.
The field continued to thin, with a number of players ending their run in Montreal. The money bubble was approaching, and most players were feeling the pressure. Except, of course, those successfully growing their stacks.
I mean, I'm quite happy about that, man. That's probably the best hand I played today.
During hand-for-hand play, all eyes were on Akshay Sutar, who was all in and just needed his jacks to hold. But after an ace on the flop, he would fall just short of cashing at Playground Poker.
I think it's exciting. Just going deep. I'll get there someday, I guess.
With the remaining 81 players finally in the money, chips were flying. And the flurry of eliminations continued.
I wanted the belt. Really wanted the belt, but maybe next time.
As play wound down for the day, just 50 players remained, including 2 of last season's final tablists, eyeing another deep run.
I have some nightmares about, being so close to winning that illustrious belt, but it's still possible, so the dream is definitely still alive.
And with Canadian Emma Zimovic on his tail, Belgian Michael Gaffey would lead the way into day 3. Coming into day 3, the shorter stacks were prepared to take some chances.
I need a double up. I'm feeling positive, and I've got a lot of good karma coming my way, so poker gods will tell.
Short stack, got to ramp it up today. 2 hands away from 360,000. So I like my chances.
I'm going to have to get it in probably in the first round. For sure, I got to double up right away.
And Justin Liberto was eager to take advantage.
Feel motivated and ready to take out my friend Jake here.
No!
Of course, Andy Frankenberger knows that you can't build your stack if you aren't in your seat. The antes and blinds wait for no one. Early action proved to be fast and furious. And in a 3-handed pot, 2 more had their tournament life on the line.
Amazing.
Our own Mike Sexton led the way with pocket aces. Justin landed a 4th diamond on the turn. But Mike's aces held, and he took all the chips.
A triple up here, just like I needed.
The morning mystery was solved when Andy Frankenberger finally arrived, toting bags of his favourite Montreal bagels to share with the field.
Had to get the bagels. Cost me a few blinds, though. So I hope you enjoy them. Just like that.
With so much on the line, any hand could bring victory. Or defeat. It was make or break time, and bold moves were being made.
I could win the tournament right now.
Let's go.
With varying degrees of success. Justin Liberto got it in good.
Bad shape. Bad shape.
But it just kept getting worse. Leaving Justin to cheer on his roommate for this trip.
I'm confident in Jake. Look at him. Look, he's good looking and he's very good at poker.
More would fall before the day was over.
Oh, it's okay. That's the game.
Leaving 17 players to fight for the final table. Dakota Van Dyne had the shortest stack, but no complaints.
I've been doing the best I can. This is my first time, so pretty excited, I guess.
Emma Zimovic was second on the leaderboard for the 2nd day in a row. But Samuel Gagnon owned the top chip position, more than $1 million ahead.
16 to beat. And it's going to be a long day tomorrow for sure.
"17 players made their way back to Playground Poker Club to contend for a WPT title. And despite the pressure, day 4 started fairly lighthearted.
Is it good to be late? Like everyone?
You can be late with many chips as you have. I can't be late.
But things got serious pretty quickly. It looked like Mike Sexton may be the next one headed to the payout desk
Not the hand I want to see.
when he was all in and called by Emma Zajmovic. But Mike paired his king on the flop, and to his relief, it held.
Every day I've outdrawn somebody to stay alive in this tournament. 4 days in a row.
Emma busted out Jason Mann with a runner straight.
Wow.
And Jason would have to settle for 14th place in this tournament for the second season in a row. Then a surging Mike Sexton took Alex Keating's last few chips.
At least I get bust out by Mike Sexton.
After a few more eliminations, the remaining 10 players were at one table with just 4 eliminations to go.
Bonne chance à tous, good luck. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Emma and Benny Chen wielded their towering stacks, bringing the field down to 7. Samuel Gagnon, who started the day as chip leader, shoved 10s from the button and was heartbroken when Mike Sexton called holding pocket jacks. Mike's jacks held, sending Samuel home on the TV bubble.
I don't regret any decision. I've been card dead never before, and I did my best.
And so the final table was set with an unpredictable Frenchman, 3 tenacious Canadians, and 2 impressive Americans, all looking for their first World Poker Tour title. Tonight's Très Magnifique final table from Playground Poker Club starts after this.
I've never been on a final table of a big event like this one. I'd love to have my name on that cup. It would be a dream come true.
I'm ecstatic with the last year I've had in poker, and it's just more and more important to me that I close one out. If I double up, I'm like right amongst contention, so I should be able to push my way through.
I'm pretty confident going in this final table. I've been in a couple deep runs before. It's a pretty tough table. I'm gonna have to run good to be able to win this. I have to get lucky.
Emma Zajmovic.
Honestly, I want the belt. I want to be the first woman with the belt, and I think I have a really good advantage.
Mike Sexton.
Once a WPT champion, always a WPT champion. I'd certainly like to add that to my resume. I've got the best shot I've ever had to do it today. So let's see what happens.
We are in for a good one tonight. I am so excited for this final table with our own Mike Sexton leading the way. So joining Vince Van Patten in the booth tonight is Tony Dunst. Now, Vince, how thrilling is it to see Mike Sexton back at a WPT final table?
Well, Lynn, it's very exciting. The great ambassador of poker, the Hall of Famer Mike Sexton, has made the final table. As a chip leader, for years Mike has been saying the chip leaders have such a big advantage. They can push people around, and he's right. Well, tonight he has a chance to prove that. He is higher than a hippie at Woodstock. Very, very exciting. Can he do it?
Thanks, Vince. And Tony, who do you think is going to be Mike's toughest competition?
Well, and you gotta love Mike Sexton's spot here tonight, but you know what? Emma Zajmovic is really not far behind him in chips. I played with her on day 1 of the tournament, and she really impressed me with how aggressive and capable she was. So you know what? I expect her to bring the heat here at this final table.
Absolutely. We're in for a good one. Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, we caught up with our man of the hour, Mike Sexton.
Well, I think I have the experiences of what it takes to win. You know, I think I have a good clock on all the players at the table. You know, I want to win that championship belt because it is so cool. My son saw it, Ty. He said, Dad, get that for me. So I'd like to win it for him.
Will Mike Sexton win his first WPT title, or will someone else hoist up the championship belt? Play is about to begin, so let's head down to the table.
Let's look at the club WPT chip count. Mike Sexton out in front with 6.2 million, and the rest behind him. Winner will take home Canadian $425,000, Tony.
Winner also gets their name on the WPT Champions Cup and receives a beautiful Hublot watch.
Absolutely gorgeous. The Annies are 10,000 blinds, 40 and 80. Action first on Benny Chen, restaurant manager from Canada.
Benny broke into the poker scene by winning the Millionaire Maker at the World Series of Poker in 2014.
Well, he has raised it. Ilan Buzina goes out. Mike Sexton also going out. And now Emma.
Emma finds King 10 suited on the button here.
And looks like she's reaching for raising chips. I'm a little surprised by that, Vince. A lot of players like to call in position with suited Broadway hands, but Emma wants to play for more.
Jake Schwartz going out now. Nadir, he's a businessman from Toronto, folding back on Benny.
Benny's in a difficult spot here. Small pairs are awkward to begin with, and especially facing re-raises out of position. And he does make the fold to Emma, so I think that's a good disciplined fold there, and Emma setting the tone at our final table right away.
Emma Zaimovich from Canada has a master's in political communication. What a tough player. Takes down hand number 1. Now we move on. Ilan Boujina from France, nicknamed Face, first to act here. He'll fold to king 3. Mike Sexton also going away.
Lon spent a summer sleeping on the couch in our house in Las Vegas.
Really?
Got to know him a couple of years ago back then.
Must really know the man.
Oh yeah, used to make him breakfast. Jake on the button with Jack 10. He's gonna limp.
Into Nadir, who picks up Ace Jack. Nadir's a businessman out of Canada, married with 3 children.
All in.
He's gonna push all in.
Nadir, one of our short stacks here, rips it in.
Shoving possibly at the right time. Benny going out and back on Jake Schwartz. Can't take the heat. Nadir is gonna take this one down. Born in Congo.
Interesting backstory for Nadir. Picked up poker while he was living in Hungary.
Biggest cash ever before this for Nadir was only $25,000. And actually, a friend convinced Nadir to play a satellite to get in this tournament. He did so. Now he's at the final table.
All my friends are in the booth, and 2 of them are running late.
Quick fold by Emma. Now Jake Schwartz with a queen 9.
All my friends are working here.
This might as well be home court advantage for you.
Well, Mike Sexton always has home court advantage on the World Poker Tour.
Round the horn to Benny Chen.
It's like playing away, you know? It's like playing at the Staples Center against the Clippers or something.
With just a 9-3. What's he up to here?
Benny apparently thinks that Mike and Alon don't defend their blinds wide enough because he's raising 9-3 offsuit here on the button.
Elon goes out, and now Mike Sexton, ace 4 diamonds, makes the call. So Mike Sexton involved in his first pot here at the final table. Let's see what happens.
Ace for Mike on the flop. Not much here for Benny.
And Mike checks the aces. Benny with zip, and Pip is going to make the continuation bet, just walking right into Mike Sexton.
Benny's going to fire once here, and I assume he would shut down on later streets, but Mike not going to give him a chance to get there. He's going to raise his flop.
My turn.
Interesting raise by Mike, but Benny's forced to fold, and Mike's going to take that one down.
Can't push around Mike. We're coming back for more at Playground Poker Club in just a moment.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Welcome back to Montreal, the Playground Poker Club. 6 players competing for this title here tonight. Mike Sexton out in front with 6.7 million in chips.
Right behind him, Emma Zaimovich, and then the next 4 players only separated by 7 blinds in total. So from 3rd to 6th, anyone's game, but Mike and Emma way out in front right now.
Jake Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, tough professional, folds his hand. Nadir Lagy goes out as well. Now Benny Chen, the restaurant man from Canada, also folding.
Alon out on the button, over to Mike Sexton with pocket 5s in the small blind.
Yeah, Mike picking up a little pair, and he makes a raise total of 190 into Emma.
Emma, Jack 6 of spades here in position. Definitely going to a flop, so heads up between our 2 chip leaders.
Here's the flop, and it's a king 4-3, all spades. Emma has hit the flush.
Wow, this flop is all Emma, and it's actually not bad for Mike. So he's gonna make a bet here of 200,000, and Emma, of course, not going anywhere.
Just calling, gonna string him along, going to the turn, 9 of clubs. Just great for Emma. Don't do it, Mike. Don't Fire another bullet. No!
Ooh,
he's doing it.
Mike gonna fire out 350 here, and now Emma.
Oh, she's going to drama school.
Put on a little performance here. Ooh, woe is me. What am I gonna do with my hand? I'm gonna raise. 760 to go from Emma Zajmovic.
Mike is getting the feeling. He knows now he's behind. Oh, he's pretending like he's gonna call. We know better.
Good fold by Mike there.
Emma Zajmovic taking down the pot, picking up a flush.
Poker is really tough. At first, emotionally, financially, it can be tough. I had a lot of friends who were playing, so I learned, and then I was stubborn and I kept learning. I'm not like a math poker player. I'm more a live poker player. It's a social game. You can talk during the hands. People sometimes gave up information without knowing that. I can adjust to people, and I think it's my biggest advantage.
Very impressive, only 26 years old. You know, her lifetime earnings at poker are only $24,000, so she's just getting started.
Yeah, Emma, a regular here at Playground Poker Club up in Montreal.
Nadir going out, and now Benny Chen, always aggressive, has picked up a pair of fours. Seems like he likes his hand. Yep, he'll raise it to 160. But right behind him, Ilan has a pair of nines.
Ilan gonna eye Benny's stack. And Benny doesn't have that many chips here, so it looks like Ilan is gonna re-raise and try and get their stacks in the middle.
He makes it 410 total, but look at this right behind him. Mike Sexton with a big pair of kings.
Gonna bump it up to over 1.1 million.
Not gonna play slow. And now Emma's got a pair of eights, but can't do it. Jake Schwartz with a suited connector, but you gotta get away.
I fold.
Benny goes out. Ilan ejects his hand.
Just immediately folds. So Mike, with the cold 4-bet and pocket kings, is going to take down that pot.
We believe in you.
Yeah, Ilan only had about 23 or 24 blinds to start the hand.
Mike Sexton maybe didn't get the value out of those kings, but he said, I'll take that pot. I don't want anybody hitting on me.
Not 6-5 suited, too much equity. Not crush enough.
Ilan now going to look at a pair of sixes.
Back-to-back pairs for Ilan.
Ilan's 28 years old, grew up in France. They nicknamed him Face. Well, he has raised it, and now Mike going out. Emma with ace-3 is going to re-raise.
Emma is relentless with her pre-flop aggression.
She is. Jake going out, Nadir now goes away. Benny Chen will look down. And a queen 7. Can't play that.
T'as enfin un tri Emma pour la première fois. T'as enfin un tri bet value contre moi. Ou tu vas encore une fois essayer de me mettre au test pour vérifier.
J'ai spazé quelques fois.
Ilan has really dropped his poker face here. Usually when people start talking.
That's an interesting one. To play this one.
Means they're not that strong unless they've put you to a decision and then they start talking. But when the decision's on you and you're talking, it usually means you're not that strong.
All in.
And he's going to push all in.
Ilan, aware of the fact that Emma is really aggressive pre-flop, and he shows her a 6. He says, don't play with me.
She just tried to punt against me so bad. Trust me, there's more chickens than me in that world.
For sure, you have more balls than me.
Okay, listen, I'm not call mocking and I'm not folding. I will punt and bust.
Are you?
Yes. That's how I play cards.
Hey, Ilan.
Ilan's rail says, please, settle, relax.
No, I just know what you have. It's quite easy.
You know, people from France are like, Emma, good luck, and bust Ilan, please. Like, even people that I don't know from France, they just ask me that. We'll see if I achieve that goal.
You're not in good shape if you say that.
I think I might propose to Emma after this.
Welcome back to Montreal and the Playground Poker Club. Here at the WPT Montreal, the great Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, out in front with 6.7 million in chips.
Yeah, it's still the Mike and Emma show here. We have a stranglehold on the chips on this table for the moment.
Mike this time with ace-7 in first position.
Of course, I don't want to mistake in life,
And he's going to raise to 160.
But it's quite easy.
What?
It's quite easy.
To what?
I don't know, that's what he just said. I like that.
Over to Jake. Queen deuce not gonna play. Now with Nadir.
I said to my friend in Israel yesterday on the phone, I told him, I think that girl is gonna change approach against me tomorrow. And so I almost folded my hand, and then I was like, nah, she's not smart enough to this.
People don't change, you know? People don't change. They stay the same.
This is gonna be good.
Couple folds, but now Nadir with ace-4 will make this call. Benny Chen loves to mix it up, but not with an 8-6.
So I have one advice to give you. If you wanna like learn poker, don't ask like ballet dancer. Trust me, that's what I'm saying.
You guys should only be able to talk in English. Just because that makes it much more entertaining for the four
All
of
I
us.
said is if you want advice about poker, don't ask a dancer. That's all I said, pretty much. A dancer or like football player or whatever.
Touch the dancer.
And the flop is a king, 3 deuce. So the talkative man gets his kings. He checks, and Mike Sexton now with a 4 flush.
It's a little something for everyone on this board. Top pair for Alon, gut shot for Nadir there, and Mike with the nut flush draw has made a bet, and Alon just quickly folds. Wow.
Mike Sexton proving that old school can still be strong school.
He's gonna try to make a flush.
Flush is a good card. It's a good hand.
Well, they're giving Mike Sexton a lot of respect at this final table. They don't want to mix it up with him. And we move on. Action this time on Emma. She's got a nothing hand. Won't play it. Jake Schwartz now. Jake this time with a king-queen. And he gets to play with a raise. 160 total. Everybody folding behind him so far. Mike Sexton.
I'll let you go this time.
Seems a little bit tight to be folding Jack-8 to a min-raise.
I'll give you one pass there.
How generous.
Jake Schwartz, he was in a little bit of a controversy. If we go back to the last final table he made.
How much did you start the hand with approximately?
2.5.
And actually, it was incorrect. He had about 3 million left.
He had about 3 million, yeah.
I'm all in.
That call.
Jake was a little upset.
All right, I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars. All right, we're cheating these days. It's cool.
You said something about him, too.
We did a raw deal segment about that hand, and he didn't care for that one.
Didn't care for it.
Let me know about it on Twitter.
The last time I made a WPT final table, Tony ripped me apart and called me a semi-professional poker player.
Then there's our semi-pro, Jake Schwartz.
Felt like it was a shot at me, personally. I've been playing professionally for 8 years now, almost. I do well, I have a lot of results. We had a little beef over that, but my results are on par with his in a shorter period of time. Hopefully he doesn't rip me apart too bad on TV, but yeah, it's cool.
Tony, say you're sorry. You're out of line.
Gotta do my job, Vince.
Oh, no.
Gotta pay those bills.
He's made 1.2 million in total earnings. Not a semi-pro, Tony.
On par, bro. You got like 40% of my earnings.
I love
Come
this.
at me in a couple years.
Digging deeper and deeper.
I'm happy to see Jake do well, and it wasn't anything personal, but if you land on the raw deal, you gotta understand you are in the crosshairs. Nobody's safe.
And we move on. Benny looks down at a pair of 8s.
160?
Well, Jake Schwartz can prove himself big time tonight if he should take down this title. I think he'll be changing your wording after that.
Yeah.
We'll see, huh?
Make me eat my words.
Well, Benny's raised to 160, a few folds, and round to Jake. There's your man.
Gonna make the call here with ace-5 in the big blind. So heads up between a couple of our shorter stacks, and we go to a flop of 9-5 deuce. So this could be problematic for Jake.
Yeah, he's caught a piece of it. Pair of fives, he's gonna check.
Benny in the lead here, gonna follow through with a bet. Jake with second pair, and a backdoor real draw. He's gonna make the call.
Benny says he wants to keep sharp at the table, never eats at the table. 10 of diamonds on the turn. No help for Schwartz. He's gonna check again. And Benny also checking. Down to the river we go.
Ooh.
3 of a kind for Benny. Didn't need it, but he got it. Jake Schwartz. Nice check. Benny's lining up the chips, of course, with a set.
So now the question for Jake is, will he pay off on this river?
And he's gonna bet 330.
I'd be mad if this is a set of eights.
He called his hand.
Jake essentially saying, I think you either have a set or a bluff. Well, this isn't an easy decision for Jake. He knows that his hand looks like a 5, and that his opponent might try and bluff him off of that.
Don't call the guy's hand, know it, and then call it, Jake. Oh, but that's exactly what he's doing.
Called it.
Set of eights.
And Jake is gonna pay off here against the hand that he called out.
A lot of pain there for Jake Schwartz, to the delight of Tony Dunst. And Benny Chen gonna take that one down.
He called it. How strong is that?
I'll let you off this time, Jake. I think I call that river too.
6 players remain.
It's the amazing Kreskin here.
There are many reasons to sign up for a Club WPT membership. 100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at clubwpt.com.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
With all the great service and food here at Playground Poker Club, it's easy to see why people from all over the globe come here for world-class poker.
So while English and French are the official languages here, we wanted to know what other languages are being spoken off the felt.
A little birdie told me that you might speak some Portuguese.
Yeah. Good luck is boa sorte. That's always good for poker.
Yeah, for sure.
Say a little something for me in Punjabi.
Okay, tipo मैं वैंकूवर तो हुआ, मैं Montreal आया, poker खेलने ले, मैं बहुत खुशी है.
Can we get you to say something in German?
Und es ist mein zweites Mal in Montreal und es macht mega Spaß hier zu spielen und ich liebe die Stadt.
Beautiful.
Well, tell me a little bit of something in Hebrew. I'd love to hear it.
זה מאוד קר במונטריאול, אבל זה נפלא.
Ooh, that sounds amazing.
Natuba, you tell me something in Turkish.
Gerçekten haklısın. Hava çok soğuk burada.
Aha.
Bikinimi ve mayomu bir de denizi çok özledim.
Wow, understood every word. I hear you speak a pretty interesting language.
Yes, I speak Gitsan. It's a First Nation language from northern BC.
All right, can you maybe share a little of your language with us?
Jumbagwinj is welcome. And Lugalum WPT.
And what does that mean?
I love the World Poker Tour.
Awesome, thank you so much. Au revoir.
Well, you can speak English and French here at Playground Poker Club while on the table. What about you, Vince? Speak any foreign languages?
Well, actually, Spanish and language of bad beats.
Ah.
But this is very international, very cosmopolitan. It is a great place. Playground Poker Club, you should come out. Action on the Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton. He folds, and now Emma, she has picked a big slick ace-king of spades.
Emma taking a moment here before she reaches for raising chips.
And she will move it up to 180 total. Jake Schwartz with ace-3 gets out of the way. Nadir also folds. Benny Chen, the restaurant man, goes out. And now Elan has an attractive ace-10 of diamonds.
Elan doesn't have a ton of chips here. I'm a little surprised he didn't just go all in pre-flop.
Makes the call. Oh, and look at this flop. Ace-8-7. They both hit aces, and of course, Emma out in front with ace-king.
He's in trouble now. There's a bunch of draws on this flop that Emma can put Elan on as well, so hard to imagine that she doesn't get a bunch of his chips here.
She only bets 140 with the ace-king top pair.
Downsizing a little bit from her pre-flop raise, and Elan, he's gonna check raise. Elan making it 410,000 to go here. Emma getting exactly what she wanted. And Elan really doesn't have many chips. He started his hand with about 20 blinds.
Does she put him in now? Just gonna call.
Yeah, I like this call, Vince. I think she can call here, and then if the turn's not a club, we can play for the rest. But Elan doesn't have a ton behind.
Here we go. It's a 9 of hearts, but
2 flush draws on the board now.
And he's open-ended, though.
All in.
And there he goes. He's all in for about a pot-sized bet. And Emma has not said call yet. I'm confused.
The 9 is kind of a scary card. Straights, 2 pair.
Tu veux un petit coup de main? Tu veux appeler quelqu'un? Au téléphone, peut-être?
And now he's got a trash talk in French again.
Dommage, il a sauté bon en même temps. C'était pas un génie, lui. Hein. Malheureusement.
And he thinks he's out in front now.
Elan is dead certain he has the best
Yeah.
hand here. And if you told Elan what Emma had here, he wouldn't believe it.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
She's laying this down.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's the rivalry between them, the French trash talking.
Something weird and psychological just happened there, Vince, because I don't understand why I'm folded.
Do you enjoy it with your stack?
I just enjoy when people give me chips and try to just like let their ego play. But that's, you know what's funny? Is that you look the exact way you play. You look like a woman want to bully men, and you play exactly that way. Be unpredictable. That's my advice for today.
I'm not sure whose ego is in play here, Vince, but I don't think it's Emma's.
Welcome to the final table, guys.
This experience is amazing.
This experience is amazing.
Emma's rolling with it.
Well
Maybe I
put,
get some
Emma.
friends in Canada.
Moving on.
Yeah.
A couple folds.
And you see Emma taking a hand off there. I think usually she would raise the button with 8-7, but sometimes you play a hand that leaves you asking questions and you decide to take one off.
All in.
Jake very short in the small blind. He's gonna go all in. Uh-oh. Nadir with ace-king, he will call immediately, and Jake is at risk.
Jake hasn't had many cards tonight at all. His third time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He had a shove there. He's up against Nadir's ace-king. Let's go to the flop.
Ace-king-jack on the flop, and so Nadir hits top 2 pair. Jake now looking for a jack or running Broadway for a chop, but he is in bad shape here.
Dire straits going to the turn. Can Jake get extremely lucky? Deuce of diamonds not going to be there for Jake.
Jake looking for one of the 2 remaining jacks in the deck. Otherwise, he is our 6th place finisher.
He's going for the 2 outer. Will he get it? Nope.
Check 10.
That's gonna do it for Jake.
So the first one to go is Jake Schwartz here in Montreal at the Playground Poker Club. He'll take home $81,000. A big effort by the man that's made 3 final tables on the WPT. Let's go talk to him.
I'm disappointed, but I've been more disappointed after busting other WPTs, so I'll live with this one.
So Jake Schwartz is the first to fall here at Playground Poker Club. With 5 formidable players left, this is far from over. We'll be right back with more action from WPT Montreal.
Seen this album, actually. Here I am playing a Borgata. That was a really fun stop. And playing at clubwpt.com is just such a great practice for your poker game.
I love playing on Club WPT.
I know, it's so much fun. Here I am at Seminole Hard Rock. I'm sitting in my bikini. How much better can it be, you know?
Yeah, you can play on the go.
It really does help you learn. This is the most recent stop I just did in Jacksonville. I ran really deep. I ran like the deepest I've ever run, I think, of my whole entire poker life. I've really improved my game a lot by playing on clubwpt.com. That's like my secret, I feel like.
Tuba took her game to the next level, and you can too. Sign up at clubwpt.com today and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The great Mike Sexton out in front with close to $6.5 million in chips.
Yeah, our blinds are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 15K ante. Mike Sexton is putting some distance between himself and the rest of the field.
425,000 Canadian for the winner. Who will take it down?
Trying to get that sweet, sweet maple money. All right, Emma here with Jack 8 of spades. Going up to 225. And Nadir right behind her as King 10 suited. He's going to call.
And now Benny Chen, the restaurant guy from Canada. Doesn't play it. Elan going out. Mike Sexton wants no part of it. We're going to see the flop, Jack 8 versus King 10. And the flop is a King 5 deuce. Great for Nadir.
Yeah, nice flop for Nadir, but it's also one that will make Emma bet. And she's going to go really small here, just 125.
Yeah, a little tickler.
I like her choice in sizing, though. I think Nadir is a guy who probably won't float very much on the flop. He's going to be pretty fit or fold, and this time he wants to raise it up with his top pair, so Emma finds out where she's at very cheap. Nadir will take down this pot.
Yeah, very happy. He's a businessman out of Toronto. Got this tournament through a satellite. A friend of his said, why don't you try it? Now he's got to love it.
Regardless of what happens today, Nadir will be the one with the best parlay getting in on a satellite.
Full by Elan. Sexton, the chip leader, also won't play.
Over to Emma with 10-8 on the button.
She gets involved with a lot of hands, and once again, she's going to make a 200,000 with just a junk hand. 10-8, but Nadir with a pair of sevens. Smoothly calls.
Now with Benny in the big blind.
And he might want to speculate. Now that there's money in there, he's in the big blind with just a Jack 3 of spades. Does so. So three-handed poker. Here's the flop. It's a 7-9 deuce. All diamonds, but 3 of a kind for Nadir.
Set for Nadir on the flop. Open-ended draw for Emma. Nothing for Benny. And Emma gonna make another one of her patented small bets.
None of the players have a diamond in their hands. Nadir makes the smooth call again. Benny gets out of the way, going to the turn. Boom, another diamond.
Now that'll slow everyone down.
Yeah, Nadir's gotta hate that. But Emma hates it more. She's gonna check. They both check. River card is a deuce filling up Nadir.
Yeah, that's the one he was looking for. But he's not gonna get any more money. 10 high for Emma.
And there's a bet 325. Emma can't compete, lays down the hand. So the non-professional Nadir Laji, 57 years old, the businessman out of Toronto, taking down that pot.
He's having a ball.
And with that hand, we say au revoir from WPT Montreal and Playground Poker Club. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bonsoir, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. WPT Montreal here at the Playground Poker Club tends to attract some of the best poker players on the planet, and season 15 is no exception. With Mike Sexton at the final table, I turn to my colleagues Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst for more analysis.
Well, Len, I'll tell you something. Our very own, the great Mike Sexton, is the chip leader at this point. He is playing aggressive. He is very stoic, great poker face. But you know what? Emma Zajmovic, she's tough.
Fair enough.
And she's the only one that's pushing Mike around.
Yeah, you know, she is playing really tough here tonight, Vince, but the only player to get the best of her is Elan Bougenet. They got tangled in a big pot before the break.
All in.
And Elan actually got her to lay down the best hand.
I just enjoy when people give me chips and try to just like let their ego play.
I don't want to discount him either. Very experienced player, could be making some moves at this final table.
Thanks, guys. There's a stunning belt, a huge cash prize, membership in the coveted WPT Champions Club, and much more on the line. So let's get back to the game.
That's right, 5 players competing, as you can see. From the Club WPT chip count, Mike Sexton out in front with 6.2 million. And there's what they're playing for. The winner will take home 425,000 Canadian currency.
And on top of that, they'll receive a beautiful Hublot watch, plus an entry into our $15,000 Tournament of Champions at Seminole Hard Rock at the end of the season.
The antes are 15,000, blinds are 50 and 100. Action goes to the chip leader, Mike Sexton. He's got ace-queen.
Raising it up.
225. Emma goes out. Nadir, the local non-professional, also folding. Benny Chen, restaurant manager, also folding as well.
Ilan gonna make the call with 10-7.
Born in France, Ilan Bougina, 28 years old. And he mostly plays in Europe. And the flop is...
Well, 8-5-4 is a lot better for Ilan than Mike. Neither of them really connects here, but Ilan has a gut shot.
They go check, check. Mike surprisingly checking that. Turn card A9.
Yeah, I like that check from Mike there. He really doesn't have much here. Not many cards will be good for him to fire a second barrel on. That texture connects pretty well with Ilan's big blind range, so not surprised to see Mike check back. And now Ilan with an open-ended straight draw. He's going to make a pretty big bet here. He fires 415,000 out there. I don't really see how Mike can continue.
This is Mike's third final table on the World Poker Tour. Championship has eluded him, but he's going to make the fold here.
It's a well-played hand. I know that Ilan was technically behind, but there's not a lot Mike can do with just ace-high on such a coordinated board.
I should have moved in on the flop, I guess.
Again, there is no way I'm folding that hand. At no point.
Okay.
Well, that's my kind of flop. You should know it.
Should have moved in on the flop, Mike. Instead, you guys are giggling and you lost. Moving on to Benny Chen, the restaurant manager from Prince Edward Island. He's got a bracelet to his name and he's got a pair of aces.
That always feels good. Not only having pocket aces, but having them on a short stack when you so badly need the double up.
He says he never eats at the poker table while he's playing. He wants to stay sharp. Must be hungry. Ilan going out, Mike going out. And we move around to Emma. She's got ace-king.
Not a good situation for Emma here. Big cooler, and Benny is so short, I don't know how she can get away from this hand.
Oh, she's gonna raise. 625, she's made it. Back on Benny, who has the nuts at this point, of course.
All in. Yeah, Benny all in.
Call.
Insta call by Emma.
Just an unfortunate cooler for her.
Well, the only good news for her is that she will not go broke if she loses the hand. She has about twice as much as Benny.
She also won. Only though.
And she still has a chance. 5 cards to come. Benny, a big favorite at this point. He loves it.
See sort of a resigned smile from Emma. Knows there wasn't anything she could do there.
And here comes the flop.
Queen 3 deuce on the flop. Not much help for Emma here. She could go 4-5 for a chop. Jack 10 for a win.
Going to the turn. It is a king.
Okay, well, a king on the turn will give her 2 outs for the win. She could put a horrific beat on Benny with running kings here. Otherwise, he's going to double up.
Well, the lady needs some lady luck on the river. Let's take a peek.
No, 7 of clubs on the river, no help. And Benny Chen gets the crucial double up.
The top spot in this season's Hublot WPT Player of the Year race has been dominated by Benjamin Zamani, who, with 3 final table showings, has racked up 2,500 points. Tonight's champion will receive 1,000 points, and every cash counts towards a player's total. So we'll have to see who emerges to give Ben some competition this season. Action continues now, so let's get down to the table.
5-way action. Mike Sexton out in front with about 6.2 million at this time. Short stack at this point is Emma with about 1.9. Back down to it's on Mike. Looks down at an 8-7. Releases that.
Over to Emma with King Jack.
Just took a bad hit on the last hand, but this time Trying to come back, makes it 225 to go. Nadir with a pair of nines right behind her.
And Nadir calls on the button. And I see a little of his inexperience taking effect there. Most players would re-raise pocket nines, especially against someone as aggressive as Emma. Nadir opts to just call, wants to reduce the risk here, and go to a flop first.
Two-way action. Flop is a king 5-3, so Emma finally hitting the kings.
I've seen her bet really small in these kind of situations before.
130.
And she does the same, so balancing very well. Nadir gonna make the call with his pocket nines. So Emma in the lead going to the turn.
4th Street, 4 spades. And wow, I don't like this slowdown.
A little surprised that she's checking now. It is hard for Nadir to catch up if he's behind.
180.
I like this bet from Nadir. He just believes he has the best hand. He's trying to protect it a little bit.
Thinks he's in front after that check, but she's gonna call. Kings with the jack kicker. Going down to the river. That's 10, means nothing. She's gonna play it pretty conservative, checks it.
Check, check, and so Emma's gonna take this one down. Suffered a setback in the previous hand, and her ace-king ran into aces, but here she gets some of it back.
Emma Zaimovich, 26 years old, lives in Quebec City, born in Sarajevo, and learned poker from friends. Her biggest cash before this was only 15,000, so big moment for her.
She is gonna crush that today.
Nice side.
Try to bluff me?
I had a pair. Just want to make sure you have a king. That's why I checked the river.
Nice hand.
Action right back on Emma. Let's take a peek at her cards. Ace-4.
See her opening ace-4 here, first to act. Emma's a very aggressive player. Over to Benny. He's got king 10 on the button, and he's aware of the fact that Emma likes to open so many pots, so he's giving her a assessment here and reaching for chips. He wants to 3-bet light, make it 550,000 to go, but ooh, right behind him, Milan has a pair of queens.
Wow, what a time to get him.
He's about to punish these two.
Ilan Bouzena hitting the queens, 28 years old, out of France. And how to play him. Well, he is going to raise. Makes it a total of 975. And they are folding behind. Emma wants no part of it.
Back to Benny now.
3.1 behind. I mean, no, sorry, 1.650. 750, 750, 150. Oh, sorry. Bad to say these things.
Now, this is a really tiny raise, but when someone does this for a third of their stack out of position, it's usually a cue that they have a really strong hand. So well played by Benny. Unfortunately for him, Ilan wakes up with a real hand behind him, takes down that pot.
The Club Savers Guide program saves VIP members big money at places they already shop and visit. Save big, win big at clubwpt.com.
I think I understand the basic math odds as good as anybody, but I tell everybody I'm really not a mathematician, I'm a pokeritician. And I don't care what the math says to do in certain situations. You go with your gut, in my opinion, in poker. And I believe your first instinct is usually your best one. For years and years, my tournament style was just survive in advance. You know, survive, survive, survive. You know, just hang on, move on to the next level. I don't think there's many players in the world that really can play a short stack as good as me. The problem is, so many of them can play a big stack a lot better than me, and now I've got a big stack. So I hope I don't screw it up here somehow.
Oh, Mike showing a lot of humility there. He's the chip leader, though, with close to 6.7 million in chips, as the ante's going up to 20,000, blinds are 60, 120.
Yeah, Mike
With a very comfortable chip lead for the time being, the next 4 players all within a few blinds of each other. So Emma, first to act, ace-3. Let that go. You're out 2. Now Benny on the button.
He's 36 years old. This time, he's got a jack-8, and he is going to raise the 250. Elan going away.
Mike has ace-8 in the big blind. How does he want to play this? He's going to re-raise here. I like this play, Vince. Mike's got a great image to make these type of plays with. There you see, Benny doesn't even think about it, just immediately folds.
Punish him.
No. Didn't punish him.
I'll pick up aces again, don't worry.
Yeah. You had him, but you got me.
Yeah, we saw Mike make a final table in Venice, Italy a few years back, and then the Bay 101. Never was quite in stride in either tournament, but tonight seemed very poised and in good shape.
Yeah, you know, things really need to fall your way at a final table, Vince. You can go there with the chip lead and the momentum and the most experience, but, you know, if you run ace-king into aces, you're not going to win.
Couple folds, and now Elan calling.
120 to call.
Yes, I know. But it's cool.
It's okay.
I was looking
That's
at
too
you.
much for me anyway.
I'm super focused to see like what you're gonna do. Last time you punished me for limping around.
Mike goes out, and now Emma.
Emma will check her 9-4 suited. I almost feel like Elan is looking for an excuse to get mixed up in a pot with Emma. And so he does that by limping instead of raising, which is a odd choice. Either way, Emma here outflops him on Jack 10-9, 2 spades and a heart. So Elan with straight draws to the 8 or queen. Emma with the pair in the lead.
And Elan is going to bet at 130. Emma's going to stick around to see 4th Street. It's another jack.
Safe card for Emma. Leads to both players checking.
River card is a queen, making a straight there for Elan.
Yeah, it's a good-looking card for Elan. Makes the top end of the straight. And he fires out, what, 100,000 or something? I guess it'll have to be 120. That's the min bet here. So just trying to bleed Emma a little bit here, but she is not going to pay off. Gets away from her pair.
Elan Bouzina, born in France, says he's a sensitive guy and he loves life.
Definitely a sensitive guy.
It's interesting because he's been trash-talking Emma all night long here.
She just tried to punt against me so bad. I just know what you have. It's quite easy. You look like a woman who want to bully men. I almost folded my hand, and then I was like, nah, she's not smart enough to this.
But now they seem to be at peace with each other. Benny Chen, quick fold by him. Elan now with a queen 10 of diamonds, has raised.
And Elan here just attempted to raise, but they're going to enforce that as a call because the blinds have gone up, and they're going to say that's a 1 oversized chip rule. If you had put in 3 chips, it'd be a raise, but at 2, it's a call without a verbal declaration. So Emma will complete in the small blind with Queen Jack. Nadir in the big blind with 10-8 suited. It's going to check.
I love when you look at me. I like it. I don't know how to explain this. There's so many things I cannot explain in words. My brain is so weirdo.
And the flop is a 9-7-7, open-ended for Nadir. Emma checks, open-ended checks, and Elan not going to take a shot, so we're going to the turn.
An ace on the turn is actually a good card for Elan to bluff. They know he tried to raise pre-flop. But he does not take the opportunity. He checks back. We go to a 5 on the river.
5, no one getting any help. No one has anything. She's checking. Nadir, do you take a stab? Nope, he's checking.
Now, will Elan bet here? Maybe he wants to get people to fold a 5 or a king high. So he's going to take a little stab here, 125. And this might work out for him. Emma does have the best hand. And she folds. And I don't blame her for folding either.
They run away from him. He takes down that pot. And it goes to show you, you read your players, you see how they're playing. No tricks there, just take the pot. Elan has taken home close to 1.6 million in live worldwide earnings in poker. Quite a player, good table talker, kind of a wild player. A lot of talent there. Elon out, and now Mike has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces. 250 makes it, and Emma?
Emma's got less than 20 blinds, so she's just gonna go all in with king queen here and run straight into aces for the second time at this final table.
Call.
Mike snap calls aces.
Wow. Emma's sickened by that.
Sometimes it's just not your day, Vince.
Mike Sexton picking up the premium pair of aces up against a king-queen to knock Emma out. Emma gets up from her seat, looks to her rail, all her friends.
The hometown favorite in bad shape here.
Here we go. Here's the first three, not good for Emma. 5-4 deuce up here.
That's a terrible flop for her. She's got to go runner now, but you see Mike, an enormous favorite.
Can he knock out the second player here tonight? Here's the turn card.
And a 5 on the turn will seal it. That is it. Mike Sexton scoring the elimination of Emma Zamani. Came in second in chips. Everything went against her, and now Mike Sexton, our chip leader, further pads his lead. Kind of running away with it.
Wow, what a shocking turnaround here at the Playground Poker Club. Emma Zaimovic is out in 5th place. Will take home $102,000. Has to be disappointing for her. Let's talk to her.
No, it was fun. It was a fun final table, but it's just 5th place. It's a little bit disappointing. I wanted the 1st place. That's all.
With Emma Zaimovic out in 5th place, there are 4 players left chasing poker glory here in Montreal. Stick around.
What a night so far for Mike Sexton, knocking out the very tough Emma on his left. With a pair of aces, it held up. He didn't have to sweat it. And look how stoic Mike is. It's very impressive. No smiles. He's been around too long to get excited, but he's very close to taking down this championship.
Now 4-handed, Mike Sexton's still way out in front.
Yeah, he's got about 9.3 million in chips. 3rd time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. This could be it. Will he become our champ? Blinds are 61-20. Here we go. Action right on Mike.
Nice to get a hand that a 2-year-old could play.
Yeah, he's gonna fold it.
Over to Nadir with king 10 on the button.
And he will raise it to 250 into Benny Chen, the restaurant man.
Benny cutting out raising chips. Now, I like his idea of going after Nadir because Nadir doesn't seem that comfortable with risk, and I don't think he's going to make any huge plays pre-flop, but usually if I do this type of thing, I want a slightly better hand than Queen 9 offsuit.
Well, he has called it. Big pot brewing, and the flop is at Ace, Queen, 8, all clubs. Nadir with a king of clubs.
This board actually connects with both players. There's second pair and a flush draw for Benny.
All in.
But the nut flush draw and a gut shot for Nadir, and I love this play. He's just gone all in. He's only about a pot-sized bet behind, and this really puts Benny to the test.
No, it doesn't like it. He's going to fold it.
Forced to let it go, and a nicely played hand by Nadir. He's going to flash the king of clubs as well. Says, hey, I got a little something here.
My name is Nadir Lalji. I consider myself Canadian, although I was born in Congo and also lived in Hungary. I've traveled, I think, everywhere in the world, and I speak quite a few languages, actually 9. Yeah, in 2007, I was living in Budapest, in Hungary, and that's where friends and I started playing poker, and then there was a poker club, so I used to go to the poker club, participate in tournaments. I did well, and when you do well, then you get more into it. And I developed a passion for it. It's the thinking, the statistics, the maths, and the thrill of winning. And I just love the game.
Well, what's great about him, he seems like he's at peace at the table, like he's having a really good time, very comfortable.
Yeah, Nadir clearly enjoying himself here today. Not a professional poker player, he's a businessman from Toronto. He's made his first WPT final table. Truly a man with nothing to lose.
He hasn't made a mistake yet. I'm impressed by his game as we move through this. Benny Chen with a Queen 9 has raised to 250. Elon with a suited connector, 7, 8 of hearts. makes the call. Sexton out.
Nadir coming along in the big blind with a 9-6 of diamonds, so everyone kind of holding each other's outs here. All right, so 3 ways to a flop of 7-4 deuce. Rainbow. Top pair for Alon. Some backdoors for Nadir, but Benny here with the lead and some overcards is going to be the one to bet.
He bets 300,000.
Alon not going anywhere. He'll make the call. Nadir is out.
Turn card mixes things up. A king of diamonds. No one likes that.
So check, check. And a 6 of hearts on this river. The Benny with just queen high. Really doesn't have much, but he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, only way to win the pot, he's figuring.
Well, this is interesting because if Benny had a king, he's usually going to bet the turn. But people don't bet the flop, check the turn, and bet the river as a bluff very often. And that's what Alon's thinking about right now. He says, nobody bluffs like this. So even though my opponent probably doesn't have a king, maybe he has pocket 8s through pocket queens. It might work. Yes, it does. And Alon shows him the 7s.
Too good. Yeah.
Even though nobody bluffs like that, it's pretty effective when they do it. So Benny takes that one down and gets Alon to fold the best hand.
Nice bet by Benny Chen. He plays poker as much as possible. He says he keeps his balance by working in his brother's restaurant, and when he's playing at the poker table, he will not eat. He wants to stay mentally sharp, doesn't mind being a little hungry.
And there's something about being hungry that puts you in a kind of survival state. You know, I'm trying to get there.
And now Benny's going to fold this one. Elon with an ace-9 likes it, going to raise it, 250 total. Mike goes out.
240 doesn't work. I figured like we gotta change something. I lost like 1.3 million. Just missing flops and folding pairs.
Nadir just with 5-3 offsuit in the big blind.
Oh, you're gonna take me some more chips?
You know I'm not dangerous.
You are. I absolutely disagree. You're just killing softly people. You don't rush. That's how wise people play cards, you know?
And the flop is a 10-8 deuce.
I'm gonna check also.
Both players check the flop, but hey, Nadir makes a pair on the turn.
Again, go for it. That's a good card.
And Nadir makes 2 pair on the river. So what started as nothing becomes 2 pair, and Nadir fires out 200,000.
And Elon seems like he gave up on the hand a long time ago.
Yeah, but he hasn't folded yet. So I guess what Elon is thinking is, if Nadir had a 10, I expect him to bet the turn. I'm not sure if he'll bet an 8 on this river, so I kind of think he either has a bluff or some kind of weird, strong hand. And he makes the call.
He's curious.
Nadir has a weird, strong hand. He has running 2 pair.
Elon pays off the local businessman.
Runner, yes.
4 players remain here at the Playground Poker Club. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour in just a moment. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Club WPT is a great way to practice your game.
I get to practice anytime I want to.
It's a nice way to practice tournament-style poker.
Even if you're not involved in the hand, you get to see and you get to vote.
It's been a fantastic tool.
It's paid for itself. I spend less than most people spend on coffee. I'm playing poker, and I've won more back.
I think it's fun. I think it's great practice when you can't get to a casino.
It's great just to see hands. It's just great to see how the hands lay out, how they play out.
Have fun, enjoy yourself, and there's no pressure to it.
You can practice it on the site, and you can get some good experience.
I think it's one of the greatest sites that has been invented for poker players.
Club WPT is a convenient way to up your game without wiping out your wallet. Visit clubwpt.com and sign up today.
All right, well, we are back to four-handed play here at WPT Montreal. Mike Sexton still well out in front. The rest of our field chasing him as they have been for the duration of this final table. And it's on Alain Boujna. He's gonna fold.
Into Mike Sexton. Mike this time with a queen 8, the button. Makes it 250. Nadir with an ace-9, but he won't play it. And now Benny with an ace-deuce.
Thinking it over and calling. So heads up to the flop.
Ace-deuce versus queen-8. Flop is a 5-3 deuce. Not good for Mike.
Now, this isn't Mike's flop, but he is going to take a shot here. He's got the lead. Thinks it's very possible his opponent has missed.
Wants to find out where he is. Bets 250, and now he knows where he is.
Benny, of course, can't go away. He makes the call and hits the straight on the turn.
Wow.
So he's got a wheel.
Benny checks again.
Mike checks back.
And a king on the river.
Benny checks one more time, trying to induce a bluff from Mike, and it's going to work out for him.
Mike is going to take a stab. That's 325.
Benny, he's reaching for raising chips. Now, Vince, I get what he's going for here, but I don't think someone like Mike
I went for it, huh?
is ever going to call without an ace.
That's good.
And if he has a 6 or a 6-7, you're going to end up losing a lot of money unnecessarily.
No doubt.
You knew I couldn't help myself, huh?
I love to play poker as much as I can, but I also need a little balance, and I like to help family out, so I'm a restaurant manager at my brother's restaurant, Wayne's Takeout. Family's very important to me. We actually grew up in the restaurant business my whole life. In restaurant business, I have to work with a lot of people. I have to make them comfortable, make them happy. It's just like on the poker table.
I'm getting hungry. I want some Wayne's Takeout. Sounds good.
Tries to stay humble. He won a huge tournament at the World Series of Poker a few years ago, and that could have gone to his head, but instead, Benny stays down to earth, continues to help out his family business. So I admire that he tries to achieve some life balance, something that a lot of poker players lack, actually.
And he has raised his hand with a queen-9. Elon's gone out, and Mike with a king-5 of clubs makes the call.
Okay. We'll try again.
Mike with about 8.1 million in total chips, up against Benny, who has about 5.4. Here we go with the flop. It's a king 10-3. Good for Mike Sexton, hitting kings. He checks it.
Benny gonna follow through. He has a gut shot here to the jack.
That's 150.
Mike not going anywhere, makes the call.
Top pair doesn't like his kicker much, but nevertheless, deuce on the turn. Mike again going to check. And a bet by Benny, 400. Mike trying to keep this pot down small with his hand, so he makes the call. Down to the river card we go. And the card is a disaster for Mike. Jack!
Benny drills it on the river here.
Hits the straight. Mike checks again.
Now Benny reaching for the orange 100,000 chips. How much does he want to bet with his straight? 1.2 million.
Oh boy, this could damage Mike very much.
I guess I get to be on the raw deal. How about I played this hand?
No, you didn't play it bad, Mike. You played it perfect. Now you just got to fold.
You bet like you wanted me to call, now you don't want me to call. Maybe you do.
Mike knows that there are diamonds that have missed, that there are straight draws that have missed, but I think that's part of the reason he'll be able to get away. If he calls, he's really just hoping that Benny has diamonds.
Okay.
That's a well-played hand, but it never feels good to make top pair and lose, so...
Well played.
Perhaps that's why Mike's questioning himself a little here.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
I love playing at Playground Poker Club in Montreal. The venue's amazing, the staff is great, and they do everything right.
Quite possible the best in the world. Favorite room, comfortable tables, chairs, good food, TVs everywhere. They really look after the players here.
I think it's just like good vibes everywhere. Because it's a nice, friendly venue, so I love it here.
The place speaks for itself. It's hardcore poker. Everybody loves to play here, and I recommend any poker player that really loves the game and loves deep tournaments and great venues, got to come to the Playground.
Players always love coming to Playground Poker Club, and I can see why. This is one of the best poker rooms anywhere in the world.
Great cash games all the time. Amazing food on top of it. Just great ambiance. And right now, Mike Sexton, the big chip leader, out here. And that's what they're playing for. The winner will take home 425,000 Canadian currency. Action is on Mike, and he looks down at a beautiful pair of ladies, pair of queens.
Mike first to act, going up to 250.
So one man folds, and now Benny Chen, thinking about it, folds.
250?
Now with Alon.
Yes.
He's going to call 9-8 offsuit in the big blind, so we go to this flop heads up. And it is King 10-9, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Mike's not going to like to see that king out there, but nevertheless has to find out where he is. Makes the bet, 250. Elon getting a piece of that.
Yeah, Alon does have a little piece here, and he knows that Mike is likely going to bet things like ace-jack and ace-queen on this flop, so he makes the call, and we get another king on the turn. It's a pretty good card for Mike. I'd like to see him bet here. Yeah, he's going to check behind.
River card, another king.
Yeah, even better card for Mike. Now he's got a full house. Elon also with a full house. And he seems to believe his hand is best here, so he's going to make a value bet. Bet of 300,000 there. Probably hoping to get called by ace high. And that's not how it's going to turn out this time. Mike pumps it up to 800,000. This is a nice raise from Mike Sexton here, going for maximum value with his full house. I'm very surprised that Alon is considering this because people never bluff spots like this.
He's going to try to milk him for more, and he gets it.
Wow, really well played hand by Mike there. I like everything Alon did up until he called the raise on the river. I think that's where he went wrong and ended up paying off $500,000 more than he needed to.
Mike Sexton is a Poker Hall of Famer. Now, he only got to play the last 4 or 5 years on the World Poker Tour. Mike's only played about 30 total. He's made 3 final tables, which is incredible.
Yeah, you're supposed to cash about 1 in 10, not final table 1 in 10. Those are excellent results.
I am stupid. I am stupid. Yeah. Whoa, nice raise, buddy.
Pardon?
Nice raise. It's a nice raise on the river.
What a nice raise, thank you.
I don't expect you to raise there with queens.
Well, this time, Benny has raised it with an ace-6. Elon. Elon finally folds. He's a little punchy from that last hand, that last call. Mike also getting out of the way. Nadir, he'll call with an 8-6.
Nadir has been very sticky in his big blind so far, and it's actually worked out for him. But here, both players flop a 6, but Benny has the ace-high kicker. He's going to bet 150,000 here, and Nadir, he's going to call.
Yeah, Nadir having kicker problems here. Little does he know. Turn card, jack of spades.
I would expect that jack to slow things down here a little bit. No, Benny's going to surprise me and make another bet for value here. So he believes he has the best hand. He believes that Nadir is going to call with worse hands, and it appears he's right on both counts.
Benny in the restaurant business goes right from the salad right into the entree. Doesn't slow down. 9 on the river. Will that slow them down? There you go, check, check.
And a nicely played hand by Benny Chen here. Gets maximum value with second pair. And Nadir, this is one of the first pots he's mixed up in this final table.
He's played really nicely so far. Benny's super aggressive as the antes go up to 25,000 and the blinds are 75, 150 at this point. Action on Sexton, ace-8.
A little surprised to see Mike fold there, but perhaps he sensed a disturbance in the force because Benny has pocket aces here.
Wow.
Now, Elon is short stacked in the big blind, so Benny limps in trying to trap him, and this is going to work to perfection.
Oh, yeah, Elon's pushed all in with 6s.
Snap call from Benny, and Elon is at risk.
Good luck.
All the obligatory good luck that you never mean.
Runs so good that you have the suit covered too.
Yeah, black cards.
Let's make the 6 on the turn.
Running so good.
Don't say this too quick.
The devil might be knocking.
You done it yesterday.
I'm a tough thing. I don't know. Might happen.
The devil might be knocking.
I definitely came back from back so many times in my life.
Benny aces up against sixes, and the flop is a big ace. Wow. 9-10.
Case ace in the deck.
That's not gonna be hit.
Elan is almost drawing dead on this flop. He could go running 6-6 or 7-8. But he's got one foot out the door.
Courageous play by Elan. Now he needs a miracle. It's not going to happen as a jack of spades hits the turn.
It was nice meeting you, though.
Well, Elan
wish you guys good luck.
Makes a run at this final table that comes up short. Our fourth place finisher taking home $132,000.
Running so good.
But you know, it's okay. It was fun, and I really wanted the swatch. But no, it's fine. Though. I'm happy. Wish the best of luck to all of them. It was nice playing.
So it's au revoir to Elan Boujana, who's out in fourth, leaving 3 determined players vying for the top spot at Playground Poker Club. We'll be right back with more on the WPT.
Easy to play the hands I got today.
It's the best way to play when they come easy.
Welcome back. We're at Playground Poker Club in Montreal, where 3 players remain, and Mike Sexton's the chip leader with 9.5 million in chips. Benny Chen in second with 7.5.
Nadir rounding out the field, following the elimination of Elan Boujana in fourth place. Mike, with ace-jack suited, makes the min raise.
Nadir has gone out, and Benny Chen now with a 9-10. We'll stick around and make the call. We're going to see a flop ace-jack versus 9-10.
And it is 7-7-3 on this flop. Not much for anyone here. Check, check. On to the turn, which is the 10 of spades. So Benny catches up. A little surprised that he's checking here. I wouldn't expect Mike to bet after checking back that type of flop. And an 8 on the river.
Benny's going to make a 400,000 bet.
Another robbery job, huh?
Mike does get away, so nice fold.
I'm not too happy with how I played that one, I don't think.
Well, maybe the bet after the flop would have won on the pot, but we'll never know for sure. Benny Chen with a nice little comeback there. Benny's 36 years old. He's a restaurant manager up here in Canada. Loves poker, but keeps his balance by working in his brother's restaurant.
Working out for him. He looks way younger than 36. He's going to call here on the button with 9-7 suited. And Mike, with ace-queen in the small blind, is going to pump it up to 575.
Another quality hand for Sexton. This time he's going to make him pay for it. A nice raise. But Benny is going to call it.
Benny in position here with a suited 1-gapper.
And the flop is a 10-7-7. 3 of a kind there for Benny.
Benny drills it on this flop, and Mike gonna follow through with a c-bet here.
Oh, wow.
Of 600,000.
Oh, Benny doesn't want to ruffle the waters. Just calling. 3 of a kind. Wants to get Sexton's money. King of diamonds on the turn.
That card could induce Mike to bluff here. He's got a gut shot now. Nope, he's gonna check it.
Benny with the 4 flush and 3 of a kind.
And does Benny want to bet or trap? He wants to trap, so he's going to check back on this turn. I'm a little surprised by that, and he fills up on the river.
Oh, boy.
7's full of 10s for Benny. And you know what? After the last hand where Benny got Mike to fold ace high on the river, this could be a little bit of a tricky spot for Mike.
Sure. Well, he's checked it, and Benny's going to put in 900,000.
Mike's saying, if you had anything, why didn't you just bet the turn? Conversely, if Benny was bluffing, you'd expect him to bet the turn if he had something like 8-9 or Jack-9.
It looks like a 10 or nothing to me.
And Mike says it looks like a 10 or nothing.
And the restaurant man praying that he gets this call.
think it's a 10, though. That's the sad news.
Mike, convinced that his opponent has a full house, but stacking up calling chips. He's saying, well, maybe you got something like pocket fives.
But you could have 2 4s.
Well, or 4s.
Mike's talking himself into it. And the restaurant man gets his bill.
Yeah, Mike does pay off on the end here, and you know, sometimes when you just never get to see a guy's cards, you decide to try and call him down and see if he's bluffing you a bunch, but it turns out Benny has had the goods thus far. Mike just doesn't know it. Well, this time he sees it.
Nice flop.
Ooh, Benny. The boss.
Running really good.
We haven't seen you run bad.
So with that pot right there, the new chip leader, Benny Chen, out in front of Mike.
Damn, dude.
Mike Sexton going through some adversity right now. Let's see if he can ride through it.
All right.
Benny Chen, fold by him. Mike this time peeks at a pair of 8s.
Now Mike gonna raise it up to 375. Nadir with ace queen.
All in.
He's all in the big blind. Mike makes the call.
Auto call by Mike Sexton with 8s. And he could double up Nadir. Race situation. Ace queen versus a pair of 8s.
All right. Up to a race. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much. It was great fun.
All right, put a snowman out there.
Coin flip for Nadir's tournament life, but Mike currently in the lead with pocket 8s.
Here we go with the flop. And an 8!
That's a good flop.
You ask for a snowman, you get one.
It's over. It's over.
8 Jack 3. What a flop for Mike Sexton.
It is almost over here, Vince. One more card, and Nadir could potentially be drawing dead, and we would be heads up for the title.
Here comes the turn card, and it is over. 4 spades.
And with that set of 8s, Mike Sexton knocks out Nadir Lalji in 3rd place. Played a very tough final table, but ran out of gas.
Yeah, Nadir, great player. He's going to take home $183,000. Let's talk to him.
C'est la vie. My family has been sending me texts and messages. They're very, very proud of me, and I can't wait to go home.
And that will end our second hour of coverage from WPT Montreal. Be sure to join us next time when Benny and Mike go heads up and we find out which one will earn their first WPT title. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gill-Martin. See you next time on the WPT.
Oh my God, it's his time. Come on.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome, we're at Playground Poker Club for Season 15 coverage of WPT Montreal. I'm Lynn Gill-Martin. We've witnessed some stellar poker so far, and we are very close to discovering which of these players will secure the title. My world-class colleagues Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst are here to share their insight. Guys, how are things stacking up at this point?
Well, Lynn, this is truly one of the exciting moments of my 15 years on the World Poker Tour because Mike Sexton, the ambassador of poker, the Hall of Famer, has a real shot now in the heads-up battle to take down his first title. He's made 3 final tables. This is his 3rd one. He'd love to have his name on that trophy. Can he do it?
Yeah, that's right, Vince. Mike, a little bit behind going into this heads-up match, but you know what? It really feels to me like his career, his time with the WPT, his experience at the table is all culminating in tonight, and I still like his chances. Mike's the man to beat.
Well, Benny Chen, a tough player from Canada, he is on fire right now.
Yeah, Benny's playing really great. He's mixed in some bluffs with his value bets. He's sizing things well. He's being disciplined pre-flop. I really like his game so far, so a tough opponent for Mike to face off against.
It's going to be a great competition. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Heads-up play between Benny Chen and Mike Sexton is about to begin here at WPT Montreal. And during the break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Benny, you're heads up for your very first WPT title. You could win it right here in your home country. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot to me if I would be able to bring the title home to Canada, show all the Canadians that a Canadian can do it. It'd be great.
And make your family proud, I'm sure.
Yes, they'll be very proud.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Mike, I can't believe it. This is so special. You've been speaking to this audience for 15 years, and they're all watching you. Here, heads up for a title.
All right, I feel the vibes. All the seniors out there, all the old school players, the Hall of Famers, and the WPT family especially. Let's do it for them.
Yeah, good luck. Will Mike Sexton be the next WPT champion? This is an historic moment on the World Poker Tour. Heads Up play is about to begin, so I'll throw it back to Vince and Tony.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's look at the Club WPT chip count. Benny Chen is the chip leader with 10.5. Mike Sexton with about 9 million. Winner will take home 425,000 Canadian cash.
Not to mention a beautiful Hublot watch, as you see there.
The Andes are 25. The blinds are 1 and 200,000.
Well, it's my highest finish ever in the World Poker Tournament, whatever happens.
That's good. Good accomplishment, either way.
So I moved up from third to second, at least.
Last time was third place. Was your highest?
Yeah, I finished third.
Mike, looking on the bright side already. Gonna make it 400,000 to go with ace-9 of spades.
Benny with 8-4. Of hearts will make this call, though. Going to our first flop. It's an ace-9 queen, 2-pair for Sexton.
Interesting flop here. So the flush draw for Benny, top and bottom for Mike. Leads to a bet and a call from Benny.
Benny going for the flush right here. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Now, on a texture this wet, I'd like to see Mike make a really large bet because there are lots of ways his opponent can have a pair plus a draw, be it flush or straight draw. So I think about 1.2 million would be good here. And Mike is bet, but it's 800,000, so a little bit small there.
He wants to get this guy in, perhaps. Thinking that's the right amount. Benny, of course, with a lot of possibilities. Makes this call, hoping to hit his flush. Let's see if he does. Nope, 8 of diamonds.
Well, 4 to a straight, and the backdoor flush draw is completed there. So Benny has bottom pair, but you see him thinking here, and I think he might turn his hand into a bluff, Vince.
That's the only way he's going to win it. He knows that. Whoa, he's got the chips out. He's going to do it.
He's betting about half pot here, just under, and this could work out for him. This is a very difficult spot for Mike.
Well, Mike with aces up after the flop. But now all the guy has to do is have a jack in his hand to beat you.
Wow. Oh, man.
This would be the call of the night and turn all the momentum around for him.
Very tough spot.
You could have had them all here.
It's hard to imagine that Benny would be betting a worse 2-pair for value, so he essentially has a jack or nothing.
You could have been wearing a crown.
Oh, Mike's got to lay it down. What a great bet by Benny. He pushes the best hand away. He earned that pot completely.
Maybe I'm on a free roll. You sure got them all if you'd ever bet earlier.
The set?
Said you'd have got them all if you'd ever bet earlier in that pot or ever raised me.
When Mike says you would have got them all, you saw a little smile escape the side of Benny's mouth right before he put his poker face back on, and we know why.
Great play that he didn't push it on the 4 flush. Otherwise, Mike does double up in a huge way. All right, moving on. King, queen versus 7-5. They both got a piece of it. Of course, Benny, top pair of queens. Benny's bet 400.
Call from Mike.
Yeah, Mike's starting to...
You can see it. You can see the frustration on his face a little bit.
Sure. Ace of clubs on the turn.
It's an interesting card. 3 clubs out there. Benny has second pair, the nut draw.
They go check, check. Oh, and look at this. A great card for Mike. Hitting 2 pair, a 7 on the river.
Almost no outs. Just slams the one he needs.
Now he's putting in a value bet 800,000.
This is interesting, Vince, because if Benny decided to turn his hand into a bluff, I don't know that there's anything Mike can do. He has like the ultimate bluffing hand here. He blocks the straight, he blocks the flush, he blocks 2-pair combinations, but instead he's gonna fold, and that is a good fold, but just always interesting to think what you could do instead of the choice you made.
Go, Mike! Go, Mike! Go, Mike!
And there's the beautiful tuba, enjoying watching Mike Sexton along with the gorgeous Caitlin at the Dr. Pepper bar. And that was a nice pot for Mike. He really needed that, trying to take control of this heads-up battle. Mike knows he's up against tough competition here. Can he ride out the storm? Action's on Mike. Gonna call with an 8-6. Benny with Jack 3 of clubs. Content to see the flop, but the flop is a 6-6-3. Mike Sexton, 3 of a kind.
The perfect flop for Mike here. Benny's gonna fire out 200. Ooh, I think that's the first play I've seen from Mike today I really don't like.
He just didn't want the aggro. He'll take the pot. Maybe not as big as he wanted, but it'll work.
Hey Vince, while there's a short break in the action, let's fill in the viewers on the recent World Poker Tour events around the globe. In the United States, WPT Deep Stacks held 2 tournaments. First at Ocean's 11 Casino in San Diego, California, then at the Downstream Casino Resort in Oklahoma.
That's right, Tony, and the WPT National Series has been going strong with events at the Montesino in Vienna, the WPT National Iberia, with the finals held at Casino Villa Mora, and I also got to return to China and the beautiful island of Sanya for another great time at the WPT National China at the MGM Grand Sanya.
And while you guys were in China, Mike and I were in the UK. Dusk Till Dawn held 2 tremendous tournaments. Ben Windsor emerged victorious at the WPT 500, and Luis Cruz added his name to the Champions Cup when he took down the WPT UK title.
And if you would like to join us on the World Poker Tour, just go to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. Now let's get back to the action here in Montreal.
All right, Mike with a 6-3. He's gonna limp the button. Benny with an 8-6 is gonna check this one out.
Couple junk hands, and here we go. Flop is an ace-7-5.
Now, both players make a straight draw, and a 4 could be a tournament-ending fiasco for Mike were he to catch it.
Mike's betting 200, and it's getting called. Going to the turn, no one gets there. Queen of diamonds.
Benny checks. Mike, I like that he's betting for a second time here. He really doesn't have any showdown value. And that queen could make it difficult for a 7 or a 5 to call a second barrel, but Benny, with his open-ended straight draw, is gonna go to a river here, so an 8 lands that gives Benny a pair. So he checks over to Mike, and Mike checks back. So Benny gonna take this down with a pair of 8s. Mike says, yeah, you're good.
And you can't blame Mike for trying. Gave it a big effort, shot 2 barrels at it, just didn't work out. Tough play by Benny Chen. He has about 12 million, Mike down to about 7-3. He looks a little frustrated here.
Yeah, it's never fun to lose most of the pots you play heads up. It just starts to feel a little hopeless.
This time Benny Chen is going to raise with a 9-8 to 400. Mike with king 7 of clubs, quickly making the call. And the flop is a 10-9-5, 2 clubs, 4 flush for Mike. Benny with the 9s.
Benny checks back. Ooh, all Mike.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's go. Ooh.
Caught the flush, they both check. 5 on the river, pairing the board.
Well, Benny checked back this flop planning to call some bets, but now on this river, he loses to just about everything but a bluff. He loses to trips, straights, 10s, queens, flushes.
Well, Mike's bet 500. Mike's begging for a call. Giving back some of those chips, but no, he escapes. So Mike Sexton trying to ride out the waves here in Montreal.
Never make a bobble. You never make a bobble, do you?
I make a few bad moves.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
The one and only Mike Sexton.
You can't really bluff Mike. I think you can just beat him straight on.
He's really capable to put people in tough spot, and people are folding to him.
There's nothing that needs to be said. He's a legend.
I would say Mike Sexton's the best player on the table.
Well, Benny, I'll tell you what, he's the guy that I would probably fear the most at the table.
Benny Chen.
You don't know what he's playing with, and he doesn't give up.
Really aggressive. He wasn't afraid.
Benny's a psycho. Definitely has the opportunity to win this tournament.
We are back to the heads-up battle. As you can see, Benny Chen with close to 12 million. Mike Sexton with 7.7.
Not going Sexton's way so far, but still has plenty of room to make a comeback here.
Right now, Mike with a little suited connector. And he's going to raise with it, make it 400,000. Benny Chen with ace-10, though.
Yeah, Benny has a choice between calling and re-raising here. People like to mix up how they play these kind of spots, and Benny wants to make it 1.1 million to go.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure on Mike.
I think Mike's a little too shallow here to go to the flop with 5-4 suited. Can't really make top pair with that type of hand, but it looks like he wants to peel, and so we will go to a flop.
He's going to gamble, hope to get lucky. Here is the flop. It's 8-6 deuce. Good for Mike.
Yeah, that's a great flop for Mike. You need 3 or 7 for a straight. He also has backdoor spades, plus Benny is whiffed here, so I expect him to make one bet, and if he doesn't find something on the turn, he'll have to shut down.
Benny's bet $1 million. Mike Sexton liking that flop, making the call, hoping to connect here. Let's see if he does. No, in fact,
no.
Benny connects.
Oh, no. I mean, that is all kinds of Benny's card. How does he want to play it? Oh, check. I like that.
Just going to hope that Mike bets at it. And, oh, boy, yep, Mike's taking a stab.
Well, I like Mike's bet here. He only has 5 high. He's got a lot of outs. Often your opponent has ace high or Broadway cards that are forced to fold this turn, but unfortunately for Mike, this was actually the perfect card for Benny.
All in.
And then Benny coming over the top. Just torture Mike just a little bit more.
Man, Benny has played this perfect.
Well, he hit the card even more perfectly.
I could have checked there, I guess.
I like that Mike has bet here, but now I believe he's forced to fold, and he does not have the odds to call for his straight here. Plus, he'd be putting his entire tournament life at risk. So, Mike in a very difficult spot. Oh my goodness, this is gut-wrenching, Vince.
Sometimes you do everything right, but it still backfires. That's what we're seeing right now. Mike melting away.
Well, do I feel lucky?
Don't start that. Finally getting away from the hand.
A very reluctant fold from Mike, but it was the correct fold.
The crowd just silenced.
Nice hand.
Oh, that's killer. You must have lost $3 million in that pot, right?
Yeah. 1.1 more. 3.5.
Ah.
So he's down to 4 million.
Guy's been out here for 15 years. You see him going for the title and everything just not going his way.
Now our blinds are up though. We were playing 125, 250. So Mike running out of room.
And Mike with ace high, gonna disguise the ace with just a call. Benny with a 10-7, and the flop is a queen 8-9. Good for Benny as he open-ended straight draw.
Not much here for Mike, so he checks back.
Turn card, another queen.
Okay, so Benny picks up a flush draw to go along with his straight draw, and Mike really doesn't have anything here.
Benny's betting 250, and Mike...
Kind of surprised by that call. I mean, there's not much happening here for Mike, and it's very easy for your opponent to have a better hand or bluff you out on the river, so...
6 on the river makes Benny a straight here.
I mean, that is the best possible card for Benny. An offsuit 6, and he's gonna bet 600,000.
You got a hand every time.
Mike has to lay it down.
Every time you got it.
Running good.
Mike Sexton running up the down escalator right now. And Benny with 17 million. Mike just dribbling away with 1.8 in chips.
Benny has him 10-1 now. After they entered this heads-up match, even in chips, so...
Mike mucks this hand, and his dream of becoming the WPT champion up in smoke.
Gross, 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 gross.
All in.
Benny all in for Mike's last 6 blinds.
Yeah, this could be it. Now, Mike?
This is close, Vince.
Let's gamble.
Yep, he's gonna do it.
All right, that's a good call by Mike.
Oh. No 9? Man.
Got the 2 overcards here, trying to hold up, get back into this heads-up match.
Suit it.
I must say, I didn't expect to see that hand on him.
Crazy things have happened. Benny's running so good.
Makes me think he's been bossing me around too much.
Can Mike possibly win this hand, double up, and get back into this? Here we go with the first 3. Queen! Yeah! He hits a queen. Mike Sexton hits a queen. Whoa. Little reprieve so far, going to the turn.
There it is. Mike will lock up this pot with a deuce.
Mike will take it and double up. Could this be the beginning of a complete turnaround for Mike? We will see. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour from Playground Poker Club. Stay with us. There's a little bit of smoke left on the campfire. He's blowing, Trying to get that flame going. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, Playground Poker Club. And the heads-up action continues, and right now, Mike Sexton is just hanging in there. Tough time for everybody on the WPT. You got to root him on.
Yeah, I mean, Mike has been on the wrong side of every major pot here. Usually he's had a hand, but made a second-best hand against Benny, who I will give credit for a great job of not paying off when he's behind in this heads-up match.
Well, Benny Chen is a great player, and he's proven it tonight. He's running good. Let's see if he can finish off the great Mike Sexton.
Well, Mike, still about a 2-1 dog against Benny, but that's a lot better than being a 10-1 dog, which he was moments ago. So starting to recapture some momentum here. Now is a king-jack that he's going to raise up. Benny has pocket aces for his 3rd time this final table.
Unbelievable. Benny Chen getting the best hand you can get before the flop. This is how you win championships, and he's going to raise it. Total of 1.3.
Benny making a tiny re-raise out of position. I mentioned earlier in the final table when Alon did this, that this is usually a play people only make when they have a really strong hand. Benny this time has the strongest of them all.
Mike's going to call, though. Needs to get real lucky, and here is the flop. It's a 8-9-4.
It's a pretty safe flop for Benny, and one that probably won't cost Mike any more money.
The bet by Benny and a quick ejection by Mike Sexton. Luckily for him, he didn't get a jack or a king on the flop. Benny gonna take that one.
I love poker because I'm very competitive and there's so many different variables constantly changing. I just love the thrill, like playing in a big cash game or getting deep in a tournament. There's no other feeling like that.
You're a tough man, Benny. You're a tough man.
Good game.
I knew it all the time.
Pardon?
I said I knew it all the time after I played with you yesterday.
Mike is trying to soften him up a little bit, I think.
Very good player.
Mike taking it well, discouraged, but hanging tough. And the blinds are going up to 2 and 4 with a $50,000 ante.
Benny, he's got an A7 here. Making it 800,000. Mike's pretty short. I'm a little surprised Benny didn't just shove on him. So Mike will make the call here.
So ace-7 versus 8-6, and the flop is a queen 8-7. So 8s for Mike, Benny with 7s. Mike checks, Benny checks. They both check. 4 on the turn.
That's a good card for Mike. He now has a gut shot to go along with this pair. And I like that he's betting here. He's going to get some value. Benny stuck in this pot with his 7.
And last card is, oh no, a 7.
Wow.
3 of a kind for Benny.
Man, I mean, Benny just living on the river so far in this heads-up match. And it's one thing to catch up, but if he hits an ace, I think Mike gets away. But on a 7, now Mike might get stuck into this.
1.2.
Oh, boy. Benny trying to pick him apart. 1.2. And Mike going to the think tank.
I've not seen you bluff.
And the tricky part about this hand is that Benny checked back on the flop. And I really think that if he had some kind of drawing hand, he just bets the flop.
Check the flop. You make 3 forward on the turn?
Worse. 3 sevens on the river.
Flop.
Oh, he's gonna call it. Benny loves it.
That's a rough one for Mike.
Oh, Mike is stunned. He can't believe what he's seeing in his heads-up battle.
Lucky.
You know, I'll give credit where credit is due. That's a really well-played hand by Benny. Flop bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Checks back on the flop, calls 1 bet in the turn, and gets the card he absolutely needs on the river. That's how this game works. Well-played hand by Benny, but a very expensive pot for Mike Sexton. Lost about half the stack in that hand, down to around 3 million.
Yeah.
Below 10 blinds, and he is officially playing push-fold poker.
Well, just Benny say abracadabra, because that's magic.
Let you have one.
Just the one?
No, I'm gonna let you have a couple more, I think. All right.
Benny up to 16 million. Mike with 3 million.
You're entitled to a few.
Mike has seen it all in poker. Rarely, and I played a lot of poker with Mike.
All in?
Have I seen him get upset now? Benny pushing all in.
Call.
Mike has got a pair of kings, though.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, my goodness.
The guy doesn't even have an ace. He doesn't have 7-6 to try and hit a weird straight. He literally has, like, the one hand that cannot win against kings.
Well, Mike with a big chance here. Big favorite. Needs this double up, and the flop is a 9, 10, 10. Great for Mike. Not over yet, though.
It's a mostly safe flop, but Benny could go runner here for a straight.
And turn card is a queen. Best Benny could do is chop.
Chop?
At least I can't lose it.
Good spot for you.
So Mike looking good, and river card, no chop there.
3 million exactly.
Queen pairs the board. There's life for Mike.
Scores a crucial double up.
Well, hands I win, I'm all in.
All right, no more all in, that's it.
Got a good show here. He is hanging in there by dental floss.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Ublo, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
No trip to Montreal is ever complete without its world-famous comfort food, poutine.
And there is plenty of it here at the Rail. Let's go.
We have a variety of different poutines. We have the General Tao poutine, the Texan, the Italian, as well as the rib poutine, the Mexican, and the aristocrat. And here you have the classic poutine that's made with our homemade fries, our curd cheese, as well as our homemade gravy. Enjoy, ladies.
Oh, that looks fantastic. Great food at the Rail. And what a heads-up battle we have going here, Tony.
One of my favorite parts of Playground Poker Club is the fact that you can order great food at the table and it's brought to you so promptly.
Blinds are going up to 250, 500. Here we go. Mike Sexton behind with close to 6.7. Benny Chen with about 13. Mike is going to just call, and Benny now.
I think Mike's a little short to just be calling. He's down to like 12 or 13 blinds. There's just not enough room for that kind of thing.
Benny's raised to 1.2. And Mike is gonna make this call. Splash around. Flops a king, queen 9. Good for Mike. Hitting queens. And Benny getting none of that, but making the continuation bet of $1 million.
Really not a fan of how Benny has played this hand. I think if you're going to raise pre-flop, you should just shove. And I think on this particular flop, the likelihood that you get your opponent to fold something he limp called is so low, you can just give up.
I'm all in.
Mike is going to gamble here. Hope the guy doesn't have a king, and he's right with that assumption. Mike Sexton taking that one down. It's a good one, too. Mike crawling his way back. Mike has made 3 WPT final tables. He's never taken down the championship yet. Can it be his night tonight? But look at this Benny, pair of kings.
It's just an avalanche of big pairs for Benny at this final table.
1 million.
He's going up to $1 million.
Mike has an ace-6. He's going to take a peek, makes the call. Big pot brewing. And the flop is a 5-4-3. Couple spades.
That's actually pretty good for Mike. He has the ace of spades to go along with his open-ended straight draw. So an ace, deuce, 7.
Mike checks.
Surprised that Benny checked there.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Well, no help from Mike. He still has an open-ended straight draw and an overcard. But usually when Benny has checked back, it's been with showdown value, and perhaps Mike is picking up on that because he's not going to bluff here. So now over to Benny, and I doubt he's going to check 2 streets in a row here. He wants to make a bet.
$1 million. Big overpair. He wants action from Sexton. Does he want to push here and take a shot? No. Luckily, intelligently, he folds the hand.
Well played hand by Mike.
I was consistent. I misplayed that hand on every street.
No, you didn't. You just losing every hand and never feels good.
Every street I misplayed that one.
Well, he's talking to himself, and now Betty Chen with close to 12 million. Mike about close to 8 million. Blinds at 250, 500. Hugely expensive. This time Mike with a king 9, and he will raise it up. And Benny with a very strong ace queen.
I mean, this is crazy, Vince. Every hand, Benny looks down at a premium.
Oh, he's figuring out how to punish Mike even more.
$3 million.
Ugh, that's how.
And that's about half of Mike's stack. Well, not much Mike can do there. Just ran into a big hand. So a lot of the story of this heads-up match has been Benny looks down at a sweet hand. Mike pays off a little and then gets away. There you see. He won the 2013 Millionaire Maker at the World Series of Poker. A massive cash for such a small buy-in. Great way to break into the poker world. Now has an opportunity to win a WPT title to go along with his bracelet. Has a nice chip lead here, facing off against the legend of the game in Mike Sexton.
Benny this time with a nothing 7-4. He'll go to 1.2. Mike Sexton with a queen 9 of clubs.
Now, Mike just calls, but tell you what, Vince, queen 9 suited plays great as an all-in. People think I'm crazy when I say that, but you run the computer and you realize just how good hands like queen 9 and jack 9 suited are.
Well, 10-8-6 on this flop. 4 flush for Mike Sexton, but he checks it.
Everybody connects on this flop. I mean, straight draw for Benny, straight and flush draw for Mike.
Oh, 10. No flush there for Mike.
That is not his card.
Well, he's gonna bet it though, 800,000.
Well, thus far in the heads-up match, when Benny has had outs going to the river, he has called and usually hit. He does make this call, looking for a 9 or a 5.
River card. Mike wants to hit a club. No, it's a 4 spades. That gives Benny the winner now.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, Vince. I mean, yet again, the perfect river for Benny.
Mike checks.
He doesn't know how perfect it is, but he's about to find out.
Just checks it
You
down.
bet the flop I'd have shipped it. I'm sure you got me now, though.
Yep. Mike completely, oh man.
Look at his face do a double take.
Wow.
We have to take a short break, but there is much more poker to come from WPT Montreal.
Wow.
Hey, Tony. One thing you might not know about me is that I'm actually very good at multitasking.
Yeah?
See, right now, for instance, I'm here with you. We're watching this thrilling final table, but I'm also in a game on Play WPT, right there. See that? Now, if any of you are still wondering what PlayWPT.com is all about, I'm gonna spell it out for you.
P is for poker, the game we love.
L is for liberate. Free yourself from All-In Fest on other social poker sites.
A is for action. The action is around the clock and available on all your devices.
Y is for you. You are all that's missing.
For a truly competitive social poker experience on your computer, laptop, or mobile device, head to playwpt.com, where skill matters.
Here we are at Playground Poker Club, down to the stretch we go. Mike Sexton hanging in there, but Benny Chen is the chip leader, wanting to take down his first title, as is Mike Sexton.
As much as we wanted to see Mike win his first title tonight, Benny just not cooperating, playing a very tough final table, an extremely tough heads-up match.
I mean, the blinds are massive, 3 and 600, so Mike with 5 big blinds, that's really it.
I'm all in.
He's gonna shove with Jack 10. Call. And Benny with an ace-8.
Mike needs to improve in order to keep this heads-up match continuing.
Have to draw it again, Vince.
Mike here with about 3 million.
I can't watch.
Benny about 16 million. Vince cannot watch. The intensity too high.
This is the last time I'm going to ask to draw out in this tournament. I'm not going to ask any more.
Come on, Mike.
I gotta know.
Yeah, he's got it!
That's a 10!
He's got a 10!
All right, 2 more cards to fade.
Now he's gonna sweat the turn of the river. Turn card, safe for Mike, 3 of spades. Mike in front, looking good, but there is one card that Benny could take down his title with.
Benny can find an ace on this river. He will be our champion.
Here it comes. What's it gonna be? 9 of clubs, that's good for Mike.
Mike Sexton gonna double up here. Back around 6.5 million.
Amazing. What are we seeing in this heads-up battle?
9 lives.
There's so much more that goes into poker than just the 2 cards you get. And that's the beauty of the game. Now, most people nowadays probably just think of me as a commentator on the World Poker Tour. These young guys probably didn't even know I played poker for 25 years first. So keep it a secret.
Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, is playing like a genius.
Just always enthralled me. It's challenging. It's about reading other people as well as the cards. It's a skill of winning and getting to the top. And everybody's saying, hey, look, the guy still got it. You know, we can still do it. It's fun for me to get to these final tables. Oh, they're very rare, very tough to get to them. You have to appreciate it when you get there and try to relish the moment. And I'm certainly going to do that.
Mike finally starting to look like he's happy to be here again, you know? Life had just drained out of him for a while there when he was losing every pot.
Getting color back in his skin and everything, and this time a pair of deuces.
All in.
Gone all in.
Yeah, let's go. Ooh.
Count, please.
This is a tough decision for Benny. This is about 11 blind shove. He's got a very borderline hand here with ace-5. Every all-in, so crucial.
Just under 7.
And all of a sudden, Benny's starting to look a little worried. He's gonna fold the hand.
Benny should be worried. Not long ago, he had Mike 10-1. Now they are drawing even in chips.
We'll have quite a battle, whatever happens anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, Mike's starting to smile again. It's very unusual for him at this final table.
I think he feels like he's been given a new lease on life. He was so short, and then he was all in behind. Ooh, Benny has a big hand here. King 10 suited. He's raising it up to 1.2 million. Mike with ace deuce. Okay, let's hear those magic words, Mike. Let's go again.
There's a good chance he could shove.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
He's gonna shove.
Benny, what the hell was that? I'm speechless, Vince. I don't know what that fold was.
Well, he's on a good streak right now. Mike Sexton on a comeback. Amazing. Can he take down his first WPT title here tonight? We're coming back for more action here on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to Playground Poker Club in Montreal, here on the World Poker Tour.
Mike was a 10-1 underdog at one stage of this heads-up match, but now has drawn the chips around where they have started.
Action on Benny Chen, the chip leader with about 10.5. Benny this time with a queen 9 of diamonds, just calling.
Keep saying, Vince, queen 9 suited is a better hand than everyone realizes.
Mike with an 8-5, content to see the flop. Well, the flop is a jack 10-9.
Something for everyone here. Bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw for Benny. Open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Mike. He picks up a heart on the turn.
Yeah, they checked on the flop.
Both players check again. So let's go to a river. And it is a 7 of spades. That's exactly the card that Mike was looking for. He makes a straight on this river.
Beautiful card from him. He's going to bet 900,000 into Benny.
Mike hasn't made many river bluffs so far in this heads-up match. And I wonder if Benny is going to adjust to that, or will he pay off? He's going to call down here and find out the bad news.
Yeah, Mike's going to like that very much. Benny finally has a look of worry at this final table we haven't seen.
Well, after taking down a couple of pots, Mike Sexton has taken the chip lead here.
Can it be? No, it can't. It's almost impossible for what we've been seeing tonight.
And for the first time tonight, Mike Sexton has the lead in this heads-up match. Ooh, and he's got a pair of 8s to go along with it.
Just calling.
A little surprised that Mike is limping a hand this strong on the button. I don't quite understand.
Disguising the strength of the hand, perhaps. And here we go with the flop. 5-5-6.
It's a good flop for Mike, and actually not a bad one for Benny. He does have a gut shot straight draw to a 7.
Mike bet 700, quickly takes it down. Momentum now going to Mike Sexton. Starting to stretch out his chip lead. Can't believe what I'm seeing here. Mike's turned it around. And this time Benny with a king jack.
He's got about 14 blinds, so how's he want to play this?
All in.
That's how he's going to play it. Mike with the ladies.
Yes, I call.
Oh!
In the affirmative. Now, Vince, you don't see a lot of emotion at the poker table, but Mike there trying to fight a little back.
I feel like I want to hold your hand.
5 cards to come.
Both these guys on the edge of their seat going to the flop.
It's a queen on the flop.
Great flop for Mike, but still 4 outs for Benny here. He can hit a 10 to make a straight and double up. But if he doesn't, Mike's going to be our champion.
3 of a kind on the flop. thing of beauty. Here comes the turn, ace of clubs.
No help to Benny. Still the same 4 outs. 10 and only a 10 will continue this tournament. Otherwise, Mike Sexton, your newest WPT champion.
Deuce of diamonds, it's over! We've done it!
Vince, that is it. We have witnessed history tonight.
We root on our colleague. Just an amazing effort. Benny Chen, what can you say? Bad luck. He'll come in second. Mike Sexton, WPT champion. Let's talk to him. Oh, my God. Great goal. Great goal, Mike.
What a battle.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Mike's very tough. He's a great player. Hats off to him. Congratulations to him. I know I played my best, so that's all. It wasn't in the cards for me, so there's nothing I can do.
He did it. Setting up for his winner interview with Vince. Amazing. He did it.
Well, this man on my left is Mike Sexton. He's a Hall of Famer, a great ambassador of poker. This is his 3rd final table on the World Poker Tour. And finally, you are a champion. What do you say, Mike?
3rd time's a charm.
Well, along with the $425,000, Mike, you are going to get this beautiful Playground Poker Club Champions Belt. What are you going to do with that?
Well, I'm going to give this to my son, Ty. He loves this. Ty, it's coming home, baby.
That is beautiful. Along with that, you get the Hublot watch. You get Monster headphones, your name inscribed on the Champions Cup. All the goodies for you. Let's hear it one more time for the great Mike Sexton.
Thanks, man. WPT Tournament Champions, I'm coming.
Back to you, Lynn.
What a historic moment for the World Poker Tour. Our very own Mike Sexton wins his 1st title. Mike is the season 15 WPT Montreal champion. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bellagio has long been the home of high-stakes poker action in Las Vegas, and this week it lives up to its reputation. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're here for the 15th instalment of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Years ago, this was the very first WPT tournament ever held, and for seasons this has been hailed as the most coveted title to win on the tour. And 5 days ago, players from around the world descended on the Bellagio Poker Room, ready for action in their quest for a WPT title.
Today's the Bellagio 10K, one of the best tournaments of the year. Very few tournaments left have $1 million for first, so this is obviously everyone's goal.
To not have to rebuy would be optimal strategy. If necessary, of course, I'll fire extra bullets.
I got a good 8 hours of sleep. I'm ready to go.
Dealers, shovel up and deal. Good luck, players.
With unlimited re-entry for the first 8 levels of the event, action around the room was fast. And with a likely $1 million first place prize, the stakes were sky high.
Guys, I have to win. I got braces 2 months ago and they take them off if I can't afford to pay for them. True story.
This tournament holds a special place in the heart of many players, including 3-time WPT champion Chino Ream.
I won it before. It was my baby. It was my first WPT, so it's very special. It's not easy to win any event these days.
Kate Hall, who came in 5th place here last season, shared what it takes to have success in this event.
No secrets, just solid poker, patience, and hoping for the best.
The massive turnout had players spilling over into the Bellagio Sportsbook, where 4-time Super Bowl champion Richard Seymour saluted the newest WPT champion, Mike Sexton.
Shake your hand.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, look at this. Super Bowl champ to a champ here. How about that, huh?
He's a poker champ, though. This is the guy right here, poker champ.
As players hit the rail, many were soon back on the felt after re-entering to take another shot at advancing.
Number 5.
With so much money on the line, some players had a tendency to tighten up. something for which WPT finalist Roger Teska provided a remedy.
Everybody's so focused and they're very serious. That's not fun for me. So I went to the table and I paid everybody to drink with me because that made me happy. And now my table is a lot more fun. It's probably the funnest table in the room.
When play ended for the day, 519 entrants had hit the felt, with just 367 surviving. Familiar faces dominated the leaderboard, including Jennifer Tilly. But at the top of the chip counts was German player Robin Hagel, who amassed a chip stack of 183,000.
Everything went in my way. It was just an awesome run.
Welcome to the World Poker Tour.
Players were ready to get into action on day 2, and past champions of this tournament were not afraid to fire it up.
I will buy in as many times as required to get this done. I think this is one of the better tournaments of the year.
It's kind of a fun tournament where on day 1 I go a little cuckoo and hope to get doubled up in chips, and I've done that. I've got 80,000, 3 levels left to rebuy, but I plan to keep it a 6-shooter, hang on to these chips, not do anything stupid.
The field continued to grow, with plenty of players taking advantage of re-entry, as well as several new Day 2 entrants, including Jason Mercier, WPT champion Scotty Wynn, and the first ever 5-diamond winner, Gus Hansen. Unfortunately, Gus's return to the 5-diamond felt was short-lived.
I definitely made some mistakes. It has been a long time since I've played a tournament, but I definitely think I should have done better.
When registration closed, the final numbers were announced. A whopping field of 791 entrants created an over $7.6 million prize pool. 72 players would finish in the money, with big paydays for the top spots. First place taking home over $1.9 million, and the runner-up would take home over $1.1 million. As play continued into the night, it was apparent there were no easy tables, and players fought for pots, with chips changing hands. Much to the benefit of poker pro Ryan Hughes.
I just picked up a couple key hands, won some big pots, and just kind of cruised for most of the day.
Ryan would take the chip lead into day 3, leading the remaining 277 players. Second on the leaderboard was poker player and actress Jennifer Tilly, who was continuing her good run at Bellagio.
I think it makes me smarter to play with poker players that are smarter than me.
Day 3, make good decisions, see what happens.
Newly minted WPT champion Mike Sexton was on the short stack, but still optimistic.
When you win, it makes life so much fun, I can tell you. So hopefully something good will happen this tournament as well, but if not, I probably used up all my luck this year. Who knows?
The massive prize pool had friends James Calderero and John Gordon dreaming of a 1-2 finish.
You can't beat this. I mean, 1.9 and 1.1. He's getting 1.1, I'm getting 1.9. You know, what are you gonna do? Bet. You're chopping. No chop. Zero chop, just so you know now, I will not chop a muscle head.
The Bellagio poker room was buzzing with players looking to put themselves in position to make a deep run. Early action saw some players chipping up and others busting out. An interesting hand developed when facing a raise and a call. Season 12 5-diamond finalist Barry Hutter re-raised to $16,500. After Gerald Karlik, a poker pro from Austria, called, Kate Hall 4-bet to $44,000. Barry moved all in, Gerald folded, and Kate went into the tank. After 8 minutes, the clock was called. Before time ran out, Kate made the call. Barry turned over pocket jacks, and Kate turned over ace-10 offsuit.
Oh my, ace-10 off?
No help on the board sent the huge pot to Barry and left Kate with just 10 big blinds. Soon after, Barry took Kate's remaining chips. Also hitting the rail after a strong start to the tournament was Jennifer Tilly, who was eliminated when her set of kings lost to WPT champion Jessie Sylvia, who spiked a set of aces on the river.
Good luck, everybody.
The field continued to thin as play continued into the night.
Sometimes you just get beat by the better player.
And even though his tournament run was over, Mike Sexton was impressed by the talent still remaining in the field.
My man, Jason Coon, Dan O'Brien. This looks like a table of death right here to me.
The day ended with 75 players remaining, only 3 away from making the money. Once again at the top of the chip counts was Ryan Hughes, who was the only player to crack the 1 million chip mark. At the start of day 4, the money bubble was looming.
I'm expecting people to kind of fire and not care about the bubble as much as most tournaments do, because it's like a 10K re-entry, like most people are in for more than one bullet.
There's quite a few really short stacks, so I think we're going to get there fairly quick.
After Dan O'Brien eliminated Mike the Mouth Mattisau in 74th place, the room entered hand-for-hand play. Predictions of a fast money bubble were not realised. But Season 12 5-diamond champion Dan Smith thought that was a small price to pay.
The money bubble's going very slowly. With so many tables left, we have to wait for the slowest. I'm not too unhappy. For $10,000, you're getting a chance at 1.9 million. And if that means on day 4 you have to wait around for a couple hours, it's not the worst.
Down to just over his starting stack, poker pro Jerry Wong moved all in with pocket jacks and was called by chip leader Ryan Hughes holding pocket kings. No help on the board eliminated Jerry in 73rd place, and the bubble burst.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you are now on the money.
Play then loosened up, and player after player hit the rail, including Season 15 Best Bet Bounty Scramble champion Sam Panzika and a former champ of this tournament, Joe Hashem.
I'm disappointed, but I'm not like raging with anger or sadness. I did the best I could with the chips I had.
Meanwhile, just outside the poker room, Mike Sexton had the opportunity to sign some copies of his new book, Life's a Gamble.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, Alan, I appreciate it. Good luck to you, my man.
As play continued, WPT champion Jared Jaffe scored a double knockout when his pocket aces held up against the pocket kings of WPT champion Jesse Sylvia and the pocket jacks of poker pro Dmitry Urbanovich. Then Mr. 5-diamond Antonio Esfandiari tried to muster up some magic, but had to settle for a 43rd place finish. Ryan Hughes soon found himself below average after poker pro James Romero doubled through him. James was among the big stacks, a group that included 2-time WPT champion JC Tran and WPT finalist Igor Yaroshevsky. In the biggest hand of the tournament, Christian Krishna shoved all in with pocket threes and was called by Jared Jaffe. Poker pro Ryan Tosick then moved all in, putting Jared to an agonising decision. Jared made the call and was disappointed to see Ryan's pocket aces. Christian flopped an inside straight draw, but the aces held up and eliminated him in 22nd place. Ryan dragged in the over 3.3 million chip pot, and Jared was knocked down to 700,000. But aces weren't unbeatable. Poker pro Justin Bonomo's 7-6 offsuit cracked Ryan Hughes's pocket aces, sending the day 2 and day 3 chip leader home in 21st place. Then Jared Jaffe hit the rail just before play ended for the night. When it was time to bag up chips, only 19 players remained. Justin Bonomo and James Romero both cracked the 2 million chip mark, but everyone was looking up at Ryan Tosick, who finished the day with nearly 3.5 million and the chip lead.
Usually, like at this point in the tournament, I get pretty tired, but since it's a big tournament, like the adrenaline's got me going all day.
What do you make of the remaining field?
A lot of tough players. You know, this is one of the most preeminent tournaments in the world, so a lot of good players came out. A lot of them are still left. Really fun field, diverse field, and looking forward to making the final table with some of them.
The first player to hit the rail was a disappointed Corey Hockman.
All I can do is move forward, make it to the next one, go deep, and eventually get there.
Next to fall, at the hands of chip leader Ryan Tosick, was Richard Seymour in 18th place.
When I took the field, I wanted to compete. I wanted to out-prepare everybody that I faced, and I was relentless in doing that. So that's some of the same passion that I'll, play poker with.
Richard was followed out the door by 2-time WPT champ Tommy Verdes, and then David Sands in 14th place. As chips changed hands, a surging James Romero could not believe his good fortune.
Just playing my general strategy and running really well, to be honest. This is my first 10K and I am going deep in it. This shouldn't be happening. I'm basically getting very lucky, happy to be here. Yeah, feeling really good.
Justin Bonomo put Igor Yaroshevsky to the test after moving all in on the river. Igor had turned a set of 9s, but the raise would be for all his chips. After a 10-minute tank, the clock was called.
3, 2, 1, handstand.
And Igor's hand was declared dead after time expired. Igor showed his hand, and Justin turned over the bluff.
Oh my God.
Poker pro Alex Condon went from short stack to 2.4 million in just a couple of hands, busting 2 players in the process. With Ty Ryman's elimination in 11th place, the field combined to 1 table. JC Tran 4-bet all-in, holding pocket 10s, and was called by the red-hot James Romero, who was behind with ace-queen offsuit. James hit a queen on the flop to take the lead, and then improved to a full house to knock out the Season 5 WPT Player of the Year in 10th place.
A little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. I could have been out waiting for the money, so I'm not too hard on myself.
Igor knocked out the last WPT champion in the field, Taylor Plaw, in 8th. 2 hands later, a massive 3-way pot developed between the chip leader James Romero and WPT finalists Chris Klodnicki and Jake Schindler. Chris let out on a king-high flop and was called by Jake. James then raised and both players called. After the 4 of hearts fell on the turn, Chris and Jake checked to James, who made a bet.
All in.
Chris went all in. Jake folded and James snap called, turning over pocket 7s for a set. Chris turned over king 9 for 2 pair. He would need a king or a 9 on the river to survive. A 5 on the river knocked Chris out in 7th place. And with that, the televised final table was set. James Romero would take a massive chip lead and face 5 experienced pros, all looking to win their first WPT title. Great players and huge payouts. What more can one ask for? The 5-diamond final table starts after this. Welcome back to the 5-diamond World Poker Classic from Bellagio. With so much on the line tonight, you can feel the anticipation in the room. And joining me to call the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. So Mike, or should I call you Champ, you played this week. Tell us, how tough was the field in this tournament?
Well, thanks, Lynn. I was fortunate to win a WPT title in Montreal, and it just shows you there's hope for everyone. As for this tournament, it was a very tough field, and like everyone else that entered, I was dreaming about winning the nearly $2 million that goes to the champion, but it just didn't happen this week. But what a unique final table we've got for you tonight. Our chip leader, James Romero from Portland, Oregon, has 9.8 million in chips. That's more than twice as many as anybody else at the table. But this guy's only got 4,700 in lifetime tournament winnings. Now, he's primarily a cash game player, but this is only the 3rd cash in a tournament in his lifetime. In second chip position is Ryan Tosick with 4.4 million in chips. And you add up Ryan's lifetime winnings along with the chip leaders, adds up to $367,000. On the other hand, the remaining 4 players at the table, led by Justin Bonomo, have over 24 million in lifetime winnings. So Lynn, this final table is all about experience versus the chip leaders. It's going to be interesting to see how it comes out.
It sure will. That's some serious money. Now, Vince, these players all want to win their first WPT title. What do you think is going through their minds right now?
Well, Lynn, I think what's going through their minds is show me the money, because this is a big one. In order to win one of these tournaments, you have to have a few things going for you. You have to have a strong game plan. You have to have complete concentration. You have to have tremendous heart. And most of all, you can't tilt when things are going bad. Now, if all else fails, here's the most important thing. You have to know how to raise your hand to the waitress and yell out, "Cocktails!"
I think that works for all of us. Thanks, guys. Now, just before the players took their seats, WPT's Executive Tour Director Matt Savage had a chance to speak with chip leader James Romero.
James, millions of poker players around the world dream about being in this spot, chip lead at a WPT final table. What kind of pressure is on you tonight?
Tons of pressure. I can feel it. There's a lot of talent at this table. I know they're going to come for my chips because I'm the newbie. But I'm going to try to defend as well as I can.
You've cruised to this point. What are you going to do tonight to finish it off?
I'm going to keep running really well. I'm probably going to hit a lot of sets. I'm going to drill some flushes versus overpairs all in pre-flop.
All right, well, let's see if you can do that tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Such a dynamic final table, battling for the largest payday of the season. Players ready to begin at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, so let's get down to the final table.
Well, there's the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero well out in front with 9.8 million. Ryan Tosick in second place with 4.4, and that's what they're playing for.
Wow, 1.9 million for the winner, 1,124,000 for second place. That's the Hublot watch. The champ will also get a beautiful timepiece. And we're about to get started with the antes of 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. First to act, Ryan Tosick.
Yeah, what a youthful final table. 4 guys in their 20s. The 2 oldest players are 31 years old each.
Alex Condon now next to act. He also folds. Jake Schindler, we've seen him before at a WPT final table. He wants no action.
And the chip leader, James Romero, out as well. Now over to the man from Ukraine, Igor Yarashevsky. He is out.
So Justin Bonomo going to take down the pot.
First hand, we get a walk. I don't think we've ever seen that in the history of the tour.
No, you're probably right, Mike.
Yeah, everybody folding to the big blind. Just doesn't happen much.
On to the next hand. Quick fold by Condon. Jake Schindler wants none of that. James Romero going out. Igor, unattractive 9-7.
Doesn't want to get involved with it.
Justin Bonomo.
Hey.
Yeah, he's going to limp in the small blind with 6-10 of diamonds.
Ryan not going to raise with the 3s.
Flop comes Jack 8-5 rainbow. And Justin's going to lead out at this pot.
2 for 2.
And he is going to win it.
Chosen one? Who's the chosen one?
Well, Mike, thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members.
You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Yesterday I was pretty nervous for the first time in quite a while. There was stuff going through my head, like thinking about the situation and like how big of a moment it is for me.
It's like the biggest stage of my poker career. It's just like a war, and if you like study and keep your composure, you can really like win this little war.
I did some simulations, I ran some ICM calculations, talked to friends, did some research on the players, so I think I'll be the most prepared player at the final table today.
Этому нельзя научиться, ты просто должен играть, и когда с опытом это приходит, не играешь в игру, которую любишь.
To be honest, what matters most to me is just the process of how I play. Hopefully I don't make any mistakes, and as long as that goes right, that matters more to me than the money or the title.
Obviously, I'm a favorite, but poker's poker, and stuff's gonna happen. We're gonna play big pots. I'm not gonna give up without a fight, right?
We're just getting started here at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio.
James Romero well out in front in chip count. Ryan Tosick in second place. Right now, Jake Schindler in the last chip position, but things can change quickly. Let's get back to the felt.
Yeah, first to act will be Jake Schindler. 27-year-old. He has an ace-deuce, doesn't like it, folds the hand. Romero, our chip leader, also folding into Igor.
Igor Yarashevsky, 31 years old. It's 1.9 million in lifetime earnings. Gonna raise it up here with the King 9 of hearts.
This is the hard part of the tournament.
Bonomo folding, and now Ryan Tosick also folding. Only one to beat is Alex Condon. He's from Vegas, 24 years old, but he likes his action.
Yeah, he's in the big blind with the King Queen. He's certainly gonna play. He's just gonna make a call.
King 9 versus King Queen. Here we go with the flop. It's a ace 8-6.
Well, it doesn't help either player. Alex has got a key card to King of Diamonds. He checks. Well, Igor checks. Very surprised by that, Vince. You just can't assume your opponent would have an ace there. He'd re-raised you before the flop, so surprised he wouldn't make a continuation bet. Now a king comes off. That's going to be really good for Alex. It goes check, check again. Neither player bet their kings. Now the Jack of Diamonds comes off. Now, you're certainly not going to worry about a flush for Igor if you're Alex, or he would have bet the flop. So he's betting for value here with his King Queen, and I believe he's going to get paid off.
Yeah, the bet is 140. Little tickler. And Igor, he's going to make the bad call.
King, queen.
And Alex is going to win this pot with his queen kicker. Both have 2 kings.
Igor looking a little perplexed. Mucks his hand.
Well, Vance, good chance he'd have won that pot had he bet the flop. He didn't do it, and it cost him.
There is Alex's girlfriend, Christina Lindley.
Yeah, quite a poker player herself. In fact, she was the ones to watch on the World Poker Tour back in season 12.
The price of poker has just gone up. That's like Mike's tagline.
Do you have any taglines? What do you stand for? What do you stand for, Bonomo?
Death, destruction, chaos, filth, and greed.
What?
Casual conversation while you're playing for $2 million.
And the blinds and antes are going up. The antes will be 10,000 now. Blinds are 30 and 60. A lot of folds on this hand. And now it's again around to Condon. And he has an ace-9.
Tosar, will you tell us more about the plan for tonight?
Win all the money.
No, like after the club. How big is your entourage? What does it consist of?
I have no idea.
No, you know.
I really don't. Changes on a day-to-day basis. All my friends are at the new MGM right now.
All right, forget the clubs. We got a hand going on here.
Well, Condon is going to raise, makes it 190 total. Jake Schindler.
So I'm going to have you join my entourage for the night.
The guys are talking about going out to clubs.
Going to the club. They're playing for $2 million, talking about clubbing right now.
Don't blame them. They're going to make the big bucks they can really spend, Mike. Well, Jake's going to make this call with the little suited connector. Hope to get lucky. And the flop is at ace, king, 5. Nice for Condon.
Alex's parents, Mark and Shelley, drove in from Phoenix to watch him at this final table today. And I think they're going to like the results of this hand for sure. As he leads out and bets his 2 aces, I can't see Jake continuing.
Yep, so 130. Jake has had enough. He's going to muck. And Alex Condon taking this one down. And to play poker online when he was living in Sioux City, Iowa. Well, he's made close to $900,000 in lifetime earnings. Pretty impressive. And we move on a few folds into Condon once again, and he looks at an ace-8 this time.
Alex actually finished 17th in this event back in 2013 when he was just 21.
He's going to move it up to 140 to go. Jake Schindler can't play, and now it's on James Romero. And
2 aces in the big blind.
How much are you playing roughly? Am I allowed to ask that?
Like 2.5.
Romero is from Portland, Oregon, 27 years old. Everything going right. Let's see what he's going to raise. Total of 355. Into Igor, gets out of the way. Back into the victim.
Alex just with an ace-8 offsuit. Just not the kind of hand you want to play against a raiser who is the chip leader.
Mike, this is Romero's first WPT event. His biggest cash in his life is only $3,600, and now he's well out in front, going to take this one down without a sweat. He extends the chip lead.
Well, James giving himself a little cheer for winning that pot. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Bellagio has this aura about it. It's like the first big, prestigious poker room. So I like playing there for that reason.
There's a lot of talent here. Bellagio, it's like the big leagues, you know?
Bellagio is like the mecca of poker. This is one of the best tournaments in the world.
What a great event. Everyone knows Five Diamond every year. Everyone marks their calendar and they're here playing cash games and side events for the whole month. It's just really fun playing at the Bellagio, especially for a ton of money.
Well, everyone does love Bellagio, especially at Five Diamond time, because this prize pool is enormous. 1.9 million to the winner, 1.1 million to the runner-up.
And right now, James Romero, first time ever on the World Poker Tour, is out in front with 10.4 million in chips. We go down to the felt. Ryan Tasic, first to act. Uneventful 9-10, he's going to muck.
Now action over to Alex Condon.
Got a pair of 10s here.
Certainly going to raise with this hand.
Blinds at 30 and 60. Let's see the raise. Yes, 140 total.
Alex admitted he was a little bit nervous coming to this final table because there's so much prize money on the line. Absolutely life-changing money.
Well, Jake goes out, and James Romero, the chip leader with a pair of 6s, making the smart call. He will speculate with it. Igor going away.
Over to Justin.
I looked at your Facebook last night to get reads. I'm serious. Look like you're having fun out there.
Flop comes king, 5-3, all diamonds. Justin checks. Alex, of course, still has the best hand with the 2 10s, but James has 2 6s and the flush draw. A continuation bet. Many people would check in the 3-way action pot with this hand, but not Alex, and it's going to bode well for him as his opponents get out and he takes down the pot. So nice aggression there by Alex. Good continuation bet. Well done.
Yeah, it always feels good when you don't have that great of a flop. You make the bold bet with no diamond, no top pair, and it works out.
Well, they're calling him Akon. Alex Condon. He's got his rooting section up there. So far, so good.
Yeah. On to the next hand, a few folds. Around to Jake Schindler, who is on the short stack. He's got queen 6, and he can't play that with the button, so he's dwindling away. And now James Romero, our chip leader.
And he's got the ace high.
Yeah, he says that you guys are going away. I'll make a raise to 250. Igor going out, and James Romero will pick this one up.
Thank you, Bonomo. What's up? I was impressed by that hand. You won 5Ks?
Did you say your name right, though? More importantly.
You did?
You know, Mike, I look over that trophy over there, and I'm still in awe that you, my friend, now have your name on the WPT Champions Cup. Well done.
Well, thanks, Vince. But I'm not the only new player to make it on the cup, as the WPT held non-televised main events. First at the Party Poker WPT Caribbean at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Punta Cana, Neil Farrell won his second leg of Poker's Triple Crown. Then over in Europe and the Czech Republic, it was Ukrainian Oleg Vasilchenko who emerged victorious at WPT Prague. And let me tell you, Vince, I look forward to facing those guys in the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions.
Shaping up to be a great one. And if you would like to join us at a WPT tournament, just log on to WPT.com for a complete schedule. Now it's time to get back to the action here at Bellagio.
Well, James Romero well out in front right now. Ryan Tasic in second place. But Vince Jake Schindler getting in critical condition now. About 13 big blinds is all with less than 800,000.
Yep, he's in trouble. We started out there with 791 at Bellagio. We're down to these 6. And Ryan, action goes to him. Quick fold. Alex also going away.
And Jake Schindler looking to pick up a hand here.
Will he get one? No.
Hasn't made a hand yet.
Romero with just a 10-8.
He's going to raise it to 150,000. Igor out. And Justin with the ace-9 is going to make the call here and look at the flop.
Flop is in 3-3-8. So the chip leader out flopping Bonomo. And Romero makes the continuation bet. Looks like 100. He's going to get called.
Well, 7 of diamonds comes off. That gives Justin the nut flush draw. He's going to check.
Check, check.
And now a 10 comes off. Really good card there for James. He now has top 2 pair. Justin checks. James has to feel certain he's got the best hand now.
Yeah, he's going to make a bet, 600,000. A value bet, but what's going to be called with? Why make that bet when you get pair out there. Diamonds are out there.
You might get paid off by ace high here. I like the bet. Justin gives it up, so James Romero off to a great start here at this final table.
Yep, everything going right for him. 6 players playing for $2 million. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker.
Where skill matters.
You know, when things heat up at the poker table, Club WPT qualifier Lucas Albrecht feels right at home because he's a chef and he cooks with pots, and as a player, he takes them down.
Very much enjoy cooking and learning new recipes and techniques. I'd say the recipe for a good poker player would be someone who's confident. You really have to work well under pressure and in the heat of the moment. Getting that dish out the window and getting those chips in the pot, got to make it happen. This experience has been amazing, from walking in the door of the Bellagio to sitting down with some of the greatest players in the world. The thing I like best about Club WPT is that it gives me an opportunity to play poker. It's not a gimmick. You have a shot at a lot of really awesome prizes, so it's a great site.
If you want to practice your game, but you don't have a fortune to spend, head to clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, we are back at Bellagio at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. James Romero, first time ever on the World Poker Tour. He's out in front with $10.6 million in chips.
Yeah, great story about him, Vince. He came to Las Vegas about a month ago on a very short bankroll. Been playing cash games every day, doing well. Decided to play this tournament. Now he's got a shot at $1.9 million after coming to town almost broke.
Pretty amazing.
Great story.
Yep. Down to the felt we go. We have a few folds.
It's folded around to Igor. He's out as well. Justin Bonomo has the pink hair, as you can see. Justin's a supporter of non-conformist gender roles and feminism, which is why he wears the pink hair.
Well, with Queen 10, he's just going to call. And Ryan with Jack 8 says, let's see the flop. Well, the flop's an Ace Jack 10.
So Justin with the straight draw and bottom pair checks, and Ryan checks middle pair right behind him. Now both have a pair in the flush draw now. Let's see what happens. Well, again, Justin checks. And again, Ryan checks. Very conservative by both players. Deuce of spade. Well, Justin's going to bet 2 10s here for value, thinking they're the best hand. And I don't blame him for thinking that the way the betting's gone on this hand, but he's going to get looked up with second pair by Ryan with the 2 jacks, and Ryan is going to win this pot with 2 jacks.
Yeah, Ryan Tosick.
Yeah, 26-year-old from Chicago, now lives in Las Vegas. Here's Ryan's parents, Ronaldo and Rosario. They flew in from Chicago to be with their son today.
And we move on. And Jake Schindler now with a pair of 4s on the short stack, Mike. Will he shove it?
Well, he bet 400,000, which is a very big bet. It sends a message to everybody that if you raise me, I'm going to call you all in. So it's the equivalent of an all-in bet, but there's no way he's getting out if somebody sets him all in here. He's bet more than half a stack.
It's difficult.
The only one left is Condon, but he won't give him any action. So finally, Jake Schindler picking up a little pot.
Oh, you do have support.
Everyone's there. Well, there is Andrea and Brendan enjoying themselves at the Dr. Pepper bar.
Yeah, probably not as much as these guys at the table tonight because they're all making big bucks wherever they finish.
Now Justin Bonomo picking up Ace Jack. He's raised, but he could be in trouble because Ace King is sitting there right behind him with Ryan's hand.
Makes it 350 to go.
No one else can compete. Goes, even Romero, our chip leader, goes out. So back on the man with the Ace Jack, Bonomo.
Well, you don't like getting 3-bet with this hand, but he's going to call and look at a flop.
Here we go with the flop, and it is a big Ace King 3.
This could spell big trouble for Justin. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but He is in dire straits as his opponent's flop top 2 pair, while he just has the 2 aces.
Ryan Tosick going to make the bet here. 225, and of course Bonomo with aces with the worst kicker.
Yeah, quickly makes the call.
He's got a lot of catching up to do.
Well, he can't catch up now, Vince. He's drawing completely dead.
He is.
He's going to check.
What a nice opportunity for Ryan. Going to check this, though.
Wow.
Give a free card out. 10 of hearts on the river.
Well, there's a possible straight out there, but now Justin checks again. And now Ryan is definitely going to make a bet. Pretty good size bet, 700,000. And Vince, because he checked on the turn, Justin's going to pay him off on the river here. And he now sees Ryan has top 2 pair. Ryan Tosick is going to take down this pot, much to the delight of his friends and family who flew in from Chicago.
That is a big move for Ryan Tosick. This will be his biggest cash ever on any tour. Winner's going to take home close to $2 million, and we're coming right back for more on the World Poker Tour.
I'm looking for something really magical. I want this union, this magical moment. I always see poker like art. I love poker so much, and art to me, it's all my life. So I can mix my 2 passions. Mike and Vince inspire me like directly. I love the opposition with Mike and Vince. They are like 2 but 1. I love that, 2 but 1. When you play poker, you're afraid of some stuff. And when you create a painting, it's the same. In this painting, the link is the fear. The fear is symbolized by the Minotaur. Even when I play poker, I see the Minotaur. I see the Minotaur when I paint everywhere. The painting in this project is not the only part of the creation. Behind this painting, you have all the story of the painting. And all the story with me as an artist, Vince as a model, Mike as a model. So all this story can make the painting. It's completely crazy to get Vince, Mike, the monster in the poker room. So I mean, this whole story is completely crazy. So that's why it's so exciting, you know?
Well, what a talented young lady.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about the Minotaur, though, I got to tell you the truth. But really a nice ceremony when she presented us the portrait, Vince. Very well done, and thank you to the World Poker Tour for commissioning Steph to do that wonderful piece of art.
And now we go back down to the table. It's on Justin Bonomo. He won't play. Ryan Tosick with an ace-3. Makes it 135.
Now Alex with the king-10 going to lay it down. Jake looking to pick up a hand here. He's got the ace-9 of hearts. Well, this could be the one, Vince. He's the short stack.
Well, he's going to raise, makes it 500,000 total. Gets the chip leader to fold.
Well, Vince, he's only got 800,000, so essentially that's an all-in bet without going all in. He's not going to throw it away if he gets set all in.
So back around to the original raiser.
Well, Vince, you hate to double a guy up on a junk hand like this.
Yeah, he's going to lay it down. Jake Schindler going to take this one. He's 27 years old. Plays in big, big, super high tournaments.
It's a big bet.
Big hand.
This is Jake's 8th WPT cash, his 2nd final table. Finished 4th at Choctaw back in 2015. Looking for his first WPT title tonight, but still got a lot of work to go as he's on the short stack.
On to the next hand. Igor, finally with a decent king-10 of clubs. He's 31 years old, out of the Ukraine, and he will raise this up to 130 total.
This is his 2nd WPT final table performance. We saw him back in 2015 when he finished 4th in the LA Poker Classic. He came to that final table as the chip leader, was very nervous about it. Felt it was tough to play as chip leader. He's more comfortable in the middle of the pack here.
Well, Igor's pushing everyone away, but now James Romero, he's in the big blind. He's got queen 8 of hearts.
He's also got a lot of chips. So he's going to make the call.
And the flop is a jack 10-5, 2 hearts.
Quite a draw for James.
Check.
Got a gut shot straight draw and the flush draw, and it's checked. Igor with middle pair checks. Very conservative. 7 of diamonds comes off. Well, I'm guessing James is going to bet here, assuming his opponent might have ace-king or ace-queen, because he didn't bet the flop. Or an underpair where he might throw it away.
Yep, he's going to put the pressure on Igor. 400,000. He's out in front, but he can be outdrawn. He could be behind at this moment. He does not know.
Well, a very conservative lay down and play. Didn't bet the flop. He throws away middle pair on the turn. So aggressive play by James Romero. Picks him up yet another pot.
He's playing really well, rolling over these guys. James Romero looking good at this point, and the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 as we move on. Action's going to go to Justin Bonomo.
Well, Vince Igor's played conservative deluxe, I would say. Remember, raised before the flop one hand and come ace 8-5. He didn't make a continuation bet there, it cost him. He didn't bet second pair here, it might have cost him.
And now the chip leader, James Romero, with just a 6-3 of spades. He's getting a lot of respect at this table.
Well, it's a battle of the blinds.
No.
No. Bad James, no.
James Romero, his first time ever on the World Poker Tour. He's at the final table, dominating. Very exciting.
Well, that's all for now here in Las Vegas. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic from Bellagio. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
15 seasons ago, the World Poker Tour came to Bellagio for its very first tournament, and tonight the tradition continues. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Joining me tonight are Vince Van Patten and WPT champion Mike Sexton. Mike, tell us what makes this event so special.
Well, Lynn, to me, it's the history of Bellagio and the World Poker Tour. Our first ever event was held right here at Bellagio. It was the 5-Diamond event that Gus Hansen won, but many of the biggest names in poker have won this tournament. Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, Joe Hashem, and many more. So a lot of history involved with Bellagio, but to these players at the final table tonight, it's all about the money. Big bucks on the line, life-changing money. The winner getting nearly $2 million, the runner-up nearly $1.2 million. It's just hard to top that.
And Vince, who looks like they're in stride to join that illustrious list of 5-Diamond champions?
Well, right now, the chip leader is a guy named James Romero. He's a bit of a mystery man. He's a cash game player that just decided to play this tournament. He's got a lot of chips. He will be tough, but the rest of the field is really tough as well. Should be interesting.
Thanks, guys. Play is getting set to resume, so let's head down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero well out in front with 11.7 million. Ryan Tosick in second place with 5.5, and that's what they're playing for. Mega bucks tonight.
Yeah, 1.9 million to the winner, 1.2 was second place. Big money, very exciting. The antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80. Here we go. Quick fold by Ryan Tosick.
Vince, not many poker tournaments in the world where two guys or more get over $1 million in cash.
All right, it's been folded around to the chip leader, James Romero. He's just got a 9-10, but he'll make it 190 to go.
Yeah, James has been sort of the boss at this final table so far. Came in as chip leader. Still the chip leader, but Justin Bonomo going to look him up here with the Jack-10 of clubs. Justin, an extremely talented pro, highly respected. Has $12.5 million in lifetime earnings. That's incredible for a 31-year-old.
Well, the flop is a king 6-3. Hits neither player. Bonomo checks.
Now let's see if James will make the continuation bet. You'd think he would with this hand because it's going to be hard to win if he doesn't bet.
He's getting the chips out. Yep.
He is going to bet, and Justin's going to go away. Doesn't want to battle the chip leader.
Yep, nicely done by James Romero. He's out of Portland, Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you.
His first ever WPT event, and he is impressive here tonight.
He is. Vince says he likes to read about visionaries, both past and present. And right now he's got a vision to win that $2 million first place prize.
Good strategy.
He wants to be an entrepreneur in the future, and when you have 1.9 million, you become more of an entrepreneur, I can tell you, than when you're broke.
All right, on to the next hand. We got a few folds around to the aggressive James. He's going to make it 180 to go, but behind him, Igor picking up a hand finally.
I'm all in.
Ooh.
No, it's not.
Push it all in with his ace-king.
Well, you saw James smile there. Igor's just played very conservative thus far,
The lights
and everybody's going to respect him when he makes a big raise, that's for sure.
Everyone going out back on James. He says, okay, you just take that. And Igor taking a hand. He's from the Ukraine. He is 31 years old. He says he plays for the love of the game, not the money. You believe that?
No.
Okay.
But he does say it. He does love the game. He's been a pro for 8 years. He's like the oldest player at the table, Vince, at 31. 4 of these guys in their 20s. Youth prevailing once again on the World Poker Tour, and this time for mega bucks in this tournament.
Oh, James has raised with just a 9-10. And Igor, though, with a king, queen of spades, will make the call. On to Bonomo, who has picked up the pair of aces.
All in.
Well, just not going to mess around here. Says, you want to gamble, boys? Let's do it. But he's not gambling because he's got 2 aces.
It's like 1.3. Am I allowed to get a count?
It's like 1, 2, and change.
Those are stacks at 20. You don't. If they're stacks at 20, it's fine.
Yeah, make sure. 1.205.
Thank you. Tossic.
Anything for you. King James.
I'll keep that in mind later.
Well, there's 0 chance he's going to call here, Vince.
Oh, you are correct. Back on Igor.
Igor could possibly make this call, Vince. You put him on a pair of 10s or jacks. You might want to race here. But nope, Igor just too conservative. Going to give it up. Justin taking down that pot.
Yeah, he lives in Vancouver, Canada. Grew up in Virginia. He plays in some of the biggest high-stake poker tournaments in the world. Very impressive, Justin Bonomo.
People always ask poker players, what type of style do you play? And I think that's a really flawed question. I think a great poker player doesn't want to be pigeonholed as to someone that can only play one strategy. My whole life I've been able to think outside the box, and I think that's a huge edge for a poker player. There's no linear way of solving poker. Like, you can't just learn the charts and play great poker. You have to be able to think on your feet to solve a situation that you've never seen before on the fly. And I think I'm very good at that.
Justin Bonomo, excellent poker player, primarily because he put so much work and effort into his game, no doubt about that. Certainly outside the box in the hair department with the pink hair. He said he wears it because he supports nonconformist gender roles and feminism. On another note, Vince, Justin's just starting to learn how to juggle. Looks like he's doing pretty good to me.
So if you can juggle 3-4 balls, it's good for your peripheral, which is good for your poker game and good for all the sports you play. I'll tell you that.
Okay, there you go.
Back to the felt. James Romero now with Jack 5. Quickly folds. Igor now with an ace-10 of clubs. He's going to raise, makes it 175. Bonomo going out.
Ryan out as well. Alex Condon throws away an ace-10. All these guys know how conservative Igor's been playing, so you're just not going to give him much action unless you got a big hand, but Jake is going to defend out of the big blind with the king-4 spade. And Jake is on the short stack at this table. Flop queen jack 6. Igor flops a gut shot straight draw. Jake checks. And Igor checks behind him. Now an ace comes off. So Igor now with 2 aces and the straight draw. Jake, of course, with a gut shot straight draw, checks again. See what Igor does. Can't imagine he'd possibly check his hand, but he does.
That is shocking.
And look what's happened, Vince. He's got outdrawn on the river by Jake Schindler, who makes a straight. Igor didn't make a continuation bet A, and then B didn't bet when the aces came up, when he was second to act. And now it could get him in dire straits, as he now has 2 pair, but his opponent has a straight.
Yep, and Jake is going to pet the 150, and Igor's already kicking himself. Oh, no!
Well, Vince, Igor had nobody to blame but himself for losing that pot. Unbelievable how conservative he played that hand. Didn't bet the flop, but how you don't bet the turn there just is shocking to me.
You let him in, you deserve not to win. Bottom line.
Might be a little gun shy. Last time we saw him on the World Poker Tour, he came to the final table as chip leader, went out in 4th place, so he's taking a conservative route tonight.
We move on. Justin Bonomo going out.
Just nothing makes you feel worse as a poker player, Vince, when you didn't bet when you had the best hand. You give him the free card to beat you, and then you pay him off.
Yeah.
It's just a combination of mistakes, and it just drives you mad.
Well, Alex Condon now.
All in.
And he's going to shove all in with his hand.
The youngest player at the table, 24-year-old Alex Condon, moving all in with ace-10. Folded around to Igor. And Alex going to take the pot down. Well, Alex played in Florida when he was 18. In fact, won back-to-back contests for the under 21 years old. And Vince, he had longer hair then.
A great final table we are seeing here tonight. They're playing for big dollars, but all week long, you've been having a good time. We went to a party this week, and Hublot was there.
Yeah, and it was a terrific party. We're so happy to have Hublot as a sponsor of the World Poker Tour, and we were so pleased that they had a chance to display some of their watches for our players.
That's right. Players were so impressed, including Sean Kunix, who found one that he fell in love with so much that he bought it right there on the spot.
But what is most special to me is that I was presented with my Hublot King Power Unico watch for winning WPT Montreal. And Vince, I've had a chance to learn more about this magnificent timepiece, and Hublots are exceptional. The amount of research and design that they put into their product is fascinating. It took 2 years, for example, for Hublot to design the Unico movement. Each one is comprised of 330 components and has a 72-hour power reserve. This, partnered with Hublot's Art of Fusion design, makes each watch very impressive, and I'm so happy to have one of my own.
Great, great watch, great timepiece. And of course, the champ tonight will also get a Hublot watch, get his name inscribed on the Champions Cup. Who's it going to be? Let's go back down and find out.
James Romero looking to take down the 1.9 million that the winner gets, well out in front right now with over 11 million in chips.
And as we move on, a quick muck with a pair of deuces by Condon. They're folding, and now Romero with a king-6 offsuit. We'll make it 260 to go.
Here's James just trying to take command of this table here.
What is it?
Folded around to Ryan. Looks at 2 5s in the big blind and gets rid of them. So nobody wants to play against the chip leader, Vince. I think they're just waiting for the short stack to go out here. There's about 3 of them now on the short stack. Justin Bonomo, Jake Schindler, and Igor Yarashevsky.
Gotta tell you, with a pair of 5s, and he's in second chip position with over 5.3. He didn't even think about mucking that hand. He just did so. That's shocking. And we move on.
Jake gonna raise this one with the Queen Jack to 175,000. Justin folding a pair of 2s away on the button. Just want 1 or 2 of these short stacks to go out so you can move up possibly a couple 100,000 in real money.
Alex goes out, so a quick win by Jake Schindler. He needed that. Great young poker pros battling at Bellagio. Champ will take home close to $2 million. Big money at stake.
There's much more to come from the 5 Diamond at Bellagio. Don't go away.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Las Vegas is a city of fantastic opulence. Quite the change of pace for Club WPT qualifier Timothy Nelson, who hails from a small town in Texas.
Spearman, Texas is an agricultural community. It's several hours to drive to go to a land-based casino, and that's where Club WPT really comes into play. It's something that we can do living out in the middle of nowhere. I won my way to this event on Club WPT.
All right, Tim, you're going to be the next one in line to get in the Poker Hall of Fame.
Not only the tournament entry, but they also furnished my travel and all of my expenses.
Nothing for me.
A big goal of mine is that I wanted to survive day one. I did survive day one. We got some hands that was good pocket pairs and was able to chip up quite a bit. I will probably continue to play on Club WPT the rest of my life as long as I'm able.
Sign up to play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats to live WPT events. Join ClubWPT.com today.
Six players left fighting it out for this coveted title and the nearly $2 million that goes with it. James Romero came to the final table as the big chip leader. He's still the big chip leader with over $12 million in chips.
And we go down to the green on Igor, who's on the short stack at this point. He's got a queen deuce, doesn't like it, throws it away. Bonomo with king jack, also folding.
Well, that's pretty conservative. Well, Ryan Tosick is going to raise it up with a king nine. Makes it $175,000 to go. Alex out.
Now it's on Jake.
And Jake's under one of the short stacks goes out.
James Romero with just a 9-7 can afford to speculate.
Going to defend out of the big blind here.
And the flop is a king 7-6.
Well, James checks middle pair. Ryan has top pair and checks right behind him. And now a jack comes off. Three spades out there. James does have the flush draw. Ryan with the best hand with two kings is going to bet $200,000. Now James is going to make the call here with just two sevens.
James would like to hit that spade with a flush. Let's see if he gets it.
Well, now the board pairs jacks. Action's on James. Well, he's reaching for betting chips here, Vince. But look what a small bet it is, $150,000. Pot's got $850,000 in it. It's what we call a blocking bet. It's a very small bet because if you check, you don't want your opponent betting a lot more where you're going to pay him off maybe with a pair.
Yeah, this is an astute bet.
It's a very good bet because he's not going to get raised here. He's just going to get called.
Right.
His opponent fearful he might have hit three jacks, have a better kicker, maybe made a flush.
Yes, he slowed Ryan down, and Ryan will take the pot. Very nice bet there by James Romero.
Love that blocking bet.
There's Ryan's parents. They flew in from Chicago to watch him. That's got to be exciting.
Ronaldo and Rosario. He just absolutely is thrilled that they came to watch him tonight at this final table. Thrilled to still be here. He's sitting in second chip position right now in good shape.
He's gaining confidence. He's raised with Queen Jack to 180. Couple folds behind him, and even Romero going out. And now it's on Igor.
Ooh, two aces in the big blind.
Wow.
Oh, and
he's got a shove.
With his chip stack, you can't blame him, Vince. But Ryan knows he's a very solid player, just not going to double him up on a queen jack, throws it away. So Igor Yarashevsky taking down that pot.
Я вышел на финальный стол в Лос-Анджелесе. Это был первый такой крупный турнир и крупный финальный мой стол.
Well, of course, the chip leader is Igor Yarashevsky.
Я был чип-лидером, это очень давило на меня. Вроде бы я играл неплохо, но мне показалось, я очень был напряжен и как-то играл не оптимально, как-то скажем так. Это тяжело играть под камерами, когда ты не привык, когда у тебя нет опыта игры под светами, под лучами софитов.
Okay, mono future, young man.
Oh, he's got the call.
Come on.
Я ошибся, сделал там плохой кол.
So Igor knocked out in fourth place.
Я вылетел, это было неприятно, но недолго. Сегодня, мне кажется, я не испытываю давления, по крайней мере, пока. Я забыл уже, что произошло в Лос-Анджелесе. И я сфокусируюсь на этом турнире конкретном. Надеюсь, мне повезет.
Even if Igor Yarashevsky wins this tournament, he wouldn't be the first player from the Ukraine to do so. Back in season 6, Eugene Kechelov won this event.
Be a long shot if he could do it. He's got a lot of catching up to do here tonight. And we go back down to the table. Quick fold by Alex. Jake Schindler.
Yeah, Jake, one of the short stacks here too. Looks at the queen 8. Just hadn't picked up any cards tonight. He folds. James Romero not folding the ace 8 suited though.
And he's going to raise 185 total. Igor getting out of the way. Justin also going out.
So around to the big blind here. Ryan Tosick looks down at a pair of threes. He's going to make the call.
There he is.
I'm here.
It's been a while, huh?
That is true.
He's in the flop. It's an ace, ace-7, 3 of a kind for Romero.
Ryan checks. The crowd oohs and ahs. And James, I'm guessing, is going to bet the 3 aces after raising pre-flop. There's your continuation bet.
Yeah, very gentle 110.
110.
Well, Ryan does have 2 pairs. He's still got the 2 threes. In case his opponent's got king, jack suited, king, queen. He's going to make the call, but obviously hoping to hit a 3 to give him a full house.
Turn card is not very special. 9 of hearts.
Well, Ryan checks again. I think you have to maybe tread water a little bit here if you're James. I know you have 3 aces, but your opponent called you on the flop.
And he's going to put the pressure on, not slowing down. 230.
Well, Ryan is going to make the call here.
Yeah.
So he's getting in deeper and deeper. We're going to the river. Oh, a 3 comes off. Lightning in the bottle for Ryan Tosick. He's got 3s full. He checks. Oh, if James bets here, it could be big trouble for him.
Well, he's going to bet
$1 million. He might not want to put all his chips in this pot and go out in 6th place if his opponent's got a bigger full house.
Just going to call. Look at the look on James' face. He can't believe this.
Well, Vince, he should believe it. The guy called him before the flop on the turn. What do you think he's got?
Well, not a pair of 3s.
Well, you're right. Ryan Tosick taking down that pot and a big one.
Strange plays, big moves.
And don't forget drawouts on the river.
That river.
Damn. Sick river. How do I have an ace? How does he have a full house? Crazy hand.
It's cooler.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. It's now that time of the night where Tony Dunst is standing by to throw in his thoughts in the raw deal.
Every now and then, there's a moment in poker where you're highly confident you have the best hand on the river, but shouldn't try getting more money in the pot. I know that sounds like contradictory advice, but we just witnessed a hand with Ryan Tosick that perfectly exemplified this concept. So why do I love that Ryan just called on the river with his full house? Let's break it down. The hand opens with James Romero raising ace-8 suited and Ryan calling pocket 3s in the big blind. James hits trip aces on the flop and makes a small bet that allows Ryan to continue in the hand. Not surprisingly, James bets again on the turn, and Ryan makes something of an optimistic call with his small pair. But that's not what we're here to discuss. When a 3 lands on the river, Ryan fills up with a card that appears totally harmless to James. After Ryan checks and James bets, Ryan elects to just call. And while I'm sure some members of our audience think Ryan missed an opportunity to get value, I think he played this river perfect for 3 reasons. First, look at the stack sizes entering the hand. Ryan and James have most of the chips in play, which means Ryan should be especially cautious about playing big pots against the only player that can bust him. Second, James bets nearly full pot on the river, which polarizes his range between strong hands and bluffs. James' likely holdings are trips, full houses, and bluffs. If James had only bet 300,000, then I'd like to see Ryan raise. But raising a bet of this size means putting his entire stack at risk. And third, it's doubtful that James would call a raise with less than a full house. Yeah, he might pay off with ace-king, but since it's nearly impossible for Ryan to be bluffing on the river, James will likely fold every hand that's worse than 3's full and call every hand that's better. If I had to guess, this will be the last raw deal where I recommend not raising when you have the best hand on the river. So you got it right this time, Ryan, But if you try something like this again, I'm probably gonna flip out.
Well, Ryan definitely made the right call by calling, but I'm still puzzled by James's bet on the river. I would have checked it down and saved the million.
But James still out in front with 10.2. Ryan getting closer with about 7.2 as we go to the felt. Blinds of 40 and 80.
I give it a tell box. A tell box.
David Peters told you that?
Why would he tell me that?
Action on that chip leader, James Romero.
Here he is first to act with a Jack 9 offsuit now.
Just randomly came up to you.
It's 200?
300. Looks like 300.
3? What's the bet?
Makes it 180 to go, and they are folding behind them.
180, Jake.
Well, Alex does have a pair, but he gets out of the way.
And the only one to defeat now is Jake, and he has a horrible hand. So quick pickup by James Romero.
After losing one big pot, he comes right back, raises under the gun with a Jack 9 offsuit, takes down the pot.
Look at you. You're just in the know. You have a lot of friends, don't you?
Started out this with 791 entries at Bellagio, and we're down to these 6. Here we go, action's on Igor. Wearing a nice suit tonight, looking good.
Just gives up the ace-3 suited like it was nothing.
Yeah, Justin also going out.
Folded all the way around to the blinds. Jake now looks at a Jack 9 offsuit. Like he's gonna call.
Now James with a King 10.
I check.
And James doesn't push.
Just respect for his opponent, I think, a little.
All right, at the flop comes 10-6-2 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, great flop for James. Top pair. King kicker. Jake is checked. James gonna make a small bet.
Yep, 80,000, and he will quickly take down that pot, and he shows it to Jake.
Pocket aces.
He's gonna lie to Igor.
King 10. Jack 10. King 10. Ace.
Thank you. Guy just called me Cupcake. Over the tournament, I've been playing with people I don't know. Their impression of me might not be so positive, but I haven't gone out of my way to make friends, and that's just because I'm focusing on what's going on. There are people who respect me and my play, and some people who don't, but I think that is going to be pretty normal just in life in general.
James, there are no friends at the poker table. They're friends when you're away from the table.
I'll tell you, if you win $2 million, he'll make a few friends. Trust me. Back down to the table, the man in pink, fine player, folds his hand. So does Ryan and Alex. Play goes to Jake, he with an ace-9. He's just gonna call it. And now James with a king deuce of hearts.
And he's in the small blind. He's running good. He's got chips. Big bet by James here. He is raising it. Igor out.
And now Jake with a little bit of a decision.
Oh, Vance, he knows there's no way his opponent's going to put him on an ace because he didn't raise on the button. He's been bullying everybody around all night. I think you have to make this call here.
All the money, huh?
Wow, what a call by Jake Schindler. You just wonder if that look that James gave him was a clue for him to call there.
Nice call.
If he's really strong, he's just not going to look at him. He's just going to stare straight at the table, but wasn't the case. Jake picked up on it. Great shot to double up for Jake.
Nice call, Jake.
5 cards to come. Jake Schindler, we've seen him once on the World Poker Tour at the final table. This is his second time, and now his life on the line. But he hits an ace on the flop. Ace 5-8.
James now has to hit 2 runners to win this pot.
Wait. I could hit a 4.
They say, don't do that to me. 7 of diamonds, it's over.
So just like that, Jake Schindler doubling up here to get right back in the thick of things in terms of winning this tournament.
Yeah, a little hit for our chip leader.
Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose.
Welcome back to the WPT and the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. James Romero out in front with $9 million.
Yeah, but it's the smallest lead he's had so far at this final table. Ryan Tosick with $7.1 million right behind him there. So let's see if James can come back and regain a big chip lead. Well, Ryan's going to raise it here with the Queen Jack.
I think I would have bet James minus 150 on that one.
So you're rooting for?
No, I would have.
For me. He's just he's guessing on the outcome. Okay. Yeah. There's no favorite. He's interested in money.
No, I would have. I said I would have.
Right.
Bet on you.
For betting. He's trying to say that I run really good, and that's why I'm here, and I should be out.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying
All right,
that.
Message received, kid.
Next to act is going to be Alex. He's got a pair of 10s.
I'm saying you're the truth.
Pushes it all in.
No, I should be out though. For real, I should have been out. I should have been out on
going
day
out.
1, like twice.
Even Justin. Ryan folds his Queen Jack.
So Alex Condon going to take down that pot. Tom Marchese, highly respected pro, and his cousin, William Reynolds. They'll be proud of him so far.
I love the strategic element to poker, just getting in people's mind. Everyone has a fundamental understanding. All these great players know the game, but then it takes it to the next level when you're just trying to get in each other's head, like figuring out what they know about you and what you know about them. It's a constantly evolving game, and you can't just do the same stuff all the time. And it's always changing. All your opponents are getting better, so you have to get better, or you'll fall behind.
Well, you either have to get better or you have to get luckier. I'm not sure which one is stronger.
I'd go for the lucky, I'll tell you that, but he's right about that. Even if you think you know everything there is to know about the poker game itself, you can always learn more about your opponents.
He's pretty quiet at the table.
Yeah, composed himself pretty good for a 24-year-old, I'll tell you that.
We go back to it. Quick fold by Jake.
Well, James Romero got the King 5 here, going to raise it up here and stay aggressive.
Yep, he makes it 180 to go, but Igor, with the ladies, picks up the pair of queens.
All in.
There you go, shoving with the queens.
Well, you certainly can't blame him for going all in with 2 queens there. Justin out, Ryan out. And it's folded all the way around to James. 0 chance he's going to put another $1 million in here in this spot with a King 5. At least I don't think so. But you never know. Nope. He goes out. Igor taking down the pot. Igor probably considered the most conservative player at the table. Certainly has played that way tonight. But he's still here with 6 left, fighting it out for the nearly $2 million first place prize.
And the antes are going up to 15,000, and the blinds are 50 and 100, getting expensive. And this time Igor with another strong hand, ace 10.
All in.
And he is going to push all in with it. Will he get any play?
Trust me, when you move all in under the gun with ace 10, you don't want any action. You're just happy to pick up the blinds and antes.
No one could compete so far.
Party time.
Oh, and now it's James with the 2 queens who makes the call. So the last hand, Igor had the 2 queens. He won the pot because nobody called him. Now he's up against 2 queens. And if he doesn't outdraw them, Igor is going to be out in 6th place.
King, Queen, Jack.
I take it.
And not good so far for Igor. 7 deuce on the flop. James out in front with the ladies.
Igor going to have to catch running deuces, running 10s, or an ace to take the lead.
I bet it's a club.
Going to 4th Street. Can he hit his ace?
That's a 9, so we are down to the river. Igor must catch an ace on the river, or he will be our 6th place finisher.
Can Igor pull off the miracle?
Nope, it's a 3. So that's going to do it for the man from Ukraine, Igor Yarashevsky, out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, a real gentleman, wonderful player, going to take home $268,000. He is our first victim at Bellagio. Let's talk to him.
Congratulations, Igor. Great week here at Bellagio. $260,000. Are you happy with your performance?
Да, я очень рад. Это была прекрасная неделя. Мы обязательно еще увидимся. Всем спасибо. Играйте в покер.
With Igor Yarashevsky out in 6th place, we are down to 5 players at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Action continues from Las Vegas when we return.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Las Vegas here on the World Poker Tour. James Romero is having the night of his life. He's the chip leader with close to 11 million in chips.
Yeah, only 5 players left now fighting it out. Big money on the line for all these guys. The next guy that goes out gets over $345,000. The winner gets nearly $2 million. The runner-up over $1.1 million. Huge money here at Bellagio in this 5-diamond tournament.
And down to the felt, Jake Schindler with a pair of kings.
On the button, you're just hoping to get action here. $225,000 to bet by Jake.
Yeah, Romero goes out, and Bonomo with just a jack-7 of hearts.
Well, it's going to cost him another $125 to make the call when he does so. That's going to leave him with just about $1 million left is all. 10 big blinds for Justin. But let's see what happens on the flop. Well, it's 8-4-3, no help at all for Justin. He's going to check. Jake, happy to see no ace came on the flop. Certainly going to bet, just a matter how much.
$225.
And Justin, with no part of this flop, is going to have to give it up. So Jake Schindler, who was struggling on the short stack most of the time at this final table, is now in 3rd chip position.
Oh, I'm looking at Jake. He's on a heater. Let's wait till his heater is over, then get him. I don't want him joining the 4 million chip club.
Yeah, Jake is from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's 27 years old. He's made over $7.4 million in poker earnings. It's on Jake again after one quick fold. And Jake this time with a pair of 7s.
And Jake has had 8 WPT cashes. This is 2nd final table.
He's made it $225 to go, and now Bonomo, all in. A pair of 5s. He's going to shove all in.
Well, you can't blame him, Vance. With this chip stack, you have to do it. You hope your opponent was making a light raise or has 2 overcards where you can race.
How much?
Unfortunately for Justin, his opponent has 2 7s, and I don't see him getting out for the remaining chips that Justin has. He does make the call, and he has Justin completely dominated, as we say, pair over pair. It's as good as you can do, getting the money in pre-flop.
Yeah, Justin Bonomo on the ropes, a big dog at this point, and here comes the flop. It's a 7 jack queen, 3 of a kind there for Jake. Bonomo looking bad.
It's a 7. You're good.
No, I'm seeing if there were 2 spades.
You're a huge favorite here.
Is he? How can you tell?
Let's burn and turn. And it's an ace of diamonds.
That's going to do it for Justin Bonomo. Drawing dead. Jake Schindler hits the slot machine on the flop, the 3-7s, to take down the pot, to eliminate one of the greatest poker players in the world, Justin Bonomo, out tonight in 5th place.
Yeah, he's a great player, fun to watch. 345,000 he picks up. We'll have to talk to him now. He's out of here.
Justin, you came in here 3rd in chips tonight. Are you disappointed with this finish?
Yeah, I'm extremely disappointed. I thought I had a really good chance at this final table and wish I was still playing.
At this point in your career, you've had a lot of success. Are you playing for the titles or for the money?
Definitely both. I would have to say money comes first. I'm not rich enough to not care about $2 million. But, you know, titles are pretty sweet too.
So with Justin Bonomo out in 5th place, we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from Bellagio.
Are we ready to roll here?
Yeah, we're ready to shoot, but what the heck is Lynn doing? Where is she?
Just a sec. Yes! ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Roy Elamar. I'm the executive chef here at Harvest at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. Harvest is our farm-to-table concept here in the hotel. We have sustainable products, and we prepare things with the health-conscious diner in mind. We hear it all the time. Oh, why does this taste so good? Why does this taste so good? And, you know, to be quite honest, we prepare it very minimally and naturally, and it just has to start with the best product that you can get. Delicious. You know, food is a vehicle that brings people together. To see a dining room full of happy people having a great time every night, that makes me feel good. And for me to be a part of that through my food in a very personal way is special and it's exciting for me. When you come to Vegas, there's literally 1,000 restaurants to choose from. But you should come here. You're in the Bellagio. You want a different experience. It's fun, it's lively, and you're eating good food, like good food, good for the earth food.
So many great restaurants here at Bellagio. I can't wait to try this one, Vince.
Yeah, it looks great. Right now, James Romero is the chip leader with 4 players to go. One is going to take home close to $2 million tonight. All right, now this time, James Romero with ace-jack. Makes it 225 to go. Ryan behind him with a little suited connector, 4-5 of spades.
Got the kind of hand you like to see flops with. He's going to 3-bet it here to 575,000.
Yeah, he's getting fancy. And now Jake Schindler also with an ace-jack.
Oh, man, so most people would just jettison that hand right away when it got raised and re-raised, playing 4-handed. You want somebody to go broke here. Jake is getting out raising chips. It's like he's picked up a tell on Ryan.
Boom.
That he's 3-betting weak, and he does 4-bet it to 1.3 million.
James goes out, and now Ryan can't really call with this.
Nope, he'll be going out as well.
Yeah.
So well done by Jake Schindler. Vince, I'm telling you, most players would just throw that hand away immediately in that spot. But instead, he 4-bet to pick up the pot. That's why this guy's got 7.4 million in career earnings, and that number's going up tonight, just a matter of how much.
If there are like other dimensions, in another dimension, you finish in 4th.
Wow. Don't know what that means, but they have a nice little chit-chat banter going on, kidding each other, laughter and mirth. And right now, Alex, with a queen-9 of clubs, has pushed all in. Jake going out.
1.1? 1.1? 1.157.
James has a pair of 5s.
James quickly calls it. It's a race situation. The 2 overcards versus the under pair. James has the 2 5s. If they hold up, Alex will be our 4th place finisher.
Yep, Alex Condon. The dream very much alive.
A lot of fans in the stands rooting for him here.
And the flop is a King-Jack 8.
What a sweat.
Yeah.
You see these signs? They're on point. He's got way more signs than me.
Well, an ace comes off.
Not much change.
So Alex down to the river. Must catch a queen, a 10, or a 9. Nothing else will do.
Yep, otherwise James Romero will knock out another player.
9 of hearts.
Extend his chip lead. It's all coming down to this card.
Now James Romero's buddies trying to root him on. Want the 2 5s to hold up. Let's see if they do.
Here's the river. It's a 7.
It's a 7. So that's going to do it for Alex Condon, the youngest player at the table at 24. Originally from Sioux City, Iowa, now lives in Las Vegas. Out tonight in 4th place.
That's right, Mike. The Condon breaks. He's going to take home $494,000. Let's talk to him.
Alex, a great run this week, almost $500,000, but you seem pretty disappointed.
I'll be happy with it in a few days, probably. But.
With Alex Condon out in 4th place, that will end our 2nd hour of coverage from the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio. Join us next time when we will see who takes home the nearly $2 million first place prize. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush crew, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, history will be made as we crown the 15th 5-Diamond World Poker Classic champion. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the WPT. Joining me this evening, as always, are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you know what it takes to close a deal. Who has the best shot at doing it tonight?
Well, Lynn, it's been quite a final table. It's come down to 3 players. Youth prevailing once again on the World Poker Tour. Our 3 finalists, 27, 27, and 26 years of age. Now, the 2 guys sitting in 1st and 2nd chip position came to this final table in 1st and 2nd chip position, James Romero and Ryan Tosick. But the 3rd member at the table is one of the great pros in the world, Jake Schindler. His poker pedigree far surpasses these guys. Vince, it's going to be interesting to see if the 2 young guys can hold on and take this title.
Well, huge money we're talking about, and it's got to be especially exciting for James Romero from Portland, Oregon. He plays small games and cash games, never for these kind of stakes. If he wins tonight close to $2 million, it's got to be so thrilling for him. He wants to be an entrepreneur in the future. Well, he's well on his way if he could take down this title.
Well, let's not wait any longer to find out who will join the WPT Champions Club. Cards are back in the air, so let's head down to the table.
There's the ClubWPT.com chip count. James Romero out in front with 11.4 million. Ryan Tosick in 2nd place, 7.1. And Jake Schindler in 3rd with 5.1 million.
And the winner's going to get close to $2 million here in Vegas tonight. There's the Hublot watch. The champ will also win. And the blinds are 50 and 100 at this point with a $15,000 ante. Here we go. Action on James Romero.
Well, he's been the most aggressive player at the table by far tonight. Going to raise it up on the button here with a 9-7 offsuit. Makes it $250,000 to go.
Ryan
calling out of the small blind with the ace high. And Jake now getting a lot of value here.
Jake's got 5 mil. You got 6 mil.
Dude, you don't know about me.
I could probably have 13.
I have like 7 million.
Just going to make the call. So we're going to have 3-way action here in a 3-way poker game.
You have 7?
Yeah, dog.
No, you don't.
The flop is ace, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. Good flop for Ryan there, and he's going to lead right out into the pre-flop raiser. Bets 300,000. Jake goes away. James trying to figure out why is he leading out into me. I'm the one that raised before the flop.
Okay.
Let me make a call here and see what happens.
Going to the turn, and it is a 6, giving aces and 6s to Ryan.
Oh, lightning for Ryan here. He's going to check him. He's setting the trap. James is falling right in with both barrels. Wow, 1.8 million. The pot has less than 1.4 million in it. That's an automatic tell that a guy doesn't have that good a hand.
Wait a second, he has folded the hand.
Wow.
It's impossible.
What? How do you lay down aces up there? You have to put your opponent specifically on 3 5s or 3 7s.
Full of 2 pairs.
For real?
Of course.
I know that voice.
I am in shock. Ryan threw that hand away. I just can't believe it, Vince. I mean, there was your shot to win the tournament, maybe, right there. To take the chip leader way, way down, and he didn't do it. Let him win a pot. He should have never won.
Sometimes wonderful players make horrible mistakes. As we move on, Ryan has raised to 275 with a junk hand, 9-3.
Stepping it up.
And a pair of threes for James.
A little over.
Okay.
James just
What do you
makes
got?
the call.
13-ish.
Ooh, baby. Squirrel.
And the flop is at A7 deuce.
Check.
2 clubs, so Ryan has a 4 flush.
James quickly checks the 2 threes.
Ryan bets 300.
Well, James going to make the call, Vince. He got burnt when his opponent had 2 threes earlier, and that was Ryan when he made 3s full on the river. He's going to try to suck out on him this time.
Check.
8 of diamonds on the turn. Ryan didn't get there, but he's getting the chips out again.
Well, Vince, I like this bet. The second time. You can't check. You almost signal what you have then. But I can't believe James is making this call on the turn. Yet he's right. The 2 threes are the best hand at the moment. And there's the club, the dream card for Ryan. Ryan is just hitting all kinds of cards. Some of them he's throwing away, but he's not going to throw this one away.
Check.
Well, again, James checks. And Ryan now reaching for how many chips? Well, 675,000, not much into a pot that's got 2.4 million in it. No, all James can beat is a stone 3-barrel bluff. How many guys are going to 3-barrel bluff the chip leader with 3 players left in the tournament?
Unless James wants to make the hero call, and he does, and he's going to be punished for it.
Flush.
Ryan taking down a nice pot.
So 5, nice hand.
I think of poker as a mental sport. It's like a battle of minds. And growing up from Chicago, I watched a lot like Michael Jordan, and I just saw like how his competitive nature brought him to become this dominant figure. And I tried to like incorporate that in my life, becoming like mentally stronger than who I'm competing with. I'm far from the Michael Jordan of poker, but I think I bring like a pretty strong mentality to the table. Imagine if you lived every day of your life, just had that fire, like on every single poker hand you've ever played. I mean, just imagine like how much money you'd have. And you should just play your best and never get too high or too low. It's basically the way to be successful in poker.
Well, I agree with him about maintaining an even keel at the table, whether you win or lose a pot, but I don't agree that you throw aces up away on the turn in a 3-handed poker game.
Romero out in front with about 10.4 million. Blinds are still 50 and 100 as we continue. Jake Schindler from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 27 years old, to act first. He likes his king-jack. He's going to make it 250 to go.
Just about everybody would raise on the button with that hand.
James takes a break.
Well, Ryan's not taking a break, Vince. He's getting out 3 betting chips. He is re-raising here with a king 3 offsuit. You have to admit this guy's graph of playing goes up and down. Throws away aces up on the turn, and now is re-raising with a king 3 offsuit here.
And Jake has made the call. So we're going to see the flop. It's a queen-jack 9. So Jake hitting jacks.
And a gut shot straight draw, but Ryan with the same gut shot straight draw. Can't blame him for making a continuation bet, just hoping to get it through. 525,000 to bet. Jake just staring him down. He does make the call. And that should put the caution lights on.
7 of hearts on the turn.
Well, Ryan's going to check this time. And Jake with a pretty decent hand, but you'd hate to bet and then your opponent move in on you where you have to throw it away, so he checks also. Now a deuce comes off. Jake going to like to see that card, because if his jacks were good before, they're certainly good now. And again, Ryan checks. Jake checks right behind him. And is going to win the pot with 2 jacks. So Ryan feeling a little frisky there before the flop.
No respect.
There you see some of our lovely Royal Flush crew at the Dr. Pepper Bar.
Jake Schindler plays in some of the biggest super high roller tournaments in the world, so he's used to playing for tremendous stakes.
Yeah, for one guy at the table, it's not going to bother in terms of the size of the money at stake here. It's going to be Jake Schindler.
350.
And now James Romero is going to raise with his Queen 10.
About.
James raises to 350,000.
And Ryan is just going to call on the big blind here with King 10 of clubs. It seems like Ryan plays different against the chip leader than he does anybody else.
Check.
Flops a King 9-6, great for Ryan.
Got shot straight for James. 300,000 to bet by Ryan. He turns his head away and makes the call.
Doesn't want to look.
Turn comes, queen of hearts.
Check.
Now queen comes off, so possible straight, possible flush out there. I think that card might scare Ryan just a little bit, but doesn't look like it. He's making a healthy bet here, 650,000. And again, he's getting called by James. James now has second pair in the get shot straight draw. And now another queen comes off.
Check.
James makes 3 queens. He checks one more time.
Nice check, man.
Ace queen.
What you got? One time for the fans, your family.
Oh, wow.
Well, if I was Ryan, I would have showed him the king there. Now James is going to think he played the hand good. Calling him with 2 queens when he was way behind.
There's a short break in the action here at Bellagio, and a quick look at the Hublot WPT Player of the Year standings show Benjamin Zamani with a commanding lead. But one only needs to look back a few seasons to season 10, when WPT champ Will Fiala held a large lead, and Joe Sirok came storming in with a strong finish to the season to claim WPT Player of the Year honours. So, can anyone catch Ben? Yes. We will just have to wait and see if anyone does. Looks like cards are about to get back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, James Romero back out with a commanding chip lead, 11.5 million. Jake Schindler in second with 6.8. Ryan Tosick now in third place, 5.4 million.
Action's on Ryan. He's got a pair of queens here, and he's going to make it 250 to go. Jake won't give him action. James is going to slop around with a 9-6. So 9-6 versus the queens, and wow, it's a 9-8-2, so James getting a piece of that.
Yeah, he could get in trouble flopping top pair here.
James has checked.
Ryan not getting away from the queens with that flop, I can promise.
James happy to call.
Now the board pairs 8s. And now James is going to lead out. Just wants to see if his opponent was making a continuation bet with 2 overcards or not. And now he gets the message that he has something. Now the 7 of spade comes off, so possible straight, possible flush, possible everything out there now.
Check.
Let's see if Ryan gets a value bet in here. About 1.8 million in the pot. He bet 600,000.
Nice hand.
Yeah. Well, James says nice hand before his opponent even turns up his cards as he makes the call with the 9s up, and he was right. Ryan has the 2 queens, going to take down the pot.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Tony Dunst will give us his take on tonight's action in the Raw Deal. The 5 Diamond at Bellagio always brings out the best poker players in the world. However, not all of the play rises to the occasion. Standing by to tell us why is Tony Dunst with the Raw Deal.
It's not often that I think someone misplayed every decision in a hand, but Ryan Tosick just executed the perfect triple screw-up. I feel a little bad laying into a guy who's so relaxed and pleasant at the table, but I just can't let this one slide. So let's break it down. First things first, ace-6 offsuit sucks. I know you're thinking, well, technically it's not as bad as ace-deuce to like ace-5, but actually, you're wrong. Those hands can make a wheel, or flop outs to a wheel that give you some equity to bluff with. You shouldn't be looking for excuses to call with ace-6, and you especially shouldn't do it out of the small blind. So that's mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 is Ryan's lead on the flop. On this particular board, I can't think of a better hand to check call with, since the ace has showdown value and the 6 of diamonds provides backdoor draws that make calling multiple bets natural. But number 3 is easily the most stunning mistake. Ryan makes 2-pair on the turn, but then check folds to a large bet from James? I know facing a bet this big never feels good without the nuts, but there are tons of draws that James can have, plus numerous hands that are betting for value but are still behind ace-6.
Pull it 2 pairs.
And the cherry on top is Ryan admits to folding 2-pair. Because apparently, it's not enough to just play exploitably, he wants to tell his opponents exactly how to exploit him. That's it, I'm done for today.
Well, totally agree. Can't imagine how you could fold the aces up there on the turn, but I wouldn't fold him as much as Tony did in terms of calling with the ace high out of the blind in a 3-handed poker game. Just look at a flop.
Is it 800 yet?
How much are we guaranteed?
740 or something.
740. 740, 1.1, 1.8?
Yeah, no chops.
No chops.
Play it out.
I can buy groceries for at least a few years.
Oh man, this is gonna be great.
What are the blind?
Dude, if you win this,
It's 120?
That's 120.
60, 120, 120K, Andy.
I sensed what you just did there, and I don't like it.
And action's going to James Romero. King 6 of clubs. He is going to raise with the King 6, makes it 275. Ryan with ace 7 of clubs.
And he's going to 3-bet with it this time. Jake gets out of their way. See how stubborn James gets. He's going to 4-bet with a King 6, Vince.
And Ryan has to run home.
What a play by James Romero there.
Nothing. You had nothing.
I had something.
I like the 3-bet there by Ryan, but the 4-bet by James, even better. Give him credit.
Winning this event would obviously be huge. I mean, short of the money, we're talking about prestige. You have respect in the poker community. It's good for a career. It's a resume builder. It's good for myself to be able to look back on my experiences and know that I've reached some sort of heights in the world. And I'm sure it would bring a lot of happiness and honor to my family as well. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible.
A dream come true for James Romero. Looking good right now, close to 14 million in chips.
He sure is looking good. Came to Las Vegas about a month ago on a very short bankroll. Started playing in cash games. Won a lot in the cash game. Decided to enter this tournament and now could take home nearly $2 million. Vince, it's the American dream. The guy came to town with nothing. He could leave within 30 days with $2 million.
That's great. Now he's got a jack-9. He's raised. And Ryan behind him with ace 7 of clubs. Looks like a re-raise. Yes, it is. Up to 750 total.
Well, he makes the call. James does not give up chips if he's got some in there.
Big pot.
Oh, a great flop for James. He's flopped top pairs. It comes 9-4-3.
Ryan's going to check.
Check.
Now a 7 comes off.
And that gives Ryan 7s, and he's going to check it.
Well, James is now going to bet the 2 9s, confident they've got to be good. 650,000. You've got second pair with top kicker. You have to call here.
River card, nothing deuce.
So the board runs out perfectly for James here.
Ryan's checked again, and now James.
I think you have to bet top pair here, not even much worry about it. And it looks like 870,000 is the bet. And Ryan is certainly going to pay it off. His opponent checked the flop, remember. You're not going to put him on 2 9s because of that. So you pay him off on the river. James Romero extending his lead.
We're coming back for more action. Stay with us here on the World Poker Tour. If only there was a place where over $1 million was awarded in cash and prizes every year.
There is Vince. Join ClubWPT.com for a chance to win a share of over $1 million in cash and prizes each year.
You know, Mike, Vegas is such an electrifying town. There are people playing and fountains dancing. Everything's lit up, moving, spinning.
Speaking of spinning, Vince.
Yes.
Did you take your spin at the wheel today on playwpt.com?
Every day that I log on to playwpt.com, I get a lucky spin. With one click, I could be awarded hundreds, perhaps even thousands of pieces of gold, which I can use to play games on Play WPT. Watch this, Mike. Boom, I'm a winner, just like that. My Play WPT bankroll is not something I'll play recklessly with. I won it, so when I take it to the tables on playwpt.com, every hand counts, Mike.
Have you spun the wheel today? Head to playwpt.com to take your lucky spin. The games run around the clock and the chips really matter. Take a spin at PlayWPT.
We are back here at the Five Diamond World Poker Classic. 3 players battling for the championship here tonight.
Yeah, James Romero with a huge chip lead now. Nearly 17.4 million. Jake Schindler with 3.7. Ryan Tosick with 2.5 million. Vince James Romero in commanding position right now. And yet here he goes. He's not going to stop his aggression even though he's got the massive chip lead here. Raises with a king 3 offsuit. 280,000.
Ryan goes out, and now Jake with a queen 7.
Yeah, you have to defend with these kind of hands against this guy that raises every pot.
I saw your cards.
Yeah, flop is 10-9-4, no help to either player. Jake checks.
Check.
And James checks right behind him, a little puzzled by that. Now a jack comes off, giving Jake an open in straight draw. He's going to check it. Now James, who didn't bet the flop, is reaching for betting chips here with just a gut shot straight draw, but not a big bet, 165,000. He's going to raise it, 700,000. James has to give it up.
Thank you.
Jake just has uncanny reading ability, in my opinion, of players, Vince. It's easy to see why this guy's so successful. He just has a great knack of when to take a pot away from a player.
And we move on to the next hand. Action on Jake. He's got ace-jack this time, and he's raised to 275. James gets out of the way. And Ryan looking down at a pair of kings.
But he just calls with them, Vince. Doesn't re-raise.
And the flop is a jack 10-5.
Well, again, Ryan checks. Oh, this could spell doom for Jake. He checks, top pair, top kicker, and now hits top 2 pair. What an incredible turnaround right here. Well, again, Ryan checks.
Check, check.
Now a 10 comes off. Now Ryan's going to bet kings for value here, Vince. He thinks for sure they got to be the best hand.
Yeah, 325.
And obviously Jake's going to be concerned his opponent made 3 10s on the river, in which case he's going to kick himself for not betting earlier. And you want to punish yourself sometimes by calling to see if that's the case, but it's not. He now turns up the ace-jack. Both players are going to be surprised what their opponent turns up. Look at Ryan's face. And Jake's going to have the same feeling, knowing he didn't get re-raised before the flop or bet on the flop.
I like playing the bigger events because the players are really tough and you learn new things. You pretty much just have to play your A game. Like, there's no autopiloting whatsoever. You have to be zoned in or you're just not going to do well. I enjoy that.
That's why I play the smaller events where the players are really weak.
Guess I would have lost that hand, right? Would have had to have lost that hand. Would have had to have lost that hand.
Action on James. Ace, queen of clubs. Beautiful hand. He's going to raise to 280.
All in.
Ryan behind him with a pair of 10s. He's going to shove it all in.
Well, Jake goes out, and the snap call here by James. This is standard play here by both players. It's come down to a race. The question is, who's going to win it?
Ryan Tosick, his poker life on the line. up against James Romero.
You're due to lose this one once in a while.
I would say one time, but I've used that like 10 times already.
Well, you don't feel bad about getting your money in before the flop with these hands.
Here is the flop. It's a simple 7-4 deuce.
All right, so far so good for Ryan. He must win this pot to stay alive.
Yep, he's on the short stack, dangling in there.
There we go. We got this. Come on.
Three clubs.
Quick. One time.
Well, the board pairs deuces. We are down to the river.
Come on.
10 of clubs. 10 of clubs. Come on.
Just root against an ace or a queen.
Did you have the 10 of clubs?
Ace on the lucky lady. Ace on the river. Here we go.
Last card.
It's a 4. So there you go. Ryan's toxic is doubled up here to get right back in the thick of things.
3 players remain at the Bellagio. We're coming back for more action from Las Vegas in a moment on the World Poker Tour.
See what? Nice hand.
Thank you.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
You know, I haven't played in a tournament for a while, so I'm just really enjoying being back at the Bellagio and being in the WPT tournament. They always have great structure, and it's good to see all my buddies. Never get a hand that can put in there. I also like these tournaments because they're super civilized. You play 5 levels, and then you're out. So after you finish playing, you can go for a nice dinner with your boyfriend, if you have one, which I do.
Oh, Jennifer Tilly and Phil Locke, 2 of the most well-loved people in the poker world, and they love coming to Bellagio like most every other poker player in the world.
Yeah, they're great. They're fun and great poker players. And right now we have a great battle going on here tonight, and the antes are up to 25,000, blind 75, 150. Let's go to the felt. Jake Schindler looks down at a queen 9.
Gonna bet 300,000 here. James Romero with a massive chip lead. He's got just about 10 million more chips than both of those 2 guys put together.
Yep, he's got a nothing 9-6, but he's going to get aggressive with it and make a raise. Goes to 825. Ryan out, Jake out. Well done, James.
Yep, got both players out, and both had a better hand than him. And that's the kind of pressure he's been putting on him.
Thank you. Thank you. Just have no clue what I have, and they're telling me nice hand.
Mo, Larry, and Curly.
They're trolling me that my dad's not here. It's really low.
Well, James Romero finally folds a hand.
All right, Ryan, this time with a king deuce.
So Ryan's going to raise it up to 450,000. And Jake now with the 2 4s. He's just relieved that James is out of a pot. He didn't have to worry about him on his left.
All in.
Well, there it is. Read him perfectly, Vince. Moves in with the 2 4s and takes down the pot. I'll tell you, Jake Schindler's as good at reading hands and people in a poker game as I've seen in a while.
Well, right now, Lynn Gilmartin is being joined by a special guest.
So, Kevin, why is United your airline of choice?
I started flying them back in 1997. Just the quality of service, arrival time, and then I started using them when I was flying over to Asia, and it's just the value you get with them is a great option out there, and I don't think you can beat it, to be honest. And the way they allow you to use your miles for an event like this.
Yes, and so you've used your miles for this WPT experience. What made you choose this?
Well, it's definitely, I've just always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, and I've always wanted to see it live, and you can't get that chance out there, except for when this came up, and it was a no-brainer for me to bet on this. It let me fulfill a childhood dream.
Aw, so how long have you been a fan of the World Poker Tour?
Since it came out in 2002, I definitely have been a fan. I've always watched it. I have some friends that are big poker players, and it's always fun to watch. I mean, you get to see how it's done, and just you really get to see the cards. I mean, I think it's a great viewing experience.
It sure is. So it's been your highlight, I'm sure, of this weekend?
Oh yeah, definitely. Being here today is definitely the highlight, getting to see the energy and the flow and how it all really works in person.
Well, on behalf of United Mileage Plus exclusives and the World Poker Tour, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
James Romero now 16.8 million out in front.
Yeah, Jake with 4.1, Ryan with 2.8. It's the James Romero show, Vince, and has been this entire final table. He has been by far the most aggressive player at the table.
All right, with a quick fold by Ryan, and now Jake with a pair of sixes.
He just limps in.
How much do you have?
The last time he limped in the small blind, he had ace-9. He got James to move all in with king high.
Oh.
And James has king high again.
450.
And he's going to raise it.
Yeah.
Just to 450,000.
All in.
Whoa, he's gone all in.
Now this scares you a lot more than the guy raising to start with and then re-raising.
You have 400.
When guys limp in and then shove, makes you tremble just a little, doesn't it, Vince?
I don't know if I can fold this.
James would be in a race situation.
You have 4 million, and you limp, shove. 3.5 behind. Three into 8.
I'm calling the clock. He's going to make the call.
He does make the call, and we're going to have a race. 2 sixes versus a king-jack. Jake Schindler must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, he was down to the short stack early on at the final table. Battled back courageously to be a real threat here.
This kid's the truth, man.
Well, Ryan's elated, of course, because if Jake goes out, he's automatically a millionaire.
So here we go.
A king right on the flop. Jake needs to catch a 6 or 2 runners to make a straight. Otherwise, we'll be down to heads up.
Disappointment, frustration by Jake. Going to the turn. 8 of diamonds.
Well, Jake needs a 2-outer, obviously, to win the pot. Must catch a 6. Odds against him. Can he do it? It's a deuce. So there it is. Ryan high-fiving the crowd because he is now a millionaire himself. So Jake Schindler, one of the top pros in the world, started this final table in last chip position. Battled hard tonight, Vince, but eventually out in 3rd place.
Did Jacob pick up $736,000 for his 3rd place finisher?
We are now very close to crowning the season 15 5-diamond champion. Will it be Ryan Tosick or James Romero who takes it down? We'll be right back with Heads Up action on the World Poker Tour. We're getting ready for heads-up play here at Bellagio between Ryan Tosick and James Romero. During the last break, I got to catch up with both players. Ryan, I love your energy at this final table. Doesn't look like you're really feeling the pressure, are you?
Not really. I try not to think about it. Or maybe I just forget to think about it.
All right, well, you certainly look like you're enjoying yourself. Now, you have your family here. They've flown in from Chicago. Does it mean a lot to you to have them here to experience this achievement with you?
Yeah, of course. I always envision the day that my parents would be able to watch me have some success in poker.
Oh.
And it's kind of rare because I'm mostly a cash game player. So this is everything I dreamed of.
Now, James, let me get this right. You came to Vegas a month ago with a small bankroll. You ran it up in cash games. And now here you are playing your first WPT, heads up, for possibly almost $2 million. How does that happen?
That's the dream, right? I'm pretty sure most people come to Vegas with a small bankroll to fire and see if they can run it up. I just turned out to do it.
Yeah, you did.
Sometimes it's gonna happen.
How did it happen for you?
I guess I came at the right time and I got the right cards.
You think it's all luck?
A big part of it, obviously. Yeah, I think 99% of it.
No skill?
No, 1%.
The 1%. That's all you need. That's all you need, Jake.
Well, Vince, it's a lot more than 1% in terms of the skill factor, but James Romero has dominated this final table. He came in as chip leader. He could go wire to wire for the win. About a 9-1 chip lead over his opponent here, starting heads up play.
Here we go. Romero this time with a queen 3.
You see that? No. 325.
Blinds at 75, 150. Ryan with a strong ace-queen behind him.
Yeah, this is going to get 3-bet for sure.
All in.
There it is. James has
not.
to run away. Ryan shows the ace-queen.
So Ryan's got a long journey back to take down this title, but it can be done.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to Ryan's parents.
Did you ever dream you were going to see him at the final table playing for almost $2 million?
No. But when he said, Mom, I'm going to move to Las Vegas, I said, no, you stay here. Then my oldest son, his brother, because there's two of them, he said, Mom, he's 25 years old, let him go. I said, okay.
Well, this has to be very exciting for you. Congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to have a good time tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, they have to be very proud of Ryan. Worst he's going to do is take home $1.1 million. And now he picks up 2 aces. After he just had ace-queen the last hand, he's going to bet $325,000. Quickly called by James with the king-10.
What a good time to get a rush. And the flop is a jack-7 deuce.
Check.
No help for James.
He checks. Ryan going to bet the overpair here. $275,000. Well, James is calling here. That puzzles me. Out of position. Now the board pairs jacks. Again he checks. And Ryan going to bet $600,000 this time. Just hoping his opponent didn't hit 3 jacks there, but you have 2 aces. You're going with it here for sure. But James has no hand, no draw. As you can see, 0% chance to win the pot, yet he calls again. So whatever money he's putting in the pot now is just saying goodbye to. And the 4 clubs comes off. Oh, now he makes one of those blocker bets again. $300,000 into a pot that's got about $2.5 million in it.
All in.
But Ryan not buying it. Moves all in over the top of him. And that should do it for James. Yep, he throws his hand away. You just think, Vince, with that big chip lead, would you really want to jeopardize chips with king-10 offsuit?
Well, he plays by his guts. Can he close it out tonight?
We'll be right back on the World Poker Tour. Stop playing nonsense on those other social poker sites and start putting your skills to the test at playwpt.com. The chips don't come easy, so your opponent will think twice before going all in with a 7 deuce.
Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the Bellagio for the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. The heads-up battle continues.
James Romero over 19 million. Ryan Tosick with 4.6 million.
Antes at 25, blinds 75, 150. Both young players on the cusp of a major title. Here we go. 9 deuce for James.
Well, he's not changing his style, Vince. Staying aggressive, raises to $325,000 with the 9 deuce offsuit. Ryan going to call him with a king-4.
And the flop is an 8-8 deuce, so James Romero out flopping, gets deuces.
Made 2 pair on the flop with that junk hand, so why not bet? $200,000.
Ryan from Chicago is going to make this call. Just king high. He's splashing around, hoping to get lucky, but not there. An 8 hits, so 8's full of deuces there for James Romero.
Well, Ryan checks again. James is never going to put him on a pair because he didn't re-raise before the flop. So he's got to feel his 8's full of deuces are the best hand right now. $500,000.
Gonna put a little pain in the game for Ryan. If you want to call, you're gonna have to pay, but he's gonna pay.
Well, Ryan thinks there's a possibility the king high might be good here.
River card, no help for Ryan as a 7 hits. He's gonna check again. You put in the value bet if you're James. Makes a bet, 1.2.
Well, that's a big bet, Vince. Over half the size of the pot. Gonna make it tough on Ryan to call here with just king high. Nope, Ryan's going to give it up. So James Romero extends his chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, it's just incredible. James's first WPT event ever. He's mostly a cash game player, but he's played with such power tonight and aggression.
Well, his hobby likes to read, he says, about visionaries, past and present. And right now, he's the visionary that all poker players in the world would like to be, sitting there with this monster chip lead, playing for about $2 million.
Well, we got ace-5 for Ryan. Didn't raise, and James content to see a flop with a queen-3. It's a king 9-3. So threes for Romero, outflopping Ryan once again. He's going to check.
Well, Ryan's going to make the continuation bet here of $150,000. James makes the call with bottom pair.
Going to the turn.
Well, now a queen comes off.
Check.
It is a queen of diamonds, possible straight and flush out there, but James has 2 pair.
And he's checked it. Wants to trap Ryan, and he's getting him to bet the ace high.
Well, Ryan bets $400,000. I would set him in with 2 pair here. If he can beat this, good luck to him. But James is just calling. So we are going to the river here. Now the board pairs 9s. Now that's not a good card for James. Oh, he's making one of those other blocking bets, Vince.
But Ryan has no interest in calling that, and James gonna pick that one up. Getting closer and closer to the title. His name on the Champions Cup, the Hublot watch, and the close to $2 million for the first place prize.
Small blind.
And we move on. A pair of 5s by Ryan says all in. And look at this, a pair of kings for James.
Wow, pair over pair for what could be the title for James Romero. He's at 4-1 favorite to win this pot, take this title, and put $2 million in the bank.
It is a dream come true. James can't believe it. He's going to his friends.
I run okay.
Positive thinking.
Oh my God.
It is not over, folks. I know they're all excited now, but guys have been there for over and over. They know anything can happen, and you don't start cheering till the boards run out and you have the best hand.
All his good friends ready to party after if this should work out right now.
I bet 50K and 5 is good.
King and window.
Flop is an ace, jack 9.
Great flop for James. Ryan must catch a 5 to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
Oh my God.
Now James realized how close he is to win a WPT title.
4 on the turn. Romero's still safe. Hope running out for Ryan.
Here you go.
We are down to the river. Ryan has 2 outs. Must catch a red 5. Nothing else will do for him. If the Kings hold, James Romero will be our champion.
Championship card coming up right now.
Let's see it.
A 6. There it is. James Romero has done it. He's gone wire to wire for the title, Vince. Congratulations to him.
Romero is the champion. Takes home close to $2 million. But right now, let's go talk to the runner-up, Ryan.
Ryan, you experienced a lot of the ups and downs in poker. How are you feeling right now?
Extremely lucky. I'm happy. Every time you enter a tournament and you final table, like, you should feel lucky.
Well, looks like you got $1 million smile.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk to the champion of the Bellagio 5-Diamond World Poker Classic from Portland, Oregon, James Romero. James, what a performance you put on here tonight. Right now, tonight, you are the pride of Portland. Tell us how it feels to win nearly $2 million in cash.
This is amazing. I'm ecstatic. I can't breathe. This is more than I ever asked for.
Well, your performance was just magnificent. You led wire to wire for this title. You beat some great players to win it. That makes it even more special, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you, Mike Sachs.
Well, in addition to nearly $2 million in cash, to commemorate your victory, you also get a pair of monster rose gold wireless headphones, a beautiful Hublot watch, your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup, and an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. What do you think about all that?
It's great. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. One more time. Let's hear it for our champion, James Romero. Lynn, back to you.
What a memorable night for
James Romero, the season 15 5-diamond World Poker Classic champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We're coming to you tonight from Los Angeles, California, where a twist Hollywood ending has led to recasting a major role here on the WPT. And it all started early this week when players from all over showed up to prove themselves in one of the toughest tournaments in the world.
Good to be here in LA.
I'm so excited to play.
I know it's a long tournament, so just trying to make it through each day is kind of the big thing.
As players made their way into the field at Commerce Casino, Vince Van Patten noticed something unique about this Southern California crowd.
The tournament's just starting, but there's not too many people in the house yet, and that's just typical LA. They take their time, they relax. It's going to be a great one, though, because the names at these tables that are here are extraordinary. The biggest names in the game. Really, really tough players. Let me see if there's any fish out there. Not a one.
Fresh off her victory in Montreal, WPT champion Emma Zajmovic made her first visit to Los Angeles to play in the LAPC.
I'm trying to play a little bit cash game and tournaments and just like to realize like the chance that I've got to play the heat while it lasts, because it can like stop whenever.
With the room beginning to fill up, another Montreal champion, our very own Mike Sexton, got a closer look at the action.
Say hi to the defending champion. Right here he is. Good luck, back to back.
And after a quick change into some more comfortable clothes, Mike was ready to jump into the game.
Time to get lucky.
Also joining the field was Darren Elias, right after winning his third WPT title.
Played a tournament last night, won it, got a 4 a.m. ride to the airport, and we'll sleep on the plane and expect to keep it going today.
While some players continued to collect chips, like season 15 Legends of Poker finalist William Vo,
I love myself!
Others, like his fellow Legends finalist Pesh de Silva, hit the rail.
I've had enough.
Play wound down for the day, and 498 players had taken a shot at the LAPC title, with 306 bagging chips. At the top of the leaderboard with 187,000 was poker pro Nick Maimone, who looked to capitalise on his strong day one performance.
More of the same. I like working with chips and stuff, so hopefully I can make this one count and get a little deeper.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Day 2 is just underway here at the LA Poker Classic. We've already got $1 million for first place, and registration's still open until the end of this level.
As the first level of the day came to an end, registration closed. Poker pro John Minette was the final player to enter the field.
Couldn't get a seat in the cash game, so I decided to donate to the No Limit Hold'em community.
All told, 521 players created a prize pool of over $5 million. 66 would make the money, with first place taking home over $1 million. Off to a strong start, former ones to watch Daniel Strelitz's aggression at the table was paying dividends.
My playstyle is pretty volatile sometimes. It goes up and down, and when I'm running good, it really works for me. And today, I've been running really well.
Okay, I'm going to call the clock. Doctor's going to call him.
After calling the clock on himself, WPT champion Phil Locke talked through what was to him a difficult call.
Damn, that's $1 million up top. He has to show me quad nines, right? If I call. I guess I know I'm gonna fold. All right, you win.
Phil folded king-queen face up for a rivered full house.
Show it for the camera. Get a show. Don't show that.
His opponent showed an 8 of clubs and dragged in the pot.
I shouldn't have called the clock on my shouldn't have folded.
The field was thinning out as players hit the rail, including Emma Zajmovic, Richard Seymour, and two-time WPT champion JC Tran, creating new table draws around the room.
Mike Sexton coming off a fresh victory in Montreal, going for number 2.
Two-time WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari gave up his formula for success in poker.
Discipline, thought, control, and a big horseshoe.
When play ended for the night, 111 players remained. Nick Maimone held onto the chip lead with over 567,000. Mike Sexton and William Vo also cracked the top 10 with impressive stacks.
William, what did you do to him today? Fuck him up. Huh? I thought I was doing good. I had 270, he's got way more. 350, good job.
At the start of day 3, WPT champion James Calderero saw few soft spots left in the field.
They're all champions. I mean, they're all great players. It's going to have to be getting down to who has the better hand and who makes the best plays at the end.
One tough table saw the Season 2 champion of this event, Antonio Spendiari, battling with poker pro Matt Berkey.
He's kind of a bulldog too, so one of us is just going to end up with a lot of chips and everybody else kind of has to watch.
And although there was plenty of tension in the air, one player, William Vo, was still having a good time.
I love myself!
But the run would come to an end for many as the field continued to shrink. Antonio Spendiari was eliminated just short of the money.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong. None of my bluffs worked. I ran ace-king into aces. Just one of those days where no matter what you did, it wasn't going to work.
Soon after, a huge hand developed with Derek Gregory all-in pre-flop and Grayson Ramage and WPT finalist Mike Eskandari betting into a side pot. After flopping a straight, Grayson led out and was raised by Mike, who had flopped a set of 4s. Grayson went all in and was snap-called by Mike. All 3 players tabled their hands. The king of spades on the turn had Grayson drawing to an even better hand.
Yes!
But the 3 of hearts on the river gave Mike a full house and eliminated Grayson and Derek to burst the money bubble. While this hand was playing out, Matt Berkey eliminated WPT champion Brian Altman, leading to a unique situation with Grayson, Derek and Brian chopping 66th place 3 ways. With the room in the money, one of the first players to hit the payout desk was WPT finalist Maria Ho.
I ran it up from a super short stack, so I honestly was just happy to be here and to have a shot at it.
Players continued to fall at Commerce, and Mike Sexton emerged as the new chip leader after winning a few massive pots.
They moved me to a new table and bam, 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 I had a couple hands, made one good play.
During the last level of the night, Daniel Strelitz knocked out Ted Gillis to snatch the lead from Mike. Mike would have to settle for second on the leaderboard, finishing with 739,000. Daniel would be the only player to finish with over 1 million in chips, but would face a tough road to the final table.
The field's getting a little bit harder now that it's getting down. I think there's, 45 people left. So you can tell that the cream is rising to the top a little bit more.
On a beautiful Los Angeles morning, 45 players took their seats, including WPT champion Nam Lee and his brother Alan.
Today is day 4 of the LAPC, and I'm still here, surprisingly, but my brother is also here. He's good with numbers, and he loves money. I passed the crown over to him. I think he's a much better player.
Early in the day, Mike Sexton found himself in a tough spot for most of his chips. After making a king-high flush on the river, Mike let out for 160,000. William Vo went all in for 310,000, and Mike went into the tank.
I'm sure you made 4 nines. I saw you do that to a guy yesterday where you didn't have anything. Nah.
Mike eventually made the call.
I'm sorry, Mike.
And saw William turn over quad 9s. The hand knocked Mike down from the top of the counts to the bottom and left the usually boisterous William Vo feeling solemn.
In this case, I don't have big. Normally, I big with I say I love myself, but this case, you throw my hand.
Daniel Strelitz continued to roll, knocking out 2-time WPT champion Mohsin Charania in 41st place. The defending champion, Dietrich Fast, was still alive, and after knocking out 2 players in one hand, looked poised for another deep run at the LAPC. And after dominating for the first 2.5 days of the tournament, Nick Maimone was eliminated by William Vo.
Pretty bummed out. In these deep stages, you have to get good cards, you have to win some flips.
And there would be a new LAPC winner, as last season's champion, Dietrich Fast, was eliminated.
Nothing went wrong. I played great, so sometimes you run unlucky and you don't win tournaments.
Also hitting the rail were WPT champion Gavin Griffin, WPT runner-up Garrett Greer, and Nam Lee, who had his brother to thank for getting him to play this event.
I wasn't intending to play. Alan little brother dragged me out here. He said something like, what else are you gonna do? And that was enough, is that right?
Mike Sexton, who was down but not out, started to gain momentum, winning pot after pot. Holding pocket aces, he doubled through Bart Hansen, who held pocket kings to send his chip stack over 1.2 million. In the last hand of the night, Alan Lee knocked out Bart Hansen to bring the field down to 18 players. Alan would finish the night with almost 1.7 million. Good for second place. LA Cash Game pro Jesse Martin finished in third with close to 1.6 million. But in the lead once again was Daniel Strelitz, who after a tough day finished strong with over 2 million.
This is actually my official deepest run in WPT, and it's a good one to get deep in.
On day 5, play moved downstairs at the Commerce Casino, where the final 18 was set to battle until 6 remained.
Down to the final 2 tables, so we got this far. Gonna be hectic, but let's see what happens here.
Mike drew first blood in a 3-way pot that saw the elimination of WPT finalist Reiner Kemp. Local player Jared Greiner chipped up early in the day, knocking out Visna Lutek in 16th place to send his chip stack over 1.8 million.
I think I'm probably second in chips right now, so the goal is just to keep laddering up and make the final table.
Jared and the rest of the players continued to trail Daniel Strelitz, whose aggressive style was paying off as he dragged in pot after pot. Alan Lee was all in with pocket kings and called by New York poker pro Richard Turam, who tabled ace-king offsuit. An ace on the flop gave Richard the lead, and he held on to end Alan's run in 13th place. Next to hit the rail was William Bowe, who fell short of making his second final table this season. Although sad to be eliminated, William was happy about his deep run and getting to play with Mike Sexton.
Every day when I see him on the TV, like a commentator, I dream someday maybe I play with him.
When Bulgarian poker pro Simeon Naidanov knocked out Polish poker pro Dmitry Urbanovic, the final 10 players combined to 1 table.
Good luck, guys.
After knocking John Sin out in 10th place, Daniel Strelitz continued to put pressure on the table, much to the frustration of other players, including Matt Berkey.
Having Daniel to my left is annoying. It's forcing an adjustment, which I'm used to being in that role where I drive the action. So having him there as kind of a stopper is part of the game. It's part of the puzzle that we just solve as we go.
Coming in as the short stack in the beginning of the day, WPT champion James Calderero took his bust out by Jesse Martin in stride.
Coming from 18 players left tonight, yeah, I'm happy because I had no chips. If I had a lot of chips, I guess it'd obviously be more disappointing.
Continuing his run good, Daniel Strelitz took out the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year, Joe Sirok, in 8th place, just short of his 4th WPT final table. 1 elimination away from the televised final table, the short stacks held their breath in a huge hand between Daniel and Matt. After flopping a straight, Matt 3-bet all in and was called by Daniel. Daniel held ace-deuce of spades for a nut flush draw and needed a spade to take the lead. An ace on the turn was no help, but the 5 of spades on the river gave Daniel the flush and sent Matt home in 7th place.
It's just kind of the nature of the beast. Get it in good, hope for the best, try to win one of these things sooner or later.
Daniel Strelitz would take a massive chip lead into the final table, but all eyes would be on Mike Sexton with a chance to win his 2nd WPT title of the season. What an incredible achievement for Mike. Now, before play gets underway, let me turn it over to my colleagues Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst. Guys, can you believe what is happening here tonight?
Well, Lynn, this is so exciting. Our very own Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, is going after his 2nd title in 1 season. Just incredible. 4 times at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Well, I gotta tell you, if he does take the million, Tony, you gotta think he's gonna stop wanting to slum it with us, perhaps go out there with the big boys.
You might be stuck with me here, Vince, and as much as I'd love to tell you that there's an easy path to victory for Mike tonight, I'm afraid that's just not the case. He's at a table surrounded by pros. Our chip leader, Daniel Strelitz, has been running over this tournament for 2 days now and is a prolific player online. Jesse Martin's been playing this game for 15 years and has a bracelet induced to 7. Simeon Nainov, all the way over here from Bulgaria, might be lesser known to our audience, also has a World Series bracelet, so no soft spots at this final table tonight.
Not at all. Great players. It's going to be a lot of fun. Back to you, Lynn.
It sure will. Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage grabbed a quick word with WPT champion Mike Sexton.
Mike, you're going for your second World Poker Tour title tonight. How do you like your chances?
Well, I'm an underdog because I'm short on chips compared to Danny, who's got a big chip lead at this final table. But nevertheless, it's a goal that I think everyone dreams about after they win the first title, because only a few guys in the history of the WPT have won 2 events in 1 season. And I'd like to add my name to that illustrious group of players for sure. But I've got my good luck charm, my son Ty. Let's do it.
Well, Mike, you're an inspiration to me and many others. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, man.
Oh, that is so sweet. So how will Mike fare in his run for a second WPT title this season? Action begins right after this.
Jesse Martin.
When WPT first started, I watched every single event. These guys were heroes to me, just like any baseball player, any basketball player. It's cool that now I can say, yes, I did make a WPT final table.
Richard Turow.
I'm obviously not thrilled to be the short stack, but if I can run good early and accumulate chips, I'll have an excellent chance.
Daniel Strelitz.
Going into chip leader is amazing. I really don't know how to describe what winning would be like. It's hard to win 7 figures nowadays.
Simeon Nainov.
If I have a riskier spot and I think I'm ahead, I might take it, because this will increase my chances of getting the bigger prizes. I'll be playing for first place for sure.
Jared Greiner.
This is the LAPC main event. It's one of the majors like golf or tennis. I couldn't be happier to be here, but hopefully we can more than just be here.
Mike Sexton.
Know how tough it is to get there, how fortunate you have to be to get there. And here I am again. This time on the short stack, but you're never out until you're gone.
Well, it's all on the line for Mike Sexton, and here is the Club WPT chip count. As you can see, Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 6.5 million in chips.
These guys playing for 7 figures. You could tell they were excited in their interviews. Not a lot of opportunities to do that in modern poker. Over $1 million up top, but $191,000 for 6th place, and a Hublot watch for our champion, plus a ticket to the WPT Tournament of Champions, our season-ending event at Seminole Hard Rock.
You actually have to show the camera, right? It's not like the RFID.
Yeah, no, you got to show the camera.
Andy's are 5,000, the blinds are 15 and 30. Quick fold by Mike Sexton, and now Jesse Martin, originally out of Northborough, Massachusetts, now living in LA. He has big slick ace king of hearts.
Great way to lead off this final table. The premium hand.
He's gonna raise it to 85,000 to go. Right behind him, Jared Greiner with the king jack of diamonds called. Daniel Strelitz going out. He's the chip leader. And also going out is Simeon, but now Richard Turow,
85.
a chess national master, 23 years old, out of New York, has a pair of 3s.
Now, Bobby Fischer here has a decision to make. Decides to call, but he's on a short stack, so he can't speculate too much.
So pot number 1, nice action, 3-handed. And the flop is a 9-8-4, no one getting lucky there.
Not much for anyone here. I'm wondering if Jared will seize on this pot. He's in position. He's got a couple of backdoor draws to go along with his overcards. Nope, decides to check it back. Perhaps worried that Richard will just go all in over a bet.
Everyone checking a queen on the turn. Jared picks up a straight draw. And the chess master checks.
Still not much happening on this board, and checks around a second time.
River card coming up.
Bang.
Wow. 10 hits, makes a straight there for Jared.
Now, Jared's got the nuts, but I doubt he expects to get a lot of money out of his hand after getting checked to in all 3 streets. Bets 205,000 into 3.
Richard going out, and now Jesse Martin. Jesse going out as well, so pot number 1 going to Jared Greiner. He's 30 years old, out of Huntington Beach, California, right down the road, and it's his first WPT final table.
Good first hand, boys.
Wonder if he's a Pats fan. Said he's been on a downswing recently and satellited into this LAPC main event, so that should fix his downswing.
Fold by Jared, and now the chip leader Daniel Strelis is going to raise. He's also from Orange County. He's going to get action by Simeon with ace-queen.
I was curious whether Simeon would call or re-raise here pre-flop. He's decided to call, maybe trying to set up one of those short stacks behind him. Now over to Jesse with queen-jack suited in the big blind.
Yeah, he likes it. He'll make the call. Three-way action again. Let's see who will get lucky on the flop. It's a 10-5-4, so no one.
Yeah, nobody connects on this board here. Jesse's got a little piece, overcards and some backdoor draws, but Simeon with the best hand, he's gonna bet, take the lead in this pot.
The Bulgarian, 29 years old. Tough player taking a shot at this, and he will win it with that. Just ace high, taking the pot. There are his Bulgarian railbirds rooting him on.
I wonder if they came over after they realized he was deep in the event, or if they were already here and he just so happened to have them come out for this final table.
Yeah, it's amazing how it happens when if you make a final table.
You got friends you never knew you had.
Exactly. They come out of the woodwork. A quick fold by the Bulgarian. Also Richard going out.
Mike Sexton raises to 75,000 on the button with an ace deuce into the blinds.
Mike looking very serious.
He's looking professional too, suit and tie.
Wanting to take his first pot here tonight. Will he get action with his ace high? Everyone folding. Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, taking down this pot, picking up the antes and the blinds.
I'm doing commentary and I didn't bother to wear a tie.
Mike always said a tie at the game is a good thing when you're playing against it, because usually guys that are wearing a tie aren't the strongest players, and now he's contradicting himself here.
It's totally true, Vince. Whenever I see a well-dressed man at the table, I'm like, who is this fish?
Here we got a raise by Strelitz, the chip leader, to 85,000.
You notice our blinds have gone up. We're playing 20,000, 40,000 now. So Daniel, just over the min to 85, but Richard with an ace-7 suited is a real decision.
All in.
All in. Wow, he's going to push all in. An insta-call by Daniel.
These hands essentially played themselves. Daniel called off that 13 big blind shove. Richard out in front here.
He's from New York. He's a poker pro, 23 years old, a great chess player. And his poker life on the line right now.
Doesn't matter what you have. Whenever you're all in against king-queen suited, you don't have a good feeling. You're just, oh, he's got king-queen suited.
Here is the flop, and it's a good one for Richard, hitting sevens. The chess guy looking nice.
7 of clubs for fun.
And Daniel up on his feet, wanting to get lucky. Not there. 9 of hearts, so Richard out in front.
6 outs going to the river for Daniel. King or a queen will send Richard home. Otherwise, he's doubling up.
And the river card.
Ooh, there it is. There it is.
Unbelievable.
And that's all she wrote for Turum.
So that's checkmate for Richard Turum, the chess player, out in 6th place. He'll take home 191,000. Let's go here's disappointment.
He's going to call you River Rat.
Richard, tough hand there. You came in here to play cash games at Commerce, and you found yourself in this tournament. Tell us about your experience this week.
It's been a great run, and, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I mean, obviously had to, win some big pots and get a bit lucky to even be here, so... this one didn't go my way, but, shortest in chips anyway. And, there's always other tournaments and other cash games.
Well, Richard hit the rail quite quickly tonight. He is the first to leave this final table at the Commerce Hotel and Casino. Stick around for more action from the LAPC.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the beautiful Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. We're down to 5 players. And right now, Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader with 7.1 million in chips.
He just knocked out our 6th place finisher, Richard Turum. His king-queen suited, caught a king on the river.
And we go to the felt, a quick fold by our chip leader, and now Simeon Nadenov from Bulgaria picking up a pair of sevens.
Gonna raise it up here, of course.
90,000 to go. Mike Sexton has to fold. Jesse Martin lives in LA, 36 years old, also folding. And now Jared Griner with a nice little 4-5 of diamonds, and he will speculate with that, makes the call.
Not folding those kind of hands out of the big blind.
Let's go to the flop.
Ah, that's a pretty interesting flop for these two hands. A set for Simeon and an open-ended straight draw with Jared, plus a little backdoor flush draw action.
Simeon hitting 3 of a kind, makes the continuation bet of 125. And Jared is interested, will make this call.
And there is a handsome-looking deuce for Simeon Nadenov.
Yeah, Jared not hitting there. He's going to check it.
Well, on a board this coordinated, I would expect Simeon to keep betting and bet kind of big because he knows there's a lot his opponent can continue with.
He bets 340. Jared now. Can't take the heat, has to fold his hand.
Gotta get your chair. Gotta get your chair.
And after that pot, the Bulgarian rail is coming alive.
So in the audience, Simeon from Bulgaria, his friends have actually brought in a flag today of Bulgaria. Do you think they brought that in, Tony, or do you think they actually had to go to a flag shop today?
Oh, they definitely brought that in.
Yeah.
Where do you even buy a flag?
There's flag shops.
Flag shops?
Yep. I used to have one.
You used to have one?
Ah, okay.
You got a flag guy?
You want a flag? I got it for you. No.
I feel like we're gonna go to the parking lot. You're gonna open up the back of your van. You want a flag over here? You know?
I don't know why I'm even saying that. I'm lying on TV here. All right, I'm sorry. No flag shop, but a nice group he has on the rail with him. Very, very patriotic and supportive. And we move around to this hand. We see that Daniel Strelitz with a Jack-6 is going to take a shot. Makes it 135 to go. Simeon going to make the call with a Jack-9.
I love how fast Simeon plays. He just instantly acts on every street.
On the flop's a 10-9 deuce. That's good for Simeon. Not good for Daniel.
Real good-looking flop for Simeon here. Daniel, just a couple of backdoor draws with an overcard. Gonna try and take this down, though.
Take a stab again, 155. That's not going to work. Simeon with the quick call. Going to the turn. Big 8. He has checked it.
Some people like to bet on an ace. If they raised pre-flop, they think they can represent an ace that lands on the turn. Daniel decides to slow down here. Simeon checks behind. And a queen on the river further weakens Simeon's pair of 9s. So does Daniel want to bet? Looks like he does.
Bold bet with just Jack high, betting 325.
This is tough for Simeon.
Yeah, he can't make the call. He folds it.
There you go. You get to the river with Jack high and can't win by checking. So you take a shot at bluffing, and it works out for Daniel Strelitz.
Nice steal for Daniel, the chip leader. Now he's close to 7.5 million in chips. And his family's on the rail here tonight. His mother and father rooting him on. He is from Orange, California.
Where's their flag?
Yeah. I can get him a flag. All right, quick fold now by Simeon. Mike Sexton also going out. Jesse Martin with a king 5 of diamonds. Seems to like it. Going to make it 115 to go.
You see Jesse still opting for this big sizing. It's kind of a cash game strategy. He's sticking with the strategy that he's familiar with.
And Daniel with an 8-6. We'll splash around and hope to get lucky. Here is the flop.
This is not a great flop for Jesse. Daniel with an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, he checks it, and Jesse checking behind him. Losing interest. Going to the turn. It's a king that's going to hit Jesse.
Well, that'll make him more interested, but Daniel here still with 8 high straight draw wants to make a bet, hoping his opponent has something like ace high that's just going to fold.
Hey, that's 150 into Jesse, who just hit his kings here, and he will make the call.
Jesse, of course, not going out now that he has top pair.
Down to the river card. It's a deuce, doesn't change a thing.
That's a great card for Jesse, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel bets again. He cannot win by checking, so I'm not sure if this will work, but I do like his bet since his opponent can have some weak pairs that are going to have to fold this river, and he cannot win by checking.
Good call. And Jesse has figured it out, making the call.
So back-to-back bluffs by Daniel Strelitz. One works and one doesn't.
Yeah, but you gotta admire Daniel's chutzpah, betting with nothing. 5 players are remaining here at the Commerce Casino, and we'll be right back.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by U-Blow, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Well, there's no official uniform in poker, but I gotta say, Tony, I have seen some rather interesting attire at the tables here at this tournament. There was an unusual hat that absolutely stood out in the field, and it belonged to ClubWPT.com qualifier William Halsey.
If I get in a big hand, I'll take and pull it down. You know, people cover themselves up. That my daughter made for me. I told her if I ever made it on TV that I would wear that hat. My card protector is a little gnome that my son made. I'm definitely a family man. I changed careers just to allow myself more time with my family. My wife, Janelle, she came. She's great support.
This is his dream.
She doesn't mind me playing on Club WPT because it doesn't take away from family time. I don't have to leave the home to go play poker. I've won numerous cash tournaments, the seat here. This was my first WPT event, and it was absolutely amazing. I felt like I was in my element, playing cards, you know, having a good time. I'm definitely going to play on Club WPT. Can't wait to get into another qualifier for another chance at WPT live event.
There's $100,000 in cash and prizes waiting to be won every month on ClubWPT.com. Sign up to become a VIP member to play all you want and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at the LAPC, the Commerce Casino. Daniel Strelitz with $6.7 million. Mike Sexton down under $1 million. He's on the short stack. Blinds at 20 and 40. Action on Jesse. Martin. And he will not play it. Jared also going out, and now it's to the chip leader, Daniel. He's got King, 8 of hearts, and he will raise it to 85,000 to go.
Simeon in the small blind with a suited king of his own, going out. And now Mike Sexton with garbage in the big blind, also out. Quick one for Daniel Strelitz.
Yep, he is taking pots. Very aggressive player.
Let's go, Danny. Let's go, Deoxy.
Go! Wow, Farrell drinking. It must be any day of the week.
Jared with King 7 of clubs. He elects to fold, and now Strelitz with a King 10 of hearts will make it 85,000 to go. Simeon goes away, and Sexton.
I'm all in.
He's going to shove all in.
Mike on the short stack here, quality hand for a quality player, is going for it. And Daniel very quickly out, so Mike is going to take down that pot unopposed.
I grew up as a tumbler at the Dayton YMCA. I was very fortunate my high school had a varsity sport that was gymnastics. Because of that, I was in gymnastics all my life. I got a full scholarship to Ohio State. 4-year tuition, books, room and board, the whole works. And it was just fantastic for me to get to go to college without coming up with the money because we didn't have money. I mean, I know people would look at me now and say, wow, that guy was a gymnast? I can't believe it. But actually, I was in shape one time.
You know, he's a great ballroom dancer, too.
Very coordinated. He schooled me at ping pong the other day.
Wow.
I was holding the table down, and I thought, I got a lock on this. And then Mike Sexton showed up, and, well, I learned something.
He's tough. He's tough. He's the short stack at this point, though. Let's go to the next hand. Action on Daniel Strelitz. He's going to finally get out of a hand. And now Simeon nodding off with an ace-queen.
Strong hand here for Simeon.
And he'll raise it to 90,000 to go into Sexton, who picks up a pair of kings.
Ooh, but a stronger hand for Mike, and I'm curious to see his sizing here. He just went all in, so I think if he makes a small raise...
I'm all in.
Oh, yep, there it is.
That's his sizing. He is going to shove and put the pressure back on Simeon.
It's tempting to get cute and make a small raise, but I think that would be transparent against a thinking player like Simeon. So I think Mike going all in is the best option here, and Simeon now has a very tough decision. Not an easy spot for Simeon, but he's going to come to the right conclusion. Very nice, disciplined fold.
Mike Sexton taking the pot. They're afraid to play with them. 5 players remain here at the LAPC, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Here at the Commerce Hotel and Casino, 5 players still remain in the hunt for the $1 million first place prize and a WPT title.
Daniel Strelitz still out in front. Mike Sexton moving up a little bit after winning a couple of all-ins, but currently our short stack.
Action on Sexton. 4th time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He's gonna fold it. And now Jesse Martin with a 10 deuce, the Doyle Brunson hand. Mucks that.
Takes a little breather before folding. Now with Jared holding 10-8 on the button.
90.
Going up to 90.
Gets the chip leader Daniel to go out, and now Simeon not enough with an ace-5.
He's not going anywhere.
So Jared from Huntington Beach getting aggressive here. Let's see if he gets lucky. No, ace-6, 3 on the flop. That's aces for Simeon, and he will check it.
Great looking flop for Simeon here, but it's also a board that Jared is going to follow through on almost every time, so he does bet 110 here. And Simeon, as always, acts very quickly, which sets off alarm bells in Jared's mind.
6 on the turn, pairs the board.
A lot of guys like to lead in these blind battles when the middle card pairs here. Instead, Simeon checks over to Jared, and he's cutting out a bet here, but I'm not sure why he wants to bet this card. This is not one that's going to make Simeon fold many hands. Jared really just has nothing, no draw, no outs.
Well, he has bet at 230. Simeon going to make this call, going to the river. It's a jack.
That's also a pretty good looking card for Simeon. The obvious draws missed, and if he was behind something like ace-9, ace-10, now he's chopping with that hand.
Jared is considering another stab at a bluff.
That would not go well.
And now he looks back down at his hand, and oh, he's going to slow down.
There you go. So good check by Jared on the end. I think he probably could have saved that turn bet, but I get what he's trying there.
There's the Bulgarian Railbirds, loving it. Simeon, 29 years old. He's made close to $2 million in worldwide earnings. Things are going well for him tonight. And we move on a couple folds around to Daniel. He's the chip leader, and with just a 9-10, it's going to make it 85,000 to go. Simeon out, and now Mike Sexton with ace-king.
Come on.
Mike Sexton dropping the hammer with ace-king.
And he doesn't get action. Sometimes it's nice just to take the pot. Take it when you can. Very subdued tonight. There are his buddies and Railbirds rooting him on.
There you have it. After winning those all-ins and after Jared bluffed off some of his chips, Mike now up to 4th. Jared our short stack.
You realize Mike Sexton has made over $6.2 million in worldwide earnings, and that's just in tournaments. Forget about the cash games. Jared, quick fold by him. Daniel now finally getting a real hand pair of jacks. Makes it 85.
Well, he's built up his aggressive image. Now he's got a quality hand. Raises into the big blind of Jesse Martin, who also has a quality hand. Ace-10 suited here. Now, be aware, Jesse is essentially tied for second in chips, and Daniel is the only one that can really bust him. So he's going to be a little bit cautious when he knows that being patient will help him move up the pay ladder.
Look at this flop, a 10-8-7. Jesse with top pair ace kicker. He's going to check it.
This could be a trouble pot for Jesse. Daniel decides to check behind on that coordinated board.
4 spades on the turn. You got to think Jesse's going to bet. No, he checks again.
Surprised that he's checking, but I guess he is prioritizing pot control against the chip leader.
Daniel's going to make the bet with the overpair, 115.
And maybe he's seen Daniel bluff a couple of times already, and he thinks, well, if I keep checking to him, he's going to bluff a whole bunch, and then if I just check, I don't risk going bust, so...
Well, the river card is a queen. Jesse can't like that. He's checking again.
He can't like that, but he also has to believe that if Daniel had something like, you know, queen jack or king queen, he's going to bet on the flop.
Daniel's bet 320. Puts in a value bet.
It's a very nice bet from Daniel. Tells me that he can hand read well. He's not too concerned about the queen. He believes that Jesse probably has like a 10 or an 8.
Jesse's got to call that.
Very well played hand from really both players. I don't think that Jesse can get away on that river, but he did a good job of minimizing his risk.
Good things going on for the chip leader, Daniel Strelitz. We're coming back with more action. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour.
The Club Savers Guide program saves VIP members big money at places they already shop and visit. Save big, win big at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino. Daniel Strelitz still out on top, but Mike Sexton, our man, moving up that leaderboard. Won a few pots, all in pre-flop. Jared Greiner, currently our short stack.
Winner's going to take home over $1 million here tonight. Big money at stake, and it's on the Hall of Famer. He quickly folds. Jesse Martin now with a nothing hand. It's going to fold into Jared Greiner. Nope. Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader. Let's see what he does.
A lot of players like limping in the small blind with many of their hands. Daniel has adopted a more aggressive strategy, continues to raise out of the small.
135 total. Simeon calling with ace deuce. Here's the flop. It's a 9-6-4.
Daniel with a gut shot straight draw, gonna follow through. Simeon, as always, acts very quick, drops his hand.
Daniel Strelitz, the former ones to watch there. His family sits rooting him on. They've got to be so excited for the 27-year-old. Blinds at 20 and 40 at this point. Action back on Jesse. Quick fold. Jared out. Strelitz once again. No, even he can't play jack deuce. No, Simeon has picked up the ladies. Pair of queens.
Decides to limp in the small blind, get a little creative against Mike, who has a strong hand in king-queen suited.
He's going to raise at 165. Back on Simeon.
And now Simeon going with the limp re-raise out of the small blind. Let's see if that sets alarm bells off in Mike's head.
Now Mike is saying, why did I raise? Really? Kicking himself, saying, why did I have to be aggressive this time? Now what to do?
You'd raise to start with, you'd had them all.
That's a good point.
Tell Simeon if you just raise to start with, you get all my chips.
And he's going to release it. Simeon happy to take a pot away from the great Mike Sexton.
Good bet. I don't know if it was a good hand, but it was a good bet.
No, it was a good hand, Mike.
Big hand, and there's the flag. It's coming out again for the Bulgarian boys. Chuckling it up. Anytime you can beat a Hall of Famer like Mike out of a pot.
And our blinds are up here, Vince. We're playing 25,000, 50,000.
Back on Simeon. He will fold. Mike also folding. Jesse Martin. He's got just a jack 9.
All in.
Whoa, what? I mean, Jared is the short stack, but he has like 24 blinds.
Call.
And he's got ace queen, so he calls.
Jesse taking a shot that Jared has nothing, and he can just pick this pot up. But obviously, Jared with a big hand, ace queen, has called it. Now,
We got this.
Jesse with more chips, of course, almost twice as much.
I get what Jesse was going for here, but that seems like too many chips to just rip.
Let's see if Jesse can get lucky. No, ace-7, great for Jared. Looking great to double up.
And before the flop, Jared confidently said, we got this, and the flop was like, I got you.
9 of spades on the turn.
Put a bow on it, Vince. This hand is over.
The river card is 8, so big double up for Jared Greiner, and that's going to hurt Jesse Martin. 5 players left. What a battle we are seeing here tonight at the World Poker Tour.
That marks the end of tonight's coverage from Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, we have another poker classic in the making. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. The LAPC has a rich history, and the list of past champions reads like a who's who in the poker world. So it's no surprise to see another stacked final table. Here to get us up to speed on the remaining players are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, what a final table. And the great Hall of Famer Mike Sexton still hanging around. He's going after his second title of this season. Pretty incredible, but playing very patient and very well.
Yeah, but he's going to have to fight off our chip leader, Daniel Strelitz, who scored the first elimination of this final table and further buffered that lead that he came in with. We'll see if he continues to control this final table as we get deeper.
Thanks, guys. And with the over $1 million and a prestigious WPT title on the line, we are in for an epic night of poker. So let's get back to the game.
Here is the Club WPT chip count. Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 7.2 million in chips. Mike Sexton down to about 1.1. And that's what they're playing for, $1 million to the winner. Very impressive, big money here.
And a Hublot watch, plus a seat in our $15,000 Tournament of Champions season-ending event.
And he's at 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Mike Sexton, quick fold by him. And now Jesse Martin from LA also folding. Jared Griner going out.
We've seen Daniel raise every time it's folded to him in the small blind, and it appears this time will be no different.
He is the chip leader, and he has raised and will take down this pot without a fight. He's a former ones to watch. There are his mother and father and friends rooting him on. And they're enjoying the action over at the Dr. Pepper bar.
That's so cute that his parents are in the audience, you know? We never see guys with their parents in the audience. Maybe a wife or a few friends or some guy that he owes money, but never parents.
Yeah, it's a great thing. He's a local, and he's going at it again. Pushing with Queen, Jack. Will he get action? Jesse out. So again, Daniel Strelitz winning this pot.
You cashed the one drop, right? The year you played it?
I did. It was amazing. They played 9 when there were 10 players left, playing a bubble for 1.2 million. And now I'm one of the 3 short stacks. I'm playing 150 and 300 blinds. And mentally, I'm prepared to last 2 or 3 hours. I said, you know, for $1.2 million, this is going to take forever. You know?
Yeah, you kidding me?
First hand of 10-handed poker. Sam Trickett raised under the gun to 800,000. He had 21 million. Folded all the way around to the big blind, who was a Russian guy. He moved all in for $5 million. Sam shrugged, said, I called, turned up a king-8 offsuit for 4.2 million more. I thought, wow, I can't believe you're going to double this guy up on that hand. And
Mike looking down at his hand, and he's got a pair of kings. Oh boy, the story's going to go on hold with these kings.
And the Russian guy turned up a queen 10 offsuit. Sam had the best hand.
Guess he had a read.
He made 2 8s. The first hand we were in the money.
Mike doesn't care about his story anymore. All he cares about is getting action right now.
I said, Sam, I said, you're always going to be a hero of mine.
Yeah.
Always.
And he's going to get it from Daniel. So we are going to go to the flop. Pair of kings for Sexton. And oh no, an ace, 8-3. Daniel hitting aces. He's going to check it.
I like that Mike is still betting here. You kind of want to bet these kind of flops with everything you raise into a big blind, but Daniel, unfortunately, has connected with the top pair, not going anywhere.
Yeah, made the call, going to the turn. 7, changes nothing. Mike, will he have the wisdom to slow down here? Daniel's checked it again. And yes, very wisely done.
Mike only has about a pot-sized bet left in his stack, so living on the edge right now.
River card, check, check. Mike has got to be wincing about that. He shows the kings. Daniel taking him down with an ace.
Best hand I've seen.
Daniel with close to 7.6 million. Mike down to 735. As 5 players compete at the Commerce Casino.
Daniel Strelitz has barely lost a pot at this final table.
So frustrating for Sexton, going after his second WPT title of the season. You pick up kings and it gets beat. But good defense by him by not losing more.
Mm-hmm.
All in.
Now Jesse Martin's going to push all in with ace-10. Jesse also with under 900,000. Jared going out, Daniel going out. Simeon won't play, so Jesse Martin, who lives in LA, 36 years old, taking that one down.
I play poker in LA at the Commerce Casino almost every day of the week. This is my home casino, which I think has been a huge benefit to me. The most typical game we play at the Commerce is 400-800 mixed game, which is a 16-game mixed normally. During the LAPC, we've been playing higher stakes, 800, 1600. So it's been a swinging month for me, and luckily I had that final upswing, or I probably wouldn't have played the tournament. Not because I couldn't have afforded it, but because I wouldn't have been in the right mindset. So to kind of be on an upward trajectory helped me be in a positive mindset for the tournament.
Jesse Martin began playing poker at Syracuse University with friends. He followed Fish on tour, that is a band, 160 concerts he attended, and he's a big cash game player, of course, at the Commerce Casino, has a bracelet at the World Series in a lowball, and he's also a new father to a 3-month-old boy.
And I really like what he said about being in the right mindset to play a tournament. People forget that this is a marathon, and so you've got to be in a good state to play for days on end. Otherwise, you're probably going to make a mistake.
Going back at it, no mistake for Daniel Strelitz, who's the chip leader, and again, he's going to raise it and get everyone to fold. Now he's aggressive.
I will say it's pretty cool to have someone as aggressive as Daniel be our chip leader, because he just forces the action.
He looks so nonchalant, too. Like he doesn't really care, like he just rolled out of bed. He must be jumping up and down inside, though. It's been raised by Daniel again. King Jack. Now it's up to Jared, who has a 9-10, has some money in there already. And yes, he completes the call. So King Jack versus 9-10, here we go with a flop.
8-5 deuce, not much for either player. That's actually not a bad flop for Jared, but there's also not enough that he can really continue with against a chip leader who he knows will continue the aggression on multiple streets. So a bet from Daniel and a fold from Jared. Our chip leader continues to stack.
Everything going the way for the 27-year-old. He says he's been underestimated at tables because of his youthful appearance.
He does look very young. He's the kind of guy that walks into a casino and immediately gets carded. And then the guard says, whoa, 27. Hold on, let me call somebody over and make sure this isn't fake.
$1 million for the winner here tonight. Everyone folding around to Jesse Martin.
All in.
He's going to shove all in.
Wow. That seems like a little much for Jesse to be shoving, but I guess he figures he can't raise this button into Daniel without facing an all-in.
Like $1 million, right?
So he says, okay, I'm all in myself. If you got a hand that can call with, good for you.
All right.
Everyone going out, so this time he'll be successful with that move. Our chip leader still Daniel Strelitz, close to 7.8 million in chips. Mike Sexton down to 635,000. We had 521 total entries for the event. We're down to these 5. Quick fold by Sexton. Jesse also going out. Jared out, and now Strelitz, the chip leader. Will he do it again? But of course, raises it up to 165.
Simeon's like, are you even looking at your cards before you raise me?
It's just a great example of power poker by a chip leader. The local loving this moment.
I feel like the buzzards are circling.
Yeah. I was feeling like that a minute ago.
Mike hanging on there by dental floss. That's about it.
So many people on this table are short. The energy is kind of subdued right now.
All right, well, Daniel finally going to rest, take a break, leaving up to Simeon, who has a pair of deuces.
He's looking at the two short stacks, trying to decide, am I going to raise small or am I just going to go all in?
All in.
And I like the choice he made here.
Well, he puts the pressure on, puts them all in.
Jesse with a decent hand, but I don't think he can call here with Mike being so short right next to him.
Yeah, do you want to call it off for a race at this point? Especially because the difference between 5th and 4th is over 70,000. And he elects to make the fold.
I did.
And there's the advantage of just going all in, Vince. If Simeon had raised small there, I think that Jesse would have gone all in over the top. But because he just shoved, Jesse can't really call while Mike is still shorter and at risk of going out.
All right, Daniel this time with an awful 9-3. Even he won't play that hand. Simeon also going out. And now Sexton with ace-jack. He's going to shove all in.
Let's go!
Will he get some action with it? Does he want some action with it? Nope. He'll just take it down. Take the antes, take the blinds. Mike lives to see another hand.
I know we're usually supposed to be impartial, Vince, but I'm throwing that out the window tonight. It's all about Mike Sexton.
Mike down to about 640 in chips. Daniel with about 7.9. All right, we go right back down to the felt. Simeon, Mike out, everyone going out, and now Jared Greiner with a pair of sixes.
Raise.
And he will raise to 125. Right behind him, Daniel has picked up the weapons of mass destruction.
What doesn't Daniel have?
He makes it 350 to go.
And this really sucks for Jared because he's third in chips. There are a couple of guys really short, but he's got a quality hand and he's stuck out of position facing a re-raise against the chip leader. So he's going to call and go to a flop, but he needs to proceed carefully.
Yeah, I'd love to hit a set. Can he get that? No, it's a queen 3-3. Tricky flop for him.
This is not a fun spot to be in for Jared. You often suspect you're good on such an uncoordinated texture, but you wonder how you can continue against someone you expect to fire multiple barrels.
Daniel's gonna bet at 225.
Nice sizing from Daniel, but it's real small. Allows Jared to believe that perhaps he's just trying to buy it cheap.
Oh, danger everywhere. And finally, Jared making a good laydown right there. Daniel Strelitz with another one. He is dominating this final table, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Tonight's episode is sponsored by U-Blow, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
They always get a very strong field here. A lot of tough pros come out here. It's fun to mix it up against these guys. Jesse Martin is a real poker player. I mean, he plays all games, and he plays them all very, very well. And because he's never been at a WPT final table or he's not on television much, the viewers may not know him, but I'm telling you, keep your eye on this guy. He can play the game. Jared and C3, I've been impressed with his play. You know, here's a guy that 3-bets a fair amount before the flop. It looks like he's not afraid to play a pot. That's always a trait of a really good poker player. Simeon, I've never seen him get out of line yet too much. He doesn't make a lot of moves, and he's in good chip position, so I don't expect him to play much. I think he's going to sit back and see what everybody else does. The chip leader, Daniel, it's been fun to play with him and watch him at work. Sadly, he's mowed me down like he has everybody else at the tables for the last couple of days. I have been so impressed with this kid, it's unbelievable. If they gave the trophy out today, it wouldn't even be close. I mean, he'd be a landslide winner the way he's dominated play. But it's not over. It's fun to be challenged. It's enjoyable to be up against really the best.
Great evaluation by the ambassador of poker, a Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton.
Yeah, knows who he's up against.
He's down to 730,000. It's all about Strelitz tonight. The 27-year-old with 8.3 million in chips, dominating this table.
I mean, at this point, Daniel has in his stack what the other 4 players have combined in theirs.
Down to the money pit, a couple folds. And now Strelitz with a jack, 8 of clubs, and of course he puts in a raise again, makes it 115.
Simeon's got a real hand in the small blind, but he goes out. You see him really avoiding conflict with the chip leader while there are 2 short stacks at the table, and says, look, I'm just not going to get involved with Daniel unless I've got a really strong hand.
He's pounding on us like Mike Tyson in his prime, isn't he? You guys might be too young to even know who Mike Tyson is.
The guy in The Hangover?
Yeah, that
Oh, yeah.
the guy with the tiger in that movie.
Daniel's got lots of chips and quick wits. Although Mike Tyson had a great saying that I think kind of applies to poker, which was everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's right, he did say that. It's great. A raise by Strelitz.
I'm on.
And Mike coming back over the top. Let's go. Queen Jack, he's got all in.
Jesse Martin with King Queen suited right behind him, but I'm not sure he can call. No, he's going out, so the aggression there for Mike Sexton pays off. Daniel Strelitz is out. He gets Jesse to fold a better hand. He's going to take down that pot.
Didn't really want to get called, I'll be honest.
Let's take a quick break and look at all the movement in the Season 15 Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. Benjamin Zamani still holds the lead, but several players have begun to close the gap. With her victory in Montreal, WPT champion Emma Zaimovic added to her point total. And with his victory at the Fallsview Poker Classic, the now 3-time WPT champion Darren Elias is currently 3rd in the standings. But all eyes are on Mike Sexton, who has vaulted into 2nd after making this final table. How many points he'll earn and how much Mike can close in on Benjamin's lead will depend on where he finishes tonight. We'll keep you current on the race as we head into the final events of the season. But now, let's get back to the final table.
Daniel Strelitz at 8.4 million. Mike up to about 850,000 here at the LAPC, the LA Poker Classic. And Mike
I wanted to retweet it and comment, but he was on Twitter too, so that's fine.
with a nothing hand folds. Jesse Martin with Jack 8 of diamonds.
Jesse's got about 17 blinds, sort of an awkward stack.
All in.
Wow.
And he's going for all of it.
He's going to push it with Jack high. Jared behind him with a pair of 7s.
Jared with the decision.
No.
He's out. Okay. Daniel.
He's also out. And Simeon folding, so big-time cash player Jesse Martin, the local, taking it down with Jack high. Very aggressive. Nicely done.
Well, I know those look like big shoves, Vince, but I think that Jesse is aware if he open raises, one of those stacks behind him is just going to come over the top and force him to a decision, so he takes that play away from them.
I'm all in.
Smart poker now. Mike Sexton's pushed all in with an ace-6.
Right, here we go.
I called.
Oh, no, don't do it.
Daniel with the insta-call with ace-10.
Didn't want to see that hand.
I didn't really want to call.
Mike in big trouble.
Strauss is like, I didn't want to call.
Vince, I need help, Vince.
Oh, boy.
Calling out for your help here, Vince.
Show me some love with hearts.
You can do it, Mike. Perhaps.
All right. What do all those guys say, one time? Is that what they say?
I think that is what they said.
I need it here, one time.
Here we go with the first 3. It's a king-queen 3.
Not a great start.
Jack of hearts for fun.
Could be worse.
Turn card is a 7. The Hall of Famer Mike Sexton needs to get lucky. Can he do it?
Pair the 7 or 3. I'll settle for that.
Pull the rabbit out of the hat. Come on. I mean, let's see it.
Mike calling for a chop. 7 or 3 would do it.
It's a 3.
Hey, a chop. Still alive.
3s, king, queen, ace plays.
Yeah, lucky hit for Mike. Lucky move for Mike Sexton. Chopping that pot right there in the middle. 5 players remain. Mike is still here. Stay tuned. We're coming back on the LAPC in just a moment.
I'm not greedy. I'm just happy to chop it.
Looking to get in the action while you're on the go? Yes! Then join me and other real players on Play WPT. And since you need to earn your chips, it's not just coin flips and all-ins at Play WPT. Play WPT Poker, where skill matters.
The poker scene in Southern California is pretty great. Commerce is massive.
Here at the Commerce, the atmosphere is nice, and you can always go to the cash games if you're best on the tournament.
I love the Commerce Casino. A lot of high-stakes cash games. You know, I'm a mixed game player, so I love the high-stakes mixed games here at the Commerce.
The first poker tournament I ever played was one of their daily tournaments. I had no idea what I was doing, of course. I love Commerce and I love the atmosphere here. They take care of the players, and I respect that.
We are at the fabulous Commerce Casino. 5 players remain. Mike Sexton down to $775.
Most guys ask for a 6, and that's just getting too greedy, you know.
And he's explaining how greed kills in poker, and he's not a greedy guy. That's Mike Sexton. Quick drop there.
You can tell he's done this before. He knows if he asks for the 3-outer, he's going to get punished. But if you ask for the chop, the universe will reward you.
Yeah, the poker gods. All right, it's around to Jared. Queen, 8 of hearts. He's going to raise. Daniel going out with ace high.
I'm a little surprised that Daniel didn't come after Jared there. He's been winning every pot.
And the Bulgarian, Simeon, ace, deuce of diamonds. He's going to play. Flop is a 10-7-3.
Not much for either player.
Simeon's going to check it. And now Jared with nothing but queen high.
180.
And guts will bet 180,000. Simeon quickly folds his hand. And that's a big smile for Jared. Smile of a man that took it down on a semi-bluff.
Shit, that was the easiest spot I won all night. Can't believe it.
Tell the truth, have you ever given a walk to a short stack in your lifetime?
All the time.
You haven't done it here.
Yeah, Mike a little bitter about the aggressiveness of Daniel. He's so right that Daniel just keeps pushing.
I mean, it pains me a great deal, too, but all the time.
I believe it.
Fold by Griner. Action on Daniel. Look at this. With just a 4-3, a junk hand, he'll make it 115 to go. But Simeon behind him with a pair of 6s.
Simeon has really avoided playing hands against Daniel. Finally going to take a flop in position. Mike now with ace-9 suited.
Going to release that. Now Jesse with a pair of 5s.
Man, another decision. Now does Jesse want to call or go all in? Thus far he's been all in a lot pre-flop, but just going to call.
2 mid pairs. Up against a 4-3, and the flop's at 8-8-4. Jesse with the 5s checking. Now Daniel caught a piece of that. He will make a continuation bet, 180.
It looks like a good board for Daniel, but he's actually in 3rd place.
Simeon with a quick call.
And Jesse, kind of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, he's on the short stack. That would be a nightmare. Great fold by him.
Yeah, very disciplined fold there.
It's a 2-way action. Simeon out in front, and he's staying out in front with his jack of hearts on the turn. Daniel losing interest checks. And Simeon will make a bet of 275.
It's a small bet from Simeon, trying to get a little value from a worse hand and block 6 out draws from getting to the river for free.
Now, Daniel hates to get robbed. He's thinking, what does this guy really have? And he makes this call. Down to the river we go. It's a 5. They both check, and Daniel finally losing the pot.
The 5 on the river would have connected with Jesse's pair, but I'm sure once he sees Simeon's pocket 6s, he feels pretty good about his fold.
Not really. You feel bitter because you could have outdrawn the guy.
But in the results-oriented world, he's furious.
A little rest coming. I feel it.
What are you going to do? Anyway, Daniel Strelitz out in front with close to 8.2. Mike down to 685. And the guy that's controlling the game is Strelitz, the young guy from Torrance, California. Just dominating tonight. No real adversity for him so far as he folds this hand. And now Simeon also going out. Sexton, nah, can't pick up a hand. Jesse Martin with a queen 6.
On. Whoa, that seems a bit much.
Well, I was just hoping that Jared has nothing and he can quickly get this. But Jared does have a pair of 8s.
I call.
And he will make this call.
That's twice now that Jared has woken up with a real hand, blind versus blind, against a Jesse shove.
Call.
And this time, Jesse at risk of elimination.
Who are you rooting for, Mike?
Jesse being a dog at this point, but not out, of course. Let's go to the flop. It's a king, 4, no help for Jesse.
Very good looking flop for Jared here. Jesse starting to collect his things.
Oh boy, he's getting up. Turn card, and it's a 4.
Jesse looking for a queen for the win, or a 4 for the chop.
What would be funny?
Dude, just wanted to just...
Jesse, the big-time cash game player, on the ropes right now, a big dog. He needs to strike lucky, but he does not make it happen. It's an ace of hearts. Jesse Martin out in 5th place, going to take home $230,000. Let's go see what Jesse has to say about being dismissed from the table.
A little bit of ICM suicide right there.
Jesse, great run here at the LAPC. You don't play a lot of tournaments. Does that go into your thinking when you come in here against tournament players? You're mostly a cash game player.
I don't know if it went into my thinking. I was focused and ready to play this tournament. I don't really know if I made mistakes at the final table. I mean, I definitely made 2 plays that were extra loose. I had my reasons for them, and usually they work. I thought I made some good plays and some good reads, but yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed the tournament. The final table was fast, and it just didn't work out for me.
Well, again, great run and congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's the end of the line for Jesse Martin, who's out in 5th place. We'll be right back with more on the WPT. Of course, I love being here watching the final table, but I also love being at a poker table. With playwpt.com available on my phone, I can do both. Oh, when I think back to the days before PlayWPT.
Options for social poker sites used to be quite limited. Nobody played like it mattered. It was all in every hand. It was predictable. It was bunk. Then came along Play WPT. With Play WPT, every hand counts. Every hand captivates. Every win is more and more satisfying. Finally, pure poker for real players. Available around the clock, 24/7, even on the go. Head to playwpt.com or download the app today.
Night or day, there is always a game waiting for you. Wherever you want to play, it's on. Leave the past in the past. Get into the here and now with playwpt.com. Play on your computer or download the app today.
We are back here at the LA Poker Classic. 4 players remaining. The winner's going to take home over $1 million here tonight. And the great Hall of Famer Mike Sexton still in here on the short stack. All right, action going to the Bulgarian, Simeon. He's got an attractive queen, jack of spades, and he will raise.
The suited Broadway hands always look so good, play so well. Nothing but upside.
Couple falls, but Daniel waking up with a pair of 4s.
Daniel with a real hand in the big blind, gonna take a flop. It's our chip leader versus our second in chips.
And the flop is a 10-5 deuce, no help for Simeon. Daniel's gonna check into him.
It's a pretty nice flop for Daniel's 4s. Simeon gonna check behind here. I expect him to bet if there's a spade on the board, but as is, I like his check.
7 on the turn, no help for Simeon.
Again, a pretty good looking card for Daniel, and he wants to get some value and block his opponent from seeing a free river, so he fires out a bet. Simeon quickly folds, and Daniel collects yet another.
Yep, there's Daniel's family in the audience, chuckling it up. Nice control by Simeon, though, not to get too involved. He just has a great strategy against Daniel, does not want to get involved with big pots with that guy.
Come on.
Mike Sexton picking up ace-king, has shoved all in. They get action with it, not so far.
Simeon's going away with queen 9 in the big, and Mike's gonna take down that pot.
Well, Tony, there's a little break in the action right now, so let's get everyone caught up with the recent happenings on the World Poker Tour. Now, we visited some beautiful stops in Southeast Asia. WPT National Thailand took place at the Holiday Palace Casino and Resort, and WPT National Cambodia was held at the Quinco Hotel and Casino. Then, a pair of WPT National events took place in Europe, first in France at the Casino Barrière de Deauville, then in Belgium at the Grand Casino Brussels. Then we went back to the United States for a pair of WPT Deep Stacks tournaments at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, and the Parks Casino just outside Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And Vince, we also added 3 new names to the WPT Champions Cup. First, it was Daniel Weinman, who emerged victorious at the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Then we held back-to-back events in Canada. In Montreal at the Playground Poker Club, Emma Zaimovich captured the belt that she had come so close to winning earlier this season. Then, over in Niagara Falls at Fallsview Casino Resort, Darren Elias became just the 5th player in WPT history to win 3 WPT titles.
It's pretty amazing. Now, if you would like to join us on the World Poker Tour, head to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. Now let's get back to the action here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, down to 4 here at the LAPC. Mike Sexton, still our short stack. Daniel Strelitz running away with it.
Mike Sexton going after his 2nd WPT title of the season. This is his 4th final table, and he doesn't play that many events every year either, so impressive by him. Daniel has raised with a King 10. The Bulgarian Simeon going out. Mike also going out. Jared down with Ace 9. We'll make that call.
It's going to take a flop against our chip leader out of the big blind. So heads up. And it is Ace 9 Deuce, all hearts.
Aces and 9s there for Greiner. He's going to check it.
It's a good flop for him, but he still needs to be cautious, playing against the chip leader and with the 3-heart flop.
Daniel bets 75 with no heart. Call by Jared. Turn card is a king. That gives Daniel kings now. Greiner's going to check. Neither player has a heart. And our chip leader will continue to bet. A little $100,000 bet.
Okay. I think the Daniel is just trying to get a little value out of a 9 or against maybe a king-high flush draw.
River card, another heart. That's going to be a scare card for both players. And they both check. And Greiner's got to be tickled pink that he won after that last heart coming out there.
You can see how relieved he is. The Daniel check behind. Woo!
There's your bet on the river. Can't believe you didn't bet that river.
Welcome back to the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. 4 players remain at the LA Poker Classic. What an exciting night. Winner's going to take home over $1 million. And Daniel Strelitz, the local, is the big favorite at this point. Simeon going out. Sexton out. Now Jared Greiner, he completes the call.
It's on you, Daniel.
You cannot find her.
We have a non-raised pot.
Yes. For the first time. I'm so happy right now.
And the flop is a Jack 4 deuce.
Good looking flop for Daniel here. Queen high flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Jared will bet this with his Queen 9, 100,000, and Daniel's called. Turn card's 9, hits Jared.
That's the card that Jared was looking for. And it's one that Daniel is going to take an opportunity to bluff on. Jared not going anywhere, makes this call.
River card is a deuce, pairs the board, no help to Daniel.
Safe looking card for Jared thus far. Daniel has followed through on his bluffs.
Getting out betting chips again. Yes, he'll bet. He'll try to take a steal here with 400,000.
I have a deuce.
Now he's a little worried that Daniel has a deuce somehow, but Jared also knows that there's a lot of missed draws that Daniel can have here, so does he want to make this call with a 9?
I feel like you're not bluffing right now. For once.
Well, it's unraised before the flop, too. So you could be playing with, well, you just never know with this guy. He could be playing anything, anytime.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tricky, but this would be a nice solid call if he should make it. And he is going to make the good call.
Figured it was a 9. Yeah.
Nice hand from Jared there. Bets when he didn't have very much, and then when he turned a bluff catcher, he correctly checked the Daniel twice and caught him bluffing.
had a pretty big downswing. Throughout this downswing of trying to figure out what I was doing wrong, sort of felt a change in my mindset and just sort of adjusted what I was doing. And a couple weeks ago, I sort of jokingly tweeted out, hey, any rich guys out there want to buy me in? You know? And you know, unfortunately for them, nobody took the bait on that one. I entered into this $1,100 satellite with almost my last poker money, to be honest. Won the satellite, and here I am.
It's a great story. Love to see that. Just when you think you're out, you have to have the heart to keep playing sometimes, and then good things can happen. Beautifully done. Anyway, we're down to 4, and Mike Sexton just continues not to be able to pick up a hand. He is frustrated. Jared going away.
Over to Daniel in the small blind. So far, he has been relentless with his aggression into Simeon Naidenoff. Simeon here with a 9-8. He's mostly let Daniel get away with this blind versus blind aggression, but here he's going to make the call and take a flop in position.
And the flop is an ace 7-4, no help to either player.
A little surprised that Daniel has checked this board thus far. He has followed through with most of his pre-flop raises. Simeon senses that something's a little wrong here, checks behind, and Daniel turns a gut shot straight draw to the king. Going for the delayed continuation bet.
And that is just enough to get Simeon to muck his hand. Daniel Strelitz can do no wrong tonight, extending the chip lead.
There are many reasons to sign up for a Club WPT membership.
Yeah, 100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Recently here in Los Angeles, the WPT Foundation presented the 4 Kings and an Ace charity poker tournament to benefit mending kids. And the stars were out in full force to support this wonderful organisation.
Mending Kids is a surgical organization. We provide surgeries for children all over the world. We're in 63 countries, including the United States. So we take care of children that don't have any other access to surgery. And for the last 10 years, we've done over 3,000 surgeries. And the types of surgeries we do are highly complex.
Whenever you're giving some opportunity to some kids, that's an easy thing to say yes to.
Charity, baby, I be there. Don't matter where.
Now, how good is your poker game?
I'm terrible. I don't cheat. I haven't got a good poker face. I never win. Generally, when I'm invited to play poker in a real game, I just turn up to the game, take the money out of my pocket, throw it on the table, and leave. It saves me time.
We've tried a couple times. Dad tries to teach us. He's not bad because you can't tell what he's thinking most of the time anyway, because he doesn't have normal social tact. So it's really, he's not bad.
And how much does this organization mean to you?
Well, look, there but for the grace of God, it could be your children, you know? You're talking about children around the world. So everybody in there, you know, all the stars are here to torture everybody, to write checks that then supports the doctors who devote their time for free, go around the world and perform these operations on needy children. You're not only changing lives, you're saving lives. The children.
We believe that poker is more than the game. It brings people together. And so for us, being here tonight, it's a way to support great charities like Mending Kids, who are changing the lives of young people across the world.
What an amazing night that was. To date, the WPT Foundation has helped raise over $6 million, and we hope to raise plenty more in the future. Play here at the Commerce Casino is about to start back up, so let's get down to the action.
We're so proud to be involved with that beautiful charity. And right now we have 4 players battling for this championship and a $1 million first place prize. Daniel Strelitz is the major chip leader with about 7.6. Mike Sexton there showing his son Ty.
Ty, you gotta go to work here. We're not doing very well. Come on, you can do this. Time for a rush.
Wearing the championship belt he got in Montreal earlier this season.
Let's see if Mike can stick around and turn this around. Action going on Strelitz, the chip leader. And he's gonna muck this one, and now Simeon with a Queen 7 also folding.
I'm all in.
Mike, he's gone all in.
All right, let's see what we got. I've been lucky in these spots so far, but not this time. That's a pretty bad hand.
It is. So Mike sees a picture of his son on his phone, and maybe that's the good luck charm.
Not as bad as it gets to call it all in, I think.
Blinds are now up to 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante.
10, 30, 60. I guess that benefits me. Can't get it too high. I wish we were playing 600,000 blind right now.
Yeah.
Mike just won a pot, but then the blinds go up, and he's right back where he started.
Action on the Bulgarian. He's going to fold to now Sexton. He's got the kings again.
Hey, hey.
I'm on.
He's got the kings. He's gone all in.
Call.
Oh.
Daniel with a quick insta call with ace-7.
Yeah, real quick call from ace-7 there. Daniel behind, looking for those 3 outs.
It's the same exact hand he beat me on before. I had 2 kings, he had ace-7 offsuit. Come ace-8-3.
Yeah, I think it was ace-4, but it's all the same, basically.
Can lightning strike twice here.
Don't worry about this, Mike. You have the second best hand in all of Texas Hold'em. All you.
I think I'm going to hold this time.
Yeah, there you go. You're going to hold this time.
Staying positive. Here we go with the flop. Let's see what his kings do. Oh, no. Ace-Jack-7 on the flop.
And there is an ace on the board. And suddenly Mike is drawing very thin for his tournament life. He's going to need runner straight or a king.
He needs a king or 10 queen.
Just a queen or a 10 and give me a little extra sweat.
It's just tough to crack this Daniel's luck.
9 of clubs on the turn, no help, and so a king and only a king on the river will save Mike Sexton's tournament.
Pretty amazing. Same hand twice he beat me.
Pretty close. Mike Sexton needs the miracle on his own show. No, an ace hits on the river. It's not going to happen for Mike.
Mike Sexton going to be our 4th place finisher, taking home just over $300,000 for his 2nd WPT final table of this season.
What can you say? The ambassador of poker has to say goodnight. Huge tournament for him. A standing ovation for Mike Sexton as he waves goodbye. We're watching one of the masters of poker play a fine game. Let's talk to Mike.
Half this room hates me. I don't hate you.
Mike, you moved up from your starting chip position, chopped out a little 70,000 more with that split pot. But what does it feel like to have this kind of support in the room and in the poker community that you've had behind you today?
No, it's very nice, and you know, it's just thrilling to get to a final table. As you said, I could have gone out in 5th place, I could have gone out in 6th, then I'm going out in 4th. Ironically, I had 2 kings twice against him, and he beat me both pots. So that's pretty unusual. It just shows you, I think destiny's on his side.
Daniel's run pretty well at this final table. You think anybody's going to be able to stop him?
Yeah, actually, I think Jared could possibly stop him if he can win another pot or 2 off him. He plays good, too, but they're just terrific players. They really are great players, and they deserve to be where they are right now playing for this title, so I wish them all luck. And, you know, it was a pretty good run, just didn't quite get there.
You got to go back to work?
I'm not going back to work. Tony can do it.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm taking a night off. I'm going to the bar.
Oh, Michael, he took that beat like a champ, and I think he deserves the night off. We are down to 3 players looking to become a WPT champion here at Commerce Hotel and Casino.
You made it to your biggest score then.
This is my biggest score.
Sick. Nice.
Yeah, mine too. Mine too.
Be sure to tune in next time when a new champion will be crowned. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Mike, you're going to be in the really in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year. How does that feel?
Now you're going to get me playing more events.
Yeah, you're going to have to. You know, you're in it at this point.
You're going to have to play a whole bunch, throw some back to the government here a little bit.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, we are coming to you from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, California, with continuing coverage of the Season 15 LA Poker Classic. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. Standing by to call the action are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst. Gentlemen, as we get closer to crowning a champion, what can we expect to see here tonight?
Well, Lynn, now that the great Mike Sexton is out in 4th place, he played wonderful. But we're down to 3 players, and the chip leader is Daniel Strelitz, 27 years old. He's running over these guys, playing every hand, burning these guys like I burn my chicken at my summer barbecues. Will it continue?
Well, Vince, we're about to find out, but one thing I know for sure is at a final table, no chip lead is safe. So everything going Daniel's way for now, but he still has to contend with 2 excellent professionals. Lynn, take it away.
Thanks, guys. A 7-figure payday is on the horizon for one of these players, and action is about to start back up. So let's get down to the table.
All right, there's the club WPT chip count. Daniel Strelitz, a local, out in front with about 8.3 million. Simeon, 3.8. Jared Greiner, another local with close to 3.4 and $1 million to the winner.
Not to mention a beautiful Hublot watch, plus a seat into our $15,000 Tournament of Champions at the end of the season.
The antes are 10,000, blinds are 30 and 60. Here we go. Daniel Strelitz, the chip leader with ace-7 of clubs.
Thus far, this final table has been the Daniel Strelitz show. Very smooth ride up the leaderboard for him.
Well, he's raised it. It's been called by Simeon, and Simeon hits 10s there. But Daniel with a 4 flush.
A little surprised that Daniel decides to check this flop, but maybe he thinks it's so coordinated he won't get many folds.
They went check, check, 9 of spades on the turn.
Another check from Daniel. He now has a gut shot to the 8 to go along with his flush draw. Simeon here with his second pair is done checking.
Yeah, he's made a bet. Now, what's surprising is Daniel was so super aggressive throughout the night, but now he's playing in a different way, just making this call.
Well, without a short stack there to pressure his opponents.
Whoa, Daniel hits the ace on the river. They go check, check.
Simeon a little bit annoyed by that river.
Yeah, he had a lot of outs.
He had a lot of outs. A ridiculous amount of outs, really.
Daniel Strelitz, running right, playing right. Everything's happening for the 27-year-old out of Orange County.
Still trying to get a read on you, blind versus blind. We've only played like 3 pots.
He's a former WPT once to watch, so a big reputation behind him, and tonight he's proven it. Action on Jared, who got in this tournament through a satellite. He's also a local from Orange County.
140.
And he has ace-5, and he'll make it 140 to go.
Daniel here, he's gonna re-raise out of the small blind and...
With just 8-7, Tony.
Yeah, I like aggression out of the small blind, but I'm not sure this is the hand you should choose. Either way, he's gone to 435, and Jared wants to take the flop with ace-5 suited in position.
Wow, ace-5 versus 8-7. Battle of wits happening. And here is the flop. It's a queen 6 deuce, no help to either player.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good flop for Daniel. It's very uncoordinated, so it's unlikely that his opponent hit. Plus, that 6 means that there are a lot of ways he can turn straight draws on the turn.
Well, he's going to bet it with 8 high, 340,000. And Jared, who is in the solar panel company business, along with being a poker professional as well, he's going to throw it away.
Nothing there for Jared. Senses that he probably has the best hand, but still he's a little locked up.
I'm excited to see these hands on TV. I mean, I know you don't have it like 9 out of 10 times, so I just wanted to see.
You'll be happy about some and sad about some.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's one that you're going to be really happy about.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Daniel's made close to 1.7 in lifetime earnings. Tonight he has a chance of taking home another $1 million. Becoming a WPT champion at one of our most prestigious stops of the year, the LA Poker Classic. And we move on back down to the money pit. This time Daniel with a Jack-10. He raises it up to 135 total.
Simeon going out. And Jared, with the dominating hand in the big blind, will make this call.
Jack-10 versus King-10. And the flop is a 10-7-5.
Yeah, both players with top pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Jared with the better kicker. He's going to check.
Daniel decides to check behind.
Surprising. Queen of clubs on the turn. Jared still in great shape here. Checking again.
And yet another check. Okay.
Down to the river card. And, oh, wow, it's a 10. Beautiful for Jared.
That is the action card, and I do like this check from Jared here. He's going for a river check raise.
Oh, that's what he's going to get. Daniel's going to bet.
And I'd like to see him use a nice big raise here. It's just so improbable that he has a strong 10. But there are some bluffs he can have, so I think you should go big, and he should be bigger than 400.
I should probably re-raise, but I'm just going to call. Wow, that's sick.
Wow. And Daniel says I should probably re-raise. Incorrect. You're going to love yourself in the morning. You didn't lose too much. You had kicker problems, but Jared Greiner going to take down that pot.
Should have made it 600K instead.
I mean, you make it $1 million, I'm still calling.
Yeah, I know. And obviously, I can't believe you have a 10, so.
This is Jared's first final table on the World Poker Tour. Lifetime earnings of about $500,000. So gigantic opportunity for him here tonight. And right now, Jared has raised with ace-deuce. Daniel goes out. Simeon with an 8-5 is contemplating something here.
8-5 is one of those hands that some players think, okay, it's not quite good enough to call in the big blind and connect often post-flop, so I'm going to turn it into a bluff. And that's what Simeon has done here.
It's pretty hefty.
Yes, very creative. He has made it 5-10.
Why so much?
I would expect him to take a flop here. These very low suited aces play really well post-flop. But Jared has totally broken his poker face. So now I'm thinking he's going to fold.
Yeah, usually when a guy breaks out with a big smile, that means I'm relaxed now, I know I'm going to fold, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, tight fold from Jared there, but a really nice play from Simeon.
A friend of mine introduced me to the game. Then I actually started watching the World Poker Tour. I remember Negrano, Sfandiari. These guys were like idols to me like 8 years ago. Today, I look at them like a competition. When I saw the people playing for millions, that just grabbed my attention. So I managed to build my own bankroll, start playing higher, and then finally get it to here. If I get to playing for $1 million, I'm sure my blood pressure and my pulse is gonna get higher. So this will be a really big competition for myself, because it's really hard to control your emotions, not only in the poker table, but in life.
Wisely said. That's Simeon Naidanov from Bulgaria. He studied business economy at the University of National and World Economy in Bulgaria, and now a very successful poker pro.
Speaks to how difficult it is to control your emotions at the table and how that can train you to control your emotions in life.
Action on Daniel. He has raised with just a 7-4 to 135. Simeon goes out. Jared with a Jack-3 wants to see the flop. He'll stick around.
Earlier in this final table, both Jared and Simeon were being very careful out of the blind against Daniel, but now that there's no short stack, you see that they are refusing to fold.
The noses are bloodied up. They're playing poker now. They both check here. And a 7 on the turn, hitting Daniel. Jared losing interest, checks again. Daniel setting up a trap, perhaps, checks as well.
And I really like this adjustment from Daniel. He knows that he can't bulldozer his opponents right now the way he could when there was 2 short stacks at the table. Jared's going to take a shot at bluffing, and I think he's going to get his hand caught in the cookie jar.
Now we find out if you ever bluff.
Jack high.
There we go. He says, now we find out if you ever bluff, and Daniel, correct this time. His opponent is in fact bluffing with Jack high, so a well-played hand there, taking the more passive line.
I guess you got your answer. But I guess you got your answer.
Yep. It's a good answer. That's what I was looking to hear.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because Daniel just didn't know how Greiner was playing. Sometimes you play with these guys for days and you still don't know what the heck they're doing.
One day we're going to cut Niall Farrell in the audience and he's not going to be drinking, but that is not today.
Oh boy. That's the beauty of the World Poker Tour. Drinks allowed at the final table.
Drinks encouraged at the final table.
Yeah, that's right.
Daniel up to 200,000 here in the small blind. Simeon's got a pair of 7s in the big blind. How's he want to play this?
It's going to make it a total of 660.
All in.
A push by Daniel, though. And a call.
And that was a very well played hand by Simeon. You can tell there he went into that raise with a plan. He said, if my opponent goes all in, I'm calling. And he catches Daniel with ace-4 suited here, making a move out of the small blind. And now is all in good shape to double up as we go to the flop.
It's a jack 9-4. That is good for Simeon.
Yeah, good for Simeon, but Daniel picks up a 4, so he's got 5 outs, looking for a 4 or an ace. Otherwise, Simeon gonna get a big double up here.
Oh, 6 of diamonds on the turn. The Bulgarian still out in front with a great opportunity to double up. Gotta dodge one more card. It's a 5 of hearts, he's done it.
That is the first serious setback of this final table for Daniel Strelitz.
Things are evening up. We're coming back with more action from the LAPC in just a moment here on the WPT.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
The LAPC's biggest, most prestigious event is the WPT main event, but it actually runs for 7 weeks. It features 60 different events at all range of buy-ins, including $0 free rolls, all the way up to a $25,000 high roller main event. A lot of well-known players came out and played the LAPC and had a lot of success.
I did win 2 tournaments. I won the free roll with a $10,000 seat, which is pretty sweet. And I won a mixed game tournament.
Phil Hellmuth got into a heads-up match with Mike Matisow and ended up winning. Dietrich Faust, who won last year's LAPC main event, he came and played the 25,000 buy-in high roller and took that down for first place. No matter what your skill level, no matter what your buy-in range, we will definitely have a game for you.
Yes, and this one right now is the culmination of all those events. It is the LA Poker Classic, and right now Daniel Strelitz out in front with $6.3 million.
But after that big double up from Simeon Naidenoff, the two of them are very close in chips. Jared is our short stack, but he is by no means short or desperate. So anyone's game right now in our 3-handed final table.
Simeon has called with King-Queen, and Jared's going to put in a raise with his Ace-Queen. And a quick call by Simeon. So Ace-Queen versus King-Queen, here we go. Flop is a 7-4-3. No help to either player. Simeon checks. Jared will bet 225. And Simeon not too sure yet. He's going to make this call.
Yeah, Simeon limped such a strong hand in the small blind here. He's not going to give up on this very uncoordinated board. Plus, he's going to turn a king.
He's going to check his kings. It's just a beautiful card for Simeon. They both check, and the river card is another king.
Okay, so now it's a question of how much do you bet? Simeon's going to bet a lot. He bets 1.3 million. That's well over pot.
It's a good bet, I guess. I thought I was going to snap when you bet the river.
And I guess he's thinking that if Jared has a pair here, like, you know, 8s through queens, he's not going to be able to fold to a river bet, so he should just go for as much as possible.
He does the right thing, gets out of the way. Simeon going to take the pot. And with that, Simeon Naidenoff is now the new chip leader.
You didn't want action, I guess.
You see it on the TV, this was...
Yeah.
Everybody says.
Yeah, I don't think you wanted to call.
Just when we thought Daniel Strelitz was going to run away with it, we have a Bulgarian surprise.
And now Jared has a pair of jacks, a legit hand, calls the hand.
Everybody getting sneaky in the small blind and limping strong hands.
Daniel with ace-9 of clubs is going to raise. He's made it 200,000 to go.
It's a limp re-raise from Jared here, up to 660. Daniel is going to take the flop in position with a suited ace. This is the first time Jared's made any play like that pre-flop, so I'm sure there's some alarm bells ringing in Daniel's head, but his hand is too good to fold.
Flops a deuce, deuce, 4. Very nice for Jared.
Most guys make a small bet. Oh, wow, that is not a small bet. That is a big bet. That's almost 2x pot.
And he's going to chase away Daniel. Well, just didn't want to see any creepy card on the 4th Street. Improving Daniel. Only had about 2.3 left.
Guess I'm happy I didn't shove it.
Yeah, if you didn't call that flop, there's no way. Or maybe I just had ace high, I don't know.
Two players from Southern California, Jared and Daniel, up against the Bulgarian. Simeon now, the chip leader with 7 million. Daniel in second chip position with about 5. Jared with about 3.5. And the blinds are going up to 40 and 80 with a $10,000 ante. And action's on Jared. He's got very seductive 9, 8 of diamonds. And the button. And he's just going to call it.
Well, the pre-flop play at this final table has suddenly become very passive. We're seeing a bunch of limping in the small blind. Jared now limps the button with a really good hand. Daniel will complete, and Simeon with ace-6 suited will check. So everybody holding each other's outs, everyone's suited.
And the flop is a queen, jack 10, and that's going to give a straight for Jared.
Wow.
And a 4 flush for Simeon. This could get very interesting.
If Jared had raised this button, he and Simeon would be playing a huge pot.
And Jared's going to come out and bet 200.
Simeon is aware that this board really connects with a button limping range, so he's not going to go crazy here, just makes the call.
Simeon hoping to catch a flush, but not there. 4 clubs. He'll check it. Jared already with the straight.
375.
375.
And Simeon has way too many outs to fold at this stage. Makes the call. We go to a river, 6 of diamonds, so he makes 4th pair. I'm sure he's aware that's not much good on this type of texture.
Yep, he's going to check it. He's disappointed.
Okay, Jared, how much is it going to be?
And Jared's going to stick out 625 before he can do it, though. Simeon has folded. Jared Greiner, Huntington Beach, California, shining here at the final table.
You know, Vince, Club WPT qualifier Eugene Miller flew out here from Delaware for his first live WPT event. And as an owner of a seed and garden supply business, Eugene was hoping his green thumb could help his chip stack grow.
I own and operate a small lawn and garden supply company, mostly specialized in grass seed, fertilizer, hydroponics. Since high school, I had jobs landscaping and working nurseries, and some might say I have a green thumb. Club WPT has helped me grow as a player. I pretty much win $50, maybe $250 a month. Where's my name going to go when I win? And then I finally did win one of these. I was definitely a little starstruck being in the poker room. I saw Eric Seidel, Negreanu, Phil Locke. On Club WPT, there are lots of players. They're all different styles and types of play, and that's interesting and tough to get through. If you really enjoy poker and you want to learn, it's inexpensive to play, and there are real things you can win, real money, real live seats like this. I will continue to play on Club WPT, probably every night like I usually do, and hopefully win another one of these, or 2 or 3. You'll be seeing me again.
Well, perhaps we will see Eugene win another package, or perhaps we'll see you win your first. Join Club WPT today. And now we're back here at the LAPC, LA Poker Classic. Simeon from Bulgaria, the chip leader with 6.5 million. And the blinds are 40 and 80,000. Let's go down to the felt. It's on Simeon.
Simeon played so patient at this final table. Finally caught Daniel. Scored a big double up. Now has the chip lead. Let's see what he does with it.
Well, with 8-7, he has raised to 200,000. But Daniel now with a pair of 9s is going to re-raise. 680 total.
And a very quick call from Simeon. That's surprising. 8-7 suited, sure, but I didn't expect him to call offsuit. Either way, we go to a jack 7-4 flop, so second pair for Simeon, but Daniel still in the lead with his 9s. Check, check from both players. And a 5 on the turn will give Simeon a gut shot to go along with second pair. One more check from Daniel. Yeah, at this point, Simeon believes he has the best hand. His opponent has checked to him twice.
550,000 bet.
And he thinks, my second pair is probably good. Plus I have outs, if I'm wrong.
Daniel with nines. And he will make that call.
Simeon's probably a little confused by Daniel's line. Okay, you 3-bet me pre-flop, check twice, and then check called, huh?
River card is a 10 of spades.
One more check from Daniel. And Simeon, not loving that 10, will check behind. So Daniel's going to win a nice pot here.
There we go. Let's go.
Daniel on the comeback trail.
My nickname's deoxyribo. Basically, it's the D from DNA. I was studying biology for a little bit in college, and my dad's nickname is Deoxydad. He was actually on the rail since day 2. He's always been supportive. Before, he had no idea how to play, and he would just watch and not understand what was going, just cheer whenever the chips went my way. But now he's actually learning how to play poker. So he's there from the start of play to the end of play for 5 days straight. The tournament's gone excellent. I can't believe how great it's gone. It's unreal how well I've run.
Let's go, Deoxy.
Go! Yeah, the family that watches together, stays together. A thing of beauty in the poker world.
Plus, I think they've adopted Niall Farrell as their sort of, eccentric, hard-drinking son.
Jared Griner will raise with a 9-10. Makes it 200,000. Daniel with an ace-deuce makes the call. Flop is a 7-5-3.
Not a bad flop for both players. Jared's got overcards and a backdoor draw. Daniel has ace-high and a gut shot. So Jared follows through for 225,000, and Daniel will make the call. Six of diamonds on the turn. It's going to give Jared a gut shot now, looking for an 8. It's also a card that he imagined hits Daniel's range of hands pretty well here. So he checks. Daniel checks behind. And we see a 5 of spades on the river. So Jared, stuck with 10 high here. Looks like he's going to bluff with it.
Push. 550.
Daniel's made a lot of correct guesses in these river situations. He doesn't have much of a hand here, but he is in the lead, so let's see if he puts the pieces together.
Wow. Great call.
Nice call.
Oh, Jared just rolling his eyes.
Wow, nice.
Simeon impressed with that call. Jared. Daniel just laughs at him. Oh, man.
Don't listen to that Scottish idiot, it's a moron.
Oh, your opponent catches you stealing and then laughs in your face.
So right now, Daniel out in front again with 8.4 million. The winner going to take home over $1 million tonight. Second place, close to 700,000. Third place finisher, 431. Huge money here at the Commerce Casino.
Jared limps the button here with 8-6 of spades. Daniel completes in the small. And Simeon checks 4-2 offsuit. So Jared doing more button limping. And he flops a flush here. Whoa.
Wow. Daniel with queens.
Okay, time to build this pot. And what the hell? I'm not sure why Jared's checking back. Maybe he's feeling a little shell-shocked after that previous hand, but he needs to build this pot. Okay. There we go, 200,000 from Jared. Daniel with second pair, believes it's good and makes the call. Simeon has bottom pair with a 4. And it looks like he wants to raise. Wow, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. He seems to think that Jared can't have much.
How much is it?
And that Daniel's range is capped, so to say. It means that he can only have so strong a hand.
That's why it's sometimes very good to play deceptive hands. Don't bet when you hit that flush. Mix it up, get a guy to make a mistake. This is exactly what's happening. And there's the re-raise all in. And they run away, and Simeon's cursing in Bulgarian right now. Why did I do that thing? Why did I do it?
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino. Our final table of 3 has Daniel Strelitz out in front and Simeon Nidenhoff in second, followed by Jared Greiner in third.
Two guys in their 20s, Daniel 27, Simeon 29, and a 30-year-old Jared Greiner, who got in this tournament through a satellite for $1,100, followed by Daniel. Simeon with the Motown hand, Jackson 5s. You get it, Tony?
I do, although it's a little before my time. But I know my history.
All right, well, Simeon has raised to 250 with the Motown hand, and Jared with King 10 is making the call. Here we go with the flop. King 10-8. There's 2 clubs out there, so a 4 flush for Simeon.
Action flop, and Simeon checks.
2 pair for Jared, top 2 pair.
Jared checks? What is going on?
8 pairs the board.
Well, that's not really the card that Jared wanted to see, because he knows that Simeon might check an 8 to him here. So Simeon now bets 200,000. Jared, his top 2 pair, will make the call.
Down the river we go. And Simeon catches a flush.
It's the card he was looking for. And that also completes the flop straight draw to 9-7. So Jared has to be at least a little worried that his once monster hand is no longer good.
Now Simeon gonna come out a bet of 875.
I definitely had you on the flop.
Yeah, exactly.
I shouldn't have slow played it, I guess. Another one of these big bets. 875? Yeah. I think I can fold my hand. I don't think I can really beat as a bluff, though. Unless you just have top pair.
Jared telling himself that his opponent could be betting a worse hand for value.
It's a bad turn to river. I think I can fold this. Can't fold it.
He's gonna call, he's gonna pay it off, he's gonna be sickened, but that's life in the poker game.
I feel like Jared has psyched himself out in his 3-handed match. He was playing great for most of the final table, but all of a sudden he's playing so passive at all of the wrong times.
Good river. Could have got all our chips in, you would have busted me, but...
And they are drinking and singing and having the fun.
Okay, now it's starting to lighten up over there. Now we're gonna hear from him.
The tequilas are already in the game.
The tequilas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, getting wilder and wilder.
Daniel Strelitz with 7.4, Simeon behind him with 6.5, and now Jared down to about 1.7.
It's got 17 blinds. As our blinds and antes have gone up, we are playing 50,000, 100,000 with a 15K ante. Action with Daniel Strelitz on the button, and he's gonna go up to 225. Simeon, with pocket 8s in the small blind, will call. And now Jared has ace-queen suited in the big blind, so you know what time it is, Vince.
You would think it, and he's gonna do it. He's gone all in.
How much?
Daniel with a quick muck. But Simeon will make this call. Showdown battle.
Ace, queen of diamonds, pocket 8s.
So Jared, in a coin flip for his tournament life,
Whatever they're saying, the opposite of that.
Well, he's in bad shape here, but he hasn't lost his sense of humor. Jared at risk. If he gets this double up, he'll be right back in the mix of things. If not, he's our third place finisher and gets $430,000.
Here's the flop. There's an ace. 8, 9, 3 of a kind for Simeon. Aces for Jared. 3 8s. This has turned into a soccer game.
We want a diamond.
Yeah, it's not over yet. He's in bad shape, but it's not over yet.
No.
Diamond's coming, though.
Jared needs either running ace-queen full house, or running diamonds, or running straight jack-10.
Deuce of diamonds.
Going to the turns. No, it's a jack of spades.
So it is not over yet.
We still have 4 outs, 4 outs, 4 outs.
A 10 would give this pot to Jared. Otherwise, he's going to be our third place finisher.
10 ball. 10, baby.
I should stand up and put my bag on. That's how it's going to happen.
Can Jared possibly catch that 10?
10, baby. Over there, come on, go. It's yours, 10.
No, not to be. It's a queen.
High fives all around.
Good game, man. Good game.
Jared Griner out in third place. Going to take home $431,000. He is gone, and we are down to heads-up action. But first, let's talk to Jared.
Jared, you almost didn't get in this event. Now you made the final table of the World Poker Tour. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
I'm super happy. I'm really competitive. I love winning, and I hate losing more than anything in the world. So, you know, winning $400,000 is pretty ridiculous. I'm really, really happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Jared.
Well, with Jared Griner's elimination, we are down to the final 2 players here at the LAPC. When we return, Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Naidanov go heads up for the WPT title. You don't want to miss it.
Vince, real poker players are sick of the all-in fest on those other social poker sites, so they're switching to playwpt.com. No more waiting for pocket aces and praying for them to hold up. That's not poker.
That's right. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters.
Preparations are being made for the heads-up battle between Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Naidanov here at the LAPC. And during the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Daniel, you are playing for life-changing money right now. You've got your family here. It's basically in your backyard. How much would winning this mean to you?
Winning would be amazing. I mean, it's like the biggest tournament of SoCal where I've lived my whole life, and winning it would just be a dream come true.
And what do you think of Simeon as a player?
I think he's great. I think he's probably what I thought was the next best player at the table. So I figured that we would get heads up.
All right, well, the challenge is here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Simeon, you're about to start heads-up play after outlasting some very tough opponents. What's it going to take to come out of this one with a victory?
Well, that's the hardest part of the tournament, I guess, the heads-up when you're even in chips with a very good opponent.
Are you feeling some pressure going into heads-up?
Yeah, definitely. I was feeling pressure all the final table because I figured out that we might be flipping for $500,000 like the next hand, and I'm like, whoa, that's a bit stressful. But I mean, that's the game of poker.
You've got a very rowdy, supportive rail here.
Yeah,
has that
that's
been
nice.
Helping your game at all? Or?
It is make me happy that they're really happy for me. Actually, that's what really very nice. They're drinking tequila since 4 p.m.
Well, hopefully you can finish this quickly so you can join them for a celebratory drink.
Yeah, that would be really nice, actually.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Who will become the next champion of the prestigious LAPC? Heads Up play is about to start, so I'll send it back to Vince and Tony for the call of the action.
8.4 for Simeon, 7.2 for Daniel Strelitz. There's chanting going on at the Commerce Casino. Simeon from Bulgaria with his group of cronies.
Пичове, бата, ако не мокнете, не сериозно ви казвам. Смисъл, искам да се фокусирам малко и да игра. Ако не мокнете, ще стане... Много ви моля. Смисъл, не игра за 100К, сещате ли се?
Things getting serious.
She said I'm forbidden to sing.
Okay, action with Daniel here and pocket threes. Going to 225. Simeon with Jack 8 of spades in the big blind will make this call.
And the flop is a queen, queen 5.
It's a pretty good looking flop for Daniel. And he's going to take a little stab for 150. And it looks like his small sizing is going to keep Simeon in this pot. He makes the call with just Jack high.
And the turn card is a 3, making 3s full for Daniel and a 4 flush there for Simeon.
That was the #1 best card in the deck for Daniel.
And there's the bet, 525, and now Simeon with hope will make this call.
Simeon stuck in this pot now. He doesn't realize he doesn't want a spade.
Oh, and it gets worse. Ace of spades.
Ooh, yeah. Well, he thinks he's just hit gin, and instead he has run into a full house.
Oh, he's checked it. Daniel now getting out the betting chips.
1.4 million into 1.8. So will Simeon call or raise? That's the question now. He will call.
Luckily, and Simeon smiling.
And he shows him the spades.
Daniel Strelitz taking down the pot, and once again, he is the chip leader. Now Daniel with an ace-5 of spades, right back on it. Gonna make it 225 to go. Simeon with a jack-9. Here we go. Flop is a king 10-3.
Check, check. And a queen on the turn will give Simeon a straight to the king.
300,000.
His opponent just has ace high, so Daniel will fold there, and Simeon will not get paid off.
No more. Take your seat. Копале, млъкнете, бе, не с***ам, бе, вие бавни ли сте? Не с***ам, млъкнете малко. Не мога се крака, ми викате, бате, не си чувам мислите от вас.
He said, I told you I wanted ice cream.
He's mad at them.
He's mad at them.
Yeah, it's too loud. It's too loud.
He's happy with them, so keep going.
Craziness going on here.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody berate their own rail before.
Daniel Strelitz still out in front with 9.6. Simeon close to 6. And Simeon this time with a 7-6.
Simeon to 250, but Daniel makes it 700 with ace-jack. Simeon, maybe a little bit on tilt, judging from his behavior, makes the call here. So we go to a flop.
Oh, wow.
Jack 5 on the flop. Could not be better for Daniel.
3 of a kind. He puts in a bet of 425. Of course, Simeon has absolutely nothing, and he throws away that hand. Things starting to look real good for the local from Orange County, Daniel Strelitz, with family in tow. Can he take down his first title and take home the million? We will see.
Thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry to an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the LAPC, coming to you from the Commerce Casino, where the drinks are flowing and the chips are flying. We are heads up between Daniel Strelitz and Simeon Neidenoff. Let's go!
We got a rowdy bunch, great crowd here. Let's go to the felt. Daniel Strelitz is the chip leader with close to 10.6 million in chips. Simeon with about 5 million. And the blinds are 60-120 at this point. Action goes down to Simeon. He has ace-5. He likes it. He's going to raise it to 260. Daniel with a king-9.
Gonna make the call here. So we'll go to this flop. These guys are playing about 50 big blinds effective. And it is 10-8-7, so open-ended for Daniel and just ace-high for Simeon. Check, check.
Turn card is a 9, so that is going to hit Daniel with 9s now.
He'll take the lead here, but checks over to Simeon. And now, Simeon eyeing his chips. He's gonna fire out here as a bluff.
Yeah, just ace high, no straight.
And it's gonna work. Daniel lays down second pair.
Yeah, Simeon's mixing up aggressive play. Very good instincts by the Bulgarian. Here's the Champions Cup. Champ gets his name inscribed on that with all the other WPT champions over all the years. Daniel, he will raise it. Simeon with a king-queen has made the call. Here we go with the flop.
Queen 6-7 on the flop, so something for everyone here. Top pair for Simeon, open-ended straight draw for Daniel. And he'll follow through for $325,000. Simeon.
Will he check raise here? Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Close to $1 million. Now you're open-ended. Do you take a stab and make this call?
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to speculate, hope to hit lightning in a bottle.
Daniel looking for an 8 or a 3.
And he gets the 8.
Man, that's the one.
And now Simeon's going to check it.
Okay, so he check raised the flop, but now he checks over to Daniel on the turn. He only has a little more than pot behind, so we'll see what happens here.
There it goes, $1,350,000. Now Simeon with top pair. I don't know how you get away from this hand.
I don't either.
All in.
Call in.
And Simeon's gonna go all in. Daniel snap calls, and this tournament is over.
That's the championship.
We won.
We won!
Daniel has won it. Amazing.
Well, that's going to do it, Vince. It was an exciting heads-up match and a great effort from Simeon all the way over from Bulgaria. Going to take home over $600,000, but tonight, all about Daniel Strelitz.
Yeah, Daniel Strelitz is our champion, taking home over $1 million. What an exciting event for him. And right now, Simeon's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel said you were his toughest opponent. How do you feel about tonight?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with the way I played. I'm very happy with the result I have. So it was a great experience for me.
Well, a great result. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank
Vince,
you.
over to you.
Well, I'm standing here with the new LAPC champion, Daniel Strelitz. Well, Daniel, you beat one of the greatest fields in poker here at the LA Poker Classic. You got to feel like the best player on earth today. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel incredible. It's the experience of a lifetime. I can't believe it.
With that win and the over $1 million, your name's going to be inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. You're going to get the beautiful Monster headphones along with the gorgeous Hublot watch that every poker player wants to wear. Let's hear it for our champion, Daniel Strelitz.
Thank you, guys.
Lynn, back to you.
What a night for Daniel Strelitz, the season of 15 LAPC champion. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The Bay 101 Casino in San Jose, California is famous for taking poker's biggest names, putting bounties on their heads, and calling them shooting stars. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that taking one out isn't easy, but that didn't stop players from around the world from coming out to do just that.
Here it is. The targets are all I'll be shooting for.
Busting one of the shooting stars earns you the medallion, $2,500, and a coveted custom t-shirt.
Yeah, see that? That's my face right there.
Look at this face. How can you not have them every year as a bounty?
Just threw away like 80% of my closet when we were moving and definitely kept the bounty shirts.
I'm not signing a shirt this year. The event is mine.
Dozens of bounties were on hand for the first of 2 starting days, and they were ready to get into action.
I want to bust me out some shooting stars today, hopefully.
As the players took their seats, Daniel Strelitz, fresh off his LAPC victory, had his eye on the new prize, Mike Lear's bounty. Another new champ, Emma Zajmovic, was making her first bounty appearance, and she got to see firsthand how players come after shooting stars. Emma's kings were outdrawn by her opponent's trip deuces on the turn, which made her the first one to have to turn over all the goodies and hit the rail.
I had what I like the most, a lot of action, great experience. I'm gonna be there tomorrow for sure.
Any player whose initial run fell short could take advantage of a single re-entry option on either of the starting days.
I'm protecting my bounty here.
Hall of Famer Todd Brunson has become a legend here at Bay 101 for his off-colour bounty shirt signatures. And Eddie Sabat was eager to get his hands on one. But to Todd's delight, Eddie was denied once again.
This is the only t-shirt I want. 2 years ago I had a chance.
As other t-shirts and cash were handed out, it was easy to keep track of shooting star exits, including Mike Sexton and his friend Flippy.
My son gave them to me for good luck, and might not be lucky right now, but tomorrow's another day. We're going to come back and try again.
Others were having better luck. WPT Champions Club member Justin Young scored 2 bounties, but the 5K payday wasn't all he was after.
It's more about the chips and having a little bit of control over the rest of the table. Definitely good confidence.
Hall of Famer Eric Seidel and others took 2 the wrong way. After busting twice, they'd have to wait until next season to try again.
I'm outie.
Nearing the end of the night, Eddie Sabat got another chance at a famous Todd Brunson bounty tee. This time, his flopped straight held. And Todd rewarded him with one for the ages.
He signed it with a bunch of bad words. If anybody knows Todd, it's all in good fun, and he's the most amazing person to play poker with.
Play wound down and 119 survived to advance to day 2. 14 shooting stars remained, including Garrett Greer and Noah Schwartz. But it was Eddie Sabat who bagged the chip lead, which on each day 1 comes with a $10,000 cash bonus. And for Eddie, it marked another goal reached.
I don't think I've ever on a World Poker Tour event bagged the chip lead.
Shooting stars, players and fans geared up for another action-filled day at Bay 101. There was a fresh crop of elite shooting stars to take aim at, plus some returning on a second bullet, like Lonnie Harwood. Lonnie was out for revenge against Brian Piccioli, who captured her bounty last season on his way to a 3rd place finish. They got their chips in again this season versus each other. This time, Lonnie was ahead with a flopped flush draw versus Brian's straight draw, until Brian backdoored a flush of his own.
2 in a row. Yeah, I got her last year, too.
That's unreal. I gotta write you a bad message now.
Brian claimed another shirt to add to his collection, plus $2,500 cash. The strong turnout was approaching record numbers, and many eliminated players took another shot at the huge prize pool.
I'm just busted, but I get to fortunately re-enter, so let's have another go. Round 2.
Shooting stars James Calderero and Emma Zajmovic were both on their second bullet and having a great time. Then Emma shoved her ace-king suited into James's 10s. It was a classic race.
What's gonna happen on that river?
Until the 10 on the river sealed Emma's fate, and her time here was done.
Cards weren't on my good side, but I had an amazing time today. Really fun table, fun people watching.
The whole rail's rooting for me. Yes, tell them.
They make believe they were actually rooting for me, but they were rooting for Emma.
Thank you. 25-1 pays for dinner.
I got Jared Jaffe here now. He loves giving his chips to me, so hopefully he'll do it again.
A short time later, dinner was served when a juicy flop gave James a straight over Jared's trips.
Yeah, still pay for dinner.
It was good until it wasn't.
Of course, whether a hand is good or bad depends on which cards you hold.
Back in business.
Dennis Stevermer, on a family vacation from Minnesota, was thrilled to collect Maria Ho's bounty.
Sorry to see her go, but I was glad that everything worked out in my favor. She's a great player and she's super nice.
And Maria fell short of besting last season's 6th place finish.
I try not to come in with a lot of expectation, but I'm a little disappointed, not gonna lie.
Chips continued to change hands as the registration period ended, and players continued to hit the rail.
The 2 bounties?
I hate you in my life.
Play for the day came to an end and 145 players survived, including 19 shooting stars. The top two bagged over 300,000 chips, with Stephen Grainer collecting the $10,000 chip leader bonus for taking the top spot.
I play for the win. One hand at a time, one opponent at a time, one table at a time. I'm ready to go.
It's just so cool being at Shooting Star, seeing all of the different stars here, just everyone in the same room. Bay Area poker is awesome.
Excitement was in the air as the 264 remaining players combined for the start of day 2.
I won it last year, so it was my biggest win, so it's of course very special for me. I hope I will get back-to-back, but I don't think it will happen, maybe.
It's going to be a long day. We're going to break the bubble today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The Bay 101 tournament staff released the official numbers. A record-setting 806 entries created a prize pool of $5.7 million. 81 would make it in the money, including $1.3 million for the top prize. Certainly something to shoot for. 33 shooting stars were still in the mix and continue to fall, including Tyler Patterson falling to Brian Piccioli, who collected his 3rd bounty, the most accumulated by one player so far.
I like this place a lot. I got 3rd place last year in this, and I'm ready for another deep run.
But there were plenty of shooting star shirts yet to be signed, for better or worse.
I kind of want Sexton's. He's on such a heater, and it'd be nice to have revenge for that Montreal final table, but we'll see.
We got 4 bounties on the table. Tournament poker is like walking across a minefield. You can blow up at any time, so you got to be very careful.
The bounties don't mean nothing on day 2 here. We're late in the tournament. We're playing for $1.3 million. I just want to win the tournament and not play bad.
The numbers kept dwindling.
This is hard. Much easier sitting in the booth doing it and talking about it.
And as the money bubble approached, play shifted for some.
There's amateurs that are still left that are short on the bubble that really don't know what to do. They might get exploited a little bit.
At long last, the field thinned to 82, triggering hand-for-hand play. Mike Sexton was on the shortest of stacks, down to 5 big blinds, when he went all in with pocket queens, up against 2 bounty busters. Tuan Mai, who busted Richard Seymour earlier today, was holding ace-queen suited. Latvian Edwards Kudryovsis, with 2 bounties under his belt, including Mike's from day 1A, was holding pocket 8s. Mike was looking good, but the turn gave Tuan a real flush draw. A 6 on the river meant Mike tripled up, to the delight of his lucky charm, Flippy.
He's back on target now, 3 in a row, see that?
Hand-for-hand play was getting intense, and a crowd gathered for every all-in. Local player Oscar Zarate Ramirez took a chance versus Eddie Sabat's Kings with a gut-shot straight flush draw. But Oscar came up short. Realizing they were all in the money, the room exploded into applause. With the crazy long bubble complete, it was time to spin up those short stacks. Making moves was the name of the game, creating a growing line at the payout desk. And play continued into the morning hours.
It's already 1:20. It's definitely going to be a long night.
Maybe it was the long day to get me. I don't know.
Probably made a couple of bad decisions because I was tired.
Shooting star Garrett Greer got into a tangle with fellow shooting star Christian Harder when Garrett's flopped 2-pair was all in against Christian's set. The king on the turn did him no good, but a 10 on the river gave Garrett a bigger boat and a welcome double up.
Nice hand, Garrett. Nice hand.
After a long day came to an end, the field had been thinned to 44 players vying for the 7-figure payday. More than a few Champions Club members were still in the hunt, including Chino Ream and David Williams. But sitting in the top spots were Paul Volpe and Dan O'Brien, 2 elite players who know skill alone can't get you to a title.
I had aces like 3 times. I just won a ton of hands and then just had a great day.
These days are really long. I never get a good night's sleep during these like marathon tournaments.
I'm hoping to miss my flight at midnight and be still in for it tomorrow.
Players settled in for battle at Bay 101 as they vied for the 6 seats at the final table.
What's up?
Mike Sexton was in the middle of the field and had a number of fans, including Doyle Brunson, cheering him on.
I haven't played this much poker in 2 weeks' time, 20 years probably, so it's getting to me, wearing me out, but I'm going on adrenaline right now.
Early on, Eddie Sabat, the Day 1A chip leader, lost a flip against three-time WPT champ Chino Ream.
Sometimes you're on the right side of the coin, sometimes you're not. Only thing you do is just give yourself an opportunity to win, and I think I did that.
And players continued to fall. As the stack soared, the 100K plaques were put into play. Once down to 36 players, the dynamic changed as the tables were redrawn six-handed.
It's way tougher because you don't have time to kind of fold and wait for hands. I mean, you got to get in there and play, or you're going to get attacked.
And play they did.
I think we're going to get down really quick to 18 players. All those chips are going to consolidate. You'll see some people probably get close to like 150 big blinds. You might even get like a chip leader with 200 big blinds or something.
I wish I could take it to the next level, beat these dang professional players.
Even shooting stars have to fall to earth sometimes.
This one hurts a little bit more than the rest. I don't know why. I guess I had some high hopes. I'm pretty disappointed on this one.
Local Tuan Mai, who tried to bust Mike Sexton on the money bubble, finally got his man with a flopped set. He scored his third bounty, adding to his $2 million plus chip stack.
Good luck, guys.
And sending the season 15 champion back to the booth. Sam Panzika was now the lone season 15 WPT champion still in the field as heavy hitters continued to hit the rail.
It's heartbreaking. It was going so well, and I had a lot of chips.
Luck ran out for Tuan Mai.
I play at this casino a lot. I live like 7 minutes away. Probably some of the best times of my life in the past few days.
And Day 1B chip leader Stephen Grainer, who also scored 3 bounties.
I'm a fortunate guy. As Park would say, life goes on.
When Chino Ream took out a devastated Igor Yaroshevsky, the remaining 7 combined to one table with 1 elimination left. Once the chip leader, Sergio Ido, was now all in with a short stack and saw his dreams dashed when the last bounty standing, Rhino Kemp, flopped a pair of deuces. The WPT final table was set, with 3-time WPT champ Chino Ream holding an overwhelming chip lead. Can he win number 4? With over $1.3 million up top, these other hungry pros will surely give him a run for his money. Or will the lone amateur become the ultimate Cinderella story? No matter who wins this title, history will be made.
You can play against us and other real players in Play WPT game on Facebook.
There are games running around the clock, and you need to earn your chips at Play WPT, so think twice before going all in with that junk hand. Play WPT Poker,
where skill matters. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour, and by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour.
The players at this table have significantly more experience than I have. For me to win this one would be amazing.
Anthony Spinella.
The whole final table is tough. I'm not going to want to get out of line to the point where I'm going to get myself in an awkward spot.
I would like to win the title to compete in the Tournament of Champions. I've gotten close a couple of times, and I'm hoping to get it done today.
Sam Panzika.
To win a second title would mean a lot. Being in a great group of people that have won 2 titles would be something special.
It's always good to win more titles, right? Who doesn't want as many titles as they could get? I do believe I'm lucky. So right now we're in a good position to win.
What a stellar group of finalists. But before they continue on their mission to take home a WPT title, let's gather some intel from our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on these players.
Lynn, I am wowed by the talent we have at this final table tonight. The 4 chip leaders, the guys sitting in seats 1, 2, 3, and 4, have over $25 million in live tournament winnings. The guy to watch tonight, though, is the big chip leader, Chino Ream. Chino is going for his 4th WPT title tonight, which would give him the all-time record for wins on the World Poker Tour. And Chino knows how to close. This is his 4th WPT final table appearance, and he's won all 3 of the other times that he's been here. That is amazing. But Vince, if we're going to see Chino make some WPT poker history tonight, it's not going to be a walk in the park for him, that's for sure.
No, Mike, this is a great table. You know, we have one last bounty standing, and that is Rainer Kemp from Germany. We met him last year at the WPT Montreal, and since then he has made $8 million. How do you do that? Fantastic. But also we have a guy that's going after his 2nd title of the season. That is Sam Pansica, very tough player. And of course, Paul Volpe. We've seen him a few times at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He's never taken down a title, but he's taken home over $5 million in poker earnings. Lynn, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage caught up with the man of the hour, Chino Ream.
Chino, you're the big chip leader tonight. You're one of 5 players with 3 WPT titles. What would it mean for you to be the first to win 4?
It'd be really cool. I mean, yeah, I'd be the only one, so it'd be awesome. I just hope we continue to run good.
All right, you got a lot of support out there, so good luck to you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So will Chino make history and win a record-setting 4th WPT title? Play is about to begin, so let's head down to the table.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Chino Ream well out in front, nearly 10.8 million. Rainer Kemp in 2nd place, just over 3.6 million.
Yeah, winner's going to take home close to 1.4 million, and of course gets that beautiful Hublot watch to go with his championship. And he's just starting at 10,000. Blinds of 40 and 80. Actually going to Sam Pansica. Young poker professional looks down at a king, queen, and he will make it 175,000 to go.
Well, we saw Sam win an event earlier this season at Best Bet in Jacksonville, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Folded around to Paul Volpe. Looks at 2 jacks and just calls, Vince. Does not re-raise.
175.
Chino Ream with Queen 3 says, I'm fine with that. Let's see a flop.
And flop comes Ace King 6. So Sam takes the lead with 2 kings now. It's check to him.
Yeah, makes a bet of 250. 24-year-old poker pro. It is going to work. Hand number 1 going to Sam.
Do you have a pair?
I did have a pair. Feel better?
Kings are better?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I played my hand super nitty. Had a big hand.
Jacks?
Something like that.
Rainer Kemp, Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Likes it. First position. He will make it 170 to go.
170 total.
Least raised, and everyone is running away.
Good bluff, bro.
Thanks. Got him.
Way to get it in there.
Now Rainer, the last bounty standing, gets to collect his own bounty if he wins this tournament.
Being a bounty did have some advantages in the beginning. People were very eager on playing pots with me, but once the tournament got deeper, they kind of stopped doing that. The table today is definitely tougher than I would have expected it to be. Chino is in the driver's seat, but everyone else on the table is pretty experienced, and we're all waiting for our spot. I mean, I would like to win it. I was actually kind of disappointed on missing out on it in Montreal, because I thought I was really close at some point.
He is going to be out in 3rd place, but Vince, all you can do is salute all 3 of these guys for the battle they put on here tonight.
So there's some additional motivation right there.
He's 27 years old, lifetime earnings of over $9 million. This is his 2nd final table on the World Poker Tour. What a player he is. As we move back to the action, Dennis Stever Murray, the oldest player at the table, 56 years old, out of Minnesota. He quickly folds.
Flops king 5-6.
Spinella and Volpe also going out. Chino Ream taking a break.
Well, Sam looks down at the suited connectors. You always like to see flops with those hands.
Just going to call it, though, Mike. And Rainer Kemp with an awful 4-10.
I've got the Highway Patrol hand, the 10-4.
And he will not press, so we're going to see another flop without a raise. 6-7 versus 10-4, and the flop is an ace, queen, deuce, helps neither player.
Well, Now Sam is going to try to just take this pot away from Reiner. And it's going to be easily done with his hand. So nice bet there by Sam Panzica. And there's Sam's mom, Amelia. Ben, she flew in last night. Got here early this morning to surprise him at this final table.
How are you?
And he is surprised. You never get smiles out of Sam Panzica very often. He's smiling now. Mom's in the house. Let's see what a good luck charm she can be for him.
Well, Mike, here we are in San Jose, California at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, where we both had bounties on our heads, of course, and it kind of reminds me of the classic Westerns. Maybe you heard of the Magnificent Seven? Well, here's a group that may be new to you, the Superb Six.
I'm Kathy. I qualified on Club WPT and cash for $1,200.
I cashed out in 197th place for $1,500, and I owe this all to ClubWPT.com.
I can't believe I cashed in a WPT event.
Cash for $1,200. And if you play enough on Club WPT, you can play with the big boys in Vegas or any place.
I cashed for $2,500 in the WPT 500. I would definitely encourage other players to play on Club WPT, where you never spend a dime playing online.
Those qualifiers turned a free roll into real cash, and you can do the same. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, I lost more than a dime here as one of the bounties here this week, and I didn't like it.
Well, these 6 players like it. I can tell you, they're all getting a big payday. Just a matter of how much. Chino Ream well out in front still, $10.5 million. Just a huge chip lead with 6 players left.
Let's go to the felt pole. Volpe quickly folding, and now Chino Ream, our chip leader, makes a raise with his king-jack to 180 to go. Sam going out.
Well, Reiner Kemp has the suited connectors, the Jack-10. We all like to see flops with those hands, and Reiner makes the call. Dennis out. Anthony with junk. He goes out.
What'd you start with? 3. Okay, thank you.
Flop comes up at king 8-7. That's good for Chino, hitting kings.
Yeah, Chino's flop top pair. Reiner's, you can see a gut shot straight in the backdoor flush draw.
200,000 bet into Reiner.
And Reiner going to make the call. Well, an ace comes off. Probably a card neither one is happy about seeing.
Chino checks.
Reiner with the 2-way straight draw, he checks now. And a 10 comes off, giving Reiner a pair of 10s, but Chino, best hand with 2 kings, he's going to check. Reiner has check down value, but his hand's not good enough. Chino going to win the pot with 2 kings. Chino going for his 4th WPT title tonight, which would put him ahead of everyone else in the history of the World Poker Tour if he gets that 4th win.
Yeah, pretty amazing talent. He is 36 years old, out of LA. And right now the antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. And Anthony Spinella,
15K.
grew up in Long Island, lives in Vegas now. Tough poker pro.
Vince, how about this stat? If Chino Ream wins this tournament tonight, it'll be the 5th time he's cashed for more than $1 million in one poker tournament. That is astounding.
It really is. All right, Spinella with queen 9 of spades, going to get aggressive, makes it 225 to go. Volpe going out. Chino Ream also folding, and now Sam Panzica picks up ace-king.
Yeah, he's got position. He's got more chips, so he's going to 3-bet it right here.
Yeah, 550 total. Right back on Spinella.
You can just look at his face and see he's not happy.
Spinella doesn't wear shoes at the poker table, says he wants to be comfortable.
Oh, brother, did you have to share that with us? God. You're going to lose all his action in this upcoming game, Vince.
Well, he has folded. That'll make your toes curl. And he goes out.
Who knows? Maybe Sam was just clicking. I like it if you were. I mean, Sam's come to play.
All right, into this hand. Paul Volpe going out, Gina Ream going out, Sam out. Reiner Kemp. Reiner likes his hand. Makes it 250 to go with a 6-7.
Just raising it with the 76 trombones, but Dennis moving all in over the top here.
Take that.
For 670,000.
Good luck, Dennis.
670,000.
But look at this. Reiner says, I'm priced in. I'm going to make the call. They turn him up.
I had a jack and a 9.
You got what you hoped for.
You're straight out, it's gone.
Reiner did get what he hoped for here, where his opponent's got 2 overcards, where he's only about a 2-to-1 dog.
Dennis Stevermer, 56 years old, out of Minnesota. Can he get lucky here? The flop's a jack 10-3.
So far, so good for Dennis. Out in front with the ace-king.
Turn is a jack. That's great for Dennis.
Reiner needs a 6 or a 7 to eliminate Dennis on the river here.
That would be ugly. Dennis from Minnesota sweating out the last card.
Oh, boy.
Big moment for him.
The gopher looking to go into a hole, maybe. No, it's a 10. His hand is going to hold up. The gopher survives. They call him Gopher, Vince, because he's from Minnesota. It's his nickname, Gopher.
Buckle up, boys. It's gonna be a little ride. You can smile. You just won.
That was my smile.
All right. You can do better.
It's really special because the people in San Jose just really love poker. There's so many awesome fans and just so many nice people that are really excited to see us here and to talk to us.
I grew up not far from here. I've lived here for like 25 years. So I would come out and watch the players as well. And the fans are thrilled to be this close to the superstars.
It's a great venue, great place. The atmosphere here is great. The people are great. Staff's great. Everything's great. The food's good. Had a great time and really was a fun tournament.
All right, now Gina Ream out in front with 10.8 million in chips. Sam Pazika in second chip position. The winner's going to get close to 1.4 million. It's a record here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Kid in front.
And we go down to the felt action on Chino. As he looks down at an ace-7.
We're playing 51.
Chino likes that hand. It's going to make it 225 to go.
Chino likes most hands.
Yep, he plays a loose, aggressive game. Very clever player. He's so talented he gets to play a lot of hands.
How about he's been at 3 WPT final tables before, and he's won all 3 times.
Amazing. Now look at this. Everyone's folded, but Paul Volpe has woken up with a pair of 10s. Then he says all in.
They're not going to let Chino outplay him after the flop, that's for sure.
We woke up with it. Yeah, Polly woke up with it. That's all right. You're allowed. You are allowed.
Woke up with a hand I'm supposed to be reshoving. But I did not want to hear you say call quickly.
Ace queen?
No, pair.
8s?
One better.
9s? Yeah. You definitely don't want me here to... Yeah.
Paul Volpe, extremely respected in the high-stakes poker community.
Yeah, he grew up in West Philly. He was one of 6 kids raised by a single mom. He has some talent in this game of poker. And Reiner Kemp now with the 10s. And he will make a raise, total of 210. Dennis going out. Spinella not going to play. Volpe also folding. So Gina Ream with Woolworth's hand, 5 and 10. Not going to play it.
Well, Sam looks down at ace-queen. He's definitely going to play. But he just calls, doesn't raise.
2 nice hands, 10s versus ace-queen. And the flop is a queen-jack 5.
Well, very nice flop there for Sam. He's going to check.
And the German, a lot of guts to make the continuation bet with 2 overcards, but he's going to do that. Looks like 140 to find out where he is.
Now Sam's just going to call, doesn't raise.
Yeah, he's going to milk that Holstein. And a 9 on the turn. 3 hearts out there, straight possibilities.
Neither player has a heart. Sam's going to check. Reiner checks behind him with the open-end straight draw now as well. And an ace comes off. Gives Sam a top 2 pair, the best hand. And he is definitely going to get the W in this pot unless something crazy happens. And by that I mean something like Reiner going all in and not getting called.
Well, Panzika's going to bet 375, and the German has got to be disillusioned by that.
Man, I just can't see him going any farther with 3 overcards out there and a possible straight, possible flush. And he does the right thing. Reiner gives it up. So Sam Panzika taking down another pot here.
Yeah, there's his mom in the audience. Can't wipe the smile off her face.
Incidentally, if Sam wins this, Vince, he goes past me in the WPT Player of the Year race, where I'm now sitting in 2nd position. But he deserves to go past me if he gets 2 W's in the same season.
I hate to see someone go past you when you're just sitting here.
Oh, man.
You have nothing. You're very vulnerable. I feel bad for you. All right, into this hand, Spinella has raised to 225 with a king,